C2174 Intermediate Universe Supremacy. Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain, Great Desolate Realm. Boom boom boom. The top dominator, half-step sovereign, and even universe sovereign turned into rays of light and rushed towards the shamama. Each of them used all their strength, even using the arcane art to forcefully increase their speed. One should know that old ancestor Hong Lan was a powerful middle-rank quasi-universe lord. As long as he could obtain his inheritance, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the future top-level universe sovereign would be a flat piece of land. It wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the quasi-universe lord. It wasn't just the heavenly desolate great realm. There were also many great realm universe sovereigns in the vicinity of the heavenly desolate great realm. The shark that smelled the scent of blood crazily gathered towards the shamama. Shamama, Shuttle Hall. The faces of the 4 women of the purple cloud ruler were flushed red. They couldn't hide their excitement and excitement. They had struck it rich. This time, they had really struck it rich. A quasi-universe lord was a quasi-universe lord, which was far beyond their imagination. Even if it was just a random weed in the training hall, it was a top-tier divine herb that had caused countless overlords to bleed. The 4 women's bags were rapidly rising at a terrifying speed. The 4 ladies were extremely excited, but they did not notice that their captain was only following them quietly, not collecting any treasures. This was completely illogical. In the previous few small treasures, there were no treasures that were useful to half-step sovereign warriors. It was one thing for the captain to not be interested in them. However, there were a lot of treasures in Shuttle Hall. Not to mention half-step sovereign, even the real universe sovereign would provide a lot of help. The commander was still indifferent, but it couldn't be justified. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. The purple cloud ruler and the others passed through the palaces one after another. Each and every one of them had their value skyrocketing by more than 100 times. Even many low-level universe sovereign warriors might not be as valuable as them. Even the 4 girls had found a lot of origin of eternities. Advancing to the universe sovereign realm was a smooth journey. However, compared to the entire Shuttle Hall, this little treasure was just the tip of the iceberg, a drop in the ocean. This was an alchemy hall. This was the legendary essence gathering pill, and it was a cauldron of 36 essence gathering pills. Suddenly, the voice of the chief sovereign of the Violet Fate rose into the air, instantly drawing the attention of the other 3 women. What? A single batch of Ji-Yuan pills? Ji-Yuan pills, a single pill for an era. With just one pill, it could increase the purity of an era's energy. Furthermore, it was a universe sovereign that cultivated for an entire era. This was a top-tier divine pill that many divine pills coveted. One divine pill was enough for a top dominator like them. With ease, they could break through to the half-step sovereign. 36 restoration pills. Even if the 5 of them from the adventures were to split the pills equally, it would still be enough for them to easily break through to the top rank. Even extreme half-step sovereign would save them dozens of eras of cultivation. Right at this moment, a single batch of restoration pills, and it's even a single batch luck. My luck is truly my luck. A burst of wild laughter rang out from outside the hall. The next second, boom, a terrifying aura of a low-level universe sovereign descended from the sky and covered the entire pill. Refining hall. Ah, universe sovereign, this is the pressure of the universe sovereign. The bodies of the 4 women trembled. Their beautiful eyes were filled with an unconcealable fear and despair. The true universe sovereign, was able to crush them to the point of being unable to move with just a single strand of its pressure. It was not something they could resist at all. In an instant, endless regret, like a surging tide, engulfed their souls. Knowing that the news of the birth of the Shuttle Hall had already been leaked out, why were they still blinded by greed? They didn't know when to stop. With their current wealth, it would only be a matter of time before they withdrew from the Shuttle Hall, withdrew from the Shamama, and found a place to cultivate in seclusion and attain the universe sovereign. Now, everything had been taken care of by someone else. In fact, even death was an extravagant hope for them. Beauties, especially powerful beauties like them, would often be better off dead than alive once they were captured. 4 top dominator warriors. 1 half-step sovereign warrior, and all of them are virgins. Good. These were all top-grade cultivation furnaces. In the eternal great world, there were many domination stage female slaves, but most of them were low-level dominator, and top dominator. There are very few of them, let alone half-step sovereign. Any one of them was worth thousands of cubic meters of origin of eternity, and they were usually priceless. With the addition of 36 restoration pills, my cultivation base will at least be able to break through to the next level. Ha ha ha, woo woo woo, it's over, we're done for Ziyun, and the other three girls' eyes turned black and they nearly fainted on the ground. What made them even more desperate was that all their strength had been sealed. Even if they wanted to commit suicide to protect their own innocence, they were unable to do so. At that instant, low-level universe sovereign, an ant who gave you the audacity to act so impudently in front of me. Yang Fann took a step forward, her voice full of disdain, as if the thing in front of her wasn't a universe sovereign, but a lowly ant on the ground. This, I didn't hear it wrong, right? Sis Cece, she, Ziyun and the other three girls could not believe their ears. That was a high and mighty universe sovereign, one of the top experts of the eternal great world. How could she dare to speak to him in such a manner? Bold slut I, boom. Before the universe sovereign could finish its sentence, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. A sword light tore through the sky. Yang Fann did not use any precious treasures in this strike. She did not even use any killing moves. It was just a casual strike. However, when it landed in the eyes of the universe sovereign, it was like a sword of death. It made him feel as if he was facing a middle-level universe sovereign. In an instant, the universe sovereign let out a heart-wrenching wail, arg arg arg. No, how is this possible? Middle-level universe sovereign, you are a middle-level universe sovereign. Roar, Minghuo rumble. A dark red light rose from his body and turned into a dark red barrier that covered his entire body. Minghuo's universe treasure was an intermediate low-level universe treasure. It was the vital treasure of venerable Minghuo. This was also the name of venerable Minghuo. However, under the terrifying sword light, the intermediate low-grade universe treasure that Minghuo was covering was like a piece of paper that was instantly penetrated. Ah, no, sir, please spare my life, please spare my life, ah. Huff huff huff. The terrifying sword light pierced through venerable Minghuo's forehead and killed his soul. Bang. The corpse of a werewolf covered in dark black fur fell from the sky without any signs of life. It was obviously venerable Minghuo who was killed by Yang Fann's sword. We won. We won. I am not dreaming, am I? Ziyun and the other three girls were all in a trance. They felt as if they had fallen into a dream. That was the high and mighty universe sovereign. Just a trace of pressure was enough to make them unable to move. They were actually killed by their captain just like that, and it was so easy to kill him with a single strike. Was there anything more unbelievable than this? After a long while, Ziyun and the other three women finally managed to regain their senses. Sis Cece, you're not really a middle-level universe sovereign, are you? Suddenly, Ziyun carefully looked at Yang Fann and said with a trembling voice. She remembered the last words of venerable Minghuo. Middle-level universe sovereign. Sword of Yang Fann nodded lightly. Although she was only at extreme half-step sovereign's cultivation base, the strength, vastness, and comprehension of the laws in her body were no less than some middle-level universe sovereign. It was not wrong to call her a middle-level universe sovereign. Hiss. It's true, it's really a middle-level universe sovereign warrior. Although they had some guesses in their minds, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard the answer. To top dominator warriors like them, a middle-level universe sovereign was just a legend. In the past, not to mention intimate contact, it was hard for them to even meet him. Alright, you guys take these restoration pills. We'll go to the next palace. C2175 top-level universe treasure, eternal world, chaotic domain, great desolate realm, Shamama. Sis Cece, I think you should keep this restoration pill. A hint of reluctance flashed across the purple cloud ruler's eyes, but he still said resolutely. They had never used any strength in this cauldron of Ji-Yuan pills, and they had not even had Yang Fann make a move in time. Not to mention the new era pill, even they themselves would be reduced to that lowly cauldron for venerable Minghuo to harvest. How could they continue to distribute the Ji-Yuan pills? That's right, Sis Cece, we can't take these pills. It's better if you keep them. Right, Sis Cece, the restoration pills are yours. We can't take them, the chief sovereign of Snow and the other two echoed in agreement. If they continued to shamelessly divide up the origin core pills at a time like this, then they would truly become shameless. Yang Fann was barely noticeable. She nodded her head. This could be considered as a test for Ziyun and the other three. If they did not have the slightest bit of shame, they would have directly accepted those restoration pills. Although she would not say anything, their sisters would stop here. Greed was no big deal. Everyone would have greed, but if one didn't know when to advance or retreat, and didn't know when to blame, then that would be annoying. In the next second, Yang Fann waved her hand gently and interrupted. All right, don't say any more. You guys can keep these restoration pills. It's just some small things. It's nothing. Ji-Yuan pills were things that only low-level universe sovereign like Venerable Minghuo, who did not have any background, treated like treasures. In Yang Fann's eyes, ordinary things could not be compared to ordinary things. She was too lazy to pick up this kind of trash when it was thrown on the ground. As she spoke, Yang Fann waved her hand. A furnace of 36 Ji-Yuan Dan split into 4 and fell into the hands of Ziyun and the other 3. This. Ziyun and the other 3 women stared blankly at the pill bottle in their hands. Sis Cece, what exactly is her background? To think that she would not even be interested in the essence cultivation pill. A restoration pill was a legendary divine pill. A single divine pill was worth over 1,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Even some middle-level universe sovereign warriors would be tempted by it, let alone a cauldron of 36 restoration pills. Many low-level universe sovereign warriors might not even have this much in their possessions. For the sake of this cauldron of 36 Ji-Yuan pills, even if the father and son turned against each other, it wouldn't be difficult for them to cripple each other. Even a high-level universe sovereign warrior wouldn't be able to ignore a cauldron of Ji-Yuan pills like this. Bang bang bang. The seals of the divine palace were broken one after another. All the treasures within were taken away by the purple cloud ruler and the others. As time passed, the purple cloud ruler and the others became more and more curious about Yang Fann's identity. One should know that along the way, there were a few intermediates that could even tempt high-level universe sovereign warriors. However, their commander didn't even spare a glance at them. As if he was throwing trash at them, he casually threw them at them. Poochie. Yang Fann slashed out with her sword, forcefully destroying the layers of restrictions surrounding the palace. Exquisite Intermediates Universe Treasure, Astral Sword, Xing, you cultivate the starry sky Great Tao. This astral sword is perfect for you. Yang Fann casually looked at the floating divine sword in the divine palace. With a wave of her hand, she took the Star Luo divine sword into her hand and threw it at a blue-clothed beauty behind her. Thank you Sis Cece. The ruler of Xingqing did not bother with formalities and thanked her before accepting the Star Luo divine sword. Along the way, she had long gotten used to the fact that intermediate universe treasures were all trash in the eyes of their leader. They even suspected that the high-grade treasure that could move even a top-level universe sovereign warrior was nothing to their commander. Right at this moment, what a good Star Luo divine sword, I wanted. A surprised voice came from the sky. Wang. The Star Luo divine sword that was flying toward Xingqing's ruler suddenly changed its trajectory and broke through the air. At some point in time, a white-robed sword cultivator had appeared outside the hall. It had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Its temperament was otherworldly. It was a drifting, lustful immortal. From top to bottom, the sword chi was coiling around its body, and it was cutting the void in all directions. How dare you steal my things? You're courting death. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. She slashed out with her sword, cutting through the air towards the white-clothed sword cultivator. Bitch, how dare you rumble? A terrifying pressure of a high-level universe sovereign erupted from the body of the white sword cultivator. It covered the sky and covered the earth, crushing everything in its path. Poochie. The brilliant sword light that was comparable to a middle-level universe sovereign's full-force attack was shattered and completely destroyed. Bang, bang bang. The 4 of them were instantly crushed to the ground. This pressure was millions of times more terrifying than the pressure they felt from Venerable Minghuo. It wasn't just that, if it wasn't for Yang Fann's help at the critical moment, she would have blocked almost all of the pressure. The 4 of them would not have been crushed. They would have exploded on the ground. In the time it takes to breathe. Boom boom boom. Dozens of powerful spiritual senses swept over. It had been nearly an hour since Yang Fann killed Venerable Minghuo with a single strike. Many of the universe sovereigns in the vicinity had rushed to Shimama and entered the shuttle hall. Ah, it's White Glass Sword Sovereign. Daring to provoke this dark star, these 5 people are going to die for sure. What a pity. They are all first-class beauties, excellent cultivation vessels, and yet they died just like that. White Glass Sword Sovereign was in the heavenly desolate great realm, one of the 10 high-grade venerables. He was a terrifying high-grade high-level universe sovereign, and he was known for his combat strength as a sword cultivator. His true combat strength was so strong that even some top-rank high-level universe sovereign might not be a match for him. Adding the fact that Sovereign Tian Huang was behind him, it could be said that he was one of the few people that he couldn't afford to offend in the heavenly desolate great realm. Even some top-level universe sovereign warriors had to give white glass sword sovereign some face on account of Sovereign Tian Huang. How could a middle-level universe sovereign and a few top dominator warriors be a match for white glass sword sovereign? Bitch, let's see how long you can last. Kneel down rumble. The terrifying pressure doubled once again. PCHT Poochie. Poochie, Poochie. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand that terrifying pressure and became extremely distorted. Zero sis Cece. The expressions of the purple cloud ruler and the other three were anxious. They had long since come to an agreement. Once Yang Fann lost, what would await them? Needless to say, they knew. Sure enough, without using any other means, relying on one's own strength alone, it's still too early to challenge a high-level universe sovereign. Yang Fann sighed in her heart. She wanted to see if she could challenge a high-level universe sovereign, but she didn't expect that even the pressure from her opponent was somewhat unbearable, let alone winning. Sigh, I really don't know. How did eldest brother do it? However, with his half-step sovereign cultivation base, his combat strength is comparable to universe lords. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that eldest brother was a great man. Both of them were extreme half-step sovereign, but in the end, eldest brother could easily crush extreme quasi-universe lord. As for her, she couldn't even defeat a puny high-level universe sovereign. The gap between them was tens of thousands of light years. Bitch, kneel down. A trace of anger flashed across white glass sword sovereign's eyes. A mere middle-level universe sovereign was actually able to endure for so long under his hands, and it was even under the gazes of everyone present that he couldn't put his face down. You dog-like thing, I didn't pay any attention to you, but you still dare to insult me, right? Wah, what, did I hear it wrong? How dare she, how dare she? From all directions, the universe sovereign looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. If they weren't crazy, how would they dare to say such crazy words? Could it be that she didn't see the huge gap between the two of them? In the eyes of high-level universe sovereign, middle-level universe sovereign was just a slightly stronger ant, let alone a high-ranked sword master like white glass sword sovereign. Alright, good bitch, I will train you into the most lowly yin slave. White glass sword sovereign was so angry that he laughed. Horrifying killing intent rose from his body. You dog-like thing, you have successfully infuriated me. The next second. A sword light flashed and a 3 feet long sword appeared in Yang Fann's hand. It was a very ancient sword, except for its aged aura. There seemed to be nothing special about it, but as he appeared, in all directions, there was a group of universe sovereigns that were the ultimate treasures of the universe sovereign. Including white glass sword sovereign's destiny sword, the white brilliant divine sword, all of them began to tremble. It gave off an indescribable feeling, as if they were on a pilgrimage. They were worshipping him. Gulp. Top-grade universe treasures. This was a top-grade universe treasure. C-2176 Venerable Tian Huang Great Desolate Realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. Bululu. Top-grade universe treasures. It was actually a top-tier universe treasure. White glass sword sovereign's eyes lit up as he stared fixedly at the longsword in Yang Fann's hand. His eyes were filled with greed, and he wished he could immediately take the longsword in Yang Fann's hand for himself. His vital treasure, the white brilliant divine sword, was a quasi-high-grade universe treasure that had stepped into the ranks of high-grade universe treasures. Even if it was a supreme-grade treasure, it wouldn't be able to make his white brilliant divine sword submit to him so easily, or even worship him on a pilgrimage. A top-grade universe treasure. Only the legendary top-grade universe treasure had such a possibility. This was a supreme treasure that even his master, Sovereign Tian Huang, might not possess, let alone the divine sword. If he could obtain this supreme treasure, the divine sword, and refine it into his vital treasure, his cultivation in the sword Dao would surely advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and break through to the top-level universe sovereign in one go. It wouldn't be difficult for him. Adding on the top-grade universe treasure-grade destiny sword, even if he was no match for his master, Sovereign Tian Huang, he would be able to protect his own life with ease. This was his chance to leap over the dragon gate. No matter what, He had to obtain this top-grade divine sword. What? Top-tier universe treasure. SS's. The surrounding universe sovereigns all sucked in a breath of cold air. In that instant, their eyes began to shine. They were all stupid, and moved. Top-grade universe treasures. This was a supreme treasure that even quasi-universe lord warriors would be tempted by, even if they weren't quasi-universe lords. A top-tier universe treasure was enough to make their strength skyrocket. They could easily challenge someone who was a grade higher than them. It's mine. This top-notch universe treasure is definitely mine. God, devil. Within the void. Bitch, hand over the divine sword in your hand and I'll spare your life. The greed in his heart had already blinded White Glass Sword Sovereign's rationality. He didn't even think about it. A top-tier universe treasure, even if it was the lowest tier low-tier top-tier universe treasure, the number of people who could possess it could be counted on one's fingers. However, now that it had appeared in the hands of a middle-level universe sovereign, how could its identity be so simple? You dog, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Spare my life. You'd better save your dog life first. Xianxia Fann sneered. Death, a slash of the great Dao boom. She slashed out with her sword, bringing along the awe-inspiring power. It was like the judgment of the great Dao. The entire world was crushing down on White Glass Sword Sovereign. Ah, no, how is this possible? White Glass Sword Sovereign let out a sorrowful cry as if he had lost his parents. His face was filled with disbelief. That sword strike had actually caused him to feel the aura of death that had fallen apart. It was as if there was a voice speaking in his ears. He would die under that sword. He would die. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He was a high-ranked high-level universe sovereign, and his combat strength was comparable to a top-ranked high-level universe sovereign. Even an ordinary low-ranked top-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to kill him with just a single strike. No matter how powerful a top-grade universe treasure was, it was impossible for a middle-level universe sovereign to have the strength to fight a middle-ranked top-level universe sovereign with a single leap. White Glass Sword Sovereign had no idea what kind of monster he had provoked. Ordinary low-grade top-grade universe treasures naturally didn't have this kind of power. An intermediate top-grade universe treasure was the limit for a middle-level universe sovereign to have the combat strength of a low-ranked top-level universe sovereign. However, the divine sword in Xianxia Fann's hand was a top-grade high-grade universe treasure. It was only a step away from breaking through to the top grade. Its power was incomparable to ordinary top-grade universe treasures. Even though it was restricted by Xianxia Fann's cultivation base, and it was far from being able to unleash the full power of the universe treasure, the power of this sword strike had surpassed the full power of a high-grade top-level universe sovereign, and it was able to catch up to a top-grade top-level universe sovereign. Boom! A dazzling sword light rose from White Glass Sword Sovereign's body. Vaguely, one could see countless sword Dao flashing within it, as if it was a supreme sword Dao. It was as if with just a single glance, countless sword cultivators would be sucked into the enlightenment, causing them to advance by leaps and bounds. Star Fragment Sword, break it rumble. Destiny Sword White Brilliant Divine Sword turned into a beam of light that tore through space. It was incomparably sharp, piercing through everything. This was White Glass Sword Sovereign's strongest sword strike. It was the manifestation of his lifetime's sword Dao. Its power was so terrifying that it could almost rival a full-powered strike from a peak high-level universe sovereign. Poochie. In less than an instant, White Glass Sword Sovereign's most powerful strike shattered into pieces. Even his destiny sword, the White Brilliant Divine Sword, was shattered into pieces. In front of a quasi-supreme grade universe treasure like the Absolute Kang Divine Sword. The White Brilliant Divine Sword, which was not even a high-grade universe treasure, was no different from a piece of scrap metal. It simply could not withstand a single strike from the Dian Kang Divine Sword. Ah, Pua, Pua. White Glass Sword Sovereign threw his head back and spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. His aura was weakening rapidly, and he looked like he was about to fall down to the high-level universe sovereign. Most of the sword cultivator's cultivation was above the Destiny Sword. The Destiny Sword had been destroyed, and it was White Glass Sword Sovereign's luck that he didn't fall into the high-level universe sovereign. Ah, I lost. White Glass Sword Sovereign lost just like that. Am I seeing things? In all directions, all the universe sovereigns widened their eyes in shock. Even top-grade universe treasures shouldn't have such terrifying power, right? After that, many people felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't taken any action yet. Otherwise, today next year would be their death anniversary. Their strength wasn't even comparable to White Glass Sword Sovereigns. If even White Glass Sword Sovereign couldn't take a single strike from them, there was no need to talk about them. No, I am the Divine General of His Majesty Tian Huang. If you dare to kill me, His Majesty Tian Huang will never let you go. White Glass Sword Sovereign wailed in agony. He wanted to dodge, but what made him despair was that the space around him. Not to mention dodging, even moving his body was difficult. It was just a moving target. At that moment stop, a dignified voice came from the eastern sky. Rumble, a terrifying aura that was 10 million times more terrifying than White Glass Sword Sovereign descended from the sky. It was boiling, and it swept in all directions. It's His Majesty Tian Huang. His Majesty Tian Huang is here in an instant. White Glass Sword Sovereign's hopeless heart was filled with a ray of hope. His life was saved. Even with the help of the top-grade universe treasure, that lowly servant would never be a match for His Majesty. She would never dare to disrespect His Majesty. Ah, no, lowly servant, how dare you? Bang! White Glass Sword Sovereign was like a kite with a broken string, falling down from the sky, lifeless. Ah, White Glass! The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a mighty middle-aged man wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown. His aura dominated the heavens, and every single move he made seemed to cause one to instinctively feel fear. His eyes were completely red, and it was almost as if blood would drip out from them. He stared fixedly at Xianxia Audiobooks, and he wanted to eat her. Bitch, you are courting death. White Glass Sword Sovereign was one of the 8 great divine generals under his command. He was one of his trusted subordinates, and this was the act of cutting off one of his arms. Not to mention, he was even pleading for mercy. This was not giving him any face at all. This was a direct slap to his face, and it was the same as slapping him from left to right. One die, this lowly servant must die today. No one in the world could save her otherwise. How could he, Sovereign Tian Huang, still have the face to establish a foothold in chaotic domain? What right did he have to lead the army? In all the eternal worlds of the heavenly desolate great realm, Sovereign Tian Huang is completely enraged. He is dead for sure. That woman is dead for sure. C 2177 Fear Great Desolate Realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. From all directions, the Universe Sovereign looked at Xianxia Audiobooks as if they were looking at a dead man. Who was Sovereign Tian Huang? He was the master of the heavenly desolate great realm, extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. Apart from Jew Great Universe Lord and the other quasi-Universe Lord warriors, he was also the most powerful expert in the world. What about the female Venerable? However, she was only a first-grade middle-level Universe Sovereign warrior. Even with the help of the top-tier Universe treasure and her combat strength comparable to a top-level Universe Sovereign warrior, she was still no match for Sovereign Tian Huang. No matter how heaven-defying a top-tier Universe treasure was, there was still a limit to it. It was impossible for a middle-level Universe Sovereign warrior to be defeated by it. It had the power to go against extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. Furthermore, Sovereign Tian Huang had dominated the chaotic domain for over 1,000 eras, and among all the extreme top-level Universe Sovereign, he was the strongest. He might have some top-grade Universe treasures with him. It's over. This time, it's completely over. It's over. Despair and endless despair completely devoured the hearts of the Purple Cloud ruler and the other 3, causing their hearts to completely sink into the abyss of despair. The skin of a tree, the name of a human, Sovereign Tian Huang. They had heard the legends about him since they were young. He was an invincible existence in the Universe Sovereign. No matter what kind of monster their commander had, how could he possibly be a match for Sovereign Tian Huang? Woo woo woo. What have we done wrong on the Great Tao? Why are you treating us so cruelly? First, it was Venerable Ming Huo, then it was White Glass Sword Sovereign. Now, even Sovereign Tian Huang has come out. We are merely top dominator warriors. Is there a need to do that? In the air, the cold shine in Xianxia Audiobooks' eyes flashed and she shouted, "Old dog, why are you barking? Can't bear to part with me? That subordinate of yours, right? Don't worry, I will send you down to accompany him immediately." Her eyes were cold and there was no trace of terror in them. It was as if the person in front of her was not the master of a supreme realm, extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. Hiss. Did I mishear her? She actually dared to speak to Sovereign Tian Huang in such a manner. In all directions, all the Universe Sovereign gasped. Sovereign Tian Huang was not White Glass Sword Sovereign. Not only was he extreme top-level Universe Sovereign, he was also the master of a top realm. In the eternal great world, his status wasn't any worse than some low-grade quasi-universe lord. Even a quasi-universe lord wouldn't dare to scold Sovereign Tian Huang like this. Not to mention this middle-level universe sovereign, or did this female venerable know that she couldn't escape her fate today and started to break the jar? That's right, this must be the case. She knew that she would die for sure, so she broke the jar and broke the jar. However, it was not wise. In this way, although it was a momentary pleasure, it was no different from adding oil to the fire. Sovereign Tian Huang, who was already burning with anger, would not let her go so easily. His outcome would be extremely tragic. He would not be able to live, and he would not be able to beg for death. Bitch, you will pay the price for what you just said. Sovereign Tian Huang's voice was extremely cold, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their bones. Die desolate great palm boom. Sovereign Tian Huang reached out his hand, causing countless ancient runes to rise into the sky and transform into a horrendous hand. This huge hand covered the sky and covered the sun. It covered billions of miles of land, and it covered billions of miles of space. It was completely sealed, and it revealed an indescribably ancient aura. There seemed to be numerous sound of great taos mixed within it. It was as if the morning bell and evening drum were deeply thought-provoking. Vaguely, there seemed to be a voice constantly speaking in Yang Fan's ears. He would definitely lose this slap. He could only give up resisting and surrender. Only then would he have a chance to live. What a great desolate great palm. Not only is its power unparalleled, to attack, that female venerable is going to lose. A high-level universe sovereign said emotionally. No matter how powerful a top-grade universe treasure was, it could only increase its attack power. In essence, it was still a middle-level universe sovereign warrior. The attack of the soul only spread its lingering aura. It even caused a ripple in his high-level universe sovereign mind. It was not something a mere middle-level universe sovereign could fight against. In a split-second, puny tricks, break for me, Yang Fan sneered. She was not affected by the strength of soul at all, as she had countless precious treasures. How could she leave behind such an obvious flaw? The soul was not strong enough. Then, she would use the treasure to make up for it. Under the protection of the numerous precious souls, let alone an extreme top-level universe sovereign like Sovereign Tian Huang, even the Supreme Universe Lord. Don't even think about touching Yang Fan's soul. Hong Long, a terrifying sword light burst out from Yang Fan's body. The sword broke through the sky and killed everything. The sword light was so terrifying that it was thousands of times more terrifying than the deadly sword attack that Yang Fan unleashed with the help of the quasi-supreme grade universe treasure, the firmament ancient divine sword. Poochie. Wherever the sword light passed, the desolate great palm was like a piece of paper. Without any resistance, it was instantly sliced in half and completely shattered. Ah, sword symbol. This is the natal sword symbol personally created by a quasi-universe lord. Sovereign Tian Huang's eyes widened, and he cried out involuntarily. There was even a hint of panic in his voice. What? A life sword symbol refined by a quasi-universe lord? This. The surrounding universe sovereigns trembled when they heard this. Life sword symbol. It was different from ordinary talismans. It required the consumption of one's own origin to refine. Even a quasi-universe lord could refine a life sword symbol. It required a large amount of yuan qi. Without hundreds of millions or billions of years, it would take billions of years. Even longer periods of recuperation. It would be difficult to recover. Not everyone could obtain a natal divine talisman to protect themselves even if they were quasi-universe lord heirs. Only the most favored heirs were qualified to do so. Hiss. She is a quasi-universe lord's son, and she is also the most favored son. In an instant, putting aside the life sword symbol, top-grade universe treasures, even quasi-universe lords. There were only a few of them that could be bestowed with a top-tier universe treasure to protect themselves. Strange. No wonder he has such a big tone. He doesn't take Sovereign Tian Huang seriously. Who the hell are you? A dignified look flashed across Sovereign Tian Huang's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. A faint trace of desire to retreat emerged in his heart. Compared to the other universe sovereigns, he thought of more things. That divine sword was not an ordinary low-grade top universe treasure. It was at least an intermediate top universe treasure, or even a high-grade top universe treasure. This was definitely not an ordinary low-grade quasi-universe lord. The one who could possess it was at least middle-rank quasi-universe lord. If it was only middle-rank quasi-universe lord, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, with the help of the power of the eternal world, it wasn't as if he didn't have the ability to fight back. Even if middle-rank quasi-universe lord could suppress him, he would have to pay a heavy price. However, if it was a high-grade, or even a top-level quasi-universe lord, it wouldn't be good. He wouldn't be able to fight back. Do you want to know who I am? You are not worthy. A trace of disdain flashed across Yang Fan's beautiful eyes. She was the younger sister of the number one person in the universe, Yang Fann. A mere extreme top-level universe sovereign wanted to inquire about her background. Who did he think he was? It is impolite not to reciprocate. Take my move too. Boom. Another brilliant sword light rose from Yang Fan's body. This sword light flashed slightly and exploded out with a terrifying sword intent that could rule the world. Its power was terrifying, even sharper than the previous sword light. Bitch it. The natal sword symbol of a quasi-universe lord, another natal sword symbol of a quasi-universe lord sovereign Tian Huang cursed. Any other quasi-universe lord descendant would be lucky to have such a life-saving sword symbol. Yet, this girl just took out another one. Did she need to spoil her so much? Suddenly, Sovereign Tian Huang's facial expression changed. No, this sword, intent. This sword intent. No, how is this possible? Although they were both quasi-universe lord life sword symbols, and their power wasn't much weaker, the life sword intent contained within them was completely different. It wasn't the same person who did it. In other words, there were two quasi-universe lords standing behind this girl. What was her background? It was already a great fortune for an ordinary person to have a quasi-universe lord warrior backing them. Two quasi-universe lord warriors were truly frightening. Unknowingly, Sovereign Tian Huang's heart was filled with a lie. This time, he was afraid that he had really kicked a steel plate. C. 2178 Old Ancestors Save Me Great Desolate Realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. Yang Fan vs. Sovereign Tian Huang. In the beginning, almost no one thought highly of Yang Fan. Never would they have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would suddenly change. This girl actually had the support of a quasi-universe lord, and there was even more than one of them. Sovereign Tian Huang, who had vowed to suppress Yang Fan, felt a panic in his heart for no reason. Faintly, a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. An intermediate and even a high-grade quasi-universe lord was already enough for him. There was actually another intermediate and a high-ranked quasi-universe lord. The pressure within was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, Sovereign Tian Huang's movements weren't slow. Boom! A ray of bronze light rose from the top of his head and turned into a huge bronze bell. In an instant, an ancient aura was emitted from the bell, as if the witness of history was filled with the charm of time. Clank, clank, the bronze bell rang softly, and streams of bronze light fell from it, covering Sovereign Tian Huang's entire body. The divine bell, spring and autumn, was a top low-grade defensive treasure. It was Sovereign Tian Huang's ultimate treasure. Ever since he obtained the spring and autumn divine bell, he had never used it in front of so many people. Indeed, Sovereign Tian Huang's foundation is extraordinary. He also has a top-tier universe treasure protecting him. At that moment rumble, the brilliant sword light struck the green light barrier. Middle-rank quasi-universe lord's all-out attack was not weak, but Sovereign Tian Huang was not weak either. It was extreme quasi-universe lord, who was second only to the quasi-universe lord. Together with the spring and autumn power of the divine bell, he was able to block this deadly attack. Sovereign Tian Huang had just let out a long breath, and before he could relax, his heart had already started beating faster. Rumble! Yang Fan once again activated her natal sword symbol. Her natal sword light, which was comparable to middle-rank quasi-universe lord's all-out attack, soared into the sky. It tore through the sky and slashed towards Sovereign Tian Huang. Another quasi-universe lord life-bound sword symbol. Bitch it, how could this be? Sovereign Tian Huang's expression changed again. There were 3 natal sword symbols, and the most terrifying part was that these 3 natal sword symbols were all from different quasi-universe lord. This bastard, what kind of monster did he provoke? At this moment, if Bai Bo were to revive, he would really cut off Bai Bo's heart. A life sword symbol like this was usually obtained by someone close to him. The life sword symbol of 3 paths represented 3 quasi-universe lord, and judging from the power of the life sword symbol, there wasn't a single one of them that was a low-grade quasi-universe lord. To provoke 3 great experts at once, even a true quasi-universe lord wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone an extreme top-level universe sovereign like him. Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding. This was all a misunderstanding. This Bai Bo had offended your Highness. Sovereign Tian Huang circulated the spring-autumn divine bell with all his might to resist the sword symbol's attack. As he spoke, he compromised. At this moment, Sovereign Tian Huang had completely given up on the idea of avenging White Glass Sword Sovereign. If he really offended the three quasi-universe lord, he would have to hide in the eternal world of the heavenly desolate realm. It would be of no help. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding between us, Xianxia Audiobooks sneered. Just a moment ago, she was calling her a lowly servant and shouting to kill. Now that she saw how powerful she was, she said that it was a misunderstanding and wanted to let go of this matter. How could there be such a good thing in the world? If they really thought that he was the origin of eternity, everyone would have to surround him. While they were talking, boom, a stream of light flashed and another divine talisman appeared in Xianxia Audiobook's hand. Fuck, return it. Sovereign Tian Huang couldn't help but curse. 4 of them were natal quasi-universe lords from 4 different quasi-universe lord warriors. How could it be so exaggerated? Gulp gulp, am I seeing things? Another quasi-universe lord natal divine talisman. 4 quasi-universe lord. I'm afraid Sovereign Tian Huang has kicked an iron plate this time. If something goes wrong, he might really die in the hands of this monster. From all directions, all the universe sovereign were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with pity as they looked at Sovereign Tian Huang. Sovereign Tian Huang could be considered to have been tricked by White Glass Sword Sovereign. It was afraid that many of Universe Lord's descendants might not even have this many top-grade natal divine talismans. Just thinking about the 4 quasi-universe Lord warriors was enough to make them feel terrified. Many people would rather offend Universe Lord's son than provoke this girl. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. After saying that, Xianxia Audiobook calmly took out another quasi-universe Lord natal divine talisman. Gulp. And this. I'm not dreaming, am I? Fuck, it's the 7th one. Are you for real? This is a quasi-universe Lord life divine talisman, not a universe sovereign life divine talisman. 10, the 10th quasi-universe Lord life divine talisman. Bitch it, Sovereign Tian Huang is dead this time. 10 quasi-universe Lord natal divine talismans. A total of 10 quasi-universe Lord. This deterrent force, to the 9 major powers of the eternal world, it was more powerful than Universe Lord. It wasn't any weaker than Universe Lords. What was even more terrifying was that, judging from the monster's attitude, these 10 quasi-universe Lord natal divine talismans were like 10 straws thrown at her, far from her limit. As expected, just as they had imagined, the 11th quasi-universe Lord natal divine talisman appeared in Xianxia Audiobook's hands. Bai Bo, you bastard, you tricked me to death. Sovereign Tian Huang gritted his teeth. He had lived for thousands of eras, but he had never hated a person so much. White Glass, you fucking bastard, just you wait. Today, if I can survive, I will definitely exterminate the White Glass clan. We can't continue like this. This lowly servant is determined to kill me. A trace of desire to retreat flashed across Sovereign Tian Huang's eyes. He had said all the good things he could say and even compensated a large amount of origin of eternities. However, it was to no avail. He must kill them all. No, I have to leave immediately. Although the spring-autumn divine bell had an unparalleled defense, it still had its limits. After enduring 10 quasi-universe Lord attacks in a row, it was already on the verge of collapsing. At most, it would be able to break through the defense of the 3 paths as quasi-universe Lord. And this monster didn't have the natal divine talisman of a quasi-universe Lord from the 3 paths. Even if Sovereign Tian Huang used his toe to think, he knew that it was impossible. Furthermore, the attack of a quasi-universe Lord wasn't so easy to defend against. Every strike consumed a huge amount of his energy. Currently, most of the energy in his body had already been used up. Once the spring-autumn divine bell shattered, just the remaining energy would be enough to destroy his divine body and kill his soul. In the next second, Sovereign Tian Huang gave Xianxia Audiobook a deep look, as if he wanted to engrave her into his sea of consciousness. In the future, even if he provoked those sons of Universe Lord, he would never provoke this monster. Hong Long. Sovereign Tian Huang's body moved and turned into a green light. He carried the attack of the quasi-universe Lord's natal divine talisman and soared into the sky. Trying to escape, stay behind boom. A ray of light shot up into the sky and sealed the four-direction space in an instant. It was also a quasi-universe Lord natal divine talisman, but it was a spatial divine talisman. Without middle-rank quasi-universe Lord's power, there was no way he could break the seal. Ah no, Sovereign Tian Huang let out a despairing wail. He waved the quasi-top-level universe treasure in his hand, the heavenly desolate blade, and slashed out tens of thousands of blade lights. However, without the support of the heavenly desolate eternal world, the gap between Sovereign Tian Huang and middle-rank quasi-universe Lord was too huge. It was more than 10 times, or even 100 times. Not to mention breaking the seal, even a slight crack would be difficult to make on the heavenly desolate blade. Hong Long, another quasi-universe Lord natal divine talisman was shattered, unleashing a deadly strike. Poochie 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 poochie, the spring-autumn divine bell was covered in cracks. It was on the verge of collapsing. The final strike, "I'll send you on your way." A cruel smile appeared on Yang Fan's face as another quasi-universe Lord life divine talisman appeared in her hand. Ah, not good. In an instant, an ominous universe that had fallen apart swept across Sovereign Tian Huang's soul. There seemed to be a faint voice telling him that he would die under this divine talisman. Sovereign Tian Huang is really finished this time. Sure enough, even if his cultivation is high, he might as well give birth to a good child. The surrounding universe sovereign sighed in their hearts. In terms of cultivation base, Sovereign Tian Huang was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than the female venerable. However, in the end, he was crushed by the quasi-universe Lord natal divine talisman. One had to admit that. Hong Long, save me, old ancestor, save me. What, old ancestor? This battle isn't over yet. There's still suspense. 0C21795 Quasi-Universe Lords, Bodyguards Great Desolate Realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. Under the attacks of 13 middle-rank Quasi-Universe Lords natal divine talismans, the peak low-grade universe treasure, Spring-Autumn Divine Bell had finally reached its limit. Just when everyone thought that Sovereign Tian Huang was at the end of his rope. Just as his body and soul were about to be destroyed, Sovereign Tian Huang let out a hysterical cry for help. In an instant, the hearts of all the universe sovereign shook. This battle was probably not over yet. Sovereign Tian Huang was already below the quasi-universe lord, the highest grade of expert. The only thing that could make him address the old ancestor as old ancestor was the true quasi-universe lord, not even a low-grade quasi-universe lord. No matter how strong her backer was and how many trump cards she had, it was impossible for her to not give face to a quasi-universe lord. Although the power of a quasi-universe lord's natal divine talisman was shocking, it wasn't easy to use it to deal with a true quasi-universe lord. The external force was just an external force after all. No matter how powerful the divine talisman was, if it couldn't hit someone, then that's for nothing. Quasi-universe lord wouldn't just stand there and let you attack. Rumble. As soon as Sovereign Tian Huang's voice faded, a terrifying pressure that was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than Sovereign Tian Huang descended from the sky. Poochie poochie, poochie. Under that terrifying pressure, the ceiling barrier was extremely distorted. Faintly, tiny cracks appeared on it. Little friend, can you give this sovereign a little face and let this junior go? As he spoke, dong, 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 heavy footsteps could be heard from the eastern sky. It sounded like a terrifying great gods was trampling on voids. In the next second, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A mighty figure more than 30 feet tall was seen. It came from the eastern sky. Its eyes were like copper bells and its head was like a mountain. Its entire body was filled with a terrifying aura of desolation. It was like ancient vicious beasts that had just been opened in the world. It had crossed the long river of time and revived in this era. His aura was incomparably tyrannical, and he dominated the heavens. It was as if with just a thought, he could suppress the entire sky. The surrounding space began to tremble slightly, as if it was afraid of something. Ah, this is Ancestor Huang Wu. A high-level universe sovereign's body trembled as he recognized the expert. It was said that Ancestor Huang Wu was formed by a desolate origin when the world was just created. He was already a quasi-universe lord before Devil Emperor obtained the Tao. After thousands of eras had passed, his cultivation base would surely be even more profound. At least, he had reached the middle-rank quasi-universe lord realm. Among all the quasi-universe lord, he was worthy of being called an expert. I never thought that Sovereign Tian Huang would be Ancestor Huang Wu's bloodline descendant. With Ancestor Huang Wu here, Sovereign Tian Huang will be safe. Within the void barrier, Sovereign Tian Huang let out a long breath. His heart that was still in his chest relaxed. Even if there were a dozen quasi-universe lords standing behind this monster, it was impossible for them to completely ignore Ancestor Huang Wu and continue killing him. Otherwise, they would have completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with their old ancestor, Ancestor Huang Wu. Even Universe Lord had to think twice about the consequences. If a quasi-universe lord really wanted to destroy his family and take revenge on him, he would have no choice but to do so. Not just anyone could bear the consequences, even Universe Lord would have a headache right at this moment. A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fan's face. I gave you face. Who do you think you are to deserve me to give you face? With Yang Fan backing her up, Yang Fan didn't even put the Heavenly Emperor and the other Universe Lord in her eyes. A mere middle-rank quasi-Universe Lord actually dared to make use of his seniority in front of her. It was simply ridiculous. What? Did I hear it wrong? She actually dared to speak to Ancestor Huang Wu like that. The surrounding universe sovereigns, including Sovereign Tian Huang, are all staring with their eyes wide open like fish eyes. Their faces are filled with disbelief. Could it be that they have gone mad? The dignity of a quasi-universe lord was sacred and inviolable. Just based on these words, even if Ancestor Huang Wu killed her, the quasi-universe lord behind her would have to swallow this insult without saying a word. Die rumble. Without any hesitation, Yang Fan struck out the quasi-universe lord life divine talisman in her hand. Rumble. A beautiful blade light tore through the air. Wherever it passed, the world would be thrown into chaos, and all living things would be destroyed. Everything would be turned into dust. The speed was so fast that it surpassed Sovereign Tian Huang's thought process. In an instant, it shattered the broken green light barrier and entered Sovereign Tian Huang's body. Ah, no, bitch, how dare you? Bang! A terrifying blade light exploded within Sovereign Tian Huang's divine body, killing his innate soul. Ah, she really killed Sovereign Tian Huang. This. In all directions, all the universe sovereign were dumbstruck. They could not believe what they had just seen. Not only had they insulted Ancestor Huang Wu, they had even insulted him in front of him. Killing Sovereign Tian Huang wasn't like cutting off all pretenses of cordiality with Ancestor Huang Wu anymore. He had completely trampled Ancestor Huang Wu under his feet, ruthlessly trampling him. Not to mention the dozen or so quasi-universe lords standing behind her. Even if there were 100 of them supporting her, Ancestor Huang Wu wouldn't let this matter go easily. Otherwise, he, Ancestor Huang Wu, would become the laughing stock of the world, and he wouldn't have the face to face the other quasi-universe lord. Arg! Ancestor Huang Wu let out a heart-wrenching cry as if he had lost his parents. He wanted to save Sovereign Tian Huang, but he couldn't react in time. He could only watch helplessly as Sovereign Tian Huang was completely minced into pieces and his body and soul were destroyed. Roar! Cheap servant, you are courting death. I swear that no one can protect you from the heavens and the earth. Sovereign Tian Huang was the junior that he valued the most. He was the only extreme top-level universe sovereign in the desolate province. He even had some potential to break through to the quasi-universe lord. He was the hope and future of the desolate province. He had given Sovereign Tian Huang the spring-autumn divine bell to protect his body. It was also because of this that Ancestor Huang Wu took the risk of offending a dozen quasi-universe lord warriors to rescue Sovereign Tian Huang. If it was any other disciple of the desolate family, even if it was his son, Ancestor Huang Wu might not help. To provoke a dozen quasi-universe lord warriors at once, even Universe Lord would have to think about it for a long time, let alone this middle-rank quasi-universe lord. This lowly servant was destroying the roots of their desolate family and cutting off their future. Die. This lowly servant must die. 0. Old thing, you don't have much ability, but your tone isn't small. You are still above the heavens and below the earth. No one can protect me. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Yang Fan smiled contemptuously. There was not a trace of panic in her eyes. Bitch, you. Just as Ancestor Huang Wu opened his mouth, he saw Yang Fan snap her fingers. The next second, Ancestor Huang Wu could no longer say the words that came out of his mouth. Rumble, 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 rumble. 5 terrifying auras that were not inferior to Ancestor Huang Wu's rose from Yang Fan's surroundings. 2 of them were even several times more terrifying than Ancestor Huang Wu. Poochie, 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 poochie. The void twisted and 5 majestic figures appeared beside Yang Fan. They were like loyal bodyguards protecting Yang Fann. Ah, quasi-universe lord, all of them are quasi-universe lord. How is this possible? C2180 Yang Fann is my big brother great desolate realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. From all directions, universe lord's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. All quasi-universe lord warriors were quasi-universe lord warriors. Gulp gulp how was this possible? How was this possible? Quasi-universe lord, this was the ultimate expert that was second only to 9 great universe lord, the ultimate expert that stood at the peak of the eternal world. Each and every one of them was an elusive master. As for the vast majority of universe sovereigns, they were almost legendary figures. In the past, they would be able to see one. That was their luck, but now, 5 of them had suddenly appeared. Were they dreaming? What was even more terrifying was that the 5 quasi-universe lord gave them the feeling that the female venerable was the ultimate ruler. Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? Not to mention the sons of quasi-universe lord warriors. The son of the 9th great universe lord would never have such an honor, unless it was the son of universe lord, who had already reached the quasi-universe lord. What exactly is going on? As the person involved, Ancestor Huang Wu's body trembled. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. This was the sudden appearance of the 5 quasi-universe lord. However, none of them were weaker than him. The strongest of them all made him feel as if he was facing a high-ranked quasi-universe lord. Even if he wasn't a true high-grade quasi-universe lord, he would still be infinitely close to a high-grade quasi-universe lord. With the combined strength of the 5 great expert, there was no way he would be a match for them. If he wasn't careful, he might even die. Suddenly, Ancestor Huang Wu's body trembled, as if he had just discovered something terrifying. His eyes were fixed on a quasi-universe lord, Arg Shu. Old Ancestor Rising Sun, you are Patriarch Rising Sun. How is this possible? How is this possible? It was a middle-aged man in a red robe who looked to be in his early 40s. His entire body was as red as fire, and he was emitting an invincible confidence and spirit. Numerous flame worlds that seemed to be able to burn down all worlds appeared around him. It was as if he could control all the flames in the sky with just a thought, and he was incomparably domineering, as if he was the sole ruler of the world, the old ancestor of the rising sun. According to the legends, he was formed by the first star in the world. He had successfully broken through to the quasi-universe lord 5,000 eras ago, and his strength was even slightly stronger than Ancestor Huang Wu's. Of course, what made Ancestor Huang Wu's expression change suddenly wasn't the strength of the old ancestor, but the fact that the old ancestor had fallen in the path of eternity. One should know that he had seen the old ancestor enter path of eternity with his own eyes. Among the group of quasi-universe lord warriors who had returned, there was no sign of the old ancestor. Suddenly, Ancestor Huang Wu's facial expression changed once again, as if he had thought of something. His eyes revealed an indescribable fear. Ancestor Rising Sun, could it be that? Could it be that you've already sided with that person? There was only one possibility for old Ancestor Rising Sun not to be teleported out of Path of Eternity via the Gate of Eternity, and that was that he had been suppressed by someone. Given old Ancestor Rising Sun's cultivation base, which was close to the high quasi-universe lord, if he wanted to leave, even extreme quasi-universe lord would have a hard time keeping him. In Path of Eternity, there was only one person who could easily suppress him. However, the suppressed old ancestor was now here. Ancestor Huang Wu wouldn't believe that old Ancestor Rising Sun had managed to escape from that person with his own abilities, even if he was beaten to death. What kind of strength was that? Not to mention middle-rank quasi-universe lord, the old ancestor of the Rising Sun clan. Even the high and mighty universe lord wouldn't have much hope of escaping if he fell into that expert's hands. There was only one possibility for the old man to see the light of day once more, and that was that he had sided with Yang Fann and was released by him. Ancestor Huang Wu was right. Although Yang Fann didn't care about those intermediate, low-level heaven lords, and quasi-universe lord experts, he didn't intend to let them go just like that. Instead, he forcefully enslaved them, treating them as trash. No matter what, they were all quasi-universe lord experts. It was still possible for him to keep top-grade universe lords below universe lords level by his side, be a thug, or follow a few girls around as bodyguards. Gulp, gulp, you are Yang Chao, His Majesty Yang Fann's daughter. Ancestor Huang Wu's voice was trembling. At this moment, it seemed like he had understood everything. In the entire eternal great world, there were so many quasi-universe Lord natal divine talismans, and the protection of the 5 quasi-universe Lord warriors. Only his daughter could do this. What? She was actually His Majesty Yang Fann's daughter. In all directions, all the universe sovereigns were shocked. After billions of years, the name of Yang Fann, the number 1 person in the eternal great world, had already spread throughout the entire eternal great world. Ordinary domain gods and sovereigns might not understand what Yang Fann's daughter represented, but these universe sovereigns, knew it all too well. She was definitely one of the noblest people in the world. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she wasn't much inferior to Universe Lord and the Heavenly Emperor. One should know that His Majesty Yang Fann was the only invincible expert that could suppress Universe Lord. His status was even higher than the other Universe Lord. Sis Cece, she is actually His Majesty Yang Fann's daughter. Ziyun and the other 3 girls were even more dumbstruck, their faces filled with disbelief. This surprise was even greater than the sudden discovery of an ordinary friend who was the richest man in the world, tens of millions of times bigger. Billions of times bigger more than that. However, in his heart, he felt that something was not right. Sis Cece, was she really the number 1 person in the universe, His Majesty Yang Fann's daughter? They clearly remembered that Sis Cece's full name was Yang Fan. They were called Yang Fann, and they named their daughter Si Fan. As long as it was a normal person, it was impossible to name their daughter like this. At this moment, Yang Fan looked at Ancestor Huang Wu unhappily. Old thing, don't make wild guesses if you don't know. That's my eldest brother. At the end of her words, Yang Fan's face was full of pride. Being able to become Yang Fann's younger sister was the biggest pride of her life. So Sis Cece is His Majesty Yang Fann's younger sister. A flash of understanding appeared on the faces of Ziyun and the other 3 girls. With that said, everything made sense. Miss Yang, well done. That little Hua Sheng of Tianwang actually dares to make Miss your enemy. That is the path of death. That is, Miss, if you don't kill him, I will also definitely kill that little girl and apologize to you. Miss, from today onwards, we have nothing to do with the Baron Sky clan anymore. He changed the topic, as if he was a completely different person. Not only was Sovereign Tian Huang not the junior that he valued the most, he was also the hope and future of the Desolate Heaven clan. On the contrary, it was as if there was an irreconcilable grudge between them, and they wished they could eat his flesh. He drank his blood. Although Yang Fan was not Yang Fan's son, Yang Fan's sister's status was not bad either. She was even better than him. From the fact that Yang Fann sent 5 quasi-universe Lord warriors to protect her, it could be seen how important she was to Yang Fann. Yang Fann wasn't someone the Heavenly Emperor and Universe Lord could afford to offend. He wasn't someone middle-rank quasi-universe Lord could afford to offend. Ancestor Huang Wu was confident that he could escape from the other Universe Lord by relying on his own strength. However, once Yang Fann attacked him, he had no confidence that he could escape from Yang Fann's hands. Unless, he was willing to give up everything and bring the desolate race away from the eternal world, hiding in the endless starry sky. However, in this way, he would never be able to advance further in his life, and break through to the quasi-universe Lord. The universe was vast and boundless. However, the eternal great world was the core of the universe, and it had gathered all the resources of the 9th level of the universe. Even if all the resources of the other universes, including the starry sky and universal world, were added together, they wouldn't be able to match even 1% of the resources of the eternal great world. Furthermore, at this moment, the one who had the upper hand wasn't Ancestor Huang Wu. So what if he wasn't willing to compromise? Under the protection of the 5 quasi-universe Lord who were stronger than him, even if he used all his resources, he had no confidence in killing Yang Fan to avenge Sovereign Tian Huang. What a good heavenly desolate bloodline. It has nothing to do with your desolate race anymore. It's a clean sweep. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Yang Fan sneered and killing intent flashed in her eyes. Ancestor Rising Sun, you all go and kill him. C2181. The desolate ancestor has been killed. Great desolate realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. Yang Fan's beautiful eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. She wanted to completely let go of this matter just because she said that the heavenly desolate bloodline had nothing to do with the desolate race. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Did she really think that Yang Fan was young and insensible, that she was easy to fool? Ancestor Huang Wu had a look of madness on his face. He wanted nothing more than to eat her flesh and drink her blood. However, he was right in front of her, and she wouldn't forget him so easily. If it wasn't for the fact that her guards were strong enough, what awaited her would have caused her hair to stand on end just by thinking about it. To be able to die a quick death was definitely the best outcome. Yes, eldest Miss Ancestor Rising Sun and the other 5 quasi-universe lord answered respectfully. In the next second, boom 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 boom, 5 terrifying pressures of middle-rank quasi-universe lord burst out from their bodies, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, crushing towards Ancestor Huang Wu. In an instant, the surrounding space was completely sealed. None of the quasi-universe lord dared to be perfunctory. They knew very well the position of Yang Fann in their master's heart. The 5 of them were all quasi-universe lord. It was not even a 10,000th chance. The young lady just casually said that they were not. The consequences were far beyond what they could bear. Quasi-universe lord, no matter which universe lord was in his hands. He would become the true core of the supreme race. But in the hands of a monster like Yang Fann, it was insignificant. All these years, the quasi-universe lord first-grade expert that died in the hands of their master, Yang Fann. Without 200, there would be at least 100 or dozens of them. Among them, there were some that were 10 times stronger than them, or even 100 times higher. Peak quasi-universe lord, Miss Yang, please calm down. Miss Yang, please calm down. The desolate race had indeed made a mistake in this matter. As long as Miss Yang could temporarily quell the fury of thunder. We will let this matter go. In the distance, there are 100 billion origin of eternities. Make up for your loss. Ancestor Huang Wu gritted his teeth and said. This time, it was really a huge loss. 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. It wasn't a small amount. It was almost as if the desolate race had accumulated nearly 2 layers of origin of eternities. When these universe sovereigns fell into the ears of the surrounding universe sovereign, it caused their hearts to tremble even more violently. Their eyes were completely red, and they were filled with blazing hot light. Each and every one of them wished to replace Yang Fann and agree to Ancestor Huang Wu's request. That was 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. It was an astronomical figure that far exceeded their imagination. In their lives, not to mention 100 billion cubic meter origin of eternity, even 100 million cubic meter origin of eternity was something that no one had ever seen before. If they could have 100 billion cubic origin of eternities, it was hard to say whether they would be able to break through to the quasi-universe lord. However, it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the top-level universe sovereign. It was even possible for them to reach extreme top-level universe sovereign's realm in one go, 100 billion cubic meter origin of eternity. Do you think I'm a beggar on that street? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up as a hint of ridicule flashed across her face. In the eyes of the other origin of eternities, 100 billion universe sovereigns. That was an astronomical figure. Many extreme top-level universe sovereign. Even if all of his belongings were combined, he might not even be able to obtain 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternities. But if it was Yang Fann, with such a small amount of origin of eternity, what did it count as? One had to know that the amount of Yang Fanns that leaked out from Yang Fann's fingers was several trillions. If 100 billion origin of eternities were exchanged for 1,000 trillion origin of eternities, she might even consider letting Ancestor Huang Wu go. However, this was obviously what she was thinking. 1,000 trillion origin of eternities. Many top-level quasi-universe lords' belongings were just like that. They might not even have that much. And all the desolate race clansmen had sold him, but they still couldn't gather 1,000 trillion origin of eternities. Gulp, gulp, 1,000. 100 billion origin of eternities, yet she was still dissatisfied. In all directions, the universe sovereigns were unable to find any words to describe what was happening. 100 billion origin of eternities was only enough to send a beggar away. Then, what were these people? Psi comparisons were truly infuriating. Woo-woo, why didn't I have such a good eldest brother? Old Ancestor Rising Sun, what are you all waiting for? Return it to me. Yang Fann raised her eyebrows and a trace of impatience flashed across her face. Eldest Miss, please calm down. The 5 quasi-universe lord warriors of the Rising Sun Ancestor quivered. A trace of fear flashed across their eyes. They tore open the space and lunged at Ancestor Huang Wu. At this moment, the position between the two parties seemed to have turned upside down. Yang Fann was not a middle-level universe sovereign at all. Instead, It was the high and mighty middle-rank quasi-universe lord. On the contrary, it was the 5 old ancestors of the Rising Sun clan, the middle-level universe sovereign. The great Tao of Void, forbidden space among the 5 quasi-universe lord, old ancestor Void universe was the first to launch an attack. The terrifying power of space surged and sealed the space around ancestor Huang Wu. It was easy to defeat a quasi-universe lord warrior, but it was also difficult to kill him. If he didn't seal the space, ancestor Huang Wu would only want to leave. Even if the 5 of them were stronger than ancestor Huang Wu, they didn't have much confidence in keeping him alive. Not good. It's the spatial controller ancestor Huang Wu's expression suddenly changed, and the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. His cultivation had reached the quasi-universe lord, and he had mastered 3,000 great Tao laws. Even if it was the mysterious time and spatial law, quasi-universe lord had some knowledge of them. However, most of them only had a superficial understanding of them. It was still possible for him to deal with the universe sovereign, but it was almost impossible for him to deal with a quasi-universe lord using this method. A true quasi-universe lord that cultivated space way, out of dozens of people, not even one could be found. It could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He never thought that he would meet one today. Under the full force of old ancestor Shu Yu, even if he used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his strength, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to break the seal. Adding the other 4 great middle-rank quasi-universe lord, this battle was probably, right at this moment, the sun rises from the east, the 9 suns soar through the sky boom boom rumble. Giant stars with a diameter of more than 10 million miles shot towards ancestor Huang Wu with the force of 9 stars. Each star was no weaker than the full force attack of a low-grade quasi-universe lord. The 9 stars were connected in a straight line, and their power was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. This was the most powerful attack of the Rising Sun clan's ancestor, and it was going to catch up with the full force attacks of some high-grade quasi-universe lord. Die 4 symbols universe slaughter. The 4 symbols old ancestor roared out. Boom boom boom. The azure dragons, vermilion birds, white tigers, black tortoises and divine beasts of the 4 symbols all flashed around the body of the 4 symbols patriarch. Every single one of the 4 symbols divine beasts had an aura that was not inferior to a middle-rank quasi-universe lord's. The 4 symbols merged into one, and the universe was destroyed. Its power was so powerful that it was even more powerful than the deadly strike of the Rising Sun old ancestor. It had almost stepped into the threshold of the high quasi-universe lord. Die fallen sun god slaying arrow swoosh. A terrifying arrow shot out and cut through the void at a speed that surpassed the thought of a low-grade quasi-universe lord. The setting sun heaven lord was the number 1 arrow god in the divine realm. Although he was only an intermediate heaven lord, the power of this deadly arrow was much more terrifying than many high-level heaven lord ultimate skills. It was comparable to the attack of a peak heaven lord. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped ancestor Huang Wu's body, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would die. His body and spirit were destroyed, he couldn't even reincarnate. Roar. The origin of desolation, burn burn wang. Wang, wang. Ancestor Huang Wu's chi rose crazily and steadily. In an instant, he had surpassed middle-rank quasi-universe lord and had broken through to the quasi-universe lord. Roar dodge dodge hong long. 2 ancestor Huang Wu's speed increased to the maximum, and he was even faster than many quasi-top-level quasi-universe lord warriors. In an instant time pause, the last quasi-universe lord finally made his move. It was actually the most mysterious master of time. Although the time master could only stop ancestor Huang Wu for a fraction of a second because of his cultivation base, this 1% of a second was enough for the sunset heaven lord and the others. Ah, the time master is actually the time master. How could this be? No. Celestial domain, heavenly imperial palace. Little son Yang Fann's younger sister. She actually asked 5 quasi-universe lord warriors to guard her. It seemed like little son Yang Fann. This younger sister of his wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. C-2181. The desolate ancestor has been killed. Great desolate realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. Yang Fan's beautiful eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. She wanted to completely let go of this matter just because she said that the heavenly desolate bloodline had nothing to do with the desolate race. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Did she really think that Yang Fan was young and insensible, that she was easy to fool? Ancestor Huang Wu had a look of madness on his face. He wanted nothing more than to eat her flesh and drink her blood. However, he was right in front of her, and she wouldn't forget him so easily. If it wasn't for the fact that her guards were strong enough, what awaited her would have caused her hair to stand on end just by thinking about it. To be able to die a quick death was definitely the best outcome. Yes, eldest Miss Ancestor Rising Sun and the other 5 Quasi-Universe Lord answered respectfully. In the next second, boom 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 boom, 5 terrifying pressures of middle-rank Quasi-Universe Lord burst out from their bodies, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, crushing towards Ancestor Huang Wu. In an instant, the surrounding space was completely sealed. None of the Quasi-Universe Lord dared to be perfunctory. They knew very well the position of Yang Fann in their master's heart. The 5 of them were all Quasi-Universe Lord. It was not even a 10,000th chance. The young lady just casually said that they were not. The consequences were far beyond what they could bear. Quasi-Universe Lord, no matter which Universe Lord was in his hands. He would become the true core of the supreme race. But in the hands of a monster like Yang Fann, it was insignificant. All these years, the Quasi-Universe Lord first-grade expert that died in the hands of their master, Yang Fann. Without 200, there would be at least 100 or dozens of them. Among them, there were some that were 10 times stronger than them, or even 100 times higher. Peak Quasi-Universe Lord, Miss Yang, please calm down. Miss Yang, please calm down. The desolate race had indeed made a mistake in this matter. As long as Miss Yang could temporarily quell the fury of thunder. We will let this matter go. In the distance, there are 100 billion origin of eternities. Make up for your loss. Ancestor Huang Wu gritted his teeth and said. This time, it was really a huge loss. 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. It wasn't a small amount. It was almost as if the desolate race had accumulated nearly 2 layers of origin of eternities. When these universe sovereigns fell into the ears of the surrounding universe sovereign, it caused their hearts to tremble even more violently. Their eyes were completely red, and they were filled with blazing hot light. Each and every one of them wished to replace Yang Fann and agree to Ancestor Huang Wu's request. That was 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. It was an astronomical figure that far exceeded their imagination. In their lives, not to mention 100 billion cubic meter origin of eternity, even 100 million cubic meter origin of eternity was something that no one had ever seen before. If they could have 100 billion cubic origin of eternities, it was hard to say whether they would be able to break through to the Quasi-Universe Lord. However, it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the top-level Universe Sovereign. It was even possible for them to reach extreme top-level Universe Sovereign's realm in one go, 100 billion cubic meter origin of eternity. Do you think I'm a beggar on that street? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up as a hint of ridicule flashed across her face. In the eyes of the other origin of eternities, 100 billion Universe Sovereigns. That was an astronomical figure. Many extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. Even if all of his belongings were combined, he might not even be able to obtain 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternities. But if it was Yang Fann, with such a small amount of origin of eternity, what did it count as? One had to know that the amount of Yang Fanns that leaked out from Yang Fann's fingers was several trillions. If 100 billion origin of eternities were exchanged for 1,000 trillion origin of eternities, she might even consider letting Ancestor Huang Wu go. However, this was obviously what she was thinking. 1,000 trillion origin of eternities. Many top-level quasi-universe lords' belongings were just like that. They might not even have that much. And all the desolate race clansmen had sold him, but they still couldn't gather 1,000 trillion origin of eternities. Gulp, gulp, 1,000, 100 billion origin of eternities, yet she was still dissatisfied. In all directions, the universe sovereigns were unable to find any words to describe what was happening. 100 billion origin of eternities was only enough to send a beggar away. Then, what were these people? Psi comparisons were truly infuriating. Woo-woo, 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 why didn't I have such a good eldest brother? Old ancestor rising sun, what are you all waiting for? Return it to me. Yang Fann raised her eyebrows and a trace of impatience flashed across her face. Eldest miss, please calm down. The 5 quasi-universe lord warriors of the rising sun ancestor quivered. A trace of fear flashed across their eyes. They tore open the space and lunged at Ancestor Huang Wu. At this moment, the position between the two parties seemed to have turned upside down. Yang Fann was not a middle-level universe sovereign at all. Instead, It was the high and mighty middle-rank quasi-universe lord. On the contrary, it was the 5 old ancestors of the Rising Sun clan, the middle-level universe sovereign. The great Tao of Void, forbidden space among the 5 quasi-universe lord, old ancestor Void universe was the first to launch an attack. The terrifying power of space surged and sealed the space around ancestor Huang Wu. It was easy to defeat a quasi-universe lord warrior, but it was also difficult to kill him. If he didn't seal the space, ancestor Huang Wu would only want to leave. Even if the 5 of them were stronger than ancestor Huang Wu, they didn't have much confidence in keeping him alive. Not good. It's the spatial controller ancestor Huang Wu's expression suddenly changed, and the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. His cultivation had reached the quasi-universe lord, and he had mastered 3,000 great Tao laws. Even if it was the mysterious time and spatial law, quasi-universe lord had some knowledge of them. However, most of them only had a superficial understanding of them. It was still possible for him to deal with the universe sovereign, but it was almost impossible for him to deal with a quasi-universe lord using this method. A true quasi-universe lord that cultivated space way, out of dozens of people, not even one could be found. It could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He never thought that he would meet one today. Under the full force of old ancestor Shu Yu, even if he used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his strength, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to break the seal. Adding the other 4 great middle-rank quasi-universe lord, this battle was probably, right at this moment. The sun rises from the east, the 9 suns soar through the sky, boom boom rumble. Giant stars with a diameter of more than 10 million miles shot towards ancestor Huang Wu with the force of 9 stars. Each star was no weaker than the full force attack of a low-grade quasi-universe lord. The 9 stars were connected in a straight line, and their power was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. This was the most powerful attack of the Rising Sun clan's ancestor, and it was going to catch up with the full force attacks of some high-grade quasi-universe lord. Die 4 symbols universe slaughter, the 4 symbols old ancestor roared out. Boom boom boom, the azure dragons, vermilion birds, white tigers, black tortoises and divine beasts of the 4 symbols all flashed around the body of the 4 symbols patriarch. Every single one of the 4 symbols divine beasts had an aura that was not inferior to a middle-rank quasi-universe lord's. The 4 symbols merged into one, and the universe was destroyed. Its power was so powerful that it was even more powerful than the deadly strike of the Rising Sun old ancestor. It had almost stepped into the threshold of the high quasi-universe lord. Die fallen sun god slaying arrow swoosh, a terrifying arrow shot out and cut through the void at a speed that surpassed the thought of a low-grade quasi-universe lord. The setting sun heaven lord was the number 1 arrow god in the divine realm. Although he was only an intermediate heaven lord, the power of this deadly arrow was much more terrifying than many high-level heaven lord ultimate skills. It was comparable to the attack of a peak heaven lord. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped ancestor Huang Wu's body, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would die. His body and spirit were destroyed, he couldn't even reincarnate. Roar. The origin of desolation, burn burn wang. Wang, wang. Ancestor Huang Wu's chi rose crazily and steadily. In an instant, he had surpassed middle-rank quasi-universe lord and had broken through to the quasi-universe lord. Roar dodge dodge hong long. 2 ancestor Huang Wu's speed increased to the maximum, and he was even faster than many quasi-top-level quasi-universe lord warriors. In an instant time pause, the last quasi-universe lord finally made his move. It was actually the most mysterious master of time. Although the time master could only stop ancestor Huang Wu for a fraction of a second because of his cultivation base, this 1% of a second was enough for the Sunset Heaven Lord and the others. Ah, the time master is actually the time master. How could this be? No. Celestial domain, Heavenly Imperial Palace. Little son Yang Fann's younger sister. She actually asked 5 quasi-universe lord warriors to guard her. It seemed like little son Yang Fann. This younger sister of his wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. C-2182. The Heavenly Emperor was attacking Great Desolate Realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose up, and the terrifying energy wave collapsed the 4-direction space. Old ancestor Shu Yu had sealed the space. The master of time, the pause of time. Old ancestor Rising Sun, old ancestor 4 symbols. His combat strength was comparable to a high-level quasi-universe lord, and with the addition of the setting sun Heaven Lord. Their archery skills were unparalleled, and they could even kill gods and destroy souls. They could be said to be the strongest combination of Yang Fann's many Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord warriors. It was that high-grade Quasi-Universe Lord. If he didn't have a top high-grade defensive treasure protecting him, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die under this combined attack. Ancestor Huang Wu was just an ordinary middle-ranked Quasi-Universe Lord. The best defensive treasure in his hand was a peak quasi-intermediate defensive treasure. Even if he used the forbidden arts to burn the source of desolation and forcefully increase his combat strength, he still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being killed in a single strike. Fortunately, old ancestor Shu Yu had sealed the spatial zone. Otherwise, that terrifying energy wave would have destroyed more than half of the shuttle hall. At that time, who knew how many universe sovereigns there would be? Half-step sovereign warriors would be caught in the crossfire and die in it. Under the terrifying power of quasi-universe lord warriors, the universe sovereigns, including top-level universe sovereign warriors, were all very weak. Unless it was an extreme top-level universe sovereign like Sovereign Tian Huang, who had a top-tier universe treasure protecting him, he could barely fight a quasi-universe lord warrior. Hiss. Yun. He fell. Huang. Ancestor Huang Wu fell just like that. This. Am I dreaming? That's a quasi-universe lord, how can that be? In all directions, all the universe sovereign were dumbfounded. Their eyes were lifeless, and it was as if they had fallen into a dream, unable to extricate themselves from it. Although they had already expected Ancestor Huang Wu's defeat to be certain, facing the combined attack of 5 great experts of the same level, unless there was a miracle, they would have no chance of winning. However, they had never thought that this battle would be so exaggerated. In less than an instant, Ancestor Huang Wu was completely killed. Was this really a battle between quasi-universe lord warriors? Wasn't it supposed to be a bloody battle? Wasn't it supposed to be a battle of 9 bulls and 2 tigers just to kill Ancestor Huang Wu? Or was it that all of us were scared by Ancestor Huang Wu? Was he just a piece of trash? In the void. Buzz. Old Ancestor Shu Yu casually waved his hand and unleashed the power of space. A crystal-clear spatial crystal appeared in his hand. Vaguely, one could see the crystal ball in the crystal ball. There was a vast and boundless continent. It was the broken eternal world in Ancestor Huang Wu's body after his death. The next second, old Ancestor Shu Yu and old Ancestor Rising Sun flashed and returned to Yang Fan's side. He then ordered, "Eldest Miss. Young lady, this is Ancestor Huang Wu's desolate eternal world." As he spoke, old Ancestor Shu Yu handed over the spatial crystal in his hand. "You can keep this desolate eternal world for yourselves." Yang Fan gently waved her hand and did not take the spatial crystal from old Ancestor Shu Yu's hand. Yang Fan did not really care about half of middle-ranked quasi-universe lord's wealth. "Thank you, Big Miss." Old Ancestor Shu Yu and the other 3 were immediately delighted and expressed their gratitude sincerely. Yang Fan did not put such a small amount of resources in her eyes, but old Ancestor Shu Yu and the rest were different. Even though Ancestor Huang Wu's eternal world had been shattered during the battle just now, a lot of resources were lost, but the remaining resources were. Even if the 5 of them were to divide the resources equally, it's enough for their property to rise a level up to their accumulation of hundreds of eras. Now that he thought about it, it was not a bad thing to acknowledge Yang Fann as their master. Otherwise, it was impossible to obtain so many resources in one go. It was almost impossible for quasi-universe lord warriors to work together without any selfish motives. If they weren't Yang Fann's servants, they wouldn't be able to work together sincerely, and it would be unknown even if they worked together. Putting aside the heavenly lord of the divine realm, old Ancestor Shu Yu, the Time Lord, and the other 4 quasi-universe lord warriors, the relationship between them wasn't that harmonious. This was especially true when the Time Lord and old Ancestor Shu Yu still had some grudges between them. It was already considered not bad that the 2 of them didn't attack each other directly. Cooperate? What kind of joke was this? Buzz. Yang Fan's delicate body twisted and with light steps, she arrived in front of Ziyun and the other 3 girls in a few steps. Sis Cece, you are you really His Majesty Yang Fan's younger sister? Up until now, Ziyun and the other 3 girls still had an unreal feeling. Their team leader's elder sister, who had been with them for millions of years, had actually become the younger sister of the number 1 person in the universe in the blink of an eye. She had 5 quasi-universe lord guards by her side at all times. This plot was simply tens of millions of times more bizarre than those legends. Didn't you all see it just now? Yang Fann laughed lightly. All right, let's continue our journey. We have only left a small part of the shuttle hall. Yes, sis Cece. We will leave now, we will leave now. Ziyun and the other three girls were like puppets holding strings. They did not know what they were saying or doing. They only cared about following Yang Fann's footsteps. Buzz, buzz, wang. A ripple appeared on the void, and the five of them disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. However, everyone in the surroundings knew that they were just hiding their tracks, and had been following that young lady all this time. Sigh, what should I do now? Continue or withdraw? Very quickly, the universe sovereigns were conflicted in their hearts, and they withdrew just like that. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. That was the inheritance of middle-rank quasi-universe lord. If they could obtain it, it would be enough for their cultivation base to skyrocket in a short period of time. It wasn't impossible to become a quasi-universe lord in the future. However, if they continued, they might be careless. He might have provoked that young lady. At that time, they might not even know how they died. Even a quasi-universe lord like Ancestor Huangwu was killed by that young lady, let alone them, who were all top-level universe sovereign warriors. They weren't even high, middle, or low-level universe sovereign warriors. Sigh, why didn't I have that luck? How good would it be if I were a few juniors? At this moment, all the universe sovereign wished they could become Ziyun and the other three girls. Even an idiot could see that. The young lady continued to explore the shuttle hall. It was all for the sake of Ziyun and the other three girls. Otherwise, how could that young lady take middle-rank quasi-universe lord's inheritance seriously? As the younger sister of the number one person in the universe, if she was willing, not to mention the inheritance of middle-rank quasi-universe lord, it would be the inheritance of extreme quasi-universe lord. That's just one sentence. Sigh, these few juniors are really rich. With such a great god protecting them, even quasi-universe lord warriors in the chaotic domain would have to give them some face in the future. For universe sovereigns like them, they would have to retreat even further. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Two clouds of mushroom clouds kept rising in the shuttle hall. Since her identity had been exposed, Yang Fann did not try to hide it anymore and did not dare to reveal her true strength. She took out the divine sword and swept across the shuttle hall. She quickly broke through the palaces of the divine palace and looted all the treasures inside. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that was more than 10 million times stronger than Ancestor Huangwu descended from the sky and covered the entire shuttle hall, sealing it completely. Not even a fly could escape from it. Ah, this pressure. Universe Lord. This was the pressure of Universe Lord. In an instant, all the Universe Sovereign in Shuttle Hall were shocked. A quasi-Universe Lord, even extreme quasi-Universe Lord would never have such a terrifying pressure. Swoosh swoosh, the void shattered, and a man stepped out. He was a middle-aged man in a purple golden robe, and he was in his 40s. His aura was extremely noble, and he was the only one in the world who could dominate him. His appearance was like the only light in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Ah, it's the Emperor of Heaven, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Why would he appear in Shuttle Hall? Could it be because of her? C2183 Trump Card Great Desolate Realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. In all directions, universe sovereigns were looking at the voids that were standing proudly in the middle of the void. Just like the heavenly emperor of the heaven race who had descended from Emperor Sovereign God, a flash of understanding appeared in his mind. He seemed to be deep in thought. The inheritance of Ancestor Hong Lan. To these universe sovereign, it was a supreme inheritance that was enough for them to gamble everything. However, to the supreme heavenly emperor, there was no need to be polite. Even if it was placed right in front of him, the heavenly emperor might not even take a glance at it. Middle-rank quasi-universe lord and universe lord, the gap between them was more than 10 million times. Furthermore, the heavenly emperor was not an ordinary universe lord. He was the number one expert in their eternal great world. However, if it was that young lady, everything would be logical. Everyone knew that the heavenly emperor and that emperor were quite at odds with each other. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ripples appeared on the void. Old Ancestor Shu Yu and the other 5 quasi-universe lord who were hiding themselves appeared in front of Yang Fann once again. They stood in front of Yang Fann and looked at the heavenly emperor warily. How could they not understand what these universe sovereigns could think of? This heavenly emperor had come with ill intentions. Those who were kind would not come. Devil domain, devil emperor palace. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a terrifying killing intent that sent chills down one's spine flashed across his eyes. Emperor of Heaven, you are courting death. If anything happens to CC, I swear that I will not be human until I destroy your celestial race. Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved, tearing the space apart and disappearing without a trace. Within the void, the heavenly emperor looked down at Yang Fann from above. As for old ancestor Shu Yu and the other 5 quasi-universe lord warriors, they were directly ignored by the heavenly emperor, as if he didn't see them at all. I don't want to hurt you, just follow me obediently. The heavenly emperor's voice was flat. It was as if he was telling a plain truth, thinking about the heavenly race. Ever since the eternal great world was born, over 20,000 eras had passed. They had always been the #1 clan in the eternal great world. Since when? It had been written on the heads of other races, a lowly race that had been born less than 5,000 eras. How could the heavenly emperor be willing to accept this? And this was a chance for him. If he could use this opportunity to lure Yang Fann into celestial domain. Even if Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to extreme quasi-universe lords, under the suppression of the will of celestial domain. Hong Long. In the eternal great world, apart from the chaotic domain, the largest one was the celestial domain. It was several times bigger than the human domain. The will of the heavens and earth of the celestial domain was just as terrifying as the will of the 8 domains. Among all the regions, the scariest one was Universe Lord, who was at the peak of the low grade like Yang Fann. Even a middle-level Universe Lord's cultivation base would be greatly suppressed if he appeared in the celestial domain. You want me to come with you? Heavenly Emperor, you are not qualified, Yang Fann said in a cold voice. Although her eyes had never been so serious before, there was not a trace of fear in them. She, eldest brother, had already expected such an outcome when she came out to explore the world. She had made quite a lot of preparations for this, and there was nothing to be afraid of. If you refuse a toast, you will have to drink a forfeit. Come here obediently for this emperor. The cold shine in the heavenly emperor's eyes flashed. He moved his right arm and grabbed Yang Fann with his palm. If it was too late, there would be a change. With Yang Fann's speed, it would not take him more than 10 minutes to reach Shamama. Once it was delayed until Yang Fann arrived, it would be very difficult for him to capture Yang Fann. It was almost impossible. Roar. Void Universe Great Tao, suppress the wheel of time and space, pause time sunset divine arrow, God Punisher. Old ancestor Shu Yu and the other 5 quasi-universe lord attacked one after another. All of them were using their own ultimate skills. With the combined attack of the 5 of them, even a high-grade quasi-universe lord would be severely injured or even killed by them. However, under the effect of the heaven-sheltering big hand, they were as weak as ants trying to shake a tree. In less than an instant, all of their attacks were destroyed. Woo woo woo, he was dead for sure. We're dead. Ziyun and the other 3 girls closed their eyes in despair. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. They thought that after boarding Sis Cece's ship, they and the family behind them would truly soar into the sky, surpassing all the other high-grade clans and becoming a super force comparable to those top-grade quasi-universe lord clans. Never would they have thought that in the blink of an eye, everything would turn into a dream. Woo woo woo, was there anything more cruel than this in this world? Since it was such an outcome, why should he give them so much hope? At that moment rumble, a terrifying pressure of Universe Lord burst out from Yang Fann's body, and Yang Fann's shadow appeared. Ah, yes, my lord. I knew that my lord would be prepared for this. Ha ha ha, we are saved. We are saved. Old ancestor Shu Yu's heart was filled with despair. A ray of hope shone in his heart. This power clone was one of the trump cards that Yang Fann had left for Yang Fann. It was a life-saving killing move that was injected into Yang Fann's body when she had just broken through to the Universe Sovereign stage. Although she had just broken through to the Universe Sovereign stage, Yang Fann's combat strength. At most, he could only be compared to a high and low-grade Universe Lord. However, once this clone was activated, the combat strength it could unleash in a short period of time wouldn't be much weaker than the Devil Emperor that was suppressed by Yang Fann. Heavenly Emperor, how dare you plot against my CC? You are courting death. Rumble. Horrifying killing intent erupted from Yang Fann's clone. He turned into a terrifying great gods and rushed towards the Heavenly Emperor. Yang Fann, is this the life-saving technique you left for your sister? It seems like this girl has a high position in your heart. It is even higher than what I expected. All right, the Heavenly Emperor was not surprised but delighted. A clone that is able to unleash the power of the battle power of Universe Lord is not something that can be easily split apart. Even though Yang Fann was the limit of Universe Lord, he was still able to create such a clone. Hong Long. If it wasn't for the fact that he attached great importance to his sister, Yang Fann would never waste such a huge amount of vital energy to form a clone to protect her safety. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor's confidence increased by a few more points. Capturing this girl might really be able to invite the Emperor into the trap and make Yang Fann obediently enter the celestial domain. Kill bang bang, a black and a golden giant collided with each other. The terrifying power seemed like it was going to explode the entire Shamama. Ah, is this the power of Universe Lord? Vicious, vicious, truly brutal. Wuxia high-level Universe Sovereign retreated quickly, his heart still lingering in fear. If it wasn't for his timely reaction, he would have been destroyed by the frenzied energy waves like a bunch of Universe Sovereigns, and would have died a graveless death. 10 breaths later. Yang Fann, this Emperor will accept your sister and let this Emperor explode rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Yang Fann's clone exploded into pieces. After all, it was just a clone of Yang Fann that had just broken through. Its strength was limited, and its combat strength wasn't even comparable to a quasi-intermediate like Devil Emperor. Furthermore, it was different from a real Universe Lord. It had an indestructible divine body, and it would be its limit if it could last for 10 breaths of time. 3. Ah, it's over, we're finished. Old Ancestor Shu Yu and the others let out mournful wails, their faces filled with despair. Even the last trump card left behind by their lord was destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor. What could they use to fight against the Heavenly Emperor? It was not as if they had never thought about whether Yang Fann would be able to escape or not. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, it was snuffed out in the cradle by them. Not to mention, the surrounding space had already been sealed by the Heavenly Emperor. With their meager strength, the possibility of them breaking the seal was extremely close to zero. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would only be able to survive for a few breaths' time. Their innate soul was in the hands of their master, Yang Fann. With just a thought from Yang Fann, their lives would be in danger. With their master's love for their young lady, they would never let them live to see tomorrow's sun if they dared to abandon Yang Fann and flee for their lives. Bitch, be a good girl. Follow me. A hint of ridicule flashed across the Emperor's eyes, but before he could say the word, die. Rumble. Another terrifying chi of Universe Lord rose from Yang Fann's body. It was even more terrifying than the previous one. It was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. It was chasing after the Dragon Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, and other quasi-high-rank Universe Lord. Bitch, another power clone. Are you kidding me? How much does this little son Yang Fann pamper this lowly servant? C2184 Old dog, you really want to die? Great desolate realm, Shamama, Shuttle Hall. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes widened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This was not an ordinary power clone, but the source clone that possessed the battle power of Universe Lord. Every single one of them would consume a large amount of their vital energies, and even a tiny bit of their origin energy. To be bestowed with one was already a great favor. For example, he himself had millions of heirs. However, among them was the most beloved son of the divine capital's heavenly king. He had given him a source clone to protect his safety. However, the path of the laws in Path of Eternity was different. The source clone that he had left in the body of the divine capital heavenly king seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Even after the heavenly king of fairies' capital was devoured by Yang Fann, it still hadn't been activated. Otherwise, with Yang Fann's cultivation base at that time, that source clone of the heavenly emperor would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. If something went wrong, would he be able to successfully obtain the Heart of Eternity? After all, Yang Fann, who had yet to break through to the Universe Sovereign Realm, only had his combat strength at the threshold of Universe Lord. Even Devil Emperor was much weaker than the human Sovereign Realm. As for Universe Lord, who was at the quasi-top level of the Heavenly Emperor Realm, he had carefully prepared a source clone. Although it hadn't reached the high-level and low-level battle power of Universe Lord Realm, it had still surpassed Devil Emperor. It was comparable to a low-level intermediate Universe Lord. 2 battle power of Universe Lords, the source clone. Even for a peak low-grade Universe Lord, it wasn't a small burden, especially the second source clone. Its strength was 10 times stronger than the first source clone, and it was 10 times stronger than the first. Not only that, the combat strength of each source clone was stronger. The consumption of the vital energy in its source had increased exponentially. Creating a source clone with such combat strength that was comparable to a low quasi-high-rank universe lord like the Dragon Monarch in the Phoenix clan, the consumption was terrifying. Even Yang Fann wouldn't be able to recover without hundreds of billions of years of recuperation. This love was completely doting on him. Ah, my lord, it's the source clone of another lord. Good, we haven't lost yet. We haven't lost yet. In an instant, the darkness in the hearts of Patriarch Shu Yu and the others dissipated. Furthermore, the second source clone was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Kill the Heavenly Emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and lunged at Yang Fann's source clone. The first source clone took him 10 breaths of time before it exploded. This second source clone's combat strength was more than 10 times stronger than the first source clone. Without a few minutes, he had no confidence in dealing with this source clone. As for Yang Fann, he would arrive in 15 minutes at most. He didn't have that much time to waste. Bang bang bang. In all directions, a huge area of the spatial zone collapsed into dust. Countless mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and the entire shuttle hall collapsed, turning into ruins. Buzz, 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 buzz. At some point in time, a protective barrier had appeared around Yang Fann, protecting them. This was a patron saint talisman that Yang Fann had personally refined. Below Universe Lord was Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. Without 2 hours, he would not be able to break the barrier. Old Ancestor Shu Yu and the other 5 Quasi-Universe Lord experts were still a little weak. It was fine if they were at the border, but at the center of the battlefield. That terrifying power seemed to have exceeded their limits. Just by relying on these 5 Quasi-Universe Lord warriors, they were like a lone boat in a raging ocean. They were in danger of being overturned at any moment. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Roar. Heavenly Emperor Sword Chi, explode bang. The Heavenly Emperor Sword Chi that had gathered in his clone exploded, shattering Yang Fann's source clone into countless pieces. The overbearing Sword Chi killed everything in its path, shattering the countless pieces into pieces. There was no chance for it to come back to life. However, before the Heavenly Emperor could heave a sigh of relief, his eyes widened. What he saw was another terrifying Chi of Universe Lord rising from Yang Fann's body. It was even more terrifying. It was 10 times more terrifying than the sum of the first 2 source clone. Not only that, it was not much weaker than a quasi-top-grade Universe Lord like him. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Little son Yang Fann, could it be that he has gone crazy? The Heavenly Emperor was so shocked that he felt like he was in a dream. He had used the limit of Universe Lord's cultivation base to save a top-grade battle power of Universe Lord, the source clone. This was no longer as simple as consuming vital energies. It had completely shaken his foundation. The consequence of this was that his cultivation base would regress if it was light, but if it was heavy, it would directly cut off his path. It was not impossible for him to advance any further. As soon as Yang Fann advanced to Universe Lord, he had the ability to rival a low-grade power of Universe Lord. His talent was extraordinary, and it wasn't something that they could compare with. In the future, not to mention a middle-level Universe Lord, even a high-level Universe Lord might be able to do so. No matter how much he doted on his sister, it was impossible for him to destroy his own future. Can't take it anymore. You want to capture me? That's ridiculous, Yang Fann sneered. She was merely a clone of the 3 paths' power. The clone that eldest brother had left on him was not limited to the 3 paths. There were 5 of them. After Yang Fann advanced to the Universe Sovereign, almost every time he broke through to a higher level, he would leave a power clone on Yang Fann's body. Of course, it was not just Yang Fann. Yu Nuo and the other 3 girls were the same. Each of them had 5 power clones on them. They had the ability to devour the heavens and devour the earth. This heaven-defying divine technique was so willful. It was different from the Heavenly Emperor and the others. Any one of these clones would cause great damage to their Yuan Qi. It wouldn't take more than 10,000 years for it to recover. As for the so-called shaking of one's foundation, it was even more ridiculous. Furthermore, Yang Fann had never been afraid of shaking one's foundation. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, the worst thing he could do was to devour more experts. There was no loss, it was something he could not make up for. Emperor of Heaven. Yang Fann's source clone gave a ferocious smile and shattered the void. Then, he thrust his palm toward the Emperor of Heaven. Bang! The Heavenly Emperor subconsciously countered with his palm. The terrifying rebounding force almost shattered the web between his thumb and forefinger. Finally, the Heavenly Emperor believed that all of this was real. Yang Fann, that madman, had really left the source clone with the battle power of Universe Lord on his sister's body. Bitch it, consider this lowly servant's luck. The Heavenly Emperor gave Yang Fann a fierce look. In his heart, there was a faint hint of wanting to retreat. It was a clone that had the same strength as him. Not even half an hour, not even half an hour. He was not confident that he could defeat the source clone. And such a long period of time was enough for Yang Fann to travel back and forth from Devil Emperor Palace several times. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I should have called the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's pupils constricted and a trace of regret flashed across his face. He shouldn't have been so arrogant, thinking that a mere human junior was nothing. If he called the Heavenly Emperor, they would be able to stall this clone and suppress that lowly servant alone. With the importance Yang Fann attached to this servant, there was a high chance that he would go to Celestial Domain to rescue her. And if they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to capture this lowly servant in the future. In the future, this lowly servant's whereabouts would be even more cautious. Perhaps, she might stay in Devil Domain all the time and not leave. Right at this moment, Heavenly Emperor, you shameless dogfish, how dare you have designs on my sister? You really want to die? A bone-chilling voice descended from the sky and swept across the entire shuttle hall. No, how is this possible? How can you be so fast? The Heavenly Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. The whereabouts of Yang Fann wasn't a secret to Universe Lord. He had never left the Devil Emperor Palace in Devil Domain. Even if he was an extreme low-level Universe Lord, even if he used the forbidden arts, it would still take him nearly 15 minutes to arrive at the shuttle hall. However, it had only been a short period of time, only 5 minutes had passed. Roar, old dog, come and die, rumble. A terrifying power that was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than the Heavenly Emperor descended from the sky. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, smashing straight into the ground. Poochie poochie poochie. Wherever the power went, everything was destroyed. The broken shuttle hall had finally reached its limit. It had completely collapsed and turned into history. Ah no, this power, little son Yang Fann, you have been hiding your strength all this time. 0C2185 Crazy Revenge Great Desolate Realm, Shamama. The Heavenly Emperor's pupils contracted, and an indescribable fear flashed across his face. That terrifying power was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than when he fought 5 Universe Lord. Even if he had yet to break through to the middle-level Universe Lord, he would still be able to step into the middle-level Universe Lord with a single step. Damn it, we were all fooled by this little son Yang Fann. He has been hiding his true strength all this time. In the previous battle, he didn't even use all of his combat strength. After thinking about it carefully, he felt extremely afraid. Even today's incident was a trap set up by this little son Yang Fann on purpose. It was to lure them into attacking so that he could seize the opportunity to suppress another Universe Lord. As for the fact that Yang Fann had only broken through in the past few billion years, the Heavenly Emperor had never even thought about it. This was billions of years, not tens of billions of years, and not even dozens of eras. Not to mention the increase in strength by 10 times or 100 times, even a slight improvement was considered a great fortune. This scheming, this forbearance, this. A bone-piercing chill rose from the bottom of the Heavenly Emperor's feet, straight up. In his shoes, if he had a quasi-intermediate battle power of Universe Lord, under those circumstances, he would definitely not have been able to endure it. At that moment, the space under the Heavenly Emperor's feet twisted, and a huge golden lotus bed appeared out of nowhere. It shone with a golden light and protected the Heavenly Emperor. Vaguely, one could see countless worlds flashing in the golden light. It was as if there were countless living beings praying and worshipping. The 18th grade chaotic golden lotus was originally only a 12th grade chaotic golden lotus. It was a top-notch universe treasure that was nurtured by the heaven and earth when the eternal great world was first born. After spending nearly 20,000 eras from the Heavenly Emperor, it had been meticulously nurtured by countless treasures of the heavens and the earth. Finally, one step at a time, he had spent 18 vital treasures, becoming the vital treasure in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, a quasi-original treasure of the Heavenly Emperor's sword grade. It was the strongest defensive treasure in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor. Compared to the God's Tower in Divine Emperor's hands, it was much stronger. Even a limit-low-grade Universe Lord would not be able to easily shatter the defense of the 18th grade Chaotic Golden Lotus if he did not have the original treasure. Rumble. Yang Fann's palm landed on the golden light. It was a terrifying force that was on par with a middle-level Universe Lord, and it could destroy everything in its path. Kai, Kai, Kai. The golden light cracked and distorted, and tiny cracks could be seen on its surface. The eternal great world within the Heavenly Emperor's divine body shook intensely. His magical power was like a flood that had opened its gates, quickly flowing away. Not good. The Heavenly Emperor shuddered, and finally came back to his senses. Now was not the time to be shocked. The Yang Fann from before was no match for him, let alone unleashing his true combat strength. His combat strength had increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. If he didn't leave now, even if he wasn't suppressed by little son Yang Fann like Devil Emperor, he would still have to pay a heavy price. Golden Lotus Divine Escape Technique. A flash of determination appeared in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood essence onto the chaotic Golden Lotus. In an instant, the golden light of the chaotic Golden Lotus shone brightly. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. Even Yang Fann couldn't stop it. Bitch old dog, you're really fast. Yang Fann cursed in his heart. Without the space treasure sealing the spatial zone, the possibility of keeping these Universe Lord alive was too low. He was afraid that only when he truly broke through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign would he be able to improve himself. However, it wasn't so easy to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign. Devil Emperor had almost been devoured by him, but his cultivation base was still far from the threshold of the quasi-middle-level Universe Sovereign. If he wanted to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign, he would have to devour half of the Heavenly Emperor and Universe Lord. There was still a long way to go. Woo woo woo. We survived. We survived. Although Ancestor Shu Yu and the others felt relieved when they saw Yang Fann's third source clone, they still couldn't help but shed tears when the Heavenly Emperor fled. That was the joy of surviving a disaster. Facing a Universe Lord, the Heavenly Emperor was once the #1 expert in the eternal great world. The pressure he felt was not something that could be described with words. If it were any other quasi-Universe Lord, at this moment, they might have already collapsed the next second. Old Ancestor Shu Yu and the other three hastily bowed to Yang Fann. Shu Yu, time, setting sun, 4 symbols, greetings, master. No need for formalities. Yang Fann gently waved his hand and a gentle force lifted the 5 of them. With a step, he crossed them and arrived in front of Yang Fann. He asked with concern, "CC, are you hurt? Did you get scared?" "Eldest brother, I'm fine. That old thing can't hurt me. It's good that you're fine. CC, do you want to follow me back, or do you want to continue exploring the chaotic domain?" "Eldest brother, I don't want to go back so soon." Yang Fann shook her head lightly. She had only come out for a few million years, and there were more than 260 major realms in the chaotic domain. Up until now, only a few had left. "All right, take care of yourself. Eldest brother will go back first." Yang Fann nodded slightly and did not continue to persuade her. After this battle, the Heavenly Emperor and Universe Lord had probably been scared out of their wits. In a short period of time, they probably did not have the courage to continue scheming against his sister. Of course, there was really that thing that did not know the difference between life and death, so there was no harm in doing so. With the protection of his 3-source clone, if these Universe Lord really dared to plot against his sister, he would only end up with a nose full of dust. The 3rd source clone had almost all of the quasi-top grade low-grade battle power of Universe Lords, and the remaining 2 were even more terrifying. They truly had top-grade low-grade source clones, or even extreme low-grade Universe Lords. To put it bluntly, even if they were to face 5 Universe Lords attack once more, they would still be able to easily fight them for 2 hours. While they were talking, buzz, Yang Fann's soul moved. The 3rd source clone that had just appeared once again turned into a source and surged into Yang Fann's body. "Ziyun, Shui Yi, let's go too." Seeing that Yang Fann had disappeared without a trace, Yang Fann waved her hand at Ziyun and the other 3 girls who were still in a daze and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The shuttle hall had completely turned into nothingness. The inheritance of Ancestor Hong Lan and many other treasures had all been turned into ashes. There was no need for them to stay any longer. After a long time, the group of universe sovereigns that were lucky enough to escape the tribulation slowly emerged. Each and every one of them was filled with palpitations. The fear in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Only now did they realize that the cultivation strength that they were proud of in the past was so lowly and laughable. Compared to the true ultimate experts, these universe sovereigns were probably not even considered ants. They had killed many universe sovereigns with just some residual waves. Even if there weren't 100 of them, there were still a few dozen of them. There was even less of a need to talk about half-step sovereign and top dominator. Almost no one was able to leave Shuttle Hall alive. However, being able to witness this pinnacle battle is the fortune of our lives. Especially His Majesty Yang Fann. He is truly terrifying. He actually hid his true strength. I dare not imagine it. That's right, there's no one else who can be so calculative and patient. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is no match for him. If he didn't leave decisively, I'm afraid he would have to pay some price. In the future, even if I offend those barbarians from the witch clan whose brains are filled with muscles, I will never offend the human race. Many universe sovereigns secretly made up their minds, treating the human race as a taboo in their hearts. They were not afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid of 1 in 10,000. Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann waved his hand. Streaks of light cut through the void, turning into peerless experts with terrifying auras. The weakest one had more than 10 times the aura of Sovereign Tian Huang. All of them were first-grade quasi-universe lord expert. Greetings, Master. As soon as these people appeared, they all knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Fann. They were the intermediate, low-level heaven lords, and quasi-universe lord that Yang Fann had captured in the divine realm. There were a total of 5 intermediate heaven lords, 18 low-level heaven lords, 6 intermediate quasi-universe lord, and 27 low-level quasi-universe lord heaven lords. These are the 36 major realms controlled by the heaven race in chaotic domain. All the heaven race and the subordinate forces of the heaven race are to be killed. C 2186 sweeping through the celestial race eternal world, Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Boom! Terrifying killing intent was like a surging tide, surging within Yang Fann's heart. See, a dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. How dare he have designs on his sister? He would never let this matter go. The Heavenly Emperor, as well as the Celestials, just wait. Everything has just begun. Dao Territory, Great Dao Palace. Hiss. What a good Yang Fann. What a deep schemer. He actually had a hidden trump card. How terrifying. Phew, thank goodness I didn't make a move. The Dao Lord felt a lingering fear in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't know that Yang Fann's sister had appeared in the heavenly desolate great realm. However, after thinking for a while, he forcefully suppressed the urge to attack. She was just one of Yang Fann's younger sisters. So what if he captured her? For universe lord like them, how many of them attached importance to familial love? In their shoes, there was no need to talk about a younger sister. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, he wouldn't take them to heart. Furthermore, with his cultivation, even if Yang Fann entered their Dao domain, it was still possible for him to defeat Yang Chao. However, there was absolutely no hope for him to completely suppress Yang Fann. Although the power of dimensions was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent if he really had a reckless idea about his sister Yang Fann. If it was him, the Heavenly Emperor would be able to retreat from Yang Fann's hands. It was hard to say. He was just an ordinary intermediate universe lord. He was much weaker than a quasi-high-rank universe lord. Compared to a quasi-middle-level universe lord, the gap between them was just too great. Even if he could escape, he would have to pay a heavy price. Phoenix Region, Phoenix Heavenly Palace. What a good Yang Fann, a quasi-middle-level universe lord. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in Phoenix Emperor's heart. A low-grade universe lord was already strong enough to suppress 5 universe lord and his alliance. Even if she borrowed the power of the realm, she might not be a match for him. If she was outside of Phoenix domain, she wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from Yang Fann. Do I still want to continue going against this Yang Fann? Is it worth it to sacrifice my Phoenix clan for the sake of a colorful phoenix? God Realm, God Emperor Palace. Bitch, it's actually a quasi-middle-level universe lord. I almost got tricked by this little girl. Divine Emperor gnashed his teeth in anger, but his face revealed a trace of lingering fear that was difficult to conceal. He was different from the Path Master. He just thought about it. He had already put his actions into action. He wanted to kill Yang Fann first. He wanted to collect some interest, but his speed was not as fast as Yang Fann and the Heavenly Emperor. The divine realm was far from the great desolate realm, and it was far above the celestial domain. Halfway through, everything had already ended, but no matter how well you hide it, once Brumo Commander-in-Chief arrives, it will be the end of you, child. Human domain, human imperial palace. Good with little friend Yang Fann here, the human race will have nothing to worry about. The name of the human race is the #1 race in the eternal world, there is no doubt about it. From now on, we absolutely cannot provoke the human race. After Devil Emperor was suppressed, the entire eternal great world was once again shaken. Many universe sovereigns listed the human race as targets that they could not provoke. Great Realm of Rain Radiance. This was one of the top major realms in the chaotic domain. Its strength was formidable. Compared to the Great Realm of Desolate, it was only slightly inferior. Among all the realms in the chaotic domain, it could be said to be one of the top 30. The Great Realm of Yue, the Eternal Realm of Yue. This was a high-level, top-notch eternal world. Although Yue Heavenly King was only a top-grade top-level universe sovereign, many quasi-universe lord warriors wouldn't dare to provoke him. The reason was none other than the birth of Heavenly King Yue. He was one of the Heavenly Kings. The heavenly race was different from the Devil clan. The human race had only risen to power after a few thousand eras. It was the most ancient and powerful race in the eternal great world. Before Wu God of the Witch clan reached the Tao-confirming realm, he had almost unified the entire eternal great world. He wasn't like the Devil clan, who only knew how to hide behind their backs. He didn't dare to casually stand in front of the stage. There were many major realms in the chaotic domain, and most of them were controlled by the heavenly kings. They couldn't believe that any force would dare to touch the benefits of their race. This was the confidence of the #1 overlord of the eternal great world. Even those lunatics from the Witch clan wouldn't dare to provoke the heavenly race unless it was absolutely necessary. Heaven sealing talisman, seal the heavens. All of a sudden, an ethereal voice sounded like a sound of great Tao in the underworld. It rang in the ears of all the living beings in the eternal rain world. Ah, not good. Heavenly King Yu Hui's expression changed as an extremely ominous feeling welled up in his heart. The connection between him and Yu Hui's eternal world had actually been completely severed in an instant. Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that made Yue, a peak top-level universe sovereign, feel despair descended from the sky, covering the entire eternal rain realm. Bang, bang, bang. Under the universe sovereign, the trillions of living beings were crushed into pieces before they could even scream. Ah! Bitch it, quasi-universe lord. This is the pressure of a quasi-universe lord. Heavenly King Yu Hui's heart trembled violently, and a trace of despair could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Under the seal of the heaven-sealing talisman, he, who had temporarily lost the support of the world will, was only an ordinary peak top-level universe sovereign. Compared to a quasi-universe lord, he was thousands of times weaker, and was absolutely not someone he could fight against. Arg! Blood escape great technique. Heavenly King Yue opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the forbidden arts skill. Blood escape, he didn't even care about the life and death of all the venerables under his command. As soon as the quasi-universe lord appeared, kill them, Yu Hui. There were trillions of living beings in the eternal world, and many of them were from the heaven race. It was obvious that they were determined to become enemies with Heavenly King Yue and the heaven race. There was no way for them to be at ease with each other. In that instant, blood escape, stay behind. A mocking voice rang in Heavenly King Yu Hui's ears. Boom! A terrifying power of space enveloped Heavenly King Yu Hui's body, sealing off all of his energy. In the next second, Poochie, the space in front of Heavenly King Yue distorted, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. He was in his 40s, and he was floating in the air like a cloud. His aura was unfathomable. There was a natural concept that returned to its original state on his body. However, between his brows was a concept that returned to its original state. There was a peerless majesty that couldn't be concealed. Roar! Who are you? Have I ever offended you? Why did you kill me, Yu Wei, in the eternal world? Yu Wei Heavenly King stared at the white-robed middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes, like an enraged beast. If you want to blame someone, blame your master, the Heavenly Emperor. How dare he have designs on my young miss? Today, all of you will die. What? Miss? Could it be? Could it be? Heavenly King Yu Hui's pupils constricted, as though he had thought of something. I understand. Then let's go on our way obediently. Number. Our Emperor will not let you off. He will not let you off. Great Divine Light Realm, Eternal Divine Light Realm, Great Realm of the Sky, Great Realm of the Sky Dome. The Eternal Realm, Great Realm of Fortune, Eternal Realm of Fortune. Great Realm of Abundant Yang, Eternal Realm of Abundant Yang. Great Realm of Cold Moon, Eternal Realm of Cold Moon. Great Divine Sea Realm, Eternal Divine Sea Realm. On the same day, the Celestials controlled 36 great realms and 36 top eternal worlds of the chaotic domain. Rumble, 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 rumble. Terrifying pressure that made top-level universe sovereign despair descended from the sky, covering the entire eternal world. Yang Fann had 5 intermediate heaven lords, 18 low-grade heaven lords, 6 intermediate quasi-universe lord, and 27 low-grade quasi-universe lord under his command. He strictly followed Yang Fann's orders and turned into a terrifying god of slaughter, crazily slaughtering all the eternal worlds. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, you won't die a good death, you won't die a good death, woo 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 woo. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor saved you. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, save me. Hua Sheng, I'll fight you to the death. Die together with me. C 2187. The Fall of the Lord of the Universe, Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain. Yang Fann had 23 heaven lords and 33 great quasi-universe lord subordinates. Under Yang Fann's command, all 36 major realms under the control of the heavenly race attacked at the same time. Under the heaven sealing talisman and the world will, these heavenly kings and universe sovereign were unable to organize any powerful resistance. Even the Divine Sea Eternal World and Eternal Red Pavilion World that were ranked in the top few realms of the chaotic domain weren't able to last for even an incense stick of time under the siege of several quasi-universe lord warriors before they were turned into ruins. Celestial Domain, Heavenly Imperial Palace. Rumble, 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 rumble. A terrifying killing intent, like a cosmic storm, shot up into the sky from within the Heavenly Imperial Palace, stirring up endless winds and clouds. The entire celestial domain was filled with raging winds and rolling thunder. It was as if the heavens were furious and the end of the world had come. Roar, Yang Fann, you're a virgin, I will kill you, I will kill you. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes spurted out blood. His voice was frenzied, and he looked like a furious beast. If you want to eat someone, you have 36 major realms. 36 heavenly kings and hundreds of sovereigns. Just like that, tens of billions of clansmen fell at Hua Sheng's hands. The legacy of the celestial race had lasted for more than 20,000 eras. It could be said that it had existed since the eternal world was born. However, there were not many true clansmen. Less than a trillion, far from being comparable to other races. Tens of billions of clansmen were nothing to the other races. Especially humans, any small world. There were more than these people, but to the heaven race. This was enough to shake the foundation of the heaven race. Furthermore, there were also 36 heavenly kings and hundreds of supremacies. One had to know that the celestial race only had less than 10,000 universe sovereigns, and the top-level universe sovereign heavenly king expert had more than 100. This loss was truly too great. Old dog, what are you barking for? You want to kill me? I'm right here. Come out if you dare. Yang Fann's voice rumbled across the entire celestial domain, ordering the heaven lords under his command. When the quasi-universe lord had swept through the 36 major realms of the heaven race, Yang Fann had stopped right in front of the celestial domain. If not for this, how could his subordinates, heaven lords and quasi-universe lord, sweep across the 36 major realms so easily? If they weren't careful, some heaven lords and quasi-universe lord might even die. Whether it was the heavenly emperor or the heavenly emperor, none of them were someone his subordinates could deal with. Furthermore, the heaven race was different from the human race. They had limited resources and no quasi-universe lord. Apart from the divine capital heavenly king that was devoured by Yang Fann, there were also several quasi-universe lord in the heaven race. The strongest one was a top-level quasi-universe lord warrior, and his strength was far greater than the heaven lords and universe lord. Bitch it. The heavenly emperor gritted his teeth. He really wanted to leave everything behind and rush out to fight Yang Fann. However, the last shred of rationality he had left forced him to suppress this impulse. Without the support of the realm power, he was absolutely no match for Dark Star. When he had just received help from the heavenly emperor, it wasn't as if he hadn't fought Yang Fann before. Unfortunately, the two of them were far from being a match for Yang Fann. There was no way they could break through Yang Fann's blockade. Even the Heavenly Emperor, who was only an intermediate universe lord, was severely injured by Yang Fann. Time passed, minute by minute. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Yang Fann gave the celestial domain a deep look. Then, his body moved and disappeared without a trace. In these 3 days, the Heaven Lords under Yang Fann, quasi-universe lord, carried out Yang Fann's orders thoroughly. They didn't let go of any of the 36 great territories, even those low eternity worlds. All of the subordinate forces of the heaven race were wiped out and slaughtered. There were truly less than a tenth of these great territories. There were ruins everywhere, and without hundreds of eras or even longer to rebuild them, these 36 great territories couldn't hope to return to their former prosperity. Ruthless, truly too ruthless, great realm of the universe, great realm of the divine sea, great realm of divine light. It can be considered to be completely over. This is the #1 person in my eternal great world. Not only is his strength terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end, his subordinates are similarly terrifying to the extreme. In the entire eternal great world, countless experts were in utter shock. His strength was unparalleled under the heavens. It was one thing, but he still had 56 quasi-universe lord subordinates. Just thinking about it made people despair. One should know that in the vast eternal world and even the entire starry sky of the universe, even if all the quasi-universe lord were combined together, there might not even be 300 quasi-universe lord. He couldn't afford to offend them, he really couldn't afford to offend them. Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Destroying the 36 major realms of the heaven race had helped him vent his anger. Yang Fann continued his seclusion and devoured Devil Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was holed up in the celestial domain, and with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It would only be a waste of time if he continued to stay there. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Its body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the remaining strength of origin left by Devil Emperor. That skinny Devil Emperor, who had almost lost his human form, once again withered at a terrifying speed. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 80 million years had passed. In these 80 million years, the conflict between the human race and the celestial race had completely escalated. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't do anything to Yang Fann. He could only vent his anger on the human race. However, because the Heavenly Emperor was afraid of Yang Fann's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to leave the celestial domain so easily. The other Heavenly Emperor Universe Lord had been seriously injured by Yang Fann and had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. With the strength of the heaven race alone, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with the human race. One should know that the current human race was no longer the same as before. After occupying the Devil Domain, their power was like a snowball, soaring crazily. Furthermore, there were 56 Heaven Lords left behind by Yang Fann, and Quasi-Universe Lord were in charge of the human race. Their overall strength was no weaker than the heavenly race. After numerous clashes, not only did the heaven race not gain any advantage, they even lost a large number of experts. Rumble, 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 rumble. Suddenly, the winds howled and clouds surged. Countless living beings in the entire eternal great world felt an indescribable sense of sorrow as a massive rain of blood descended from the sky. It was as if the heavens were weeping. Bang, bang, bang. Countless worlds and secret realms. Numerous divine statues of Devil Emperor had collapsed and turned into fragments. Gulp, gulp. This phenomenon was difficult. Could it be that Devil Emperor has fallen? Hiss. No, could it be true? Devil Emperor. How is this possible? How is this possible? Countless experts swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, not daring to believe all of this. The fact that Devil Emperor was suppressed by Yang Fann wasn't a secret, but it was one thing to suppress him. It was another matter to completely fall. Almost no one had ever thought that Yang Fann would be able to kill Devil Emperor. Universe Lord was a supreme existence that claimed that the universe was destroyed and that they wouldn't be able to destroy him. Since the ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of Universe Lord's death. He died. Devil Emperor really died in the hands of Yang Fann. The other universe sovereigns were hard to believe for Quasi-Universe Lord, but the Heavenly Emperor, Wu God, and Universe Lord were very sure that Devil Emperor, who was also one of the 9 great Universe Lord, had really died. In the entire universe, they could no longer find any trace of Devil Emperor's brand chi. Only when Devil Emperor had truly fallen would his brand be completely erased. All of Universe Lord, including the human sovereign realm experts, felt a sense of sorrow for the death of a rabbit. Initially, they thought that by advancing to Universe Lord, they would be eternal, but they didn't expect that Universe Lord, like the others, would fall one day. At this moment, their fear of Yang Fann had reached its limit. This monster really had the power to kill them all. Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and sighed in his heart. It was just as he had expected, he had completely devoured and refined Devil Emperor. Not to mention breaking through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign, he was still far from reaching the quasi-middle-level Universe Sovereign. If he wanted to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign, he would have to devour a few Universe Lord. However, where could he find Universe Lord? There were only a few Universe Lord in the entire Eternal Great World, and all of them were hiding in their respective realms, unable to move even if he wanted to. Could it be that he was going to leave the universe and head to the chaotic starry sky? Unknowingly, Yang Fann had a hint of intention to leave. He would continue to stay in Origin Universe. His cultivation base was basically at its limit. Even if he was lucky enough to devour the Heavenly Emperor and the others, advancing to the middle-level Universe Sovereign was his limit. With his current strength, he could be considered to have the qualification to explore the chaotic starry sky. Let's wait a little longer. Let's devour this universe source first. Shaking his head gently, Yang Fann carefully took out the universe source. In the next second, for the first time ever, the Cosmic Eternal Divine Arts was activated. C2188 Coming Eternal World, Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann sat cross-legged. Boundless divine light erupted from all the pores on his body, making him look like a deity that had descended to the mortal world. His appearance was solemn and sacred. A strength of origin that was more than 10 times purer than Devil Emperor's strength of origin kept pouring into Yang Fann's body. However, it didn't pour into Yang Fann's vast eternal world, which was comparable to the human domain. Instead, it poured into all the cells in Yang Fann's body, strengthening the Yang Fann's divine body and making Yang Fann's body power stronger. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it skyrocketed. 10,000 years later, the fist-sized universe source shrunk once. Yang Fann's cultivation base didn't change much, and he was still at the peak of the low-level Universe Sovereign. However, his combat strength had increased by 3 levels. Not only that, the pure strength of body had also doubled in size. With just the power of the body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress some middle-rank top-level Universe Sovereigns and fight a high-rank top-level Universe Sovereign. Soon, another million years passed. There were less than 8th layers left in the Universe Source, and Yang Fann's pure strength of body had increased by tenfold. Not only that, with just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was able to suppress some peak top-level Universe Sovereign warriors, and was now able to catch up to an extreme top-level Universe Sovereign like Sovereign Tian Huang. 200,000 years ago, Yang Fann finally ended her journey of nearly 90 million years, and returned to the Devil Domain. In the past 90 million years, Yang Fann's footprints had practically covered the entire chaotic domain. Countless dangerous lands and forbidden lands were destroyed by her, and countless resources were plundered. Of course, most of them had been taken advantage of by Ziyun and the other 3 girls. Apart from a small portion of the top treasures, there were very few treasures that could enter Yang Fann's eyes. This caused the value of the 4 girls to increase at a terrifying speed. Now, the value of each of the 4 girls was so high that even top-level Universe Sovereign warriors might not be able to compare with them. If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 of them would not have to worry about resources before reaching the top-level Universe Sovereign. Being able to join the goddess adventures was the greatest fortune of the 4 girls' lives. Otherwise, with their innate talent, not to mention advancing to the top-level Universe Sovereign, even advancing to the Venerable Realm wouldn't be enough. During this period of time, no Universe Lord dared to have any ideas about Yang Fann. The example of the Heavenly Emperor was right in front of them. Even the Heavenly Emperor, a quasi-top-grade and low-ranked Universe Lord, couldn't suppress this girl in a short period of time, let alone them. Dealing with this girl, besides angering Yang Fann, Dark Star, there were no other benefits. The Tao Master, Phoenix Emperor, and the others weren't fools. Why would they do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing? They didn't want to be like the Celestials, whose efforts of thousands of eras had been uprooted and turned into nothing. 3 million years later, boom, the aura around Yang Fann's body rose once more. The pure strength of body had steadily entered the extreme top-level universe sovereign realm, and its overall combat strength had increased by more than a few times. Even if it wasn't as strong as a middle-level universe lord, it wouldn't be too far off. It could be said to be at the top of all quasi-middle-level universe lord warriors. And the price was that the universe source was only the size of a baby's fist. At most, there was still 1 million years left before it was completely used up. After completely swallowing the universe source, shouldn't I find universe lord to practice with? Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He was a bit stupid. He didn't have the slightest confidence that the Heavenly Emperor, a low-level quasi-top-rank universe lord, could do it, but he still had a slight chance of winning against Divine Emperor and the Tao Master. Especially the Heavenly Emperor, who had been severely injured by him. He probably hadn't recovered from his injuries yet. Universe Lord wouldn't be injured easily, but once he was injured, it wouldn't be easy for him to recover. It was common for him to recover for thousands of years, even trillions of years. A few tens of millions of years was nothing. Although the Heavenly Emperor was also in celestial domain, there were some differences. The huge celestial domain could be divided into two parts. The great celestial domain controlled by the Heavenly Emperor and the small celestial domain controlled by the Heavenly Emperor. The minor celestial domain occupied almost the entire third level of the celestial domain. It was only slightly bigger than the human domain. Although they came from the same clan, it didn't mean that the Heavenly Emperor wasn't on guard against the Heavenly Emperor. If the entire celestial domain was under the control of the Heavenly Emperor, it also meant that the life of the Heavenly Emperor was under the control of the Heavenly Emperor, just like the other members of the Heavenly Clan. As Universe Lord, how could the Heavenly Emperor be willing to let his life be in the hands of someone else? The strength of the realm's will was closely related to the size of the realm. The Heavenly Emperor was probably at his weakest right now. The power he could unleash might not even be comparable to that of Divine Emperor or the Tao Master. Furthermore, with my current strength, even if I'm no match for him, they won't be able to stop me even if I want to leave. Alright, it's decided then. Once I've completely refined the universe source, I'll start with them. It's not like there's any danger of dying. What's there to be afraid of? God Realm, God Emperor Palace. Rumble, rumble, endless divine light constantly erupted from the mysterious grand formation, gradually converging into an illusory light door. Billions of years had passed, and the enormous illusionary light door had almost solidified. Only the corner at the top was still half real. Wang. Suddenly, space distorted and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a golden-robed man. His face seemed to be carved out of stone, and he was cold and resolute. His eyes were like black holes, and he seemed to be able to attract all the light in the world. His entire body was filled with a supreme divine might. With just a glance, it seemed like he could make all living beings submit to him. It was none other than the master of God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor. 100,000 years. There is still 100,000 years left before the teleportation is completed. Divine Emperor's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Little son Yang Fann, treasure your last moments. Your time of death is almost up. At the end of his words, Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with enmities. He wished that he could grind Yang Fann's bones and scatter his ashes. He would rather be the head of a chicken. In this universe, he was the high and mighty Divine Emperor, the Lord of all gods. He stood at the peak of the universe. But in his hometown, not to mention the number one person in his race, even the top 30 didn't have the qualifications. They could only barely squeeze into the top 30 of their race. This was under the condition that he, a few thousand era of the year's warriors, had successfully seized the heart of eternity and advanced to Universe Lord. Otherwise, with his quasi-Universe Lord cultivation base, he would only be at the middle level of his race. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to contact his clan. However, all of this had been ruined by little son Yang Fann. Everything was little son Yang Fann's fault. It was all his fault. If I don't tear him into pieces and scatter his ashes, I won't be called Ignates. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, finally, 100,000 years passed. Rumble. Divine Emperor's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light illuminated the surroundings. Ka, 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 crack. Almost at the same time, the mysterious door that had completely transformed into a physical entity slowly opened. Boom boom boom. Endless golden light erupted from within that door. It was dazzling and dazzling as it radiated in all directions. It dyed the entire world in a beautiful and gorgeous manner, as if it was a dream or an illusion. The next second, wang, wang, hum, the world formation started to tremble as a terrifying pressure started to seep out from behind the door. The aura was so terrifying that even the weakest one was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than extreme quasi-universe lord. It was comparable to Devil Emperor, who was swallowed by Yang Fann. The scariest one, even the Heavenly Emperor, was not as powerful as him. It seemed like if he wanted to, he could easily suppress an intermediate universe lord like Divine Emperor with just a wave of his hand. Bang! Divine Emperor bent one knee and kneeled down towards the mysterious door. I, Ignates of the Nofret family, pay my respects to Commander-in-Chief Brute. C-2189. The Emperor of Japan has fallen. Eternal Great World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace, Transportation World Rumble. The transportation gate finally opened completely. Endless divine light illuminated the entire transportation world, making the entire world seem like the source of light the next second. A person stepped out from the opening of the light door. This was a young man who wore a black dragon head armor. His aura dominated the heavens. Just by standing there casually, it caused the surrounding space to faintly collapse. Terrifying. One should know that the God Emperor Palace was the nest that Divine Emperor had carefully built. It was even more powerful than Devil Emperor's Devil Emperor Palace. It had the potential to surpass the supreme grade defensive treasures, especially the formation world. It was of utmost importance. Even the Heavenly Emperor had to use all his strength to shatter the surrounding space. The Nofret tribe, Ignates greets Commander-in-Chief Brute. Divine Emperor knelt down on one knee and hurriedly bowed. His heart was filled with shock. Hiss. As expected of the top 10 expert of the god race. The terror of his strength far exceeded his imagination. Even though he had the blessing of a geographical region in the divine realm. Even if Commander-in-Chief Brute wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to spend too much energy. Furthermore, this was not the divine source universe. It was like the living beings of the outside world had entered the eternal world. The strength of the living beings from the other universes would be suppressed by the will of the universe source, and they would be weakened to different degrees. Back then, he had spent over 100 eras, using the secret technique of the divine source clan to gradually familiarize himself with it. Finally, he completely merged into the universe, and was no longer suppressed by the will of the universe source. Commander-in-Chief Brute's cultivation base was at least 8 to 9 stages of the high-level Universe Lord. Hiss. High-level Universe Lord was practically a legend to him. Even in the entire chaotic starry sky, it could be considered a first-class expert. Very quickly, Divine Emperor's heart was filled with joy. Little son Yang Fann, your end is here. Even if little son Yang Fann's cultivation base had already reached the quasi-middle level Universe Lord, and he had the support of the Devil Domain, he still wouldn't be a match for Commander-in-Chief Brute. Not to mention, Universe Lord wasn't the only one who came this time. God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Palace. Commander-in-Chief Brute did not give in to his duty. He sat on the divine throne that belonged to Divine Emperor, the one that represented the highest authority in the divine realm. Below him, on both sides of him, stood 4 terrifying experts with powerful auras, as deep as an ocean. Divine Emperor was in the row, and he was the last one on the left. The strength of these experts could be imagined. Universe Lord was all Universe Lord. Furthermore, his cultivation base was almost all higher than Divine Emperor, who was an intermediate low-level Universe Lord. In World of Cultivators, experts were the most respected, and everything depended on one's strength. Only those who were stronger than Divine Emperor had the right to be ranked above him. Ignates, how's the gathering of information on this universe's natives? Commander-in-Chief Brute looked down at Divine Emperor from above. His voice was so high and mighty. It was as if Divine Emperor was just an insignificant pawn under him. Commander, everything must be prepared. In addition to the fallen Devil Emperor, there were also 8 Universe Lord in this universe. The strongest one is the new master of Devil Domain, Yang Fann. He was a quasi-middle level Universe Lord who had stepped into the middle level Universe Lord, followed by the Heavenly Emperor. This quasi-top-grade low-level Universe Lord was once again the leader of the Witch Domain's Wu God. He had the cultivation base of a high-grade low-level Universe Lord, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Domain. The strength of the Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix Domain was equal. They were all quasi-high-rank Universe Lord, and finally the Dao Territory Dao Lord and the Human Emperor of the Human Domain. These 2 intermediate, quasi-intermediate low-level Universe Lord. Divine Emperor didn't dare show any signs of dissatisfaction. He hurriedly reported to Commander-in-Chief Brute. It wasn't something he could offend, it was the old ancestor of their clan. His status in the family was much higher than Commander-in-Chief Brute's. He was slightly inferior to Commander-in-Chief Brute. If he really angered Commander-in-Chief Brute, he wouldn't end up well. Although his life wouldn't be in danger, Universe Lord. He was one of the higher-ups of Divine Source Clan, the backbone of Divine Source Clan. Apart from Godfather, who was the master of the Source of God, even the 4 great Commander-in-Chief weren't allowed to kill the other Universe Lord without permission. There was no doubt about it. Not even a middle-level Universe Lord. A low-level universe is a low-level universe. Commander-in-Chief Brute sneered, totally not putting Yang Fann and the other 8 great Universe Lord in his eyes. With his high-level Universe Lord cultivation base, even if he was suppressed by the Universe Source's will, even if he couldn't unleash his full combat strength, he would still have the strength to kill intermediate and low-grade middle-level Universe Lord warriors. And these natives, even if they had a geographical advantage, it was already their limit to challenge the Lord of middle-rank middle-level universe. Besides, those who came with him were all his capable subordinates. The weakest of them were at the peak of the low-grade, Universe Lord. The 2 leading men were also true middle-level Universe Lord warriors. Even under the suppression of the cosmic will, they were still able to produce quasi-intermediate battle power of Universe Lords. After suppressing these Universe Lord, and then robbing the Universe Source of this low-grade universe, we will return. Commander-in-Chief Brute tapped his divine throne lightly and decided that this remote place was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than their Divine Source universe. If not for plundering the Universe Sources, he would not have come to such a small universe. Universe Lord's cultivation mainly focused on refining the Universe Source. The Universe Sovereigns that caused countless origin of eternities to bleed were not useless to great Universe Lord, but they were not much stronger either. 1,000 trillion or 10,000 trillion origin of eternities were very difficult to make their cultivation improve by little. The Heavenly Emperor and the others' talent wasn't bad. It was hard to say whether they were high-level Universe Lord, but there was still a slight possibility of them being middle-level Universe Lord. The reason why thousands and tens of thousands of eras had passed. Without enough Universe Sources, they would be able to absorb and refine them. This was the reason why shallow water could not nurture a true dragon without sufficient resources. No matter how strong one's talent was, it would be useless. The first prey. This is the Heavenly Emperor. After pondering for a moment, Commander-in-Chief Brute made up his mind. There was no special reason for it. Everything was just that the road was close. Whether it was the Heavenly Emperor or Yang Fann, who was a quasi-middle-level Universe Lord, in his eyes, they were just a bunch of chickens and dogs. There was no difference between who was first and who was later. Yes, Lord Brute. Great Celestial Domain. Rumble, 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 rumble. Terrifying pressure descended from the sky and covered the entire Great Celestial Domain. Poochie poochie poochie. A vast expanse of space shattered into dust as countless heaven race experts turned into powder. Body and spirit destroyed. Ah, how is this possible? The Heavenly Emperor's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. In an instant, 8 unfamiliar auras of Universe Lord appeared. Among them, 3 of them were on par with him. There were 2 of them that made him feel as if he was facing Yang Fann. A quasi-middle-level Universe Lord, both of them were quasi-middle-level Universe Lord. The one who made him despair the most was the leader. That terrifying aura, it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than Yang Fann, who was born with a beautiful woman. Middle-level Universe Lord, this was a true middle-level Universe Lord, not even an ordinary low-grade middle-level Universe Lord. What was going on? What was going on? Why were there so many Universe Lord in the universe all of a sudden? Or were they not? Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have thought of something as shock flashed across his eyes. Ordinary living beings and even many Universe Sovereign thought that there was only one universe in the universe. However, they, Universe Lord, clearly knew that there were other universes outside of their universe. He had even seen other universes before, but he had never entered them. No, if there is an outer universe where Universe Lord breaks through to the cosmic crystal wall, that's not right. If there is an outer universe where Universe Lord breaks through to the cosmic crystal wall, the origin will must be alerted. The cosmic crystal wall was a type of protection that the cosmic will provided to the native living beings of the universe. Any other universe experts that want to enter their universe. Once the cosmic crystal wall was attacked, Universe Lord would definitely receive a warning. Suddenly, the Emperor's expression changed, as if he had understood something. "That's Divine Emperor, damn it, could it be that this bastard lured a wolf into our house?" Right at this moment, rumble, a divine light flashed in Commander-in-Chief Brute's hand, and a divine talisman appeared. World-sealing talisman, rumble. Rumble, a terrifying power of space burst out from the divine talisman, completely sealing off the entire great celestial domain. Even the Heavenly Emperor, a quasi-top-rank universe lord, had no chance of breaking out of the encirclement. Lowly peasant, die now. C 2190 Gather eternal great world, great celestial domain. Ah, I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this Divine Emperor, you bitch, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. An extremely unwilling voice and enmity's voice rang out from within the heavenly imperial palace. Rumble, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose from the heavenly emperor palace. Everywhere it passed, buildings, divine hall, treasure vaults, everything was destroyed. Even the heavenly emperor palace, which had been painstakingly built by the heavenly emperor for over 10,000 eras and had a defense that could catch up to some quasi-original treasures, was only able to hold on for a few breaths under the terrifying energy tide before it shattered into dust. Grug 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 poochie poochie poochie. Within the great celestial domain, countless experts, from the quasi-universe lord of the heaven race to the ordinary heaven race, were completely transformed into flying ashes before they could even let out a miserable cry. The heavenly emperor had only lasted for less than half an incense stick of time before he was destroyed by Commander-in-Chief Brute. Not even a single soul was left behind, his body and soul were completely destroyed. Even with the help of the realm power, the combat strength unleashed by the heavenly emperor was much more terrifying than Yang Fann's. He was almost as powerful as a low-grade middle-level universe lord, but to Commander-in-Chief Brute, he was still too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. He even fought with his life on the line, but it didn't bring any harm to Commander-in-Chief Brute. Hong long, rumble, rumble. Almost at the same time, the entire eternal great world was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. A thick layer of blood clouds covered the entire world, and a rain of blood rained down from the heavens, spreading out in all directions in the eternal great world. Ah, this rain of blood, no way, could it be? Could it be? Another universe lord has fallen. Gurgle gurgle I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. How long has it been since Devil Emperor fell? How could universe lord fall again? No, it's true. All of this is true. Universe lord has really fallen. Woo, what the hell is going on? First it was Devil Emperor, and now it's universe lord who fell. Could it really be the end of the universe? Endless panic spread across the entire eternal great world. Since the birth of the eternal great world, there had been more than 20,000 eras where Universe Lord had never fallen. Now, in less than 10 million years, two Universe Lord had fallen one after another. Was there anything more terrifying than this in this world, if it wasn't for the arrival of the apocalypse of the universe? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying thing appear? The one who fell this time was actually the heavenly emperor. How could it be like this? Compared to the other ordinary experts, the Tao Master, the Phoenix Emperor and Universe Lord were even more horrified. The Heavenly Emperor, that was their eternal great world's #1 expert. His strength was far above theirs, not to mention that he had been there all these years. They had all stayed within their own dimensions, possessing the power of dimensions. As his reliance, he was a true middle-level Universe Lord. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that Yang Fann has successfully broken through? But was this possible? How could it be so easy to break through the bottleneck of the middle-level Universe Lord? Unless he had hidden it before, but it was obviously impossible. Putting aside the fact that Yang Fann had just broken through to the middle-level Universe Lord not long ago, it was impossible for him to break through to the middle-level Universe Lord in one leap. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the middle-level Universe Lord, he wouldn't let 5 Universe Lord get away so easily. Without the support of the dimensional force, a middle-level Universe Lord wanted to keep all of them here. It might not be possible, but it was still possible for only 2 or 3 of them to survive. There was no need for that at all. He would only explode at this moment, regardless of the distance. But if it's not Yang Fann, who else has the power to kill the Heavenly Emperor in Celestial Domain? Right at this moment, wang, hum. Another wave of the world's sorrow caused the blood clouds that covered the sky to once again thicken by a layer. Ah, it's the celestial Thirk. The celestial Thirk has fallen as well. However, the Heavenly Emperor, who was a low intermediate universe lord, could only barely possess the strength of a quasi-middle-level universe lord even with the help of the minor celestial domain. Commander-in-Chief Brute didn't even make a move. Divine Emperor and the other 8 great universe lord had already surrounded and killed the Heavenly Emperor. Ah, this is the message sent by the Heavenly Emperor before he died. It's Divine Emperor. Divine Emperor, this playboy, actually lured a wolf into the house and attracted universe lord from the outer universe. Bitch it, this woman, how dare she? How dare she? The Tao Master, Dragon Monarch, and Universe Lord were all gritting their teeth. They wished they could tear Divine Emperor into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Hua Shang. This Hua Shang. He had never thought of the consequences of doing this. They had also traveled around the chaotic starry sky before. These other Universe Lord were all hungry wolves. As for these outer Universe Lord, ordinary resources, even top-grade universe treasures, they might not be interested in him. The only thing that could really move their hearts was the universe source. As for the universe source, it was the foundation of the universe. Once a large number of universe sources were plundered, the energy level of the universe would be reduced at the least. If the spirit of heaven and earth was depleted, the worst-case scenario would be that it would cause the apocalypse of the universe. It was not impossible for the entire universe to enter the perishing stage ahead of time. Eternal World had its time limit. The universe was the same, it had its limit. Of course, under normal circumstances, the long period of time was enough to make many Universe Lord despair. Even the lowest level universe had a lifespan of 1,000,000 trillion eras. Since the birth of their universe until now, there were less than 100,000 eras. That was when they were still in their infancy. They couldn't even be considered as teenagers, and they still had a lot of time. But now, all of this had been destroyed by Divine Emperor's beauty. Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Rumble. A cold killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Madman, this Divine Emperor was simply a madman. He had never truly fallen into a hopeless situation, but he had attracted the attention of Universe Lord from the other universes. Bitch it, could he still be a little crazier? If he had known this earlier, he would have killed this woman in the cradle no matter how great the price was. There's a total of 8 great Universe Lord and Divine Emperor. It's not easy to deal with them. Yang Fann frowned. The other 7 great Universe Lord were fine, but the strongest one was able to use the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord. Even without the help of the realm power, he was confident that he could defeat them. After refining more than 9 layers of the universe source that Devil Emperor had collected, Yang Fann's pure strength of body had increased by more than 10 times, more than 100 times. With just the power of the body alone, he was almost able to fight a low-grade quasi-universe lord. Even if his overall strength wasn't as strong as a middle-level universe lord, he was only a tiny bit weaker. If it was a prolonged battle, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat a low-grade middle-level universe lord. Currently, he was restricted by the universe source. The great universe's eternal divine arts had never been destroyed. Although he wasn't a true beginning, his defense and regenerative ability had increased exponentially. He was much stronger than many other middle-level universe lord warriors. His combat strength could be said to be far above that of a quasi-middle-level universe lord. What really worried Yang Fann was the universe lord who had killed the Heavenly Emperor. To be able to kill the Heavenly Emperor in the Great Celestial Domain, his strength was definitely at the middle-level universe lord, and under the suppression of the domain of the Great Celestial Domain, his actual combat strength was at least at the high-rank middle-level universe lord, or perhaps even stronger. Of course, if it was just him alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight him. With the support of the strength of world in the Devil Domain, his true combat strength would at least increase by 1 grade. On the other hand, Universe Lord's combat strength would be suppressed by 1 grade or even more. With this, it was not like he did not have the strength to fight. On the other hand, Divine Emperor and the other 8 great Universe Lord have become a problem. If he were to really fight against the leader of the group, Universe Lord, he would not be able to draw out much strength. If he allowed them to destroy the Devil Domain, he would definitely be the one to lose if he were to fight against Divine Emperor and the other 8 great Universe Lord. It seems like we have to get the human sovereign realm experts to come here. Not only the human sovereign realm experts, Wu God, the Dragon Sovereign Realm, and the Tao Master have to gather as well. C-2191 6 territories destroyed human domain, human imperial palace. N. It's a message from Yang Fann. Human Emperor's eyes flashed, he wants to gather all their strength. To fight to the death with those outer universe Lord in Devil Domain, this is our only hope. Even the Heavenly Emperor, a quasi-top-grade low-level Universe Lord, was killed by Universe Lord in the outer universe, let alone someone like him, who was even an intermediate low-level Universe Lord. He wasn't even a low-level quasi-intermediate Universe Lord. Once those outer Universe Lord descended, even with the help of the human domain's power, it would be hard for them to escape death the next second. One by one, the human Universe Sovereign and the other half Universe Sovereign were teleported into the Imperial Palace. This was the true backbone of the human race. If all of them died in the human domain, the human race would suffer a great loss. As for the other races, the human emperor couldn't care less about them. No one knew when Universe Lord would arrive in the outer universe and how long it would take for him to transfer all of the human race. As long as these top-grade experts weren't destroyed, no matter how great the losses of the human race were, they would be able to recover quickly. It was difficult for the other races such as the Heaven race and the Witch clan to reproduce. In an entire era, they might not be able to grow 100 million clansmen. Every single one of them was extremely precious, but the human race didn't have such considerations. Universal World was a land of hundreds of millions of races. Compared to reproductive abilities, the human race wasn't the strongest. Even so, they would still be able to enter the top 10. A few breaths later, Wang, the human emperor palace transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. The human emperor had spent thousands of eras and countless treasures to build the human emperor palace. It was not fixed. If needed, it was also a top-grade defensive treasure that protected the safety of the Renwang. Witch domain, Wu God Palace. Wu God was also a decisive person. Although he had the ability to survive, he believed that he was stronger than the Heavenly Emperor. Back then, before he advanced to Universe Lord, the Witch clan was able to barely resist the attack of the Heaven race because of his tyrannical physique. However, this time, Wu God wasn't confident that he could survive the attack of Universe Lord in the outer universe. According to the last message sent by the Heavenly Emperor, Universe Lord had killed the Heavenly Emperor in just half an incense stick of time. Even if his magic body's recovery ability was shocking, it could only hold on for a little longer than the Heavenly Emperor. It could not change anything. Sigh, I'm useless. I can't protect the boys. Wu God sighed faintly. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire witch domain. Every breath and every second was precious. He could only try his best to bring them away. Apart from a small portion of the ordinary witch clan's elites, most of them could only give up. This loss was too great. Without hundreds or thousands of eras, there was no way they could recover from it. All of this was the fault of Divine Emperor. One day, I will take your head and offer it to the dead souls of my people. Almost at the same time, the Phoenix Emperor, the Dragon Monarch, and the Sect Master all brought their elites to Devil Domain. Compared to the great calamity of life and death in the universe, the little grudge between them was nothing. Dragon Domain, not long after the Dragon Monarch left with the elites of his clan. Pucci. The void was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. The next second, Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other 9 great Universe Lord took a step forward. Boom boom boom. A terrifying Saint Soul power burst out from Commander-in-Chief Brute's sea of consciousness, sweeping across the entire dragon field. This old loach is really fast. Commander-in-Chief Brute frowned slightly. He just didn't know where this old loach had gone to. If he had only met up with Universe Lord, it wouldn't be a big deal. But, if he were to find a place to hide, it would be very difficult to find him. Universe Lord was a high-level Universe Lord who was focused on hiding. It would be extremely difficult to find him. Besides, Universe Lord already had the qualification to explore the chaotic starry sky. Once he left the primary universe and entered the chaotic starry sky, not to mention a high-level Universe Lord, even Godfather from the Divine Source clan wouldn't be able to find him. But soon, Commander-in-Chief Brute's brows relaxed. Ever since he killed the Heavenly Emperor, he had been prepared for Universe Lord's death. Even a high-level Universe Lord like him couldn't stop the phenomenon of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the Heavenly Emperor, but captured and suppressed him. Their true target was the Universe Source, not these Universe Lord. Killing the Heavenly Emperor and the others was only to eliminate some obstacles in the process of plundering the Universe Source. It was fine for these low-level Universe natives to obediently hide, but if they still dared to come out and cause trouble, they would just suppress them at that time. With the help of the realm power, they were just a bunch of weaklings, let alone leaving their realm. After losing the advantage of their realm, they would be even more helpless. Even without Commander-in-Chief's help, his 8 great Universe Lord subordinates could easily defeat them. In the next second, rumble, 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 a terrifying force that made many Universe Lord despair erupted from Commander-in-Chief Brute's body. It swept across the entire dragon domain like a tidal wave. Poochie 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 poochie. Wherever the energy wave passed, numerous cities and dragon clan were destroyed. Awoo, awoo, ow. A 12-clawed chaos golden dragon that could blot out the sun and blot out the sun, with a length of less than 10,000 light years, soared into the sky, letting out a sorrowful cry of despair. This 12-clawed chaos golden dragon was formed from the origin intent of the dragon field. However, without the presence of the dragon monarch, Universe Lord, the will of the dragon field alone, he wasn't much stronger than the quasi-top-grade Universe Lord of the Heavenly Emperor, so how could he be a match for Commander-in-Chief Brute? It was a complete one-sided suppression. That terrifying dragon body began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Bang! The will of the dragon domain exploded completely, and it shattered into powder. The entire dragon domain had turned into nothingness. The dragon domain, one of the 9 realms of the eternal world, had been completely removed from the world after the celestial domain. It had become a land of death, with all of its life force gone. A quarter of an hour passed. Chirp. A despairing phoenix cry sounded out as the 9-colored divine phoenix formed by the phoenix domains will exploded into pieces. The entire phoenix domain shattered. Half an hour later, turning into chaos devil god, the will of the witch domain, which was tens of thousands of light years tall, had completely collapsed. Before this, the Tao domain had already turned into ruins. Of the 9 great regions of the eternal world, apart from the divine domain and the chaotic outer domain, there were only the 2 great regions, the human domain and the devil domain. Devil Emperor Palace of the Devil Domain. Yang Fann, the Human Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, the Path Master, the Dragon Emperor, and Wu God, the 6 great Universe Lord, gathered together. Among them, the Phoenix Emperor, the Path Master, the Dragon Emperor, and Wu God, the 4 great Universe Lord, all looked as if they had lost their parents. Blood spurted out from their eyes, and their courage was shattered. Witch Domain, Phoenix Domain, Tao Domain, and Dragon Domain were the fruits of their lives. Not to mention, there were still a large number of people from the 4 families in the 4 territories. This hatred was truly greater than the sky and deeper than the sea. Even if they used up all the water in the greatest ocean of the eternal world, the water of the eternal sea, it would still be difficult for them to wash up. The human sovereign realm's expression was not any better either. Next, it would be the human domain's turn. Although in this half an hour, another portion of human expert had arrived in Devil Domain, but for the entire 365 worlds of human domain, billions of billions to the people of the trillion races, this was nothing. 15 minutes later, the human emperor groaned. The will of the human domain had completely collapsed. Obviously, the entire human domain had suffered a great catastrophe. Next, it's the Devil Domain's turn. C2192 They were evenly matched Eternal World, Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Once human domain was destroyed, it would be Devil Domain's turn next. In an instant, the hearts of Human Emperor, Tao Master, Dragon Emperor, and the rest of 5 Universe Lord jumped to their throats. Could they really defeat those outer universe experts? Their current lineup couldn't be said to be weak. They had gathered 5 Universe Lord, as well as a monster like Yang Fann, which could be said to be the strongest lineup in Primary Universe. However, they still didn't have much confidence in dealing with those powerful enemies. Compared to those outer universe experts, they were really far weaker. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of their own strength. The only thing that could give them a sense of security was the geographical advantage. Otherwise, this battle, there was no need to fight at all, they could just surrender. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. They are here. Rumble rumble rumble. Rumble, rumble. Horrifying chi that made extreme quasi-universe Lord despair descended from the sky, covering the entire Devil Domain. Buzz. The spatial crystal wall around the Devil Domain was extremely twisted, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Woo woo woo. It's here. Those demons are here. It's finally our Devil Domain's turn. What should we do? What should we do? Woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Who's going to save me? Who's going to save me? In an instant, endless panic and despair spread across the entire Devil domain. The news of the destruction of the Dragon and Phoenix domains had already spread across the entire Devil domain. Regarding this, Yang Fann, the human sovereign realm, and the others didn't try to hide anything. Furthermore, they couldn't hide anything either. When those outer universe Lord arrived, they would know what they needed to know sooner or later. Right at this moment, boom boom boom, 6 terrifying auras of Universe Lord rose from the center of Devil domain. It was like a ray of hope from the limitless darkness, and it instantly shook the spirits of countless living beings in Devil domain. It's His Majesty Yang Fann, the human emperor, and the others. Woo woo woo. We haven't lost. We still have hope. That's right. We still have His Majesty Yang Fann and the human emperor. And woo God. They will definitely protect us. They will definitely be able to. Buzz. The Void Twisted and Commander-in-Chief Brute, Divine Emperor, and the other 8 Great Universe Lord appeared at the same time. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann, Human Emperor, and 5 Universe Lord appeared in front of Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others, confronting them from afar. Bang bang bang. A terrifying aura. It crushed everything. At this moment, even if it was Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, he would be crushed into pieces in an instant. Good they were all here. Perfect. I'll send all of you on your way, so that I won't have to trouble myself in the future. Commander-in-Chief Brute said. Good, 3 times in a hurry, totally not putting Yang Fann and the other 6 expert in his eyes. It was just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Could it be that they could flip the heavens and overturn the earth in his hands? However, Yang Fann and the other 3 didn't seem to hear what Commander-in-Chief Brute said. All of them stared at Divine Emperor and asked, why? Why did you do that? They couldn't figure it out. They really couldn't figure out what benefits it would bring them. Once the original universe source was plundered, it would be destroyed in advance. Although they, Universe Lord, wouldn't lose their lives, they wouldn't feel good either. A serious injury was unavoidable. Furthermore, without the primary universe, Universe Lord was like a rootless duckweed in the vast chaotic starry sky. A slight carelessness would result in death of one's soul. Universe Lord was a supreme expert that stood at the peak of all living beings in the primary universe, but when placed in the vast chaotic starry sky, it was just an ordinary expert, especially a low-level Universe Lord like them. There were simply too many dangerous places in the chaotic starry sky that could kill them. As long as their heads weren't kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Why? Because I am a person from the source of God universe. A cold smile flashed across Divine Emperor's lips and he spoke bluntly. It was just a group of people who were about to die, there was nothing to hide. What? You are a person from the outer universe. Human Emperor and 5 Universe Lords stared at him in disbelief. They had thought of all kinds of reasons, but never would they have thought that Divine Emperor was not a man from their universe. In an instant, all of them were laughing at themselves in their hearts. It was ironic for a man from the outer universe to climb to the top of Universe Lord's position. No wonder this Hua Sheng would lead a wolf into his house. Because Hua Sheng was originally a member of the wolf pack. At this moment, World Sealing Talisman, a sound of great Tao that sounded like it came from the underworld sounded out. A terrifying power of space sealed the entire Devil domain, and not even a drop of water could leak out. Not good, they have sealed off the Devil domain. Everyone, prepare to fight to the death. Today, either he dies or I die. HMPH. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Resolution flashed across the eyes of Human Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and 5 Universe Lord. That terrifying sealing force was definitely not something they could break in a short period of time. Lowly low-level universe native, obediently accept your death. Commander-in-Chief Brute let out a ferocious laugh, tore open the space, and lunged at Yang Fann. Everyone, leave this old thing to me. As for the others, I'll leave them to you. Yang Fann warned. Without showing any signs of weakness, he lunged at Commander-in-Chief Brute. In the outside world, Yang Fann didn't have much of a chance of winning against this Commander-in-Chief Brute. However, this was the Devil domain, Yang Fann's territory. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. World Wool, suppress rumble. Rumble. Countless energy grid line chains pierced through the heavens and the earth, crushing down on Commander-in-Chief Brute. In an instant, Commander-in-Chief Brute's power was suppressed by a level. Lowly peasant aphids, You still dare to resist Commander-in-Chief Brute's facial expression remained unchanged. Even though he was being suppressed by the realm's will, he was still able to exert the combat strength of the Lord of Middle-Rank Middle-Level Universe, which far exceeded that of the aphid insect. The next second, boom 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 boom, boundless fiendish cheese burst out from Commander-in-Chief Brute's body. His height increased exponentially, and he turned into a terrifying great god who was tens of thousands of light years tall. The chi was terrifying. It was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and more than that of a quasi-middle-level universe lord. It was as if with just a wave of his hand, he would be able to blow up and kill a human emperor, a low-level universe lord. Ah, this power. Middle-level universe lord. This is the power of a middle-level universe lord. Although they had long guessed that there was a middle-level universe lord in the expert, otherwise, it would not have been able to kill the heavenly emperor so easily. Human emperor and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That pressure was truly terrifying. It was absolutely not something that a low-level universe lord like them could compare with. Even if they, 5 universe lord, joined forces, they wouldn't be able to last more than 15 minutes in his hands. Yang Fann, does he really have a chance to defeat this devil? Unless Yang Fann held back. Otherwise, even with the support of the will of the devil domain, he wouldn't be a match for the expert in the outer universe. But was this possible? Once Yang Fann could not withstand it, it was easy to guess what awaited them. A hint of regret appeared in the hearts of the Phoenix Emperor and the Sect Master. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Even if the original universe source had been plundered, the primary universe would be completely destroyed. That would be a few hundred to 1,000 eras. Furthermore, given Universe Lord's cultivation base, even if the primary universe was destroyed, they would still be able to live safely without any threat to their lives. At that moment, old dog, what are you barking for? Look at my divine ability, Yang Fann shouted. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rumble, rumble, boundless golden light erupted from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. It was like a cosmic storm that swept across the universe. In an instant, terrifying great gods, who was also tens of thousands of light years tall, descended from the sky and was the sole ruler of the world. Under the support of the will of Devil Domain, his aura wasn't any weaker than Commander-in-Chief Brute's. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Large patches of voids were destroyed by the collision of their auras. Ah, I blocked it. Good good good, we still have hope. It's not certain who will win and who will lose. Roar, Divine Emperor, you bastard, hand over your life. C-2193. He had defeated General Brute, Eternal Great World, Devil Domain. Human Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, Wu God and Tao Lord. 5 Universe Lord's spirits were instantly lifted, and their morale soared. Although they didn't know how much Yang Fann's strength had increased in just a few million years, none of this was important. As long as they could resist the expert from the outer universe, everything else was nothing. They even hoped that Yang Fann's strength would increase by a lot. It would be even better if he could suppress those outer universe experts. You dog thing, hand over your life. Hua Sheng, die for me, die. Major universe-shattering godly fist. Amidst the furious roars, Human Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and 5 Universe Lord tore through the void and charged towards Divine Emperor and the other 8 Great Universe Lord. Indigenous people, you are courting death. Come and die. Slice of origin light, die, world cleansing flame, burning heaven. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The huge space was shattered into pieces and turned into nothingness. Although most of the power of the will of Devil Domain was used to suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other 8 Great Universe Lords' power, it wasn't enough. It wasn't even at the first level of power. However, Divine Emperor and the others were not Commander-in-Chief Brute. 8 Great Universe Lords' combat strength had been suppressed by at least 1 rank. Especially Divine Emperor, a low, intermediate Universe Lord, he was about to fall from Universe Lord's position. On the other hand, Human Sovereign Realm, Dragon Sovereign Realm, and 5 Universe Lords' combat strength had all been raised by 1 rank or even more. For a moment, both sides were locked in a fierce fight. It was as if they were going to meet a worthy opponent. Within the void, bitch it, that dog ignates, that's how he collects information. Commander-in-Chief Brute cursed Divine Emperor ignates in his heart. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, he would have slapped this bastard a few times. The pressure unleashed by Yang Fann was enough to make him break through to the middle-level Universe Lord. Middle-level Universe Lord, quasi-middle-level Universe Lord. These were two totally different concepts. Adding in the geographical advantage and the power of dimensions, the current Yang Fann wouldn't be much weaker than him. This time, he had been scammed by that dog Ignates. If he knew that Yang Fann had the power of a middle-level universe lord, he wouldn't have been so careless. The first person he would have dealt with would be Yang Fann, not the Heavenly Emperor. Now that all his subordinates were being held back by the human sovereign realm experts, he alone was enough to kill Yang Fann. He would have to put in a lot of effort. If he was not careful, he might have to pay a price. At this moment, "Old dog, die for me." Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh, then he thrust his palm toward Commander-in-Chief Brute. Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. He unleashed his full strength, and with the help of the will of Devil Domain, he looked like a god that had destroyed the world and destroyed all eternity. Lowly barbarian, how dare you! A hint of anger flashed across Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes. He didn't even make a move. This time, this lowly barbarian actually dared to make the first move. This was ridiculous. Brute Divine Sword Buzz. A gigantic sword that looked like a pillar of heaven appeared in Commander-in-Chief Brute's hand. Brute Divine Sword, Commander-in-Chief Brute's Destiny Sword. Die Sword of God Rumble. Two terrifying giant spirits that were tens of thousands of light years old collided with each other. The terrifying force seemed like it was going to blow up the entire Devil Domain. In all directions, countless spatial zones were destroyed. Even the Dragon Monarch, the Tao Master, and Universe Lord hurriedly distanced themselves from the battlefield, in case they were caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared for this. Yang Sifan, Long Wu, and the rest of his subordinates had already been taken into his inner world. He did not have to worry about being injured by the aftermath of the battle. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Fann retreated dozens of steps, each step landing on the ground, trampling a huge sinkhole that was hundreds of light years wide. His right arm was covered with criss-crossing sword marks that were several light years long and dozens of light years long. What a good divine sword! The original treasure is definitely a real original treasure. Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he refined a universe source. His defense had increased by several folds, and with the enhancement of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, he was not much weaker than some quasi-original treasures. Being able to rip his skin apart with a single sword strike was definitely not something that a quasi-original treasure could do. Yang Fann was surprised, but he didn't know that Commander-in-Chief Brute was even more shocked. This barbarian had such a terrifying divine body. One should know that his Brute Divine Sword was no ordinary original treasure. It was a top-grade original treasure among low-grade universe treasures. Even a top-grade universe treasure would be shattered by his sword. Roar, old dog, come again! Yang Fann's combat intent was soaring, and he didn't have any intention to fight back. As long as he wasn't crushed by the overwhelming force, a slight disadvantage was nothing to him. In terms of endurance and recovery ability, Yang Fann wasn't afraid of anyone. Bang, bang, bang. The two titans collided with great speed. It was like two chaos beasts clashing with each other. The power of the sword chi swept across the sky and destroyed all worlds. Ha 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 ha. This is awesome! Ha ha ha! Old dog, take another punch from me! Yang Fann burst into laughter. His fists were like shooting stars as he madly punched out. It had been nearly 10 billion years since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, and it had been many years since he had encountered such an evenly matched battle. Despicable native, don't be so arrogant. Divine art God Slayer art. Despicable native, don't be arrogant. Divine art God Slayer art. Commander-in-Chief Brute kept roaring. He was one of the 4 great Commander-in-Chief of Divine Source Clan, a high-level universe lord. How could he allow such a lowly barbarian to show off in front of him? Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Whether it was the Dragon Monarch, Human Emperor, 5 Universe Lord, Divine Emperor and the other 8 Divine Source Universes Universe Lord, their attacks had slowed down a lot. Most of their attention was focused on the battle between Yang Fann and Commander-in-Chief Brute. Both of them knew very well that the ones who would decide the outcome of the battle would be Yang Fann and Commander-in-Chief Brute. Bitch it, how can this little son Yang Fann be so strong? Divine Emperor gritted his teeth. His face was full of disbelief, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. If Commander-in-Chief Brute wasn't a match for this little girl, then he wouldn't be able to defeat her. No, this was impossible. Commander-in-Chief Brute was a high-level universe lord. How could that little girl compare to him? The one who would win in the end would definitely be Commander-in-Chief Brute. Another 15 minutes passed. The situation between the two sides was slowly turning around. Bitch it, how could this be? I'm a dignified high-level universe lord, but my recovery ability can't even compare to a lowly barbarian like this. Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. After such a long battle, every strike was a full-powered strike, and they were all ultimate skills. Even with his high-level universe lord physique, his breathing was in disorder. However, little son Yang Fann's face wasn't red at all. He didn't even breathe, as if nothing had happened. It was as if he hadn't consumed any energy at all. Unbelievable. One had to know that universe sources. The will of the devil domain had only suppressed his strength. However, it hadn't weakened his recovery ability at all. As for a high-level universe lord, his recovery ability was thousands of times stronger than a middle-level universe lord's. How could he not be stronger than such an aboriginal? 2 hours later, Commander-in-Chief Brute was gasping for breath. The space between his thumb and forefinger split open, and divine bloods the size of an ocean kept dripping down. The situation was completely reversed, and he was also attacking with 7 attacks and 3 attacks. However, his targets had all fallen. Bitch it, where did this monster come from? Commander-in-Chief Brute was defending against Yang Fann's attack while cursing. Bitch it, this terrifying regenerative ability made him feel like he was facing a top-level universe lord warrior. At the same time, he also felt a touch of sadness in his heart. If it wasn't for the suppression of the universe source's will, he could have killed this ant with a single slap. No matter how strong his recovery rate was, it was all in vain. 6 hours later, bang, bang bang. How dare you try to take advantage of our universe? I'll beat you to death. I will beat you to death. Yang Fann won't let him go when he gets the upper hand. His fists were like heavy hammers, violently beating him up. Commander-in-Chief Brute could only parry, and he didn't have the strength to fight back at all. No, we can't continue like this. Otherwise, I will have to sail in the sewers. Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he seemed to want to retreat. Right now, he had no chance of winning at all. Even his divine body was on the verge of collapsing. If he continued to fight, even if he didn't die, and it has to hurt the source and shake the foundation. Origin Light Gods Escape. C2194 Suppress the Lords of the 4 Great Cosmoses Eternal Great World, Devil Domain. Boom! A golden light enveloped Commander-in-Chief Brute's body. In an instant, it tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. Even someone as strong as Commander-in-Chief Brute had no choice but to dodge Yang Fann's divine body, which was almost immortal. He didn't even have the time to inform Divine Emperor and the others. Ah, run, flee. Commander-in-Chief Brute ran away just like that. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Divine Emperor and the other 8 great universe lord let out heart-wrenching howls, as if they had lost their parents. Although Commander-in-Chief Brute gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, they all saw it. However, they still found it hard to accept the fact that Commander-in-Chief Brute had been defeated and fled. Commander-in-Chief Brute was one of the 4 main combat armies of Divine Source Clan, Commander-in-Chief. He was a top-level big shot that was only second to Godfather, a high-level universe lord. He was a famous expert in the chaotic starry sky. How could he be defeated by such a low-level native of the universe? He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. I won, we won. Not to mention Divine Emperor and the other 8 great universe lord, even the human emperor and 5 universe lord felt as if they had fallen into a dream. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had all experienced the terror of Commander-in-Chief Brute. Even the strongest amongst them, Wu God, had no confidence in defeating him. To be honest, they didn't have much hope in defeating Commander-in-Chief Brute. He escaped really quickly. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, but he did not chase after Commander-in-Chief Brute. He was well aware of his own situation. In the Devil Domain, with the suppression and enhancement of the will of the Devil Domain, he could still fight Commander-in-Chief Brute, but if he left the Devil Domain, it would be like sending a vegetable to hell. The gap between them was at least 2 grades. It was absolutely not something that could be made up for with just a little bit of recovery ability. Although Commander-in-Chief Brute had left, with these guys around, it would be enough for my cultivation base to increase by a large amount. Yang Fann's eyes shone with a blazing hot light, like a hunter who had seen the fattest and most beautiful prey. There were 8 great universe lord and even 2 middle-level universe lord warriors. If he could devour and refine all of them, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the high-level universe sovereign, let alone break through to the middle-level universe sovereign. Besides, how could Universe Lord not have some universe sources with him? Devil Emperor, a quasi-intermediate low-level Universe Lord, already had a bunch of universe sources, let alone Universe Lord, who was 100 times stronger and 1,000 times stronger than Devil Emperor. Perhaps, he could just gather all of them. A cubic meter of universe source was needed for the eternal divine arts beginning in the universe. It wasn't impossible. At that time, his combat strength would definitely increase by 1,000, 10,000 times. Not to mention Commander-in-Chief Brute, his strength was greatly suppressed by the universe source's will. Even if he was at his peak, he would still need to fight to decide who would win and who would lose. Ah, not good. In an instant, an extremely ominous sense of danger finally made Divine Emperor and the other 8 great Universe Lord regain their senses. Now was not the time to be shocked by Commander-in-Chief Brute's defeat. Without Commander-in-Chief Brute, with their current strength, there was no way they could be a match for Yang Fann. Run, flee immediately. Heart Origin Blood Escape Technique, Wuji's Golden Light Technique. Divine Emperor and the other 8 great Universe Lord didn't dare to hesitate at all. They all used their life-saving secret techniques and fled in all directions. Not good, they want to run, stop them. The human emperor quivered and rushed towards Divine Emperor to suppress him. The Dragon Sovereign and the other 4 great Universe Lord attacked one after another. How could they let go of such an opportunity to beat a dog that had fallen into the water? Divine Emperor, where are you going to run to? Bitch it, bastard, get the hell out of my way, get the hell out of my way. Will of Devil Domain, suppress a sound of great Tao that sounded like it came from the underworld sounded in everyone's ears. Rumble, 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 rumble. The terrifying power of the Devil Domain pressed down on the 8 great Universe Lord. Ah, no, don't, save me, bastard, lowly savage, let me go at once, otherwise, my Divine Source clan will never divorce you, arg. Despicable savage, you will die a horrible death, Godfather will avenge me, he will definitely avenge me. As expected, these Universe Lord were not easy to suppress. Yang Fann sighed faintly, disappointment flashed across his eyes. Out of the 8 great Universe Lord, he had only taken down 4 of them, the weakest of them all, 2 middle-level Universe Lord warriors. None of them were left alive. This was even under the efforts of Human Sovereign and 5 Universe Lord. If it was just him alone, let alone the 4 great Universe Lord, would he be able to keep 2 of them alive? Both of them were unknown. But soon, a trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Being able to suppress the 4 great Universe Lord was already a great harvest, and it was enough for him to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign. At that time, even without the support of the will of Devil Domain, he would have the confidence to fight Commander-in-Chief Brute. Not to mention, among the 4 great Universe Lord, there was also Divine Emperor, who was a traitor. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's eyes fell on Divine Emperor. Not only Yang Fann, but also the Dragon Monarch, Human Emperor, and 5 Universe Lord. All of them were staring at Divine Emperor at the same time. The person they hated the most was undoubtedly Divine Emperor. If it wasn't for this sex toy, they wouldn't have faced such a huge disaster. How could the domain they had painstakingly built and the countless children die? If they did not know what regret was, how would they have the face to face their family's children? It is over, this Emperor is finished in an instant. Endless despair and remorse devoured Divine Emperor's soul. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have informed the clan. Otherwise, this Emperor would still be the high and mighty Emperor of all gods. How could there be today's disaster? Regret shouldn't have happened in the past, regret shouldn't have happened in the past. It's time to inform the boys of the news of victory. Human Emperor and 5 Universe Lord exchanged glances and sent down their orders. Ah, we won, we won. Woo woo woo, we survived. We survived. There's no need to die. We don't need to die anymore. Thank you, His Majesty Yang Fann, for your divine might. Soon, the news of victory spread across the Devil Domain. The entire Devil Domain had turned into a sea of joy, and countless people were crying tears of joy. Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. Poochie. The void twisted. Commander-in-Chief Brute and 4 Divine Source Universe Lords stepped out from it. All of them had extremely pale faces. The Divine Source clan had dominated the chaotic starry sky for so many eras, but they had never suffered such a huge loss. In such a low-level universe that they didn't care about. Bitch native, if it wasn't for the suppression of the Universe Source's will, how could a mere native show off in front of me? Commander-in-Chief Brute gritted his teeth. If he wasn't suppressed by the universe sources will in the chaotic starry sky, killing a mere low-grade middle-level universe lord who had just stepped into the middle-level universe lord realm would be as easy as killing a chicken. Commander, what should we do next? Should we ask Godfather? A middle-level universe lord hesitated for a moment and suggested. Even with the combined strength of 9 great universe lord, they still couldn't do anything to those barbarians, let alone after losing 4 great universe lord. It's just a bunch of aphids. Why should we disturb Godfather? Before the middle-level universe lord could finish his words, Brute interrupted him. I have my own ideas on this matter. If he had to ask Godfather for help to deal with such a low-level universe, he would not be able to afford to lose face. When he returned to the Divine Origin universe, he would become the laughing stock of those 3 guys. That brat is just relying on the power of dimensions. Without the power of dimensions, I will kill him like a dog. Don't worry about him, just rob the source of this universe. I want to see how long he can endure it. C2195 1 billion years eternal world, Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann's terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a middle-level universe lord, swept out and broke through Divine Emperor and the other 4 great universe lords' world crystal wall. He began to count his harvest. 4 great universe lord, this was definitely the biggest harvest he had obtained in the past 10 billion years. 7 days later, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Universe Lord was indeed Universe Lord, and as expected, he didn't let him down. Even the lowest cultivation-based Divine Emperor had a higher social status than Devil Emperor. The strongest quasi-middle-level Universe Lord had a higher social status than Devil Emperor. With the 4 great Universe Lord combined, the origin of eternity alone was no less than 300 million trillion cubic meters. It was almost comparable to a low-grade Universe Lord. The other universe treasures were innumerable. Yang Fann even found 3 Yang Fanns. In the low-level universe, original treasures were extremely rare. However, in the high-level universe, they were not that precious. At least, there were many low-grade original treasures that were of inferior quality. These 3 great universe lord each had one. Of course, what delighted Yang Fann the most was still the harvest of the universe source. Although it wasn't enough to satisfy the requirement of 1 cubic meter of the eternal divine art's beginning universe source, all 4 great universe lords' universe sources added together had exceeded 1 cubic meter. One should know that Devil Emperor's universe source was less than 1,000th cubic meter in size, and his combat strength was comparable to a middle-level universe lord warrior. If he could absorb and refine the origin of eternity that was more than 1 cubic meter in size, what kind of realm would his divine body reach? Even if the pure strength of body couldn't compete with Universe Lord, it wouldn't be much different. It would be enough to crush many extreme quasi-Universe Lord. At that time, even if he left the Devil Domain, he would still be able to fight Commander-in-Chief Brute, or even win. And this was only the weakest of the 4 great Universe Lord. If he could suppress and capture the other 4 great Universe Lord, and even that Commander-in-Chief Brute, what kind of harvest would that be? The eternal and indestructible divine art's beginning in the great universe was something that was almost guaranteed to happen. It wasn't impossible to break through to the small success stage. There was also the possibility of breaking through to the top-level universe sovereign. However, there was a possibility of breaking through to the 7th or 8th level of the high-level universe sovereign. Sure enough, danger and opportunity coexisted. This great calamity of the universe was a world-destroying disaster for the Heavenly Emperor and the others. However, if it was him, not only would it not be a catastrophe, it would be a great opportunity instead. Without these divine source universes' Universe Lord, Yang Fann's cultivation base in the primary universe had almost reached its limit. It would be extremely difficult for him to break into other realms and kill Universe Lord, even if his current combat strength was comparable to a middle-level Universe Lord. His chances of success would not exceed 1 level. At least, since Universe Lord was determined to leave, Yang Fann had no other way to stop him. He took a deep breath. Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart and called for human sovereign realm experts and 5 Universe Lord. He distributed nearly 300 million trillion cubic meters worth of origin of eternities to 5 Universe Lord. No matter what, he had to get someone to drink some soup for him. It was not Yang Fann's character to eat alone. Besides, if human sovereign realm experts didn't stop him at the end, he wouldn't be able to keep 4 Universe Lord alive. Regarding this, none of the human sovereign realm experts dared to have any complaints. Although they knew that Yang Fann would definitely take the biggest share, and the final reward would be far more than 100 million trillion Yang Fanns, they were still weak. Without Yang Fann, they wouldn't even be able to protect their own lives, let alone divide the spoils of war. Furthermore, 100 million trillion square cubic meters origin of eternities was already quite a lot. Even if the 5 of them split it equally, it would still be 20 million cubic meters of origin of eternity. Honestly speaking, if it were them, he might not be as generous as Yang Fann. One should know that Devil Emperor had only accumulated a few million trillion cubic meters of origin of eternity after thousands of eras. Even Wu God, who had the highest value among them, only had over 30 million cubic meters of origin of eternity. With these 20 million square cubic meters of origin of eternity, it was enough for their strength to increase by a level. Although the origin of eternities were of little value to Universe Lord and had limited uses, the quantity change was enough to cause a qualitative change. Devil Emperor Palace, Devil Emperor Palace. After sending Human Emperor and the others away, Yang Fann began his secluded cultivation. Universe Lord of the 4 outer universes was not excluded. Unfortunately, he had already left Devil Domain. He was far from being a match for Commander-in-Chief Brute. The 2 middle-level Universe Lord warriors alone were enough for him to drink a pot of wine. Without the support of the Devil Domain, he would be able to suppress any middle-level Universe Lord warrior in a one-on-one battle. However, once the 2 of them joined forces, Yang Fann wouldn't have the confidence to win. As a middle-level Universe Lord, the combat strength of the 2 of them combined was not something that the other 2 quasi-middle-level Universe Lord could compare with. There was only one way to solve the crisis of Primary Universe, and that was to improve his combat strength as soon as possible, and become even stronger than Commander-in-Chief Brute. Buzz. A ray of light flashed past, and a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Even a quasi-intermediate Universe Lord like Devil Emperor had to spend billions of years to completely absorb and refine him, let alone Divine Emperor and the others. With his current cultivation base and strength, it would take 10 billion years and 100 billion years for him to devour all of them. With such a long period of time, there was no telling what sort of unforeseen event would occur. In comparison, the universe source could increase his combat strength in the shortest amount of time possible. Boom boom boom. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique and the great cosmic eternal divine arts were both circulated to the extreme. Yang Fann's body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe source. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's cells like dragons, strengthening every cell in his body, causing his pure strength of body to rise at a terrifying speed. While Yang Fann was in seclusion, Human Emperor and 5 Universe Lord also began to cultivate in seclusion. Although it was very difficult for them to achieve a major breakthrough in a short period of time, they were still able to make a slight improvement in their cultivation base at this moment. That was good too. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years, 10 million years. Soon, 100 million years passed. Commander-in-Chief Brute and the 4 great Universe Lords seemed to have vanished all of a sudden. The desolate eternal world once again became prosperous. Many humans had left the Devil Domain. 100 million years was nothing to the Witch Clan and the Heaven race. Whether or not they could give birth to 10,000 people was not a big deal. It was a huge problem. However, to the humans, it was an extremely long period of time. No one knew how many generations they could produce. To many humans, the great calamity of the universe had long become a legend. Eternal Great World, an inconspicuous low eternity world. Rumble. Suddenly, Commander-in-Chief Brute's tightly shut eyes opened. Kekaki. Kekaki. Origin space, I have finally found it. Little son Yang Fann, your death date is about to arrive. Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace, Devil Emperor Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's body suddenly quivered. An extremely ominous feeling surged into his heart. Ah, not good. The warning from the origin. What a good Commander-in-Chief Brute, he actually had the idea of getting the universe source. No way, with my current strength, without the support of the power of the Devil Domain. He's still not a match for that Commander-in-Chief Brute. After 100 million years of bitter cultivation, the universe source in Yang Fann's hand had almost been refined by 80%, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. He had used all his trump cards in combat strength, so he shouldn't be much weaker than the master of middle-rank middle-level universe. However, he was still far from being able to deal with Commander-in-Chief Brute. There's still time. Commander-in-Chief Brute isn't from the primary universe. Even if he found the universe source's spatial zone, he wouldn't be able to enter it easily. The universe source's spatial zone was the location of a universe source. It is the most mysterious place in the universe. It is also the most solid place. Even the native universe Lord, it was extremely difficult to enter the universe source, let alone the people of the outer universe. A billion years, could he at most resist Commander-in-Chief Brute for a billion years? That's enough. See 2197 Ferocious Yang Fann Primary Universe, Origin Space. Commander-in-Chief Brute looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was as arrogant as the heavens, totally not putting Yang Fann, who was once a defeated opponent, in his eyes. Without the support of the realm power, this little son Yang Fann could only barely step into the middle-level universe lord. How could he be a match for a high-rank middle-level universe lord like him? Today, he would definitely get rid of his previous humiliation and skin this lowly peasant alive, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. A scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days of separation. Old dog, don't look down on others like a dog. Yang Fann sneered and did not show any signs of weakness as he confronted him. You are deliberately mystifying me. I would like to see how you, this aphid, have improved. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Commander-in-Chief Brute's mouth. He didn't take Yang Fann's words seriously at all. He wanted to challenge him 2 levels higher than him in just 1 billion in 100 million years. What kind of joke was this? Even though he, Commander-in-Chief Brute, was born in a high-grade universe, he had 100 times more resources than these low-grade universe natives. Advancing from a low-grade middle-level universe lord to a high-rank middle-level universe lord would cost him over 1,000 era of the year's warriors. 2197 chapter. Unless little son Yang Fann hid his true strength from the beginning, but was that possible? If that was really the case, he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily back then, or even completely suppress him. With the help of the power of dimensions, it wasn't impossible for a high-rank middle-level universe lord to suppress him, whose combat strength was severely suppressed, with the help of the power of dimensions. Don't worry, you will know my means very soon. Yang Fann gave Commander-in-Chief Brute a meaningful look. He waved at Human Emperor, Wu God, and 5 Universe Lord. Everyone, I will leave Universe Lord in the outer universe to you. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, I'll leave everything to you. The 5 Human Emperors' hearts were filled with anxiety. The pressure that Commander-in-Chief Brute had unleashed, it was much stronger than the pressure they felt during the previous battle. 10 times, 100 times. It was as if a casual palm strike could wipe them out from this world. It was impossible to whisper in the same day. As for Yang Fann, he didn't have the support of the realm power. As time went on, the consequences were unimaginable. However, at this point in time, they could only place all their hopes on Yang Fann. No one was willing to leave the primary universe and become a homeless person who was in a precarious situation. Don't worry, leave this old dog to me. As he spoke, boom boom boom, Yang Fann no longer suppressed his chi. The chi around his body increased crazily and steadily. In an instant, he had crossed the threshold of middle-level universe lord. However, what shocked Commander-in-Chief Brute was that Yang Fann's chi was still increasing endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was approaching the master of middle-rank middle-level universe. Bitch, could it be that little son Yang Fann really hid something? Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes narrowed slightly. As for Yang Fann breaking through in a short span of 1 billion and 1 billion years, he would never believe it. Not to mention such a low-level universe with poor resources, even in those top universes that stood at the peak of chaotic starry sky, it was impossible for such a monster to appear. This was 1 billion years, not 11 eras, but 110 eras. Bitch, this little son Yang Fann is really hiding something. Very quickly, Commander-in-Chief Brute's facial expression changed. At this moment, Yang Fann's chi had completely surpassed the Lord of middle-rank middle-level universe. What was even more terrifying was that his chi was still rising rapidly. High-rank middle-level universe lord. This little son Yang Fann is actually a high-rank middle-level universe lord. No, this is impossible. Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Fann's chi had reached its peak, and his chi was terrifying. Compared to the current him, Yang Fann was much stronger, and he seemed to have the power to fight a peak middle-level universe lord. Gulp gulp. This This is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's true strength. This is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's true strength. Behind Yang Fann, human sovereign realm warriors, Wu God, and 5 universe lord all had the same terrified expressions on their faces. They were so scared that their jaws couldn't close. This surprise was truly unexpected, and it was impossible to guard against it. But why didn't His Royal Highness Yang Fann use his full strength earlier? If he had used such a terrifying strength before this, coupled with the support of the realm power, even if he couldn't capture this group of outer universe Lord, Commander-in-Chief Brute's 8 Great Universe Lord would definitely be captured by him. No one will be able to escape. Or is it that His Royal Highness Yang Fann really broke through in just a billion years? Gurgle gurgle this. Is this possible? It wasn't that they didn't believe in Yang Fann's talent, it was just that it was too unbelievable. This was Universe Lord, not a domain god, but a master god. But very quickly, each and every one of them was replaced by surprise. Regardless of whether His Royal Highness Yang Fann was deliberately hiding his strength or making a breakthrough at the last minute, it would only bring them benefits and no disadvantages. This battle had completely reversed the balance of victory for them. Last time, His Royal Highness Yang Fann was at a disadvantage and could gradually turn the situation around, let alone now that he had the upper hand. Cruel Gia, the scumbags of the Divine Source Universe. Your good days are over. The 5 elements giant god array was activated. Human Emperor and the others had not lived in vain for a billion years. They knew that their cultivation would not make much progress in a short span of 1 billion years. Therefore, they were prepared to make up for it with external help and the power of the formation. The 5 elements giant god formation was a top-tier killing formation that they had carefully practiced. Wu God, the strongest among them, was the eye of the formation. With the help of the other 4 great universe lord, combined with the power of the 5 elemental quasi-original treasure, it transformed into a 5 elemental chaotic devil god. In an instant, a terrifying great god who was only a head shorter than Commander-in-Chief Brute appeared out of thin air. His aura was so terrifying that it was even stronger than many quasi-middle-level universe lord warriors. Scum from the Divine Source Universe, take my axe Buzz. The treasure light in his hand flashed, and in an instant, a terrifying axe that was tens of thousands of light years long appeared in Chaos Devil God's hand. When he swung the axe, it was as if Chaos Devil God had created the world and destroyed everything. Poochie Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The 4 manifestations wind lightning diagram, which had been barely able to withstand the great Tao Divine Eye's attack, finally reached its limit after being struck by the primal Chaos Divine Axe. Traces of tiny cracks appeared on it. Kekekeka bastard from the Divine Essence Universe, let's see how long you can last. Break for me, God and Devil, split open the sky. Kekeki old dog, let's fight. Yang Fann's combat intent sword. He stepped on the void and threw a punch at Commander-in-Chief Brute. Little son Yang Fann, I'm not afraid of you. A hint of anger flashed across Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes. The brute divine sword in his hand tore through the sky and shattered everything. Bang bang bang. Commander-in-Chief Brute took a few dozen steps back, and the space between his thumb and index finger cracked. A large amount of divine bloods fell down, corroding a large part of the starry sky. On the other hand, Yang Fann only took a dozen steps back. There was only a small opening on his fist, as if he wasn't injured at all. Obviously, Yang Fann had the upper hand this time. Bitch it, this little son Yang Fann is really a high-rank middle-level universe lord also. His divine body isn't much weaker than a low-grade original treasure. Bitch it, just how much strength did this kid hide before this? Kekekeka old dog, take another punch from me. Yang Fann smiled complacently. He was extremely satisfied with the results of his 1 billion years of secluded cultivation. Not only had his combat strength increased by 100 times, he had even surpassed Brute by a notch. Even his divine body's defense had improved by leaps and bounds. Roar little son Yang Fann, don't be so arrogant. Divine Tree, Great Sky Law Divine Sword. Rumble rumble. Rumble, rumble. The 2 black shadows collided with each other, shattering countless spatial zones. Luckily, the universe source's spatial zone was isolated from the universal world. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have to face this tribulation, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Old dog, let's see if you still dare to plot against our universe in the future. Ah, I'll fight. Yang Fann's face was ferocious, like an evil ghost, and he crazily beat him up. Bang bang bang. His strength was not as good as Yang Fann's. His endurance, recovery, and defense were not as good as Yang Fann's. In all aspects, he was inferior to Yang Fann. In less than half an incense stick of time, Commander-in-Chief Brute was completely at a disadvantage. He didn't have much strength to fight back. One bitch it, how could this little scholar be so strong? Could it be that I have to be humiliated by this little scholar a second time? C-2198 Defeat Primary Universe, Origin Space. Relying on his terrifying divine body that was comparable to the original treasure and his abnormal recovery ability, Yang Fann was only attacking and not defending, as if he was putting his life on the line. Commander-in-Chief Brute was using his strength and divine body. Everything was being suppressed by Yang Fann. Soon, he was at an absolute disadvantage, and could only parry. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Bitch it, how can this little scholar be so strong? Could it be that I am going to be humiliated twice by him? No, I'm not willing. Commander-in-Chief Brute fought with his life on the line to defend against Yang Fann's storm-like attacks. He kept roaring in his heart. He was a mighty high-level universe lord, but he was still defeated twice by such a lowly barbarian. What kind of humiliation was this? It was so humiliating that he would never be able to wash his face and rinse his mouth for the rest of his life. Roar. Forbidden technique. Blood explosion technique. Commander-in-Chief Brute gritted his teeth, and at the risk of shaking his foundation, he started to use the forbidden arts. He couldn't afford to lose to such a lowly barbarian twice, even if he had to spend a huge amount of time to repair his foundation in the future. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, Commander-in-Chief Brute's aura skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed Yang Fann and stepped into the ranks of top-grade middle-level Universe Lord. His terrifying pressure seemed to be able to suppress a low-grade Universe Lord. Little son Yang Fann, I want you to die, humph old dog. Forbidden arts, do you think you're the only one who can do this? Yang Fann coldly harumphed. Forbidden arts, great son. 9 rebels in a competition of life and death. Yang Fann had never been afraid of anyone. He had the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique. As long as he had enough strength of origin, he would be able to devour them all. It wouldn't take long for him to make up for the loss of the origin roots. And in his hands, there were still 4 more great universe lords that great universe lord hadn't devoured. The Great Sun 9 Melodies. This was a top-grade forbidden arts that Yang Fann had collected. With the first layer in one song, the 9 melodies had been fully activated, and its strength had increased by 81 times. However, every time he used one more ensemble, the backlash would increase exponentially. Of course, this little side effect was nothing to Yang Fann. Even if he used all 9 ensemble, he would still be able to recover after swallowing half of Universe Lord's strength of origin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Vaguely, there seemed to be mysterious sound of great taus forming the most profound movement that surrounded Yang Fann. In an instant, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by 81 times, and his aura was even more terrifying than Commander-in-Chief Brute's. He was almost as powerful as a peak middle-level Universe Lord. Old dog, watch me fight Hong Long. Boom. Yang Fann's fists were like a blazing sun, crushing everything, and once again suppressing the Commander-in-Chief Brute who had just erupted. Bitch, little son Yang Fann, do I really have to use the other forbidden arts? Commander-in-Chief Brute roared in his heart, unwilling to give up. A blood explosion skill was nothing, it would only take him a little bit of time at most. He would be able to recover from it, but if he continued to use the other forbidden arts, under the double backlash, his foundation would be completely shaken. At the very least, his cultivation base would drop dramatically, and his rank would drop. At the worst, his path ahead would be destroyed, and there would be no possibility for him to advance any further. Was it really worth it to sacrifice his own future for such a low-level universe native? Very quickly, reason gradually gained the upper hand. He hadn't advanced to the top-level Universe Lord yet, and had even surpassed Universe Lord to reach the legendary realm. How could he be destroyed by such a low-level universe native? In the next second, Commander-in-Chief Brute moved his spiritual sense and said to his 4 subordinates, the sound transmitting, Aruno, you guys go first. I'll hold them back. He had already lost 4 men out of the 8 great Universe Lord. If even these 4 great Universe Lord were to die here, even if he was one of the Divine Source clan's 4 main combat armies, Commander-in-Chief would still be punished severely. Especially the 2 middle-level Universe Lord warriors, Aruno and Lors, who were the mainstay of Divine Source clan. There weren't many middle-level Universe Lord warriors in the entire Divine Source clan. For example, the 12 patriarchs of the 12 families, whose status was second only to commander-in-chiefs, were mostly middle-level Universe Lord warriors. They were just slightly more powerful than Aruno and Lors. Hearing this, the 4 great Universe Lord felt bitter in their hearts. If they could leave, how could they not want to? They really couldn't. The power of the 4 elephants Wind Lightning God formation was unparalleled. It made them want to leave. It was almost as if they had the terrifying defensive power of a quasi-high-level Universe Lord. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of the Eye of Great Tao for a billion years, but their weakness was also obvious. It was fine if he lost all his offensive strength and only had his defensive strength left. However, he couldn't move at will. Once he shifted his position, the divine formation would immediately collapse. 3. If they didn't have the protection of the divine formation, they would probably be heavily injured or even killed by the Eye of Great Tao in the blink of an eye with their current strength. This time, they had been tricked by Commander-in-Chief Brute once again. If it wasn't for Commander-in-Chief Brute's guarantee that he would be able to suppress these barbarians, they wouldn't have set up such a useless divine formation. For the first time, in the Devil Domain, Commander-in-Chief Brute left without even saying a word. If it wasn't for the fact that their means of survival were pretty good, they would have been tricked by this dark star. This time, Commander-in-Chief Brute thought of them. But could they leave? Sigh. Why didn't he realize that the chief of the army was cheating people in the past? At this moment, Commander-in-Chief Brute finally realized the flaw of the 4 elemental Wind Thunder divine formation. He wanted to open up the eternal great world and absorb the 4 elemental Wind Thunder divine formation, but Yang Fann still had the Eye of the Great Tao, so he didn't give him the chance to do so. Lord Brute, don't worry about us anymore. Leave quickly and ask God Father to save us. If they continued to stay, other than risking the lives of their legion's chief, there was no other possibility. Aruno, you all wait. I will inform God Father immediately. Persist, Commander-in-Chief Brute gritted his teeth, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. However, he did not have too much hope in his heart. Divine Essence Universe was an unknown number of years away from this low-level universe. Even using universe transportation arrays, they had been transported for nearly 500 million years. With Aruno and the other three's condition, how could they last for 500 million years? Moreover, little son Yang Fann's strength had already surpassed his. How could he still keep the divine realm? It was likely that he would soon destroy the universe transportation array in the divine realm. Without the transportation array, if he wanted to rush over from their divine essence universe, even if he, the mighty God Father, personally took action, it would be impossible without billions of years. At this moment, a hint of regret surged into Commander-in-Chief Brute's heart. He regretted not being so careless. If he had asked for help earlier, as long as another Commander-in-Chief came, he would have let little son Yang Fann act fierce. Aruno, don't worry, if anything happens to you, I will make sure all the natives of this low-grade universe die with you. Roar, rumble, a bright golden light suddenly appeared and covered Commander-in-Chief Brute's body. Not good, this old dog is trying to run again. Stay here, Void Suppression Tower Hong Long. A treasure light rose from Yang Fann's body and turned into 100,000 feet tall golden tower, sealing the entire 4-direction space. This was the quasi-original treasure that Yang Fann had looted from one of the Universe Lord's bodies. However, if a mere quasi-original treasure wanted to seal a high-level Universe Lord like Commander-in-Chief Brute, it was obvious that it was far from enough. It didn't even stop for a fraction of a second before Commander-in-Chief Brute disappeared without a trace. He let that old dog run away again. There isn't a single real spatial original treasure. It really isn't that simple to keep that old dog alive. But luckily, we managed to keep these guys alive. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with disappointment. He had already burnt the spatial origin of the void-suppressing pagoda, but in the end, all of his efforts were in vain. C-2199 Annihilating God Race Primary Universe, Origin Space. Yang Fann turned around and looked at the 4-elemental Wind Lightning God formation. His eyes were filled with greed and desire. Although Commander-in-Chief Brute had left, he was still able to keep the 4-elemental Wind Lightning God formation. This was also not bad. One should know that. This was different from Divine Emperor and the other 4 Great Universe Lord. The strongest amongst them was a quasi-middle-level Universe Lord who had broken through to the middle-level Universe Lord with a single step. Currently, these 4 Great Universe Lord were at least at the quasi-middle-level Universe Lord. The strongest among them had even stepped into the middle-rank middle-level universe with a single step. It was completely different from the past. Putting aside the strength of original life that they had, just their value alone was several times, or even more than 10 times. Divine Emperor and the other 3 had already taken out 0.1 cubic meter worth of universe sources to take down the 4 great universe lord. Perhaps, they would be able to gather all the divine arts needed for the eternal divine arts beginning. The power of the eternal divine arts was beyond Yang Fann's imagination. Initially, he thought that only a beginning could have the strength of their body. But now, with just a little bit of superficial knowledge, his pure strength of body, it was no less than a low-grade universe lord. Once he became a true beginning, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In the end, even if the strength of the body wasn't as strong as a middle-level universe lord, he was afraid that it wouldn't be much weaker. At that time, their true combat strength wouldn't be weak even amongst high-level universe lord warriors. Just thinking about it made him excited. In the next second, a ferocious smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Die rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent out a palm strike. The heaven-sheltering big hand covered thousands of light years, as if Devil God had destroyed the world and destroyed thousands of stars. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The cracks on the 4 symbols wind lightning diagram instantly spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. What a strong defense. Yang Fann raised his brows. One should know that he was now, with the help of the 9 solar ensemble, his attack power wasn't any weaker than some extreme middle-level universe lord warriors. Adding the Eye of the Great Tao, it was not 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. There was also the human sovereign and the other 5 elements, Chaos Devil God, which 5 universe lord had transformed into. He wasn't a weakling either. His attack power was on par with a middle-level universe lord. The combined attack of the 3 had already surpassed a lot of quasi-high-level universe lord warriors. He was on the same level as a high-level universe lord warrior. They couldn't even break this divine formation, and it was no wonder that they were able to withstand the attack of the Eye of Great Tao for such a long time. But very quickly, a wisp of cold shine flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. HMPH, let me see how long this turtle shell of yours can last. Break it for me, rumble. Rumble. Yang Fann's fist was like a star. It was like rain, beating him up repeatedly. Kai, 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 kai. The dense cracks spread wildly in all directions. 2 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 3 days, 10 days, 1 month, March, half a year, soon, a year passed. Roar explode for me, ah. Not good. Bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The 4 elemental wind lightning formation finally couldn't withstand Yang Fann and the Eye of the Great Tao. The terrifying attack of the 5 elemental chaotic devil god shattered with a loud bang. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 streams of light tore apart the void. Their speed was so fast that it exceeded Universe Lord's reaction speed. However, they were fast. Yang Fann was even faster than them. Be good and stay behind. The void-suppressing pagoda had been prepared for a long time. Yang Fann had even burned the origin of space to unleash the maximum power of the void-suppressing pagoda. A quasi-original treasure like the void-suppressing pagoda. It didn't have much effect on Commander-in-Chief Brute, who was a high-level Universe Lord, but it still had a great effect on these intermediate and low-grade Universe Lord. Furthermore, the 4 elemental wind lightning formation had been broken. As the core of the formation, all of them were severely injured, with less than 1/10 of their strength remaining. Ah, no, little son Yang Fann. Godfather will avenge us, he will definitely avenge us. Hua Sheng, I curse you. Godfather, HMPH, sooner or later, I will make him pay the price. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Anyone who dared to plot against their universe would become Yang Fann's mortal enemy. Not only Godfather, but the entire Divine Essence universe would also be destroyed in the end. Furthermore, Yang Fann believed that this period of time would not be too long. Now, it's time to deal with those sinners from Primary Universe. Eternal Great World, Divine Realm. The entire God domain was peaceful, with no changes whatsoever. 1 billion years ago, Divine Emperor frankly admitted that he was a spy from the outer universe, causing the divine race to become the public enemy of billions of races in the Eternal Great World. But even so, in these 1 billion years, there weren't many who truly dared to become enemies with the divine race. Putting aside the fact that the divine race was powerful, they had the protection of the divine realm's will. Even a quasi-universe lord would have to bear the consequences if they wanted to take revenge on the divine race. Furthermore, according to the legends, those outer universe lord were hiding in the divine realm. Compared to 1 billion years ago, the god race was even more powerful now. Even a few quasi-universe lord warriors were born. The god race was created by divine emperor using his own divine blood. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the descendants of the divine source clan. Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others would still take care of the god race occasionally. With Commander-in-Chief Brute's and the others' strength, they could dig out some things from their fingernails and it would be enough for those top-level universe sovereign warriors. It would be a piece of cake for them to give birth to a few quasi-universe lord warriors. Poochie. Like a curtain, the space was forcefully torn apart. Yang Fann took a step forward. Previously, he was too weak to leave Devil Domain without giving Commander-in-Chief Brute an opportunity to survive. Now, it was time to deal with these sinners. Hong Long, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a high-rank middle-level universe lord, swept across the entire god realm without any restraint. Sure enough, that old dog didn't return to the divine realm. Very quickly, Yang Fann frowned, but it was also within his expectations. Commander-in-Chief Brute was different from Divine Emperor. The reincarnation of the soul had completely become a member of the primary universe. It was impossible for him to control the divine realm. Even if he returned to the divine realm, it wouldn't be of much help to him. Once his whereabouts were exposed, he would be in danger of dying if he was not careful. A Yang Fann alone was able to suppress him. Coupled with the great Tao I formed from the will of the universe source, this combination was enough to completely crush him. Right at this moment, rumble, the heavens and earth changed colors, and clouds began to surge. A terrifying great gods that was over 10,000 light years tall appeared within the void, just like Divine Emperor, who was being suppressed by Yang Fann. It was the origin will of this divine realm. HMPH, I didn't go look for you, but you came looking for me first. Extinguish for me. Boom. The terrifying strength of soul turned into a heaven-splitting divine axe and slashed towards the origin will of the god domain. Yang Fann hadn't practiced any profound soul secret technique, but just the pure strength of soul alone was enough to sweep away many quasi-universe lord warriors. As for the origin will of the divine realm, it didn't have the control of Divine Emperor, the master of the divine realm. Just by relying on the instinct of his will, the amount of power he could exert was extremely limited. It was far less than 1 in 10,000 when he was at his peak. It wasn't much stronger than some low intermediate universe lord. This was also the difference between a master universe and a master universe. With a main universe, under King of the Universe's control, it was enough to unleash the full power of the universe source's will. It was like the divine source universe. With King of Divine Source in charge, even top-level universe lord would dare to enter the divine source universe recklessly. If one was not careful, they would be mercilessly suppressed. If the primary universe had King of the Universe, Commander-in-Chief Brute would not dare to enter with such a big fanfare. Even if it was a low-level universe. The true power of the universe source's will could severely injure or even suppress a high-level universe lord. However, it wasn't easy to become king of the universe. His strength had to be at least at universe lord's level, and more importantly, he had to know a secret technique to break through to the next realm. This was the key, just like the eternal world. There were top-tier experts in there, and their strength wasn't any weaker than the universe sovereign. In fact, they were even comparable to top-level universe sovereign. However, there wasn't a single person who could become an eternal realm lord and completely transcend the eternal world. However, it was easier said than done to know about this secret technique. Even in the Divine Source clan, only a handful of people knew about this secret technique. In less than a breath's time, bang, the origin will was split into two by Yang Fann's axe. The terrifying strength of soul had completely wiped out Divine Emperor's spiritual brand. In the next second, boom, a wisp of Yang Fann's soul grew endlessly. It went deep into the divine realm's origin space and branded itself onto the divine realm's source. In an instant, everything in the divine realm was in front of Yang Fann's eyes. After the devil domain, Yang Fann once again took control of a large region. I hereby declare that the god race has colluded with foreign enemies and caused chaos among the people. Their crimes shall be punished. C-2200 The great universe's immemorial eternal divine art, the eternal great world, the realm of the gods. A cold voice rang out in the ears of the trillions of God race beings in the divine realm. It was like the sound of great Tao had declared their fates. Poochie poochie poochie. In an instant, all the God race clansmen in the God realm, from the top-level universe sovereign to the true God stage, were reduced to ashes. They didn't even have the time to scream. He had successfully imprinted the origin of the divine realm, controlled it, and became the new ruler of the divine realm. In the divine realm, Yang Fann was the heavens and the great Tao. Apart from those few quasi-universe lord who had just stepped into the universe lord stage, the rest of them were just puny ants. Their lives and deaths were completely under Yang Fann's control. With just a thought, Yang Fann would be able to destroy their souls, body and soul, without any ability to resist. Woo woo woo. The boys are dead, all of them are dead. Ah, Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. Woo woo woo. Master Brutus will not let you go, he will definitely avenge us. In an instant, the remaining 8 quasi-universe lord from the God race cried out with tears in their eyes. They looked as if they had lost their parents as they let out the enmity's curse. So noisy. Yang Fann coldly harumphed. His spiritual sense turned into a blade and swept in all directions. In the next second, bang, 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 8 quasi-universe lord warriors, all of the souls were destroyed, turning into flying ashes to the current Yang Fann. Quasi-universe lord was no different from an ant on the ground. God Emperor Palace, Transmission World. Wang. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. After taking complete control of the divine realm, there were no more secrets in the world of the divine realm that Yang Fann could talk about. This is that universe transportation array. Those divine source universes universe lord were transported here through this transportation array. Looking at the vast transportation array below, Yang Fann fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Yang Fann's soul moved. He put away the array flags and removed the universe transportation array. The strength of the divine essence universe was unknown, but there was one thing that was certain. It was definitely not something he could fight against now. It was just Commander-in-Chief Brute. He had caused chaos in the primary universe, and almost destroyed the entire primary universe. He didn't need too many Commander-in-Chief Brutes like Commander-in-Chief Brutes. A few of them would be enough for him to drink a pot of them. Not to mention, there was also the even more terrifying Godfather. It was imaginable how powerful Commander-in-Chief Brute was to be addressed as Godfather. He was definitely much stronger than Commander-in-Chief Brute. Perhaps, Godfather alone would be able to crush him, even if he had the geographical advantage. With the help of numerous forbidden arts secret techniques, he would be able to unleash the combat strength of a quasi-high-level universe lord warrior. As long as Godfather could unleash the combat strength of a high-level universe lord warrior, he would be able to crush Godfather with ease. Whether it was the divine domain or the devil domain, they were merely realms built by low-level universe lord. As for middle-level universe lord warriors, they could still suppress their combat strength by a grade. However, it was virtually impossible to suppress high-level universe lord. Even if they occupied the entire eternal great world and built their own realms, their effects on high-level universe lord were limited. However, Yang Fann did not destroy these array flags directly. Perhaps one day, he would be able to use these array flags and borrow the power of the universe's transportation array to teleport to the divine essence universe. God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Palace. After removing the universe transportation array, Yang Fann did not choose to return to Devil Domain, nor did he chase after Commander-in-Chief Brute. Instead, he stayed in God Emperor Palace. It wasn't easy for a high-level universe lord to find his whereabouts if he wanted to hide. Furthermore, with his current strength, even if he found Commander-in-Chief Brute, it would be very difficult for him to keep him alive. Instead of wasting time, he might as well wait until he had fully digested what he had obtained from this battle, and his combat strength had greatly increased. Then, he would go look for that Commander-in-Chief Brute. In the next second, a ray of light flashed past, and the 4 great universe lord of Aruno appeared in front of Yang Fann. Boom! A terrifying strength of soul swept out. With the help of the divine realm's will, it was almost comparable to a peak middle-level universe lord. Aruno and the other 3 great universe lord didn't have much strength to resist. Even the strongest Aruno only managed to hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before the world crystal wall was forcefully torn apart by Yang Fann. 1 month later, buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a flash of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. The value of the four great universe lord was extremely high. They were much richer than what he had imagined, and they were even richer than Divine Emperor and the other four great universe lord. Just the origin of eternity alone. As for the other universe treasures, there were thousands or tens of thousands of them, and there were almost no low-grade universe treasures. Even the original treasures had 12 of them. There was even a spatial original treasure, the Divine Space Bell. Unfortunately, its grade was a bit low. It was only a low-grade original treasure. Even if it burned the spatial origin, it was likely that it would be very difficult to completely leave Commander-in-Chief Brute behind. However, using it to deal with a low-grade middle-level universe lord like Aruno was still very effective. All sorts of divine fruits and divine herbs had been planted for countless tens of thousands of miles. Many of them were top-grade bloodline talents that could enhance divine herbs. Even to quasi-universe lord, these divine herbs had a great effect. With these divine herbs, it was enough to increase the talent of their parents and the others by a large amount. They were no weaker than the patriarchs who had been born during the creation of the heavens and earth. It was hard to say whether Universe Lord would be able to break through to the quasi-universe lord, but as long as he had enough resources, it would be a smooth journey for him. With Yang Fann's support, it was impossible for Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others to lack resources. Of course, the universe source that Yang Fann needed the most didn't disappoint him either. At least one person would need more than 0.05 cubic meters, and at most one person would need nearly 0.8 cubic meters. When the four great universe lord combined, they would need more than 1.4 cubic meters, which was much more than what his great universe's eternal divine arts beginning needed. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the high-level universe lord combat strength waving at him. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yang Fann took out the 5 billion trillion cubic meter origin of eternity and gave it to human sovereign realm experts. Then, he started cultivating in seclusion, hoping that he could make the eternal divine body of the universe beginning as soon as possible. Although he had removed the universe transportation array, it didn't mean that the crisis in primary universe would be completely resolved. If he didn't completely hurt the divine source universe, or even destroy the divine source universe, the crisis in primary universe would never be resolved. Without the universe transportation array, it was nothing more than wasting a little more time. Their universe coordinates had already been exposed. Sooner or later, the divine source universe expert would be able to find their universe one day. Not only Yang Fann, but Human Emperor and the others also went into seclusion. Each person had 200 million trillion origin of eternities. If they could absorb all of it, it would be enough for them to break through to the next level or even more. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1 million years, 10 million years, 100 million years, 1 billion years. Under the restoration of the universe source's will, the 6 regions of the eternal great world that Commander-in-Chief Brute had destroyed gradually regained a bit of life force. The impact of the great calamity of the universe was slowly fading away. The footprints of the human race were gradually spreading across the entire eternal world. All the races in the universe, including the Dragon Clan, Witch Clan, Taoism Clan and other powerful races, all respected the human race, and had the power to dominate the entire eternal world. All kinds of geniuses emerged one after another. A large number of half-step sovereign warriors broke through their bottlenecks and advanced to the universe sovereign realm. Many of them had also made great progress in their cultivation. Even a few quasi-universe lord warriors had been born. It was as if the entire human race had a god helping them. Even without Yang Fann and the Human Emperor, the human race had already surpassed the Witch Clan in terms of strength. They were the undisputed number one family in the eternal great world. The Great Tao was the greatest. The great calamity of the universe was both a crisis and an opportunity. Very quickly, 8 billion years passed. God Realm, God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Hall. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying shadow of the universe rose around Yang Fann. The aura around him was like a volcanic eruption, erupting crazily and rising rapidly. C2201 Intermediate Universe Revered One Eternal World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Palace. Boom boom boom. A vast shadow of the universe rose from Yang Fann's back. It was unknown how many light years had passed, but it covered the entire Divine Emperor's hall. A terrifying and invincible pressure radiated out from Yang Fann, covering the sky and covering the earth, and swept across the world. Bang bang bang. In all four directions of the hall, the vast expanse of space was unable to withstand the violent pressure and shattered into powder. At this moment, if anyone dared to take a step into Divine Emperor Palace, even human Emperor and Universe Lord would be crushed to the ground in an instant. They wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. Fortunately, Yang Fann had already used the will of the Divine Realm to seal the entire Divine Emperor's hall. Otherwise, this terrifying pressure would have destroyed the entire God Emperor Palace. Even if the grade of the God Emperor Palace wasn't low, it was only a pile of trash under this explosive pressure. After 8 billion years of hard work, he had swallowed more than 0.9 cubic meters of universe sources. Yang Fann's great universe's eternal divine arts had finally broken through to the beginning. The power of the shell in his body was growing like a tsunami, multiplying in size. Time passed year by year, and soon, another million years had passed. Buzz, buzz, ohm. Yang Fann's soaring momentum gradually calmed down. Another 10,000 years passed. Boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brightly, and he couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. Powerful, incomparably powerful. The eternal and indestructible divine arts beginning and the unbroken beginning were two completely different concepts. The gap between them was more than 100 times. 1,000 times at this moment. Just the pure strength of body alone was enough for Yang Fann to fight a quasi-universe lord. Once he unleashed his full strength with the eternal divine body, it would be more than enough to fight him, no less than some high-rank middle-level universe lord warriors. If he used all of his trump cards and unleashed all of his combat strength, he wouldn't be any weaker than some high-level universe lord warriors. If he encountered that Commander-in-Chief brute again, he wouldn't dare to say that he was absolutely confident. At least, he was confident that he would be able to completely suppress Commander-in-Chief brute. Buzz. Within a breath's time, Yang Fann's mind moved, and he contacted the will of the universe source. He wanted to know if the will of the universe source had discovered Commander-in-Chief brute's whereabouts. All these years, although they had been in secluded cultivation and focused on their cultivation, the will of the universe source had never given up on searching for Commander-in-Chief brute. Without King of the Universe's cosmic will, everything was based on instinct. They were ignorant, but the reaction of these outer universe experts was far from what these universe sovereigns, could compare with. Even so, he still couldn't find any trace of Commander-in-Chief brute, as if Commander-in-Chief brute had already left the primary universe. However, this was obviously impossible. The primary universe was protected by the cosmic crystal wall. If Commander-in-Chief brute left the primary universe, he would have to pass through the cosmic crystal wall. It was impossible that the universe sources will didn't sense him. As for the fact that he had already left through the universe transportation array, it was also impossible for him to hide from the universe source's will. Forget it, I'll let that old dog live for a period of time. Yang Fann sighed lightly and gave up on the idea of chasing after Commander-in-Chief brute. Even the universe sources will couldn't find Commander-in-Chief brute's whereabouts. If he wanted to find Commander-in-Chief brute in the vast universe, it would be no different than finding a needle in a haystack. Very quickly, Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. In the great universe's eternal undying divine arts to refine the remaining universe sources. After the cosmic eternal divine arts reached the true beginning, the speed at which Yang Fann absorbed the universe source had increased by dozens of times. In less than 100 million years, the remaining 0.6 cubic meters of universe source had been completely absorbed by Yang Fann. 100 years later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Sure enough, after the eternal divine arts beginning, a mere cubic meter of universe source was like a drop of water in a bucket of firewood. In other words, it only gave him a slight improvement in his strength. Without 10,000 cubic meter of universe source, it was simply wishful thinking to think that he would be able to reach the true eternal divine art's small completion. Just thinking about it made one feel despair. One should know that 2 middle-level universe lord, 2 quasi-middle-level universe lord, and 5 low-grade universe lord couldn't even gather 2 cubic meters of universe source and 10,000 cubic meters of universe source. If it was these middle and low-grade universe lord, he would have to kill at least tens of thousands of cubic meters of them. That was universe lord, the ultimate expert of a universe. He wasn't some random nobody, he could get as much as he wanted. He hoped that after he took down the divine essence universe, he would be able to gather 10,000 cubic meters of universe sources. After all, it was a high-level universe. The strength of its foundation was far from what a low-level universe could compare with. The next second, Yang Fann's mind moved. He once again contacted the universe sources to see if he had discovered Commander-in-Chief Brute's whereabouts. A high-level universe lord's worth was at least 10 times higher than those middle-level universe lord warriors. However, as usual, there was still no trace of Commander-in-Chief Brute, as if he had completely disappeared. Yang Fann sighed helplessly and continued his seclusion. Swoosh! A stream of light flashed past, and a huge amount of Origin of Eternities appeared in Divine Emperor's main hall, filling it up. That were given to Human Emperor and the others, Yang Fann still had nearly 2 billion cubic meters of Yang Fanns in his hands. Even so many Origin of Eternities were worth it. A dozen quasi-intermediate low-level universe lord like Devil Emperor. Yang Fann would never let them waste them like this. Rumble. In an instant, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to the limit by Yang Fann. All the pores in his body expanded, and his body turned into countless black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding Origin of Eternities. Countless Origin of Eternities turned into rivers that flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black holes. Every breath, every second, there were tens of thousands of cubic meters of Origin of Eternities being absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. The divine eternal physique of the great universe, beginning, had pushed Yang Fann to the limit of his endurance. His speed of absorption had also increased by more than 10 times, or even more than 100 times. Soon, 100 million years had passed. 2 billion trillion Origin of Eternities, one level was gone. Yang Fann's cultivation had successfully broken through to the quasi-middle level universe sovereign. 500 million years later, out of the 2 trillion Origin of Eternities, less than half remained. Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the limit of the quasi-middle level universe sovereign, and he was only a step away from breaking through. Another 200 million years passed. 2 billion trillion Origin of Eternities, rumble 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 rumble, rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura started to rise at a terrifying speed. After absorbing nearly 3 billion trillion Origin of Eternities, Yang Fann's cultivation finally took a step forward. That was the most crucial step, and he had successfully broken through to the middle-level universe sovereign. At this moment, Yang Fann really wanted to thank Aruno and the other divine source universe's universe lord. If it wasn't for their generous donations, who knew how long it would have taken him to break through to the middle-level universe sovereign. Nearly 3 billion trillion Origin of Eternities. Just thinking about it was terrifying. One should know that, it was like Wu God. He only had a few tens of millions of trillion Origin of Eternities in his hands. Even if he gathered all the existing Origin of Eternities in the entire eternal great world, he might not even be able to gather 3 billion trillion Origin of Eternities. Not to mention that this was just a breakthrough. Stabilizing one's cultivation realm also required a large amount of universe sources. 8 million years later, the remaining 1 billion trillion Origin of Eternities shrunk by another half. Yang Fann's cultivation finally stabilized at the low-grade middle-level universe sovereign. 10,000 years had passed. Yang Fann opened his eyes. Countless gods were blinking in his eyes. His aura was like a ruler of the world, and he was the only one who could rule the world. Ha ha ha, this is my current strength. Powerful, truly too powerful. Ha ha ha. C2202. Let's see where you can run now. Eternal world, divine realm, God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Palace. After absorbing nearly 8 billion Origin of Eternities, Yang Fann's cultivation finally stabilized at the low-grade middle-level universe sovereign. At this moment, Yang Fann felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. Compared to before his breakthrough, he was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger. It was completely incomparable. With just the strength of world alone, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to crush many middle-level universe lord warriors. Adding the fact that he had the immortal divine body of the beginning great cosmos, his overall strength was terrifying. He could be considered as the top of all high-level universe lord warriors. Even ordinary high-grade high-level universe lord warriors might not be a match for him. If he were to meet that old dog Brute again, Yang Fann was absolutely confident that he would be able to suppress him. Unfortunately, that old dog was as slippery as a loach. Up until now, there was still no news about him. HMPH, as long as that old dog is still in primary universe, I will be able to suppress that old dog sooner or later with a cold snort. Yang Fann focused his mind and stopped thinking about it. He continued circulating the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, crazily devouring the remaining origin of eternities. He didn't believe that this old dog, brute, could hide for the rest of his life. His cultivation base had successfully broken through a major level. Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by quite a bit. With every breath and every second, over 1,000,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity would be devoured and refined by Yang Fann's left. Not a single drop was left. All of them were devoured by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that this was no less than Devil Emperor's strength of origin. It only allowed him to break through a small realm, and not even the shadow of an intermediate middle-level universe sovereign could be seen. In order to break through to the high-level universe sovereign, who knew how many strength of origin he would need, 1,000,000,000 trillion, 1,000,000,000,000, or even more. What kind of realm could the remaining 8 great universe lord increase his cultivation base to? Top-grade middle-level universe sovereign, high-rank middle-level universe sovereign, or even lower. Yang Fann really did not have much confidence in his heart. It had to be said that he had taken things for granted before this. Perhaps only by devouring that old dog, brute, could he have a glimpse of the secrets of the high-level universe sovereign. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann waved his hand. Buzz. A ray of light cut through the void and Divine Emperor appeared in front of Yang Fann. You traitor, how could you die so easily in my hands? You were really lucky the next second. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was once again circulated to the maximum by Yang Fann. His body turned into a terrifying black hole, crazily devouring Divine Emperor's strength of original life. Buzz. 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 Divine Emperor's body started to shrivel up at a visible rate. To the current Yang Fann, Divine Emperor, who was only a low intermediate universe lord, was a bit weak. 50 million years later, Poochie. Divine Emperor completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the peak of the low middle-level universe sovereign mid-stage. He was only a step away from breaking through another small realm. 1 billion years later, Yang Fann began to devour the quasi-middle-level universe lord. With the help of a peak-grade low-level universe lord and a peak-grade low-level universe lord's strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into the low-level middle-level universe sovereign late stage, and he was still at the peak of late middle-level universe sovereign. 10 billion years later, out of the 8 great universe lord, only Aruno and the other 2 middle-level universe lord were left. After devouring the 3 quasi-middle-level universe lord, Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the limit of a low-grade middle-level universe sovereign, and was only a step away from the intermediate middle-level universe sovereign. An intermediate middle-level universe sovereign was a definite matter, but it would be difficult for him to break through to the high-rank middle level. After all, Aluno and the other 2 middle-level universe lord were only the weakest of the low-grade middle-level universe lord and the strongest, Aluno. He was only a step away from becoming the master of middle-rank middle-level universe. Very quickly, Lors, one of the 2 middle-level universe lord, appeared in front of Yang Fann. This was a rare female universe lord with a peerless face that could topple the universe. In the primary universe, perhaps only the Phoenix Sovereign could compete with her. All of her advantages were gathered here. With just a glance, she could make people feel intoxicated and willing to be her subordinate. However, Yang Fann was not moved by this at all. In Yang Fann's eyes, enemies were enemies. He would not show mercy to her just because she was a peerless beauty. One had to admit that a middle-level universe lord was a middle-level universe lord. The purity of the strength of origin was far from what a low-level universe lord could compare with. In just 100 million years, Yang Fann had begun his breakthrough. Another 10 million years passed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the sovereign stage in middle-rank middle-level universe, and his combat strength had increased tenfold. It wasn't just that. It was hard to say whether he was at the top-ranked high-level universe lord, but Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to defeat any ordinary high-grade high-level universe lord. This strength, even in the entire chaotic starry sky, was worthy of being called the expert. If this was spread out, it would surely shake the entire chaotic starry sky. A low-level universe. With limited resources, it would be extremely difficult to produce a middle-level universe lord, let alone a high-level universe lord. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented in history. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 30 billion years. Poochie. Lors had finally used up the last trace of strength of origin, turning into ashes. Yang Fann began refining the last middle-level universe lord. Morning Light Great Realm was one of the 3000 Great Realm. One among the 3000 Great Realm, Morning Light Great Realm could only be considered ordinary. It was slightly weaker than the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand where Yang Fann was born. In the entire Morning Light Great Realm, the strongest expert was only at the low-level Dominator, and not even a single middle-level Dominator could be found. Any random middle-level Dominator in the Eternal Great World could easily sweep across the entire Morning Light Great Realm. Chang Yu's dimensional realm was one of the many dimensional realms in the Morning Light Great Realm. Flame Mars, an unassuming small planet in Chang Yu's Middle Thousand World. Similar to the path of eternity, Water Blue Star, this Flame Mars also walked the path of technology. There was almost no trace of a cultivation civilization. The strongest individual amongst them, if placed in the cultivation world, would be the lowest martial master. Any saint would be able to kill tens of millions of people with just a sneeze. Flame Mars, Brutus Corporation. This was one of the top 10 super consortiums on planet Flame. The president of the consortium stomped his foot, causing the entire Flame Mars to shake 3 times. At the top floor of the Brutus Corporation building, in the president's office, the young president of the Brutus Corporation suddenly had a strange look flash across his eyes. All right, it's been 48 billion years. Little son Yang Fann, your death has finally come. 1,000,000 years, at most 1,000,000 years. This young man was none other than Commander-in-Chief Brute, who the universe source's will had been searching for with all its might, but to no avail. After losing to Yang Fann once again, Commander-in-Chief Brute didn't stay in the Eternal Great World for long. The Eternal Great World was the center of primary universe, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the lair of the universe source's will. If he wasn't careful, he might expose his whereabouts. In addition, little son Yang Fann was definitely not a hiding place. After spending some time, he finally arrived at the Morning Light Great Realm and went into hiding for a while, waiting for the arrival of the reinforcements. Just now, he successfully received a secret message from their Divine Essence Universe's expert. There was at most 1,000,000 years left before the reinforcements would arrive at Primary Universe. At that time, it would be time for him to take revenge and complain. This time, the Great Godfather not only sent 2 out of the 4 Great Commander-in-Chief's men, but also 4 of the 12 old ancestors of the 12 families, who were second only to the 4 Great Commander-in-Chief's men. As for the other 2, let's not talk about them anymore. None of them had a cultivation base lower than him. They were all intermediate high-level universe lord. The other 4 were also the outstanding ones among the 12 old ancestors. The weakest among them was a quasi-high-level universe lord warrior who had broken through to the high-level universe lord with a single step, and the strongest one was a quasi-high-level universe lord warrior. Compared to the 3 great commander-in-chief, they were only slightly weaker. Even with the suppression of the universe source's will, the 4 families' old ancestors could still unleash the intermediate battle power of universe lord. Together with him, Brute, and the 7 great universe lord, no matter how heaven-defying little son Yang Fann was, in 1,000,000 years, he could only be killed. I can't stay here any longer. Looks like I have to go somewhere else. Commander-in-Chief Brute frowned slightly. He had just used a secret technique to receive the message and unleashed a large amount of energy. It was likely that it had already drawn the attention of the universe source. If he did not leave as soon as possible, he would have to wait for little son Yang Fann to arrive before adding the Eye of the Great Tao. At that time, he would have a lot of trouble. Right at this moment, a mocking voice sounded in his ears. Old dog, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can run to this time. C-2203 suppressed the commander of the Brute Core Morning Light Great Realm, Chang Yu's dimensional realm, Flame Mars. Commander-in-Chief Brute's expression changed. Suddenly, this voice belonged to little son Yang Fann. No, how could this be? Morning Light Great Realm was located in a corner of the universe, far from the center of the universe, the Eternal Great World. No one knew. Billions of billions of billions. Trillion years. Even if it was that little son Yang Fann, he was a high-ranked middle-level universe lord. It would take him at least the time for an incense stick to burn to reach the flame star from the Eternal Great World. And from the time he had used a secret technique to receive the secret letter, it had only taken him 10 breaths of time at most. Even if that little son Yang Fann didn't hesitate to waste his potential and use the secret technique to forcefully increase his speed, it would still be impossible for him to find him in such a short period of time. Sigh, it must be that my desire for revenge has turned into an illusion. That's right, that must be it at this moment. A cold voice descended from the sky and boiled, "Old dog, why aren't you coming out yet? Why do you still want me to invite you out?" Pung, pung, bang. In the Brutus Corporation building, the tempered glass pieces exploded into powder. Ah, what happened? Quick, look, what's that? A person, it's actually a person, this. How is this possible? Gulp, gulp, I'm not dreaming, am I? How can a person fly? In an instant, many people in the Brutus Corporation building focused their attention on black-clothed youth, who was standing in the sky. All of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Flying was merely a beautiful wish in the almost extinct flame Mars. Bitch, it really is that little son Yang Fann, not my illusion. Commander-in-Chief Brute frowned. He finally believed that the little son Yang Fann who had caused him to wish that he could rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces and burn his bones and scatter his ashes had really come looking for him. Bitch, it looks like this little son Yang Fann is near me. Apart from this explanation, Commander-in-Chief Brute couldn't think of a second possibility. Even if his cultivation base wasn't suppressed by the universe source's will, it was virtually impossible for him to reach the morning light great realm from the eternal great world within 10 breaths of time. The next second, Commander-in-Chief Brute took a step and left the CEO's office. He stepped into the air and walked towards Yang Fann step by step. Although he was afraid of Yang Fann and the universe source joining hands, it was only fear. It was far from enough to make him feel fear. If he wanted to leave, Commander-in-Chief Brute was confident that Yang Fann and the universe source's will would not be able to stop him. Unless Yang Fann could become king of the universe and truly control the entire power of the universe. But was this possible? King of the Universe's secret advancement technique was even in the high-grade universe. It was a top-secret technique. In the Divine Origin universe, except for the Great Godfather, there were very few people who knew about it. Not to mention such a lowly low-level universe native. Ah, this is President Brutus. Hiss. Really? It's really President Brutus. OMGD, dream on. I must be dreaming. The employees of the Brutus Corporation were in disbelief. Since when could their boss fly? In the air, Yang Fann looked down at Commander-in-Chief Brute and said, "Old dog, you won't be able to leave today." His voice was so high and mighty, including Commander-in-Chief Brute's life. It's all under his control. Little son Yang Fann, what a joke. You think you can keep me here? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Commander-in-Chief Brute smiled disdainfully. If it wasn't for the suppression of the universe source's will, how could a mere high-rank middle-level universe lord be so arrogant in front of him? Little son Yang Fann, you won't be arrogant for long. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death. His voice faded. Commander-in-Chief Brute didn't give Yang Fann the chance to speak. He immediately used the Origin Light Divine Escape technique. Although he wasn't afraid of Yang Fann and the universe source working together, if they really got entangled with him, he might have to pay a price if he wanted to leave. At that moment, boom. A terrifying force that made Commander-in-Chief Brute despair descended from the sky, instantly enveloping his body and suppressing him. Arg! This force. No. This is impossible. Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes bulged like a fish's eye that was about to burst out of his eye sockets. That terrifying power gave him the feeling that it was at least 10 times more powerful than when he was at his peak. One should know that he was an intermediate high-level universe lord when he was at his peak. He was dozens of times stronger than when he was at his peak. That was a mighty power that only a high-grade high-level universe lord could possess. As for Yang Fann, he was only a first-grade high-rank middle-level universe lord a few tens of billions of years ago. Even if he used all his trump cards, the forbidden arts could only bring out the combat strength of an extreme middle-level universe lord. The gap between a peak middle-level universe lord and a high-grade high-level universe lord was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. It was like a heaven and earth, cloud and mud, two completely different concepts. Suddenly, Commander-in-Chief Brute's eyes bulged, as if he had thought of something. Yang Fann, you fused with the universe source's will and became king of the universe. If that was the case, then a high-rank middle-level universe lord warrior would be able to become king of the universe. With the help of a low-grade power of the universe, it wasn't impossible for him to unleash the strength of a high-grade high-level universe lord. No, how could this be? You're just a low-grade universe native, how could you possibly have a secret technique? Commander-in-Chief Brute let out a heart-wrenching wail. One should know that he was one of the 4 major combat armies of Divine Source Clan, Commander-in-Chief. He was one of the top 10 big shots in Divine Source Clan, but he only knew a part of the secret technique. He was just a low-level universe native. How could he know all of the secret techniques? Upon hearing this, Yang Fann sneered and didn't explain anything. If this old dog wanted to think this way, he should just do it. Sometimes, it was even harder to believe the truth. In less than 50 billion years, the high-rank middle-level battle power of Universe Lord had already surpassed a grade and advanced to a high-grade high-level Universe Lord. This was a million times more absurd than a low-grade Universe native knowing about King of the Universe's secret advancement technique. Commander-in-Chief Brute wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. That was 50 billion years. It wasn't 500 eras, and it wasn't even 5,000 eras. Even the mighty Godfather of the Divine Source Clan, the Divine Essence King of the Universe, had used nearly 10,000 eras to break through from the high-rank middle-level Universe Lord to the high-grade high-level Universe Lord. Universe Lord. Every level of breakthrough was counted in the hundreds of eras, especially in the high-level Universe Lord. For thousands of eras, it was common for one to not break through a single level. 3. This was even in the advanced universe. If it was the intermediate or the low-level universe, tens of thousands of eras, there would be plenty of people whose cultivation would stop advancing. The next second, boom! Yang Fann moved his right arm and clawed at Commander-in-Chief Brute. Ah, no, I'm not willing. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the depths of the primary universe and were suppressed by the universe source's will, even if they were in the chaotic starry sky, even if they were to encounter a true high-level Universe Lord, with his cultivation base, even though he was no match for him, he could still escape with ease. Little son Yang Fann, Godfather won't let you go. Just wait and see. Everyone in your universe will be buried with me. After a while, a sharp scream erupted from the Brutus Corporation building. Ah, it's gone. The president of the Brutus Corporation is gone. Call him too. No, it's hard. Could it be that everything just now was real? We're not dreaming. President Brutus, he was really taken away by that mysterious person. What to do? What should I do now? Eternal Great World, God Realm. Poochie. The void twisted, and Yang Fann took a step forward. The series of events that had occurred on Flame Mars because Brute had been captured had nothing to do with Yang Fann. It was just like how the world would not pay attention to the matter of ants. In Yang Fann's eyes, the mortals on the Flame Star were undoubtedly ants among ants. Even if the stars were destroyed and all the living beings on it were dead, Yang Fann wouldn't take a second look at them. Time passed very quickly. Millions of years had passed. Outside the primary universe, in the boundless chaos, a stream of light was approaching the primary universe at a terrifying speed that even a middle-level Universe Lord feared. It would take at most another 100 years to reach the primary universe. C-2204 Please enter the trap Eternal World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Palace. Yang Fann sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. His entire body shone with divine light, making him look like a divine being. Boom 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 boom. One power of the universe source after another flowed into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fanns, nourishing all of his cells, causing his power of the shell to rise steadily. One had to admit that Commander-in-Chief Brute was worthy of being called a high-level Universe Lord. He was one of the 4 great Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Source Clan, one of the higher-ups. His net worth was far greater than Arut's. Lors and the other intermediate and low-level Universe Lord could be compared to that Universe Source. Yang Fann had found more than 90 cubic meters, close to 100 cubic meters. Other universe treasures and universe treasures. There were also countless original treasures. Yang Fann had found 18 of them. But none of them were intermediates. Apart from Brute's divine sword, which had some of the power of an intermediate original treasure, which could barely be considered a quasi-intermediate original treasure, the highest grade was Commander-in-Chief Brute's personal divine armor, Brute's divine armor. It was an extremely low-quality original treasure. From this, it wasn't difficult to tell how rare an intermediate original treasure was. Every single intermediate original treasure could cause countless intermediate and even high-level Universe Lord warriors to go crazy over it. Even if it was that divine armor, if it was released, it would be enough to make countless middle-level Universe Lord warriors go crazy, causing many high-level Universe Lord warriors to be tempted. However, to Yang Fann, it was of little value. Before the entry level of the great cosmic eternal divine body, the Yang Fann's divine body's defense was no weaker than a low-grade original treasure. After the great cosmic eternal divine body became a true beginning, the defense of the divine body would also skyrocket. It was more than 100 times stronger. Even if it couldn't be compared to an extremely low-quality original treasure like the brute divine armor, it was still far from being comparable to an ordinary high-grade or low-grade original treasure. It didn't matter much whether or not he had the brute divine armor. In fact, in Yang Fann's opinion, compared to the brute divine armor, it wasn't as useful as a high-grade or low-grade spatial original treasure. A trillion light-years away from primary universe. Poochie. A streak of light tore through the chaos and slowly came to a stop. It was a silver flying shuttle that was 3,000 meters long. Within the master control room, 6 terrifying divine armors dressed in various kinds of universe lords with extremely powerful auras gathered together, causing countless low-level universe lord to feel despair. We're about to reach that low-level universe. Aridana, contact Brute and tell him to prepare. The one who spoke was Great Man, who was wearing a fiery red battle armor and covered in red fur. He looked like a flaming warlord. Commander Adlai was the same as Commander-in-Chief Brute. He was also one of the 4 main combat armies of Divine Source Clan, Commander-in-Chief. He was in charge of Fire God's army. The other 5 Universe Lord were Commander-in-Chief and the old ancestors of the 4 major families, who had been ordered by Commander Adlai to assist Commander-in-Chief Brute. Yes, Master Ideli. A low-level Universe Lord answered respectfully. But very quickly, the low-level Universe Lord called Aridana's face changed, and he said in a panic, Master Ideli, we can't contact Master Brutus. What, if I can't contact Brute, could something have happened to Brute? Commander Adlai and the other 5 upper echelons of the Divine Source Clan changed their facial expression slightly. Commander-in-Chief Brute was different from those low and middle-ranked Universe Lord. He was one of the top 10 expert in the Divine Source Clan. If anything happened to him, it would be enough to shake the foundation of the Divine Source Clan. No, this shouldn't be possible. He was the strongest person in this low-level universe. He is also a high-rank middle-level Universe Lord, but he hasn't become the king of the universe of this universe. Even with the support of the Universe Source's will, that person could at most suppress Brute. It was impossible for him to kill Brute. Brute might have accidentally exposed his whereabouts and ended up being entangled by that low-level universe native. It's hard to accept a secret message. Right, what Stanley Commander-in-Chief said makes sense. How could a low-level universe native really hurt Commander-in-Chief Brute? At most, he could only rely on the terrain to slightly suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute. We must be worrying too much. Commander-in-Chief Brute must be safe and sound. How can a low-level universe native overturn the heavens? Each and every one of them had a high and mighty voice. They were born in a high-level universe. They looked down on the people of a low-level universe from the bottom of their bones. A group of low-level universe natives could suppress a Root and the others. This was already terrifying enough. They even wanted to suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute. What kind of joke was this? Maybe this is our chance. That's right. Now, those natives expert in the will of the Universe Source are suppressing Commander-in-Chief Brute with all their might. It's us who broke the cosmic crystal wall. When we enter that low-level universe, we'll work together with Commander-in-Chief Brute from the inside out. We'll definitely be able to take down that low-level universe in one fell swoop. The reason why they were able to completely suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute must be because those natives had combined the will of the Universe Source and used all their strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute with just their strength alone. This was a chance for them. If they had the support of the will of the Universe Source, it wouldn't be easy for them to break through the cosmic crystal wall and enter a universe. Even in that universe, it was the same for the weakest low-grade universe. Alright, there's no time to lose, we'll make our move immediately. Wang. A silver light tore through the chaos. The flying shuttle appeared outside of the cosmic crystal wall. Starlight. World destruction rumble. In that instant, the silver lights around the flying shuttle exploded, turning into a terrifying spike. It stabbed towards the cosmic crystal wall. The silver light flying shuttle was not only a supreme flying treasure, its speed was no less than a high-level Universe Lord's. It was also a supreme treasure that could break through realms, and it could easily shatter a universe treasure. Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace, Divine Emperor Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone in them. You're finally here. With a whisper, Yang Fann's mind triggered the will of the Universe Source. He hinted to the will of the universe source to let universe lord from the divine source universe into the primary universe. With his cultivation base breaking through, Yang Fann devoured the universe source much faster. In just a few million years, he had absorbed and refined nearly 1 cubic meter universe source. The power of the shell had increased by nearly double. His overall strength shouldn't be much weaker than some top-rank high-level universe lord warriors. However, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could suppress all the enemies outside the universe. To be able to become the reinforcements of Commander-in-Chief Brute, a intermediate high-level universe lord, their cultivation base wouldn't be much weaker than Commander-in-Chief Brute's. If they really arrived in chaotic starry sky, it was still uncertain who would be able to suppress who. However, if they entered primary universe, everything would be different. With the suppression of the universe source's will, these high-level universe lord warriors could only use intermediate battle power of universe lords. At that time, killing them would be as easy as killing chickens. Divine Source Clan, don't disappoint me. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Yang Fann's eyes. Whether he could break through to the high-level universe sovereign or even top-level universe sovereign would depend on them. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The layers of cosmic crystal walls were torn apart like paper. 10 meters, 30 meters, 300 meters. 10,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 10 million feet, 1 million feet, 1 million feet, 100 million feet. The silver light shuttle sped up without any hindrance. It seems like the universe source's will is really suppressing Commander-in-Chief Brute with all its might, and it has no time to clone itself. Good, good, good. One of the old ancestors said the word, good, without the slightest bit of doubt. Everything was within their expectations. 15 minutes. 2 Poochie. The cosmic crystal wall was completely pierced through. With a flash of light, the silver light shuttle successfully entered the primary universe. The end of these natives is here. Let me see where Brutus is right now. C-2205. You're the one seeking death. Endless starry sky, silver light flying shuttle, master control room. Buzz, buzz, buzzing. Invisible ripples spread out across the entire primary universe with the silver light flying shuttle as the center. Commander Adlai and the other geniuses from the Divine Essence universe, Universe Lord, had no intention of hiding their whereabouts. They used the arcane art of the Divine Source Clan to find Commander-in-Chief Brute's whereabouts. At that time, they could work together with Commander-in-Chief Brute and suppress this low-level universe native Universe Lord, severely injuring the origin will of this low-level universe. At that time, this low-level universe would be like a piece of fat meat on a chopping board, and they would be able to slaughter it. But soon, Commander Adlai and the others' facial expression changed, and a trace of regret flashed across their eyes. Strange, why can't we find Commander-in-Chief Brute? It was as if Commander-in-Chief Brute had never existed in this world. Vaguely, Commander Adlai and the others felt uneasy. This was the top-secret technique of Divine Source Clan. As long as it was still in the universe, it was impossible for them not to sense it. Or was it that Commander-in-Chief Brute had already left this low-grade universe? However, it was obviously not possible. A million years ago, they had contacted Commander-in-Chief Brute. Commander-in-Chief Brute was still in this low-level universe. And without Godfather's order, it was impossible for him to leave this low-level universe at will. But since Commander-in-Chief Brute was in this low-level universe, why did the secret technique lose its effectiveness? Right at this moment, Poochie, the void above the silver light shuttle was torn apart like a curtain as a person stepped into the air and arrived. He was dressed in black clothes, and his aura was average. He looked like an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate at all. If it wasn't Yang Fann, who else could it be? Look, it's that barbarian called Yang Fann. How could that be? Why would this barbarian appear here? Commander Adlai and the other three's pupils constricted, and the uneasiness in their hearts gradually rose. According to what they thought, this savage Yang Fann should have joined forces with the will of the universe source to suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute. He shouldn't have appeared here at all. Or should I say that Commander-in-Chief Brute has already been completely suppressed by them? If that was the case, their secret technique would lose its effectiveness, which would explain everything. Once Commander-in-Chief Brute was completely suppressed, he would be sealed in a secret place and would be able to hide from their secret technique to search for him. It was not impossible. Within the void, Yang Fann looked down at the silver light flying shuttle from above. Everything within the flying shuttle had nowhere to hide under his divine eyes. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's eyes gradually lit up, filled with greed and heat. 3 intermediate high-level universe lord, 2 masters of low-order advanced universe, 1 quasi-high-level universe lord, 11 middle-level universe lord, and 23 lower-grade universe lord. There was also the elite army, which didn't have a lot of people. There were only a few million of them. However, their strength was shocking. Ordinary combat weapons were all universe sovereigns, and there were thousands of top-level universe sovereign warriors. Even those quasi-universe lord warriors who had broken through to the universe lord stage had more than 300 of them. Terrifying. With just this army alone, they would probably be able to slaughter power of universe lord. Such an army was something unimaginable in the primary universe, even if it was a transfer. It would be very difficult to build such a terrifying army with all the universe sovereign stages at the universe sovereign stage and above. It had to be said that a high-grade universe was a high-grade universe. The strength of its foundation was far from what a low-grade universe could compare with. If it wasn't for Yang Fann and the suppression of the universe sources will on the expert, just this elite army alone would be able to sweep across the entire primary universe, suppressing all the races including the 8 most powerful races. Of course, aside from being shocked, Yang Fann was also excited. If he could absorb all of them, it would be enough for his cultivation base to skyrocket. Not to mention high-level universe sovereign, even top-level universe sovereign warriors would have a glimmer of hope. Also, there were a lot of universe sources and origin of eternities on their bodies. One commander-in-chief brute had allowed him to plunder nearly 100 square cubic meters of universe sources and 100 billion trillion origin of eternities. With so many universe lords, how many could there be? There was a high chance that the universe sources could break through 500 cubic meters. As for the origin of eternities, it was not impossible for them to exceed 1 trillion cubic meters. At that time, he would be able to devour all of these resources, and his overall strength would increase exponentially. He might even be able to fight a top-level universe lord warrior. Silver light flying shuttle, master control room. Regardless of whether brute is completely suppressed or not, let's first suppress this low-level universe native. The cold shine in Commander Adlai's eyes flashed. Alright, let's suppress this barbaric Yang Fann first. Let's attack together and take down this savage Yang Fann. The 5 of them echoed Commander-in-Chief Brute's words. Through the information given by Commander-in-Chief Brute, they knew that this barbaric Yang Fann was the #1 expert in this low-grade universe, the only high-rank middle-level universe lord. As long as they could take down this barbaric Yang Fann, this low-grade universe would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. The danger level would drop by more than 5 levels. The next second, swoosh, Commander Adlai and the other 3 men teleported and appeared around Yang Fann, surrounding him. Rumble. Waves of high-rank middle-level universe lord, the master of middle-rank middle-level universe, and the terrifying pressure of a low-grade middle-level universe lord burst out from their bodies, rolling like a tidal wave. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, crushing towards Yang Fann. Poochie, countless starry skies and billions of stars instantly shattered into pieces, turning into powder. Yang Fann, today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I will give you a chance to live, and I swear that I will pledge my loyalty to the Divine Source clan. I will spare your life. Commander Adlai looked down at Yang Fann. His voice was high and mighty, as if he was the god who controlled Yang Fann's fate. If this Yang Fann knew what was going on, Commander Adlai wouldn't mind giving him a chance to live. A high-rank middle-level universe lord could be considered one of the top 30 in Divine Source clan. Among the 12 old ancestors, the weakest one was only a grade higher than him. If he could join the Divine Source clan, he would be a great help. Ha, give me a chance to live, and swear my loyalty to the Divine Source clan. Ha, aphids, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet, have you? Yang Fann burst into laughter as if he had just heard a huge joke. Who gave them the courage to talk to a mere intermediate high-level universe lord like this? Not to mention that under the suppression of the universe source's will, their cultivation base had fallen by a huge level. Even if they were at their peak, the victor would still be the loser. They would have to fight it out first. Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to defeat them. The terrifying divine body that was comparable to a high-ranked low-ranked original treasure was his biggest reliance. If these people didn't have the intermediate original treasure, they wouldn't even be able to break through his defense, and they would be in an undefeatable position. Little son Yang Fann, you are courting death. Killing intent flashed in Commander Adlai's eyes. It was already a great kindness for a low-grade universe native like him to join the Divine Source clan. Not only was he grateful to little son Yang Fann, but he also dared to mock him. He was truly courting death. Even if he was lucky enough to suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute, Commander Adlai still wouldn't put Yang Fann in his eyes. With the combined strength of the sixth-grade expert, as long as it wasn't a high-level universe lord, even if it was a quasi-high-level universe lord, they were confident that they could suppress him. Aphids, you're the ones who are seeking death. Boom boom. Boom. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his chi. All of his chi exploded out. After a million years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann once again refined a square universe source. The power of the shell had almost doubled in size. Its chi was so terrifying that it was not any weaker than some top-rank high-level universe lord warriors. Ah, no. Commander Adlai and the others were all dumbstruck. Their eyes were wide open and they were extremely shocked. Their throats made gurgling sounds as if an invisible hand was strangling their necks. Fuck. Top-rank high-level universe lord. This is the strength of a top-rank high-level universe lord. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Bastard, we've been deceived, we've all been deceived. Trap, this is a trap. C-2206 suppress them all, the endless starry sky. Commander Adlai was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He originally thought that Yang Fann was that lamb that was waiting to be slaughtered, and he allowed them to knead him as they pleased. Never had he imagined that this wasn't a lamb, it was the prehistoric berserk beast that intended to devour someone. A top-rank high-level universe lord. This little son Yang Fann was actually that top-rank high-level universe lord. Even when they were at their peak, they didn't dare say that they would be able to defeat this Yang Fann. Furthermore, under the suppression of the universe source's will, their strength couldn't even reach the first level of their peak. They were directly suppressed by a huge level. In the face of a top-rank high-level universe lord Yang Fann, they had no chance of winning at all. In fact, even resisting was just wishful thinking. In the next second, Brute, you're a virgin, you're going to die a horrible death. Commander Adlai and the others were all filled with hatred. However, they were not targeting Yang Fann, but Commander-in-Chief Brute. A million years ago, when they contacted Commander-in-Chief Brute, Commander-in-Chief Brute promised them that the strongest person in this low-grade universe, Yang Fann, was merely a high-rank middle-level universe lord. With their strength, they could easily suppress or even kill him. But now, what did they see? Top-rank high-level universe lord. That barbarian was actually a top-rank high-level universe lord. He was 10 times, 100 times stronger than the strongest amongst them in just a million years. He had broken through to the top-rank high-level universe lord from the high-rank middle-level universe lord. What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a monster in this world? This was universe lord, not those domain gods who ruled. As for Yang Fann, he had successfully obtained the secret technique to break through to the high-rank middle-level universe lord and become king of the universe. This was also impossible. They could clearly feel that the will of the universe source was still as ignorant as before. It was completely based on instinct. Obviously, it hadn't possessed king of the universe yet. Excluding all possibilities, there was only one outcome, and that was that they were sold by Brute. In order to save their lives, Brute had already pledged his allegiance to Yang Fann. The information he had given them was just to lure them into falling for his trick. Otherwise, with Brute's cultivation base, under the suppression of the universe source's will, he would be able to unleash the power of a high-rank middle-level battle power of universe lord. He would never be able to escape from the hands of a top-rank high-level universe lord. Bitch it, Brute, just you wait. I will not rest until you die. If I can survive today, I will go to Bing Godfather and wipe out your entire family. It seems like they think that I have colluded with that old dog, Brute, to set them up. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. However, he did not explain anything. It was just like how he treated Commander-in-Chief Brute. They could think whatever they wanted. Even if he told them the truth, they wouldn't believe him. Besides, this was good as well. If this news were to spread, he would become a top-rank high-level universe lord warrior in just a few tens of billions of years. It would surely shake the entire primal chaos. At that time, perhaps even those supreme universe lords that surpassed universe lord would have designs on him. 1 step, 2 steps. That was a genius, a monster, but if it was 100 steps, 1,000 steps, 1,000 steps. That would be a disaster. Buzz. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. The first one. Its Yang Fann's right arm moved like an eagle catching a chicken, directly grabbing the arrogant Commander Adlai who had sworn loyalty to the Divine Source clan. Ah no, Commander Adlai. Stanley and Commander-in-Chief let out heart-wrenching cries, as if they had lost their parents. There was a deep sorrow in their hearts. The first one was Commander Adlai. It would be their turn next. They wanted to resist, but the gap between them was just too huge. Even high-rank middle-level Universe Lord and top-rank high-level Universe Lord had a huge difference of 1 grade and 7 grades. The gap between them was more than 100,000, a million times. Right now, their strength had been completely sealed. Even if they wanted to use the forbidden arts and fight with all their might, there was nothing they could do. Regret and endless regret flooded their heart sea. Why was he being so careless? If he could treat Yang Fann seriously and treat him as an opponent, he would have to carefully examine his cultivation base and strength. He would be able to fall into their trap so easily and become their prisoner. Next, it's your turn. Yang Fann grinned hideously. Almost at the same time, 5 heaven-sheltering big hands descended from the sky and pressed down on the remaining 5 people, Stanley and Commander-in-Chief. Ah no, I'm not willing little son Yang Fann, with the power of the cosmic will, what kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, do you dare to fight me in chaotic starry sky? That's right, little son Yang Fann, as a dignified top-rank high-level Universe Lord, don't you have the courage to accept our challenge? The response they received was Yang Fann's gaze that looked like he was looking at a retard. Motherfucker, are you all stupid, or are you treating me like a fool? It's not like this is a stage challenge, what fairness? What's wrong with borrowing the power of the cosmic will? That was their advantage as natives. Why didn't they use it? If you really want to talk about fairness, why do you want to talk about fairness? Then, they would seal their cultivation base to the middle-level Universe Sovereign and fight me. That would truly be fair. I'm afraid you won't dare. Ordinary Universe Sovereigns can't even set a foothold in the chaotic starry sky. It won't take long before you are corroded by the chaotic energy. No, Yang Fann, you bastard, you won't die a good death, you won't die a good death. Roar Godfather will never let you go, he will never let you go. Within the Silver Light Shuttle. Silence for a moment, the entire Silver Light Shuttle was terrifyingly silent. Suppress, suppress. Commander Adlai and the others were all suppressed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? How could Commander-in-Chief and the others be defeated so quickly? From the 11 middle-level Universe Lord to the low-level Universe Sovereign, all of them were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. A lowly native of the universe, how could he have the ability to suppress Commander-in-Chief and the others? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not only I, Delhi and the others, even ordinary low-level Universe Sovereign didn't put Yang Fann in their eyes. It was a sense of superiority that came from a high-level universe, a sense of superiority that was deeply rooted in their bones. To them, Yang Fann and the others from the low-level universe were like country bumpkins. They were not on the same level as them at all. Within the void, Yang Fann turned his gaze and his cold gaze landed on the silver light flying shuttle. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Finally, it will be all of you aphids, 11 middle-level Universe Lord and 23 low-grade Universe Lord, all together. The strength of origin was not much weaker than the strength of a high-level Universe Lord. There were also the million Universe Sovereigns and quasi-Universe Lord warriors. It was also a fat piece of meat. After devouring and refining them, it wouldn't be much weaker than devouring a middle-level Universe Lord. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air once more. It covered an area of several hundred light-years, and pressed down on the silver light flying shuttle. Ah, not good, really, Commander-in-Chief and the others. They were really killed by that barbarian. The collapsing and dangerous chief finally convinced the Universe Sovereign Army. Universe Lord believed in the cruel reality. The invincible army leaders in their hearts were truly defeated. They were completely and utterly defeated. They couldn't even save their own lives. Ah, quickly activate the barrier. Buzz. A silver hologram rose from the silver light shuttle and covered its entire body. Prepare the silver light cannon, fire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A brilliant silver light soared into the sky and bombarded the heaven-sheltering big hand. Silver Light Shuttle is one of the top weapons of Divine Source Clan. Not only was its speed peerless, it was comparable to a high-level Universe Lord. Its defense and attack were also peerless, and it was not inferior to the Master of Low-Order Advanced Universe. Even under the suppression of the universe source's will, it could still unleash a powerful combat strength comparable to the master of middle-rank middle-level universe. However, compared to Yang Fann, who had a top-rank high-level battle power of Universe Lord, it was like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. In less than an instant, Poochie, the silver light cannon and the silver light barrier were completely destroyed, turning into dust. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, Godfather will avenge us. He will. C-2207 High-Level Universe Supremacy Eternal Great World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. Poochie. The space distorted, and Yang Fann took a step forward. There was still an indescribable excitement on his face. This time, his harvest was too great, too great. 1,000,000 Universe Sovereigns, 23 low-grade Universe Lords, Universe Lord. 11 middle-level Universe Lord, 1 quasi-high-level Universe Lord, 2 Masters of Low-Order Advanced Universe, and 3 Intermediate High-Level Universe Lord. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen top-level Universe Sovereign waving at him. Divine Emperor Palace. Yang Fann slowly sat on Divine Emperor's throne that represented the highest authority. The next second, boom, a terrifying soul power that was comparable to a top-rank high-level Universe Lord was unleashed from his sea of consciousness, and it swept through everything in its path. Poochie. The eternal world was filled with people. The world crystal wall of the eternal great world was like a piece of paper that was violently torn apart, crazily plundering all the treasures within it, as well as the source of all the supreme treasures. A month later, Boom Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. There was an unconcealable surprise in his eyes. He had struck it rich. This time, he had really struck it rich. Just 1,000,000 Universe Sovereigns, quasi-Universe Lord, combined together, Yang Fann had found nearly 1 billion origin of eternities. It had to be said that a high-grade universe was born from a high-grade universe. The value of these universe sovereigns was far higher than the primary universes in the primary universe. They were dozens, or even hundreds of times higher than the primary universes of the same grade in the primary universe. Any low-level universe sovereign would have at least 100,000 cubic meters worth of origin of eternities. Adding the other heavenly treasures, the value of these origin of eternities was at least 200,000 cubic meters. One should know that in primary universe, many low-grade middle-level universe sovereign had the same amount of wealth. As for the group of Universe Lord, they were even more terrifying. None of the origin of eternity in the eternal great world was less than 100 million cubic meters, especially the origin of eternity that I Delhi, Commander-in-Chief, and the old ancestors had. Each of them had more than 1 trillion cubic meters worth of origin of eternity. When all of Universe Lord's origin was combined, it had exceeded 6 trillion cubic meters, nearly 7 trillion cubic meters. Terrifying. If the human sovereign and the others were to accumulate them, they might not even be able to accumulate such a huge amount of primary universes even when the primary universe entered the stage of destruction. If they could absorb and refine such a huge amount of origin of eternity, it would definitely be no less than refining a few middle-level Universe Lord. Of course, the universe source that Yang Fann valued the most didn't disappoint him either. It had exceeded 500 cubic meters, nearly 520 cubic meters. Adding the remaining 96 cubic meters of universe sources in his hand, it immediately surpassed 610 cubic meters of universe source. Although he was still a long way from breaking through to the small success stage with the eternal divine arts, absorbing and refining all 600 cubic meters of universe source would at least allow Yang Fann's power of the shell to increase by 100 times. At that time, there wouldn't be much hope for him to fight a top-level Universe Lord warrior. However, no one below the top-level Universe Lord would be a match for him. Even if it was quasi-top-level Universe Lord, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat him and save his own life. There were also other universe treasures. When the original treasures were combined, it would also be a considerable harvest. If he could successfully attack, his harvest would be no less than 7 trillion origin of eternities. This time, he had plundered over 100 original treasures. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any buyers in primary universe. With the wealth of the human sovereign and the others, not to mention buying all the treasures in Yang Fann's possession, even obtaining a single original treasure would be difficult. This was also because they had made a lot of money recently. Otherwise, with their original wealth, they would not even be able to think about original treasures. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann exhaled a mouthful of foul air and forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Buzz. A ray of light flashed and a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble, rumble, heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe source. Although he had gotten rid of Commander Adlai and the other powerful enemies, it didn't mean that the crisis was over. Above Commander Adlai and the others was their godfather, King of Divine Source. Once King of Divine Source received the news that Commander Adlai and the others had been suppressed or even killed, he would certainly be furious. Perhaps, King of Divine Source would just send out his army and march into their universe. After devouring and refining a root and universe lord, Yang Fann also took the opportunity to absorb part of their soul's memories. He had gained a good understanding of the Divine Origin universe. Commander Adlai and the others were all top-grade experts in the Divine Origin universe. There was not a single person in the entire Divine Source clan that could be compared to them. The death of any one of them was enough to cause a huge commotion in the Divine Source clan, not to mention that all of them had been killed. It would shake the foundation of the Divine Source clan, and King of Divine Source would never let this matter rest. As for King of Divine Source, his strength was terrifying. Compared to Commander Adlai and the others, he was thousands of times stronger. He was a top-level universe lord who stood at the top of the chaotic starry sky. Even in the primary universe, Yang Fann didn't have the slightest confidence that he could defeat King of Divine Source, let alone suppress him. After all, the primary universe was just a low-grade universe. It had its limits. Without King of the Universe, suppressing Commander Adlai and the other high-level universe lord was the limit. For a top-level universe lord like King of Divine Source, not to mention a large grade, even a grade was extremely difficult. Unless Yang Fann could advance to King of the Universe and unleash the full power of the universe source, he might still be able to fight King of Divine Source. However, it was easier said than done to become King of the Universe. In the memories of Arut and the other intermediate and low-level universe lord, there was no news of King of the Universe advancing to the next realm. He hoped that Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other high-level universe lord could help him gain something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become King of the Universe and unleash the true power of the universe source's will. Even if Yang Fann devoured all the resources in his hands, there was still a possibility that he could defeat the God of Divine Essence. However, there was no hope at all if he wanted to completely suppress King of Divine Source and eliminate all future troubles. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years. Soon, 100 million years passed. Yang Fann had successfully devoured 100 cubic meters of universe sources and strength of divine body, and his overall combat strength had increased by nearly 30 times. He had steadily stepped into the limit of high-level universe lord, and was now chasing after quasi-top-level universe lord. 500 million years later. Pucci, the last strand of universe source, was completely absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 4 times. His combat strength was so terrifying that he was almost on the same level as quasi-top-level universe lord. If it was a one-on-one battle and a fair battle, ordinary quasi-top-level universe lord might not be a match for Yang Fann. His divine power had increased by more than 100 times. With the Yang Fann's divine body's defense, it was naturally impossible for him to stop moving forward. 5 Although it wasn't as exaggerated as 100 times increase, it was still a dozen times increase. It had already surpassed many extremely low-quality original treasures, and was now catching up to intermediate original treasures. Quasi-fixed grade. If Universe Lord didn't have the superior intermediate original treasures in his hands, it would be difficult for him to even rip apart Yang Fann's defense, let alone defeat him. After resting for a short period of time and accompanying his parents for 100 years, Yang Fann continued to cultivate in seclusion. The strength of divine body, the divine body's defense had increased dramatically. Yang Fann's speed of absorbing the origin of eternity had increased exponentially. In less than 20 billion years, he had absorbed nearly 7 trillion origin of eternities. Apart from a small portion of the origin of eternities that he had used to cultivate his family, the rest of the Yang Fanns had all been devoured by him. This allowed Yang Fann's cultivation to steadily advance to the peak middle-level universe sovereign. Very quickly, a million devouring black holes appeared within the devouring black hole. Pucci Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. Every breath and every second, a universe sovereign would be destroyed, and it would be completely devoured by Yang Fann. 100 million years later, including the many quasi-universe Lord warriors. Hong Long. After that, Yang Fann started to devour Universe Lord, but this time, he didn't completely devour Universe Lord. Instead, he kept a wisp of soul. The Universe Sovereign was the death of a quasi-Universe Lord. King of Divine Source wouldn't care too much about it, but Universe Lord was different. In the entire Divine Source clan, there were only a few hundred of Universe Lord. Each of them was the backbone of the Divine Source clan. Currently, Yang Fann wasn't fully prepared. He didn't want to attract King of Divine Source's attention. Bang, bang, bang. Low-grade Universe Lord's divine body shattered, leaving behind a wisp of soul that was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. 16 billion years later, not a single one of the 23 low-level Universe Lord remained, leaving behind only a single strand of soul. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at quasi-high-level Universe Sovereign's realm. Another 15 billion years passed. After devouring 4 middle-level Universe Lord warriors once again, Yang Fann's cultivation finally took that crucial step and broke through to the high-level Universe Sovereign. C2208 Secret Technique in Hand Eternal Great World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura was imposing. It was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, and it couldn't be stopped. After nearly 50 billion years of hard work, after absorbing nearly 7 trillion origin of eternities, 1 million Universe Sovereigns, 23 low-grade Universe Lord, and 4 middle-level Universe Lord warriors, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally broken through quasi-high-level Universe Sovereign's limit and started breaking through to the high-level Universe Sovereign. Buzz, 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 buzz. The surrounding space was completely distorted. It was as if even the origin will of the Divine Realm was unable to withstand Yang Fann's explosive pressure. At this moment, if someone took a step into Divine Emperor's Hall, even some middle-level Universe Lord experts would instantly be crushed to the ground, unable to stand up. God Emperor Palace, the other Divine Hall. Human Emperor and the others who were in secluded cultivation came out of their seclusion one after another. Each of them looked at Divine Emperor's main hall, their eyes were filled with shock. Gulp, gulp, such a terrifying pressure, difficult. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann has made another breakthrough? Even though they were separated by Divine Emperor's main hall, the trace of pressure that was emitted from it still made their hearts palpitate. It made them feel the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. This pressure, even if it's compared to the legendary high-level Universe Lord, I'm afraid it isn't much weaker. How long has it been? Good with His Royal Highness Yang Fann around, we will definitely be able to survive this universe calamity and defeat the Divine Source Universe Divine Source clan. If we meet that Commander-in-Chief brute again, with His Royal Highness Yang Fann's current strength, he will definitely be able to suppress that Commander-in-Chief brute and eliminate all future troubles. Human Emperor and the others who had been in seclusion all this time had no idea that not only had Yang Fann suppressed Commander-in-Chief brute, even the reinforcements from Divine Essence Universe, which were even more powerful, had been completely wiped out by him. Yang Fann had never informed them about this. The 5 human sovereign, realm experts who were only at the high and low grade, Universe Lord, wouldn't be of much help even if he called them over. The once greatest combat strength of Primary Universe was now reduced to nothing. If the human sovereign realm warriors knew about this, they wouldn't know if they could bear it or not. In Divine Emperor's main hall, Kai, the high-rank middle-level Universe Lord shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 100 million years, the high-rank middle-level Universe Lord was completely devoured by Yang Fann. The last trace of strength of origin was completely shattered and turned into a flying ash. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann had purposely left a trace of his soul behind, the soul would have been completely destroyed and the possibility of resurrection would have been lost. Soon, another high-rank middle-level Universe Lord appeared in the devouring black hole. 30 million years later, this high-rank middle-level Universe Lord had nearly 4 layers of strength of original life devoured by Yang Fann. From top to bottom, his body was as thin as a bag of bones. Only then did Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calm down. Another million years passed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally stabilized at the sovereign stage in low-order advanced universe. Buzz. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened. In an instant, a bright golden light shot out, like the sharpest divine light in the universe, the high-level Universe Lord. If he dared to stand in front of Yang Fann, his divine body would immediately be penetrated, and the soul would be severely injured. Brutal. The eternal divine body of the universe. With the double breakthrough of his cultivation base, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Now, he had already surpassed quasi-top-level Universe Lord and stepped into a completely new realm. I wonder if I can defeat that King of Divine Source now. Yang Fann was eager to give it a try. Through Universe Lord's memories, he found out. King of Divine Source had just broken through the bottleneck 30,000 eras ago and advanced to the top-level Universe Lord. Currently, King of Divine Source was most likely at the low-rank top-level Universe Lord realm. 30,000 era of the years were extremely long. Since the birth of their universe, there were no 30,000 eras. However, to those top-level Universe Lord, 30,000 eras was nothing. There were plenty of people who hadn't made a big breakthrough in 30,000 eons. King of Divine Source had stayed in quasi-top-level Universe Lord for more than 30,000 eras. They were not like Yang Fann, who had the help of the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring great technique. Sometimes, Yang Fann felt as if he had fallen into a dream. How could there be such a heaven-defying divine arts in this world? Was this really something that a cultivator could create? Even though his current combat strength was comparable to a top-level Universe Lord, he was still clueless about what had happened that year. There were so many mysteries that he couldn't find any clues about it. Previously, he had guessed that the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was the inheritance of some big shot in the primary universe. But now that he thought about it, it was really ridiculous. Not to mention that their universe was just a low-grade universe. There was no one in those top-grade universes who could create the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique. Who? Yang Fann shook his head lightly and stopped thinking about it. Right now, he did not have the qualifications to expose the secrets of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique. That was only because he wasn't strong enough. He believed that sooner or later, he would truly have the qualifications to reveal all of the secrets of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique. If the Universe Sovereign couldn't do it, then it would be Universe Lord. If Universe Lord still couldn't do it, then he would surpass Universe Lord and become the legendary Supreme Expert. Rumble, rumble. Very quickly, Yang Fann continued to circulate the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, crazily devouring the high-rank middle-level Universe Lord strength of original life. 500 million years later, Pucci, the high-rank middle-level Universe Lord, had used up the last trace of his strength of origin, and had completely turned into a flying ash. After breaking through to the high-level Universe Sovereign, the power of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique had increased by several times. However, just like before, in order to avoid alerting King of Divine Source, Yang Fann still left behind a trace of the high-rank middle-level Universe Lord's soul. Currently, Yang Fann's combat strength might not be inferior to King of Divine Source's, but it was absolutely impossible for him to completely suppress King of Divine Source. What Yang Fann wanted wasn't to defeat King of Divine Source, but to completely suppress and kill him. For Primary Universe was just another path for Yang Fann. He wanted to break through to Universe Lord and even surpass him. It was only a matter of time before he left the Primary Universe. At that time, if King of Divine Source continued to target the Primary Universe, with the strength of the human sovereign realm, it would be impossible for them to stop King of Divine Source. They wouldn't even need King of Divine Source's help. Any high-level Universe Lord would be able to sweep across the entire Primary Universe with ease. Yang Fann didn't want the Primary Universe to become history by the time he returned. It would be destroyed in the chaotic starry sky. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-level Universe Lord warriors were completely devoured by Yang Fann, and they all shattered into pieces. Yang Fann's cultivation base was steadily rising towards the intermediate high-level Universe Sovereign. 10 billion years later, bang. The last middle-level Universe Lord turned into a flying ash and advanced to the three great Commander-in-Chief. There were also the 4 ancestors of the Divine Source clan and the 12 families. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the extreme stage of the low-order advanced universe. The strength of origin that Yang Fann needed to break through to the next realm was also 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than before. In the past, a high-rank middle-level Universe Lord was enough to make Yang Fann's cultivation base soar, but now, it was even harder for him to break through to the next realm. 4 middle-level Universe Lord, 1 quasi-top-grade middle-level Universe Lord, 2 top-grade middle-level Universe Lord, and 1 extreme middle-level Universe Lord. When the 4 of them combined, their strength of origin was no weaker than a quasi-high-level universe lord, but in the end, it only allowed him to break through a few small realms, not even touching the threshold of an intermediate high-level universe sovereign. Although there was still one quasi-high-level universe lord warrior left, and that was a quasi-high-level universe lord warrior, the result was that his cultivation base had only broken through a few minor realms, and he hadn't even touched the threshold of the intermediate high-level universe sovereign. 6 great high-level universe lord warriors. Yang Fann had no hope of breaking through to the top-level universe sovereign by relying on them. He was glad that he could break through to the top-rank high-level universe sovereign. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the founder of one of the 12 families of Divine Source clan appeared in the devouring black hole. Speaking of which, this ancestor had some connections with Yang Fann. The traitor of Primary Universe, Divine Emperor, had been devoured by Yang Fann. He was the direct descendant of this ancestor. Soon, another 12 billion years passed. Poochie. Ancestor Nofret had turned into ashes, and Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the intermediate high-level universe sovereign. 10,000 years later, boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up with surprise. King of the Universe's Advancement Secret Technique, it's actually King of the Universe's Advancement Secret Technique. C-2209 Become the King of the Universe Eternal Great World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. For the past tens of billions of years, Yang Fann had never given up on searching through Universe Lord's memories, hoping to find out the secret of King of the Universe's advancement. Only by successfully advancing to King of the Universe could Yang Fann be confident enough to completely get rid of King of Divine Source and eliminate future troubles. Otherwise, even if he successfully advanced to the top-rank high-level universe sovereign, and his combat strength was comparable to an intermediate or even the master of the highest universe, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence that he would be able to keep King of Divine Source alive. Compared to a true top-level universe lord, his combat strength wasn't bad, but in terms of foundation, it wasn't something Yang Fann could compare with. Which top-level universe lord did not have a few intermediate original treasures? Even the high-grade original treasures did not mean that they did not have them. But for him, the best ones were only a few quasi-intermediate original treasures. As for the spatial original treasure, it was only a high-grade and extremely low-quality original treasure. At most, they could limit the high-level universe lord, and it was still the master of the low-order advanced universe. To Yang Fann, they were of little value. With his current cultivation base, he wouldn't need any spatial high-level universe lords to deal with a high-level universe lord. As long as he wasn't a peak or peak high-level universe lord, he wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. However, these few dozen universe lord, including the peak middle-level universe lord, didn't have any useful clues. They only knew the name of the secret technique that King of the Universe used to break through to the next realm. To be honest, Yang Fann felt a little discouraged in his heart. Fortunately, this progenitor Nofret didn't let him down. One day later, Wang, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He was still happy too early. Ancestor Nofret only knew a part of King of the Universe's secret technique. If he wanted to use this small part of the secret technique to advance to King of the Universe, he wouldn't know how many centuries it would take for him to do so. How could he have so much time to study it? One era, 5, 6 billion years, hundreds, thousands of eras. Just thinking about it made Yang Fann despair. If he really stayed in Primary Universe for a few hundred, or even a few thousand eras, Yang Fann would definitely go crazy. From the moment he was born, it had only been a few 100 billion years since he was born, not even a fraction of an era had passed. But soon, Yang Fann's spirit shook. The ancestor of Nofret was the weakest of the 4 great ancestors, and he was able to learn part of King of the Universe's secret advancement technique. What about the other 3 great progenitors? Not to mention Brute and the other 2 commander-in-chief, whose status was even higher than the 12 progenitors. Perhaps by reading their soul memories, they would be able to gather the complete secret technique of King of the Universe's advancement. In the next second, whoosh, a ray of light flashed past. The 3 commander-in-chief and the 3 progenitors appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a top-level universe lord, pierced through his body. One by one, he forcefully read the soul memories of Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other 3 progenitors. The current Yang Fann was no longer the same as before. The power of the strength of soul was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others. There was no need to devour more than 9 levels of their strength of origin. Only when they were extremely weak could they read the memories of their soul, in case they suffered a backlash from the soul. It was a direct and violent reading, and it wouldn't cause too much of a burden to them. 100,000 years later. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had completely digested the memories of Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other 3 Commander-in-Chief, and the result was quite pleasant, especially the 3 Commander-in-Chief from Brute. Each of them knew almost half of the secret technique that King of the Universe used to break through to the next realm. After a series of deductions and combinations, Yang Fann had successfully obtained the true secret technique that King of the Universe used to break through to the next realm. The next second, a trace of happiness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Fortunately, he had suppressed Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others and obtained a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, even if he obtained the secret technique of King of the Universe's advancement, he wouldn't be able to advance to King of the Universe. King of the Universe was the King of Universe Lord. To many Universe Lord, this was an opportunity that allowed him to reach the heavens in a single bound. As long as he could become King of the Universe, even if he was only a low-level Universe's King of the Universe, with the help of the Universe Source's will, the power he could unleash wouldn't be much weaker than a top-level Universe Lord's. As for an intermediate and a high-level Universe King of the Universe, they were even more terrifying. Even a top-level Universe Lord could be suppressed by King of the Universe if they were not careful. As for the higher-grade Universe King of the Universe, even those Supreme Universe Lords that surpassed Universe Lord wouldn't dare to provoke him. And in order to break through to King of the Universe, the secret technique could only be used. If he wanted to use the secret technique, he would have to build 108 advancement altars. Each advancement altar could easily empty all the belongings of a low-grade Universe Lord. If it wasn't for Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others' generous donations, not to mention 108 advancement Commander-in-Chief Brutes, even if Yang Fann swept across the entire primary universe, he might not even be able to gather all 10 advancement Yang Fanns. Even if Human Emperor and the others obtained the secret technique to advance King of the Universe, they could only stare helplessly. This was only a low-grade universe, King of the Universe. If it was an intermediate universe or a high-grade universe, the amount of advancement altars needed to advance would increase by 100-fold or 1,000-fold. With the resources that Yang Fann currently controlled, he could barely provide enough for Universe Lord to advance to the intermediate universe. In the end, he still had to thank Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others. Each of them was a good person, and they were all giving him warmth. Without them, Yang Fann would still be stuck at the low-level Universe Sovereign. He didn't know how many years it would take for him to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign. Boom, he sighed in his heart as he circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit. Yang Fann continued to devour the world. As for the construction of King of the Universe's altar, Yang Fann didn't do it personally. Instead, he handed this matter over to his subordinates, who were all quasi-Universe Lord warriors. The construction of the altar wasn't too difficult. What was really difficult was to gather enough materials to build 108 altar, 80 billion years later. Yang Fann had just completely devoured the 2 lords of low-order advanced universe. One had to admit that high-level Universe Lord warriors were high-level Universe Lord warriors. The strength of origin was nearly 10 times stronger than the strength of old ancestor Norfit. Each of them had consumed nearly 40 billion years of Yang Fann's time. If it wasn't for him successfully breaking through to the intermediate high-level Universe Sovereign and breaking through to the Great Tao of Devour, not to mention 80 billion years, even if he was given another 80 billion years, he would still be considered pretty good if he could devour a high-level Universe Lord. Soon, another 20 billion years passed. Yang Fann closed his eyes and slowly opened them. Very good. All 108 altars for promotion have been completed. Spread my orders, all living beings of the eternal great world pray with sincerity. I wish King of the Universe the honor of ascending to the throne. In an instant, Yang Fann's voice resounded in the ears of all living beings in the eternal great world. What? His Royal Highness Yang Fann wants to advance to King of the Universe. Did I hear it wrong? Did he get King of the Universe's secret technique? Human Sovereign Realm, Tao Lord Realm, and the others' hearts skipped a beat. It had only been a short period of time, and Yang Fann was about to advance to King of the Universe. However, they didn't have much of a conflict in their hearts. Yang Fann's strength was far above theirs. He was thousands of times stronger than them. Whether or not they advanced to King of the Universe didn't really affect them. Furthermore, Yang Fann had advanced to King of the Universe. It would also be better for them to deal with the Divine Source Universe. Very soon, the human sovereign realm, the Tao Master, and the others sent down oracles to cooperate with Yang Fann and pray devoutly. Even Five Universe Lord had a pious look on his face and did not dare show any disrespect. I respectfully invite the Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, to advance to King of the Universe. Respectfully inviting the Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, to advance to King of the Universe. Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, will be promoted to King of the Universe. C. 2210. It shook the source of God Universe. Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, will be promoted to King of the Universe. Respectfully inviting the Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, to promote King of the Universe. Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, will be promoted to King of the Universe. The eternal great world, millions and millions of races. Countless living beings prayed with utmost sincerity, respectfully, inviting the Great Master of Phagocytosis, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. There was no race that would be able to ascend the throne of King of the Universe. Who was Yang Fann, who dared to disobey him in public? He was the indisputable number one person in the primary universe. The scariness of his strength had already reached an unfathomable realm. Compared to the previous number one person in the eternal great world, the Heavenly Emperor, he was countless times stronger. Moreover, there was still the Human Emperor, the Tao Lord, and Five Universe Lords Oracle. At this moment, daring to not obey Yang Fann's orders was the path of death. At that time, not only would he have to die, even the clans behind him would have to be buried along with him. In any case, Yang Fann had already far surpassed them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the uncrowned king of primary universe. Now, it was nothing more than an official confirmation. There wasn't much conflict between them. Buzz within the eternal great world, there were 108 altars that had been upgraded to the next level. Instantly, streams of pitch-black light burst forth, as if the source of darkness were soaring into the sky, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Within the light pillar, one could vaguely see the terrifying devil god rapidly forming profound seals and chanting. God Domain, God Emperor Palace. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's mind was in an endless state of turmoil. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the origin space and imprinted his mark on the universe source. It was done in one go, without any hindrance. Of course, this was also Yang Fann. He had communicated with the will of the universe source time and time again, wiping out the strong enemies of the primary universe, and making great contributions to the primary universe. If it was the human sovereign realm and the other universe lord, even if they successfully obtained King of the Universe's secret advancement technique and forged 108 altar, suppressing the entire eternal great world and making countless races in the eternal great world bow their heads in submission, it would still be impossible for them to imprint a trace of their soul imprint onto the universe source so easily. That would require a long period of time before it would be possible to succeed. Time would be calculated in an era. Invisibly, it was Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others who had helped Yang Fann once again. If it wasn't for their appearance that caused the original universe sources will to feel a deep sense of crisis, it wouldn't have been an easy task for Yang Fann to advance to King of the Universe. A few breaths later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Was this the power of King of the Universe? With the support of the original universe source, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others even without using any of his strength. Furthermore, he was at his peak condition, the Commander-in-Chief Brute who wasn't suppressed at all. Once he unleashed all of his strength, Yang Fann had a feeling that even those middle-rank top-level universe lord were no match for him. If he wasn't careful, he would mercilessly suppress them. King of Divine Source, your good days are about to come to an end. Since you have the audacity to plot against their universe, I'll compensate you with the destruction of Divine Source clan. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next moment, buzz, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit, and Yang Fann continued to devour the last and strongest progenitor. With the support of the universe source's will, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased by more than 10 times, completely incomparable to before. The strength of origin was clearly several times stronger than the two masters of low-order advanced universe. Not only that, but in the end, in less than 10 billion years, all of the strength of origin was devoured by Yang Fann, 16 billion years later. Pucci, the last trace of the strength of original life was devoured by Yang Fann, and it turned into a flying ash. Out of all Universe Lord, only Commander-in-Chief Brute was left. After absorbing the 3 intermediate high-level Universe Lord, Yang Fann's cultivation base had also advanced to a high-grade high-level Universe Sovereign. He was still at the early stage of the high-grade high-level Universe Sovereign, and was only a step away from the peak of the high-grade. His overall strength was terrifying, and he had already surpassed many middle-rank top-level Universe Lord. With the support of the Universe Source's will, even the Master of the highest universe would find it hard to defeat him. Unlike the Universe Lord who had devoured Commander Adlai, Yang Fann didn't even leave a single residual soul for Commander Adlai. Not only Commander Adlai, but also the other Divine Source clans of Universe Lord from the Divine Source clan that he had previously kept were all destroyed by Yang Fann. There was only Commander-in-Chief Brute left. It was time to lure King of Divine Source into the trap. Commander Adlai and the others had borrowed the power of their Divine Source clan's top-grade war weapon, the Silver Light Flying Shuttle. It had taken them close to 50 billion years to successfully arrive at the primary universe. Even though King of Divine Source, a top-level Universe Lord, was much faster than Commander Adlai and the others, it would still take them billions of years to reach the primary universe. This period of time was just enough for him to devour and refine Commander-in-Chief Brute. After advancing to the high-grade Universe Sovereign, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by a lot. It would not take more than 4 billion years for him to devour an intermediate high-level Universe Lord like Commander-in-Chief Brute. The Divine Source Universe, this was a place that one did not know about from primary universe. Countless billions of billions. High-level universe that was a trillion light-years away. The area was vast and vast. Compared to the primary universe, it was thousands of times, tens of thousands of times larger. If the primary universe was said to be an inconspicuous pigeon egg in the chaotic starry sky, then the Divine Essence universe was at least a basketball. The abundant spirit of heaven and earths in it was far from what the primary universe could compare with. Even some remote places with sparse spiritual energy were not inferior to the primary universe's boundless world. Those blessed lands, and the true blessed lands of the spiritual mountain, were places where the human emperor, the Tao Master, and Universe Lord cultivated. They were far inferior. There was not a single mortal in the entire Divine Essence universe. Even a newborn baby's strength was not inferior to some true gods. There were even some gifted people who were born with the power to rival a ruler. It had to be said that sometimes, a good birth was better than anything else. The construction of the huge Divine Essence universe was very simple. With the main continent, Divine Essence continent as the center, there were a large number of lesser continents scattered around it. It was unlike the primary universe. There were so many different worlds. Divine Essence continent, rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the weather changed. The sky above the entire Divine Essence continent was filled with blood clouds, and a bean-sized rain of blood poured down, engulfing the entire Divine Essence continent. Ah, the world is in grief. This is the world's grief. Ah, another Universe Lord has fallen. No, how is this possible? Countless Divine Source clans from the Divine Source clan widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Universe Lord, every single one of them was a top-tier expert of the Divine Source clan, the backbone of their strength. In the past, over 100 eras, not even one Universe Lord had fallen. 7 Universe Lord had fallen in an instant. It was enough to terrify people. But now, it had only been a short period of time, and it hadn't even been 150 billion years yet. Yet another Universe Lord had fallen. What? 40, a total of 40 Universe Lord. And among them, there are also the 4 progenitors, Commander Adlai and Stanley Commander-in-Chief. No, this is impossible. It must be fake. It must be fake. Commander Adlai and the others were all at the high-level Universe Lord. In the entire chaotic starry sky, those are all first-class Commander Adlais. How could they possibly fall? I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. It was fine if it was the other Universe Lord, but Commander Adlai and the others. They were all high-level Universe Lord who stood at the peak of all living beings. They, the Divine Source clan, had dominated the Divine Source universe until now. In the past hundreds of thousands of eras, only a few high-level Universe Lord warriors had fallen. He could count them all with a single hand, let alone 5 high-level Universe Lord warriors who had fallen at the same time. However, the reality was cruel, and they couldn't help but believe it. Woo 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 woo. It was true. Commander Adlai and the others' lamp had been extinguished. They had really fallen. Woo woo woo. What was going on? What is going on? Doomsday, could this be the precursor to the end of the universe? C-2211 Descent Source of God Universe, Source of God Continent. Endless panic spread across the entire Divine Essence continent. In the past, the fall of one Universe Lord was a huge event that shook the entire Divine Source clan. But now, 40 Universe Lord had fallen in one go, and how many Universe Lord were there in the entire Divine Source clan? 40 Universe Lord were already more than the number of people in the first level of the Divine Source clan. There were nearly 2 levels of Universe Lord in the Divine Source clan. This was a huge loss that the Divine Source clan had never suffered before, not to mention the fallen Universe Lord, Ideli and Stanley, the 2 great Commander-in-Chief, and the 4 progenitors of the 4 big families. One should know that the Divine Source clan had only accumulated around 10 high-level Universe Lord in so many eras. Now, they had lost 5 of them. This loss was enough to shake the foundation of the Divine Source clan. If it wasn't for the doomsday of the universe, why would the Divine Source clan suffer such a huge loss? What should they do? What should we do now? Even Commander Adlai and the other high-level Universe Lord warriors had fallen. They weren't even ants to Universe Lord, so how could they still live? Origin Divine Mountain. This was the #1 divine mountain in the Divine Essence continent, the Holy Land in the hearts of countless Divine Source clan members. Their Divine Source clan was born from this Origin Divine Mountain. The mighty God Father, King of Divine Source lived in this Origin Divine Mountain. Buzz, 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 wang. Brilliant rays of light tore through the sky and quickly entered Origin God Mountain. Each divine light represented a peerless expert. Its aura was so terrifying that it was even more powerful than a human sovereign. Many of them were thousands of times more powerful than a human sovereign. Universe Lord, all of them were Universe Lord. Commander Adlai and the other 40 Universe Lord had been completely wiped out. It had shaken the entire Divine Essence continent and the Divine Source clan. Under King of Divine Source's command, all the old monsters that had been hiding in seclusion broke out of their seclusion and gathered at Origin Divine Mountain. One day later, rumble, a brilliant divine beam burst out from the Origin Divine Mountain and soared into the sky. Its speed was so fast that even many high-level Universe Lord warriors couldn't keep up with it. In the blink of an eye, it had left the Divine Origin continent, the Divine Origin universe, and the vast chaos. Eternal Great World, Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. After Yang Fann killed the last strand of residual soul of the Divine Source clan's Universe Lord, a glimmer of anticipation flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if the Divine Source clan would send out all their forces this time. After forcefully reading the memories of Commander Adlai and the other's soul, the entire Divine Source clan had no secrets to Yang Fann. He knew how many Divine Source clans the Divine Source clan had. Besides King of Divine Source, who was a top-grade king of the universe, there were 14 high-level Universe Lord, 56 middle-level Universe Lord, and 227 low-grade Universe Lord in the Divine Source clan. However, apart from the 48 Universe Lord that he had devoured and suppressed, there were only 8 high-level Universe Lord, 42 middle-level Universe Lord, and 197 low-grade Universe Lord. Even so, if Yang Fann could devour all of them, he wouldn't be guaranteed to break through to the top-level Universe Sovereign. At least, he would be able to defeat them with ease. Of course, Yang Fann also knew that it was almost impossible for all of these Universe Lord to come here. It wasn't like the Divine Source clan didn't have any opponents. They naturally needed to leave some experts behind to guard the Divine Source universe, so that their enemies wouldn't take advantage of them and seize their old nest. The will of the Universe Source wasn't omnipotent. After King of Divine Source left the Divine Source universe, the power it could unleash would be greatly reduced. He could only hope that King of Divine Source could bring enough Universe Lord, especially the 8 high-level Universe Lord warriors. It would be best if he could bring all of them. Fortunately, King of Divine Source didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have become so angry that 1 Buddha would emerge and 2 Buddhas would ascend to the heavens. This little son Yang Fann, he didn't put the Divine Source clan in his eyes at all. They really thought that the Divine Source clan was the cattle and sheep that were kept in captivity, and that they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Shaking his head, he threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Yang Fann continued to refine that Commander-in-Chief brute, even though it was due to his own strength. Now, things were different from the past. Compared to the time when he suppressed Commander Adlai and the others, the current him. His combat strength had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. With the enhancement of the original universe source's will, he was definitely stronger than the master of the highest universe. Even if he were to fight some top-ranked top-level universe lord, the winner would be the loser. It was likely that they would have to fight a battle before deciding what to do next. However, King of Divine Source, who was at low-ranked top-level universe lord's cultivation base, would never be a match for him. However, Yang Fann still grabbed hold of the time to increase his strength as much as possible, to ensure that King of Divine Source would be left behind for good. Otherwise, once he escaped back to the Divine Origin universe, it would be very difficult to deal with King of Divine Source. In a high-grade universe, the power of the Origin will was far greater than that of a low-grade universe source like the primary universe. With King of Divine Source and low-ranked top-level universe lord's cultivation base, with the support of the Divine Origin universe source's will, even some top-ranked top-level universe lord would find it hard to be his match. If they ventured deep into the Divine Origin universe, they might even be suppressed by King of Divine Source, even if they were at the limit of the top-level universe lord. Rumble, rumble, pure strength of Origin flowed into Yang Fann's body like a great river through countless Yang Fanns. They were thousands of times bigger than the eternal great world. Within the boundless world continued to expand in all directions. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years. Soon, 1 billion years had passed. At this moment, it had been 25.6 billion years since Yang Fann became king of the universe. The celestial domain, Tao domain, human domain, and the other 6 large domains that were destroyed by Commander-in-Chief Brute had basically recovered to their original state under Yang Fann's conscious recovery. For this reason, Yang Fann had paid a large amount of resources. Fortunately, he had paid a huge price. Currently, what Yang Fann lacked the least was resources. Even though he had forged 108 altar, he had only used a small portion of his resources. Apart from a portion of these restored domains, which were returned to the Taoism clan, Witch clan, Dragon clan and Phoenix clan, a large portion of these domains were occupied by the human race. As a member of King of the Universe's race, the luck of the entire human race had skyrocketed. They could be said to be the beloved children of the Great Tao, causing countless alien races in the eternal Great World to envy them. They wished they could become a member of the human race. In just a short period of 2.56 billion years, it was even more terrifying than the development of the other races for 100 eras and 1,000 eras. Its overall strength had doubled. Quasi-Universe Lord had succeeded more than 30 times, and there were tens of thousands of Universe Sovereigns that were one level lower. As for half-step Sovereign and Sovereign Lords, there were even more of them. Of course, the ones who had made the greatest progress were Yang Fann's direct subordinates. With the huge amount of resources Yang Fann had allocated to them, their cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 200 billion years, the Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's hands had soared like bamboo shoots after a rain. They were not much different from the universe sovereigns that the entire human race possessed. Although the number of quasi-universe lord warriors had not increased, there were still around 60 of them. However, they had all reached the high quasi-universe lord at the very least. Extreme quasi-universe lord had more than 10 of them. Their quality was far from what the human quasi-universe lord could compare with. During this period of time, countless races chose to attach themselves to the human race. As long as they weren't blind, they could see that the human race had dominated the entire eternal great world, and even the entire primary universe. It was only a matter of time. In the future, even the Witch clan, Dragon clan, Taoism clan and other powerful races would have to depend on the human race to survive. Any power that opposed the human race would become enemies with the great Tao and the will of the universe source. Eventually, they would turn into ashes and vanish in the time-long river. 2 billion years later, a brilliant ray of light was approaching the primary universe at a speed that was more than 10 times faster than a high-level universe lord. Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's aura steadily rose. Boundless divine light burst out from all the pores and cells in his body, illuminating the entire Divine Emperor Palace. Within the devouring black hole, Commander-in-Chief Brute was no longer human. He looked like a dried corpse. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body. He looked like a candle flickering in the wind. A casual gust of wind would extinguish the lamp and kill him. Boom. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a bright golden light shone. All right, it's here. It's a little faster than what I expected. C 2212 Fight the King of the Source of God Primary Universe, billions of light years away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A starry sky fortress that was not much smaller than an eternal great world shattered into a large expanse of chaos before slowly coming to a stop. The Shen Yuan Battle Fortress was King of Divine Source's carrier, and it was also the Divine Source clan's strongest war weapon. King of Divine Source had extracted a fragment of the universe and used tens of thousands of eras and countless natural treasures to craft it. Whether it was defense, speed, or attack power, it was far from what the Silver Light Shuttle could compare with. Under the top-level Universe Lord, even quasi-top-level Universe Lord, who had just broken through to the top-level Universe Lord, would suffer a huge loss if he were to face the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress with just a little bit of carelessness. This was the true killing weapon of the universe. In the past hundreds of thousands of eras, it had killed a large number of powerful enemies for the Divine Source clan. Shen Yuan Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. King of Divine Source sat on the Divine Throne. He was a mighty giant who had lived for tens of thousands of years. His body was covered by a layer of golden light, making it hard to see his face. His chi was terrifying, and it was more than 10,000 times stronger than Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other intermediate high-level Universe Lord. It seemed like anyone could only kneel on the ground and bow before him. Everything in the world, everything was under his control. Below him, on the left and right sides, there were three mighty figures sitting with great auras. They were not much weaker than Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others. In fact, they were even stronger. High-level Universe Lord, all six of them were high-level Universe Lord. In order to avenge Commander Adlai and the others, King of Divine Source had used all the top combat strength of the Divine Source clan besides the necessary forces to guard the place. Apart from these six high-level Universe Lord warriors, King of Divine Source had also transferred over 100 intermediate and low-grade Universe Lord. They were able to eliminate Commander Adlai and 40 other Universe Lord in one fell swoop. This strength was not something they could underestimate. It was not impossible for a top-level Universe Lord warrior like him to attack. If they thought that the opponent was just a low-level universe, then they would be looked down upon. Then King of Divine Source would have lived for nothing for so many eras. Their Divine Source clan had destroyed countless opportunities long ago. Buzz. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in King of Divine Source's eyes, as if he had seen through everything in the primary universe. There is a master universe, and it is actually a master universe. No wonder Ideli and the others fell here. Although it was only a low-grade universe, the combat strength King of the Universe could unleash with the help of the Universe Source's will was not much weaker than a top-level Universe Lord like him. The strongest amongst Ideli and the others was only at the intermediate high-level Universe Lord. It wasn't impossible for them to be completely suppressed by a quasi-top-level Universe Lord in the next second. A monstrous killing intent rose from King of Divine Source's heart. See, Brute, the god of losers trusts you so much and entrusted you with an important task. I never thought that a dog like you would dare to betray the Divine Source clan and do something worse than a pig or dog. The sad Commander-in-Chief Brute once again took the blame for Yang Fann. This low-level universe native only advanced to King of the Universe after Commander-in-Chief Brute asked for help. No matter what, King of Divine Source would never believe it. Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others were not King of the Universe. He didn't really know how difficult it was, but he was also King of the Universe. Thinking back to that year, he had used up tens of thousands of Era of the Year's warriors to communicate with the will of the Divine Origin Universe Source. Only then did he barely manage to enter the Origin space and become the Divine Origin King of the Universe. Even if this was just a low-level universe, the difficulty of King of the Universe's advancement could not be compared to a high-level universe like the Divine Essence Universe. However, without a few eras to communicate with the will of the Universe Source, it was impossible for him to successfully advance to King of the Universe. And now, just how long had it been? In total, it had been less than 200 billion years, not even a fraction of an era. How could he successfully advance to King of the Universe? Brute was merely an intermediate high-level Universe Lord. If he was in the chaotic starry sky, he might still be able to escape from the hands of a King of the Universe. The range of the universe source's will was limited. Once he was out of that range, King of the Universe would immediately be thrown into the mortal world. However, Brute had directly entered this universe through the universe transportation array. This was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Not to mention an intermediate high-level universe lord like Brute, even a peak high-level universe lord like him would be suppressed by King of the Universe if they ventured too deep into the universe. Up until now, there was only one possibility for Brute to still be alive, and that was to betray the Divine Source clan and become the lackey of King of the Universe in the low-grade universe. Divine Essence Universe, Divine Essence Continent. Very soon, a oracle was sent out from Origin Divine Mountain. Spread the oracle to Godfather, Commander-in-Chief Brute of the Golden Spear Army. He is a treasonous man who has betrayed his race. He deserves to die 10,000 times over. The Brute family will be demoted to a sinner. All of them will be slaves for generations to come. They will serve as a warning to others. What? The clan leader defected to the enemy? No, this is impossible, impossible. How could the clan chief betray the enemy? Godfather understands. This is a misunderstanding. There must be some misunderstanding between them. The patriarch swore his loyalty to Godfather. Even if he died, he would never betray the clan. He's here, take them all down. No, no, Godfather, we want to see Godfather. Woo woo woo, we are innocent, Godfather, we are innocent. Primary Universe, Eternal Great World. Yang Fann furrowed his brows slightly. This King of Divine Source was rather calm. It was likely that it was impossible for him to lure him into Primary Universe. As long as King of Divine Source dared to enter the Primary Universe, under the suppression of the Origin Will, his combat strength would most likely drop to the top-level Universe Lord. At that time, with his current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to suppress King of Divine Source. 3 billion years had passed. Although he hadn't completely refined Commander-in-Chief Brute, he had devoured almost half of Commander-in-Chief Brute's origin, causing his cultivation base to advance by a lot, and his combat strength to increase by several levels. However, it was obvious that King of Divine Source was deeply afraid of this. The Shenyuan Battle Fortress had stopped outside the Primary Universe, and had no intention of entering the Primary Universe. King of Divine Source, even if you don't enter the Primary Universe, I can still suppress you. Very quickly, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he made a decision. The next second, Yang Fann moved his body and left the Primary Universe. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, as if he could ignore all the spatial zones, and he stared straight at King of Divine Source, who was in the Shenyuan Battle Fortress. King of Divine Source, do you have the guts to come out and fight me? Yang Fann's voice was like a huge bronze bell, rolling and boiling, sweeping across the chaos. Shenyuan Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. What a reckless low-level universe native, since you are courting death. I will be merciful and grant you your wish. King of Divine Source's voice was cold and indifferent. There was a hint of cruelty in his voice, as if he didn't put Yang Fann in his heart. Once a low-level King of the Universe left the Primary Universe. Even with the support of the Universe Source's will, he could still unleash the quasi-top-level battle power of Universe Lord. This was the limit, and he had been here for tens of thousands of eras. He had advanced to the top-level Universe Lord, and tens of thousands of eras had passed. Although he hadn't broken through to the middle-rank top-level Universe Lord, he had still reached the limit of low-rank top-level Universe Lord. He was more than 10 times stronger than quasi-top-level Universe Lord. If little son Yang Fann stayed obediently in the Primary Universe, with his current strength, it wouldn't be an easy task to deal with this little son Yang Fann. In the Primary Universe, the combat strength of a King of the Universe could be unleashed. It would increase by a lot, and it wouldn't be much weaker than a top-level Universe Lord. Most importantly, King of the Universe, who was located in the Primary Universe. He was able to extract the power of the Universe Source and restore his body in an instant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the universe wasn't destroyed. Even with his current strength, if he wanted to completely destroy a low-level universe with a master, he would have to wait for an era to come. But now it was good. This little son Yang Fann was arrogant and conceited. He actually dared to leave Primary Universe and challenge him. This was truly the path of death. Did he really think that killing Ideli and the others would make him look down on everyone else? Little son Yang Fann, you will pay the price for this. C-2213 defeat Primary Universe, billions of light-years away. Yang Fann and King of Divine Source, who had transformed. into terrifying great gods who was countless light years away, were confronting each other from tens of thousands of light years away. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying pressure was like the cosmic storm that was constantly colliding with each other in the chaotic starry sky, destroying everything in its path. At this moment, if anyone were to appear in the chaotic starry sky, even some high-level Universe Lord warriors would be severely injured or even killed. Buzz, buzz, wang. Very quickly, strange flushes appeared on Yang Fann's face, as if he was trying his best to resist King of Divine Source's terrifying pressure. On the other hand, King of Divine Source looked calm and relaxed, and obviously had the upper hand. At this moment, Yang Fann didn't use his true strength. He only used the will of the original Universe Source. The chi and pressure that erupted from it was only slightly stronger than that of the ordinary quasi-top-level Universe Lord. Yang Fann didn't want to use all of his strength to scare this King of Divine Source. At that time, he wouldn't hesitate to turn around and run. It was hard to say whether he could successfully suppress King of Divine Source or not. After leaving the range of the original Universe Source's will, his combat strength was only comparable to the Master of the highest universe. He was only 2 grades stronger than King of Divine Source. If King of Divine Source really wanted to leave, Yang Fann might not be able to stop him. In the end, he still lacked a high-grade spatial original treasure. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just seal the spatial zone with the original treasure and completely suppress King of Divine Source. Within the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress, a mere low-level universe native dares to challenge Godfather's dignity. I don't know if I should admire his courage or call him stupid. Hee. The ignorant are truly fearless. This lowly savage doesn't even know what sort of existence he's going to challenge, that's right. He's just a young man who doesn't understand the situation and doesn't know what's good for him. Does he really think that he can be invincible in this world after becoming king of the universe? The Universe Lord looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at him. Even if he was lucky enough to be promoted to king of the universe, he would never be a match for Godfather. He was simply courting his own death. Very soon, this lowly native would regret his recklessness. Within the primary universe, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, don't let anything happen to you, human sovereign realm, Tao Lord realm, and the others' hearts were in their throats. Everything that happened in the chaotic starry sky, including the other quasi-universe Lord warriors and universe sovereign warriors, had no reaction to it. However, the 5 of them were very clear about it. Once Yang Fann, king of the universe, was defeated, they would know what was waiting for them, even if they were to use their toes to think about it. They couldn't lose, His Royal Highness Yang Fann couldn't lose. Otherwise, all of them would be finished. Even the primary universe wouldn't be able to escape from destruction. In the chaotic starry sky, King of Divine Source looked down at Yang Fann from above. Little son Yang Fann, how dare you harm our people? Today, you will pay the price for this while speaking. Buzz. A brilliant sword light cut through the void and fell into King of Divine Source's hand. It turned into a terrifying divine sword that was hundreds of light years long, like a heavenly pillar. Divine Essence Emperor's Sword, the #1 original treasure in the Divine Essence universe. It was a terrifying quasi-high-grade original treasure, and it was also King of Divine Source's vital treasure. Boom boom boom. With the Divine Origin sword in hand, King of Divine Source's aura skyrocketed once again, rising steadily. Kai. The situation, which had been barely evenly matched, was instantly broken. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a lone boat on the ocean of fury. He was in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Ah, not good. His Royal Highness Yang Fann might not be a match for King of Divine Source. Human Emperor and the Tao Master's expressions changed abruptly. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. The situation was not favorable for Yang Fann at all. What should they do? What should we do? We wanted to help, but we were powerless. After hundreds of billions of years of hard work, they had absorbed a large amount of Origin of Eternities. Although their cultivation base had improved a lot, especially the human sovereign realm, they had broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the intermediate level, Universe Lord. However, they wanted to participate in it. This breakthrough was still a drop in the bucket. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even if they formed a divine formation and transformed into the 5-elemental chaotic devil god Hong Long, the terrifying aura and pressure was not something they could withstand. Kekekeka. Dai God King slashed out with his sword. King of Divine Source grinned hideously and slashed at Yang Fann. This sword strike represented holiness, nobility, and supremacy. It was like the king of all gods, judging all living beings and all living beings in the world. Roar break for me. Yang Fann let out a shrill roar. A divine light flashed in his hand, and a flame halberd appeared. Myriad Origins Fire God Halberd, quasi-intermediate original treasure. It was also Commander Adlai's vital treasure. Commander Adlai had fallen in Yang Fann's hands, so the Myriad Origins Fire God Halberd naturally became Yang Fann's spoils of war. Bang! The halberd and sword collided with each other, and Yang Fann was sent flying backwards. Yang Fann was much weaker than King of Divine Source, who was at the peak of low-rank top-level Universe Lord's cultivation, with just the power of the original Universe Source. With just a single strike, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Cracks even appeared on the halberd in his hand. A quasi-high-grade original treasure and a quasi-intermediate original treasure. The difference of one word was two different concepts, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Ah, no, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Little son Yang Fann, let's see how long you can last. King of Divine Source had a ferocious expression on his face. When he had the upper hand, he wouldn't let anyone off. The Divine Origin sword in his hand was waving rapidly, cutting down everything in its path. Bang bang Yang Fann, fight to the death. The cracks on the Myriad Origin Fire God's halberd continued to increase and expand. 5 in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the halberd was like a broken glass, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Roar, break for me. Bang! The 1000 Source Fire God halberd finally reached its limit. It shattered into pieces and fell into the chaos. Good Godfather is mighty, Godfather is invincible. In an instant, within the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress, the group of Universe Lord's spirits were shaken, and even the original treasure in their hands was shattered. What else can this lowly barbarian use to defend against Godfather's attack? He was dead for sure. This lowly barbarian was dead for sure. King of Divine Source, you're amazing. Yang Fann glared at King of Divine Source and moved towards Primary Universe. Little son Yang Fann, it's too late to think about leaving now. King of Divine Source grinned hideously. Myriad God Sealing Great Formation, Rise Rumble. Rumble, horrifying auras rose around the primal chaos, transforming into numerous terrifying phantoms of gods, densely packed together, locking down the nearby chaotic starry sky that was billions of light years away. While crazily attacking Yang Fann, King of Divine Source had also set up this peerless divine formation. It wasn't easy for this little son Yang Fann to take the initiative to leave the primary universe. How could he let Yang Fann return to the primary universe? Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Once King of the Universe returned to his own universe, that tiny bit of injury wasn't even considered an injury. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to recover with the help of the power of the Universe Source. Not good. Yang Fann's facial expression changed instantly. He stared at King of Divine Source with a face full of disbelief, as if he hadn't noticed King of Divine Source's formation at all. Little son Yang Fann, stop your fearless struggle. The Myriad God Sealing Grand Formation is what I want to break. You obediently surrender. I might even be able to give you a swift death. A wisp of cruelty flashed across the corners of King of Divine Source's mouth. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a fat piece of meat on the chopping board in his eyes. He could no longer stir up any waves. Ah, it's over, it's all over. The human ruler, Tao Lord, and the others felt the world spin, and they almost fell to the ground. Looking at King of Divine Source's stance, it was obvious that he was certain to defeat Yang Fann. Sigh. Yang Fann, oh Yang Fann, why are you so arrogant? If you had the home ground advantage in the battle in Primary Universe, it might be another situation. It's over, our universe has finished. C 2214 Counterattack. Primary Universe. Human Emperor, Tao Lord, and 5 Universe Lords seemed to have fallen into the limitless darkness. Their faces were filled with despair. At the same time, there was also a hint of resentment in their hearts. Sigh. After His Royal Highness Yang Fann had advanced to King of the Universe, his entire body had swelled up. If he were to stay in Primary Universe, he would have a home ground advantage against King of Divine Source. It was still uncertain who would win this battle. Now that he was in prison, there was no way he could turn the tables at that time. Once Yang Fann died, all of them would be buried with him. Within the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Alright, the moment the Myriad God Sealing Divine Formation appeared, the lowly barbarian would no longer be able to stir up any waves. Victory and defeat have been decided. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Later, it will be time for us to display our might. Kekeka keka kekeka. I can't help but want to start a massacre GGGA. Ha ha ha, I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. Universe Lord rubbed his palms together and was eager to give it a try. There was no longer king of the universe's low-level universe. To them, it was just the ends who had taken off all their clothes. They could do whatever they wanted to. Also, they didn't know how many universe sources Godfather would give them this time. Within the chaotic starry sky, King of Divine Source, do you think you can defeat me with this myriad God-sealing divine formation? Yang Fann raised his brows and harumphed coldly. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Little son Yang Fann, it seems that dog brute has told you a lot about our race. A cold shine flashed across King of Divine Source's eyes. Looking at Yang Fann's expression, it was obvious that he knew about the myriad God-sealing divine formation. This was a divine formation that was not passed down to the Divine Source clan. Even in the Divine Source clan, there were very few people who knew about the myriad divine world-sealing divine formation. Yang Fann, a man from the outer universe, actually knew about the myriad divine seal great formation. There was only one answer, and that was what Dogfish Brute had told him. Son of a bitch, wait for me to get rid of this little son Yang Fann. It will let you know the price of betrayal. After giving Commander-in-Chief Brute the death sentence in his heart, King of Divine Source continued, since you know about the myriad God-sealing great formation, you should know how powerful it is. Little son Yang Fann, with your strength, there is no way you can break the formation. Surrender now, and you will be spared from some physical pain. King of Divine Source, I think you should keep this to yourself. Surrender now, I might be able to give you a quick death in the future. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Initially, he wanted to show weakness to the enemy and then take advantage of the time when King of Divine Source was hunting him down. He wanted to kill him with a backstab and teach him a lesson. It would be best if he could take down King of Divine Source in one fell swoop. He didn't expect that King of Divine Source would give him such a big surprise first. After forcefully reading the memories of Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other soul, although Yang Fann's cultivation base was restricted by the formation, however, the might of this myriad God-sealing divine formation. This was the Divine Source clan. The top-grade divine sealing formation was King of Divine Source. A top-grade divine sealing formation obtained from an ancient ruin, even with King of Divine Source himself. Once he fell into the myriad divine seal divine formation, he wanted to break out of it. Hong Long. At this moment, King of Divine Source was completely trapped in his own cocoon. After being suppressed by the aphids for so long, it was time for him to counterattack. Little son Yang Fann, what do you mean by that? Vaguely, a trace of uneasiness emerged in King of Divine Source's heart, as if something bad was about to happen to him. Could this little son Yang Fann really turn the tables? No, how could this be? He was merely a low-ranked native of the universe. Under the enhancement of the universe source's will, he was able to exert quasi-top-level universe lord's strength to its limit. After all, it was only a low-level universe. The universe source's will was far from being as powerful as an intermediate universe or a high-level universe. What do you mean? Literally HMPH, you're about to die, yet you're still trying to mystify me. Die. King of Divine Source coldly harumphed. His mind turned into a sword, slashing away the uneasiness in his heart. Rumble. The divine origin sword cut through the chaos and slashed towards Yang Fann like the divine opening sword. King of Divine Source, I'll let you witness my true strength. What? True strength? Could it be that little son Yang Fann is really hiding something? The uneasiness in King of Divine Source's heart that he had just killed rose once again. It was much stronger than before. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 Yang Fann didn't hold back any longer. He unleashed all of his strength, and his aura instantly increased by 100,000 times. 1,000,000 times. Chi-chi. Under that terrifying pressure, even the myriad God-sealing world began to tremble slightly, as if it were bowing its head to Yang Fann once more. Ah, this power! This is impossible, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. King of Divine Source let out a hysterical wail. He couldn't believe his eyes. The pressure unleashed by Yang Fann at this moment was thousands of times more terrifying than the pressure unleashed by low-rank top-level universe lord. High rank, no, top rank. This was top-rank top-level universe lord's power. This little son Yang Fann. He was merely a low-grade universe's universe lord. With the low-grade universe's origin will, it was rare for a middle-level universe lord to have the combat strength of a peak top-level universe lord, and it was impossible for a middle-level Universe Lord to have the combat strength of a peak top-level Universe Lord. Unless, little son Yang Fann had the combat strength of the Master of the highest universe. But, was this possible? He, King of Divine Source, had the Divine Source universe. The resources were 10 million times greater than King of the Universes in the low-grade universe. But now, he was still stuck at the low-rank top-level Universe Lord realm, and he didn't know how many era of the years he needed to break through to the middle-rank top-level. It was just a lowly low-grade Universe Lord. What right did he have to be able to become the master of the highest universe? Primary universe. Ah, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he, Human Emperor, Tao Master, and the rest of 5 Universe Lords' mouths were wide open. All of them were at a loss for words, and they felt even more ashamed in their hearts. They had wronged His Highness. His Highness had done this. He was simply using them as bait to lure King of Divine Source into the trap. Kekekeka King of Divine Source, you must have enjoyed the fight just now. Now, it's my turn. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. His body moved and ripped apart the chaos. Roar, die now rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hands that were hundreds of light years away shattered the chaos and headed towards King of Divine Source. Ah, it's true, you really possess the power of top-ranked top-level Universe Lord. Ah, the ominous sign of collapsing finally convinced King of Divine Source of this cruel reality. A trap. Everything that happened just now was merely a trap set by little son Yang Fann. It was only to lure him into setting up the myriad god world sealing divine formation. Hua Sheng, this shameless Hua Sheng. As the dignified the master of the highest universe, he actually used such a despicable method to challenge a low-ranked top-level Universe Lord like him. How shameless was he? Show me the Divine Origin Catalog buzz. A light of chaos rose from King of Divine Source's head and turned into a chaos catalog that spanned tens of thousands of light years. The God of Origin diagram, the most powerful protective treasure in King of Divine Source's hands, its grade was extremely high. Compared to his vital treasure Divine Essence Sword, it was only slightly inferior. It was ranked among exquisite intermediate's original treasures. Rumble, the chaos exploded, and the chaos diagram became extremely distorted. Vaguely, cracks seemed to appear on it. Although exquisite intermediate's original treasure was powerful, it was still a little lacking to completely block one of top-ranked top-level Universe Lord's attacks. Let's see how long you can last. Explode bang bang. Yang Fann's fists were like stars, shattering the chaos. Every strike and punch was top-ranked top-level Universe Lord's full strength. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The criss-crossing cracks on the chaos catalog rapidly spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, no, I can't. Breaking the formation, I have to break it immediately. Otherwise, I will be in danger. C-2215 Suppress the King of the Source of God. Chaotic Starry Sky. The battle between Yang Fann and King of Divine Source was really intense. Initially, they thought that Yang Fann wouldn't be able to escape from the Divine Seal Divine Formation. Human Sovereign, Tao Lord, and Universe Lord were all prepared to close their eyes and wait for death. They had never thought that such a shocking reversal would occur. Yang Fann had actually hidden such a terrifying power. That terrifying power could make their hearts palpitate even though it was billions of light years away from chaos. A low-level Universe Lord like them wouldn't even be considered a large ant in front of him. He could crush hundreds of thousands of ants with just a simple move of his finger. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The despair in his heart was instantly swept away. As expected, they were all worrying for nothing. When had His Royal Highness Yang Fann ever disappointed them? Bang bang bang. King of Divine Source's face was ferocious as the Divine Essence sword in his hand danced wildly. He did not even hesitate to use the forbidden arts to burn the origin of the world to forcefully increase his strength. He attacked madly, but he did not attack Yang Fann. Instead, he attacked the myriad god-sealing world formation that he had just set up. Low-rank top-level Universe Lord and top-rank top-level Universe Lord were 3 grades apart. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. It was definitely not something that could be made up for with just a secret technique, the forbidden arts. There was no way they could defeat Yang Fann. Only by breaking away from the seal of the myriad god-sealing divine formation as soon as possible could he have a slim chance of survival. The myriad god-sealing divine formation was originally his trump card to kill Yang Fann, but now, it had become his life-threatening talisman. It had to be said that it was a great irony. King of Divine Source, you won't be able to escape. You better stay here obediently. Yang Fann grinned hideously and kept punching. Like a violent storm, he violently beat him up. Now, it was time to see whether he could break the defense of the God's map or King of Divine Source could break the surrounding boundary first. Roar the Great Sun 9 Records rumble. Yang Fann's strength once again increased by 81 times. His strength was so terrifying that it seemed to have surpassed the limit of the top-level Universe Lord. Chi-Chi the criss-crossing cracks on the God's origin catalog spread out in all directions at an even more terrifying speed. In 15 minutes at most, the defense of the origin divine catalog would be completely destroyed. Damn it, madman Yang Fann, you madman! King of Divine Source's voice was so hysterical. In order to survive, he didn't hesitate to use his origin to forcefully increase his combat strength. Yang Fann clearly had the upper hand, but he still used the forbidden arts. Furthermore, it was a powerful forbidden arts that injured his origin. Was there anything crazier than this? This bastard, wasn't he afraid of completely shaking the origin root and cutting off his path of advancement? Upon hearing this, Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. My divine ability is not something that you aphids can imagine. As long as I can suppress a top-level Universe Lord like you, a tiny bit of origin is nothing. I don't even need to devour a lot of your origin to recover my strength. Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Ah, no, how is this possible? That lowly low-level Universe native, how could he possibly be a match for Godfather? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Illusion, this must be my illusion, it must be my illusion. The group of Universe Lord were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In their hearts, Godfather was the strongest, invincible. How could he be defeated by a lowly lower-level Universe native? Right at this moment, a shrill roar resounded throughout the entire Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Roar, bastard, what are you waiting for? Attack, quickly attack the myriad God-sealing world. It was King of Divine Source's voice. He was really going to be angered to death by these unfilial descendants. His father's life was going to be in danger, but these bastards were still in a daze. They couldn't wait for Godfather to die so that they could seize the opportunity to take his position, or something else. Ah, Godfather, this is Godfather's voice. Woo woo woo, I lost. Godfather really lost to that lowly low-level Universe native. In an instant, the entire Shen Yuan Battle Fortress was filled with wails. The expert finally believed this horrifying fact. The invincible Godfather in their hearts had really lost. Bitched bastard, why are you crying? I'm not dead yet, hurry up and attack. King of Divine Source was so angry that he kept cursing. In his life, how could there be such a bunch of stupid juniors? He didn't even look at the time. If he wanted to die, he would have plenty of time to make them cry after breaking the myriad God-sealing world. Alright, now is not the time to cry. Attack, attack immediately, save Godfather, quickly save Godfather. At this moment, the group of Universe Lord finally reacted. Godfather was in imminent danger. They didn't want to save him, but they were still crying here. They really didn't want to be the children of others. Great Divine Source Cannon, get ready. Great Divine Source Cannon, fire. Rumble, rumble, beams of golden energy that resembled heavenly pillars tore through the primordial chaos and shot towards the 10,000 divine sealing world. The great source of God Cannon. This was the strongest weapon of war in Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Every Divine Source Cannon was no less powerful than a full-powered attack from the Master of Low-Order Advanced Universe. The 36,000 Divine Source Cannons fired at the same time. Even quasi-top-level Universe Lord had to avoid the attack temporarily. Of course, the energy that was consumed could also be said to be ferocious. Each Divine Source Cannon would consume 10 billion cubic feet of origin of eternity. With 36,000 Divine Source Cannons firing at the same time, that was 360 million cubic feet of origin of eternity. Once, the primary universe had 360 million cubic feet of origin of eternity. Even if the Heavenly Emperor, Wu God, and the 8 other great Universe Lord combined all their universe sources together, they might not even be able to make the 36,000 Divine Source Cannons fire one volley at a time. Terrifying, this was not a cannon, it was all Universe Lord's belongings. And with the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress's firing speed, if they kept shooting at the same time, one day would be enough for a high-level Universe Lord to go bankrupt. Even if the Divine Source clan had a big business, they would only use part of the Divine Source Cannon in the past. They wouldn't dare to shoot at full power for a long time. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less. King of Divine Source was the heavens of their Divine Source clan, the god of their divine source clan, the spiritual pillar of their divine source clan. Once he died here, their divine source clan would be finished, not to mention running amok in chaotic starry sky. It was still unknown whether they could protect the divine source universe. Not only did the Shen Yuan battle fortress unleash their full power, but the universe lord also didn't stay idle. With every swing of the ultimate skill, it was as if there was no end to it, and it was crazily bombarding the myriad God-sealing world. Rumble, rumble, beams of golden light shot out from the source of God. Countless ultimate skills slammed into the myriad God-sealing world. Ah, no. King of Divine Source let out a despairing wail. The series of explosions had only caused ripples to appear in the myriad God-sealing world. Not even a single crack had appeared. Even with his internal attacks, it would take him at least an hour to completely shatter the myriad God-sealing world. However, under Yang Fann's crazy attack that consumed origin roots at all costs, not to mention an hour, even a quarter of an hour would be too much for him. In an instant, endless regret, like a surging tide, engulfed King of Divine Source's soul. Why did he have to go all out just now and do everything he could? If he could leave behind a few flaws or use less of his strength, perhaps he would have already shattered the myriad God-sealing world. Very quickly, 10 minutes passed. Grug grug grug, the God Origin catalog was already densely packed, with terrifying cracks that were hundreds or thousands of light years long. It was like a giant piece of shattered glass that could collapse at any moment. Yang Fann, this is mine. No, that's not right. As long as you are willing to let me go, my divine source clan is willing to pay 1,000 cubic meters of universe sources to make up for your loss at this moment. King of Divine Source finally lowered his noble head and chose to compromise. 1,000 cubic meters of universe source. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. This was much more than the total amount of Commander-in-Chief Brut's Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others possessed. If he could absorb and refine the 1,000 cubic meters of universe source, his strength would at least double. However, his hands didn't stop moving. His appetite wasn't that small. If he wanted the 1,000 cubic meters of universe source, Yang Fann of Divine Source clan wouldn't let it go either. 1,100 cubic meters, 1,500 cubic meters, 2,000 cubic meters, 2,500 cubic meters, 3,000 cubic meters, 3,500 cubic meters, 4,000 cubic meters. Yang Fann, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to pay 4,000 cubic meters of universe sources. King of Divine Source's heart was bleeding. This was almost all of the universe sources in his hands. Universe source, it was the essence of the universe, the foundation of a universe. Even a top-level universe lord like him would find it extremely difficult to obtain universe sources. Besides the cultivation requirements, he might not even be able to store 1 cubic meter of universe source in a few dozen eras. I've finally reached my limit. Explode for me. Ah no, Yang Fann, are you really going to kill us all? I am an elder of the Morning Star Alliance. If you dare to kill me, the Morning Star Alliance will never let you go. 3C2216, kill them all. Chaotic starry sky, myriad God-sealing world. Roar, explode for me. Bang. Heaven and earth split apart after nearly 15 minutes of Yang Fann's storm-like attacks. Exquisite Intermediate's original treasure, the God Origin catalog, had finally reached its limit. It exploded with a loud bang, turning into pieces that scattered into chaos. Without the protection of the Origin Divine Catalog, with King of Divine Source's strength, how could he resist Yang Fann's terrifying strength, which was almost beyond the limit of top-level Universe Lord under the Forbidden Arts 9 Solar Ensemble? With just a single strike, it had almost destroyed King of Divine Source's divine body and caught him in his hand. At the last moment, King of Divine Source had brought out his backer, the Morning Star Alliance. However, Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear it. He didn't hold back at all, and completely suppressed King of Divine Source. Using the Morning Star Alliance to suppress him, did he really think that this Yang was a nobody who didn't know anything? After forcefully reading the memories of Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other high-level Universe Lord, although he didn't know much about the Morning Star Alliance as compared to King of Divine Source, who was a top-level Universe Lord, he at least had a rough understanding of it. The Morning Star Alliance was a superpower in the chaotic starry sky. It was formed by several supreme Universe Lords that surpassed Universe Lord. Under them, there were several top universes, dozens of high universes, intermediate universes, and low universe. There were hundreds or thousands of them. It was the chaotic region, a hegemon power. There were as many expert as the clouds and experts as the rain. Low-rank top-level universe lord, who was like King of Divine Source, was just an ordinary elder. Of course, King of Divine Source, as the king of the universe of a high-grade universe, had a higher status than the other ordinary elders. As the king of the universe of a high-grade universe, the power he could unleash in his own source universe was comparable to a top-grade, or even a peak top-level universe lord. Adding the fact that the universe was indestructible, the terrifying characteristics of the universe's indestructible property, apart from the supreme universe lords that surpassed universe lord, and those supreme top-level universe lords that surpassed top-level universe lord with just a single step, it would be extremely difficult to suppress King of Divine Source. Furthermore, the source universe was limited. Not every low-rank top-level universe lord could control a part of the universe and become king of the universe, let alone a high-level king of the universe. One should know that there were less than 100 high-level universes in the entire Morning Star Alliance. And how many low-rank top-level universe lord were there in the entire Morning Star Alliance? Even if there weren't 1,000, there would still be a few hundred of them. It wasn't difficult to tell King of Divine Source's status in the Morning Star Alliance, but even so, Yang Fann had suppressed King of Divine Source. It was impossible for the Morning Star Alliance to stand up for King of Divine Source. Wherever there were people, there would be the Jianghu, and there would be fights. The vast chaos was filled with countless dangers. The Morning Star Alliance was established to join forces with the other major powers of the chaotic region, the myriad of powers in the universe, to fight against the other major powers of the chaotic region. As for the internal conflicts between the major powers in the chaotic region, the Morning Star Alliance wouldn't care too much about it. Although Yang Fann and the others hadn't joined the Morning Star Alliance, they were still a part of the chaotic region. At most, some of King of Divine Source's best friends would stand up for him, but Yang Fann wouldn't be afraid of them. With King of Divine Source's cultivation base and friends' cultivation base, it was already considered pretty good for him to have the master of the highest universe's cultivation base. Dragons and snakes were both at the top-level universe lord, and those top and extreme top-level universe lord were at the same level. They wouldn't think too highly of him. Even if he was king of the universe, it was the same. In his own universe, King of Divine Source could use top or even extreme King of Divine Sources, but if he left the Divine Essence universe, he would only be an ordinary low-rank top-level universe lord. Of course, even if there were top and extreme universe lord who stood up for him, Yang Fann was not afraid at all. When he fully digested what he had gained from this battle, a mere peak in extreme top-level universe lord was nothing. Even without the support of the origin universe source's will, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat them, or even defeat them in a battle. As long as it wasn't against those supreme universe lords that surpassed universe lord, Yang Fann wasn't afraid of anyone. Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Ah no. Godfather. Godfather. How could this be? How could this be? Woo woo woo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could Godfather be? How is this possible? One by one, Universe Lord from the Divine Source clan let out heart-wrenching wails as if he had lost his parents. His eyes were wide open like fish eyes that were about to burst out from their sockets. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Although he had already realized that Godfather wasn't a match for that barbaric Yang Fann, defeat and suppression were two totally different concepts. The difficulty of this battle was more than 10 times greater. Woo woo woo. Godfather was a top-level universe lord, one of the top-grade chaotic starry skies in the chaotic starry sky. How could he be suppressed by such a lowly barbarian? Fake, this must be fake. Chaotic starry sky. Buzz. King of Divine Source turned into a ray of light and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world, suppressing him. The next second, Yang Fann's eyes turned and a bright light flashed in his eyes. His eyes passed through countless spatial zones and looked at the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Next, it's your turn. His eyes were filled with unconcealable burning desire and greed. 6 high-level Universe Lord, 24 middle-level Universe Lord, 148 low-grade Universe Lord, and millions of Universe Sovereigns. If he could absorb all of them, his harvest wouldn't be much worse than refining a quasi-top-level Universe Lord. It would be enough for him to break through to the top-level Universe Sovereign. Furthermore, the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress itself was also a rare treasure. Yang Fann couldn't stay in the Source Universe forever. Sooner or later, he would leave the Source Universe. He was worried that he wouldn't have any power to protect the Source Universe for him. He was really dozing off when someone brought a pillow over. With this Shen Yuan Battle Fortress, even if he left the Source Universe in the future, there wouldn't be many people who would have ideas about the Source Universe. It was just a low-level universe, a top-level universe lord. Normally, it was impossible for someone to personally take action. As for the other universe lord, even quasi-top-level universe lord, the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress had the ability to fight him. Hong Long. With a thought, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Ah, not good, really, everything is real. Then, Hua Sheng has his eyes on us. What should we do? What should we do? Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. In an instant, an extreme sense of despair spread across the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Countless of them had completely collapsed. At this critical moment of life and death, they no longer cared about the mighty Godfather. Why was he suppressed by such a lowly barbarian? At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, and that was to save their lives. Roar Divine Essence Barrier, activate Rumble. A golden barrier rose up from the center of the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress, covering its entire body. Not only that, the group of Universe Lord also unleashed their strongest attacks, striking out Universe Lords one after another, laying down layers of defensive treasures. Unfortunately, all of this was just a last-ditch struggle under the power of an extreme top-level Universe Lord, be it the Divine Essence Barrier, or the group of Universe Lords' defensive treasures and defensive barriers. They were all incredibly weak. In less than a breath's time, Poochie Poochie Poochie, the heaven-sheltering big hand crushed down, destroying everything in its path, including the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress. Ah, not good, the Divine Source Barrier broke Flee Run. But very soon, the Divine Source Universe's experts were filled with despair. The space around the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress had been completely sealed. It was difficult for the entire Shen Yuan Battle Fortress to even move, let alone break out of the encirclement. As for abandoning the Shen Yuan Battle Fortress, that was because they felt that their death was not fast enough. Don't stop, Your Majesty, let me go, let me go. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, spare me, my lord, spare me. I am willing to surrender, this lowly one is willing to surrender. As long as my lord is willing to spare my life, this lowly one is willing to pledge my loyalty to my lord and be your servant, allowing my lord to command me. Hua Sheng, you will not die a good death, you will not die a good death. Ah, Hua Sheng, I curse you. Origin Universe. Ah, we won, we won. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? C2217, their value skyrocketed. Source Universe. This Emperor did not see wrongly, right? His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he. Really, Human Emperor, Tao Master, and 5 Universe Lord all widened their eyes. They felt as if they were dreaming and had yet to wake up. It had been suppressed. King of Divine Source and the rest of the Divine Source clan's expert were suppressed by Yang Fann just like that. It really felt surreal. That was King of the Universe from a high-grade universe. A low-level Universe Lord like them, with just a simple move of his finger, he was able to crush thousands of supreme experts. Yet, he was suppressed just like that, and he was even suppressed by someone they were familiar with. The key point was that it had only been a short period of time. It seemed like less than 200 billion years had passed since Yang Fann had fused with the Heart of Eternity and verified Universe Lord's Tao. In such a short period of time, Yang Fann had actually grown to such an extent. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Thinking about themselves, how many years had it been since each of them advanced to Universe Lord? The youngest human sovereign realm expert had already surpassed 1,500 eras. 1,500 eras, less than 200 billion years. The gap between the two was more than 1,000,000 times, 10 million times. Or was it to say that all of them were stupid like pigs, and they were all blockheads? Otherwise, how could it be possible? After so many eras had passed, why was their cultivation base still at the low Universe Lord stage? They hadn't even seen the shadow of a middle-level Universe Lord. At this moment, Human Emperor, Tao Master, and 5 Universe Lord felt a deep sense of defeat in their hearts. What heaven's pride evildoer! The protagonist of the era, the beloved children of the great Tao were all lies. Eternal Great World Center, there was a vast divine palace that was countless light years tall. It was like a heavenly pillar, straight into the starry sky of the universe. Vaguely, one could see countless gods surrounding them, like loyal guards, guarding the safety of the divine palace, the supreme divine palace. This was the divine palace that Yang Fann had spent countless resources to build with his many quasi-universe lord and universe sovereign subordinates. No matter what, he was still Yuan Universe Lord. If he continued to live in the God Emperor Palace, it would be a disgrace to his status. The Supreme Divine Palace was made up of a extremely low-quality original treasure, 108 top-grade universe treasures, 3,600 high-grade universe treasures, 108,000 intermediate universe treasures, and 1.8 million low-grade universe treasures. This was also the reason why Yang Fann was able to gather so many universe lords after sweeping away a large number of universe lord and over 1 million universe treasures. If it were human sovereign realm experts, even if they were sold, it would be difficult to gather a tenth. Of course, the power of the Supreme Divine Palace did not disappoint Yang Fann. It was the high-level universe lord who dared to trespass into the Supreme Divine Palace. If he was not careful, he might suffer a great loss. The Supreme Divine Palace, Main Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Wang. The space distorted, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. After suppressing King of Divine Source in the Shenyuan Battle Fortress, Yang Fann didn't pay much attention to the stunned human sovereign and Tao Master. He moved his body and returned to the Supreme Divine Palace. I wonder what King of Divine Source and the others will give me. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a trace of anticipation. This time, his harvest was really too great. 1 low-rank top-level Universe Lord, 6 high-level Universe Lord, 24 middle-level Universe Lord, and 146 low-level Universe Lord. And 10 million Universe Sovereigns. 10,000 Quasi-Universe Lord. Just these 10 million Quasi-Universe Lords and 10,000 Quasi-Universe Lords combined. The strength of origin was probably not any weaker than a high-level Universe Lord warrior. In the next second, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's strength of soul, which was 100 times stronger and more powerful than King of Divine Sources, swept out from his sea of consciousness. It violently broke through the world, tore apart numerous world crystal walls, and swept away the space treasures. 1 year later, boom! Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a dazzling divine light shone from them. He had really struck it rich this time. It had directly increased his net worth by more than 10 times, or even more than 100 times. Just the origin of eternity alone had exceeded a trillion. The universe source that Yang Fann wanted the most was over 5,000 cubic meters, close to 5,500 cubic meters. The great universe's eternal divine art's small completion required more than half of the 10,000 universe sources. The other original treasures, together with the universe treasures, and divine herbs, could be sold for at least 200 to 300 trillion divine fruits. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen top-level universe sovereign waving at him. At that time, what kind of realm would his combat strength increase to? If he didn't take out the supreme expert that surpassed Universe Lord, he was afraid that it would be those Supreme Universe Lord stages that had stepped out of the Universe Lord stage. Whoever won or lost, they would have to fight it out first. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next second, a ray of light flashed, and a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble, rumble, heaven devouring earth devouring technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe source. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years, 2 billion years later. Poochie. The last universe source was devoured by Yang Fann. 100 years later, boom! Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement. Powerful after absorbing nearly 5,500 cubic meters of universe source, although Yang Fann had yet to break through to the small success stage with the help of the eternal divine arts, his pure strength of body had increased by more than 10 times. Just the power of the shell alone was enough for him to suppress a high-rank middle-level universe lord warrior also. The divine body's defense had also increased by more than 10 times. It had already surpassed a low-level original treasure, and was comparable to an intermediate original treasure. Terrifying, even a top-level universe lord wouldn't be able to break through Yang Fann's defense without a high-grade universe treasure in his hand. His combat strength was terrifying. Amongst universe lord, there wouldn't be many who could match up to him. Even if he couldn't defeat Yang Fann, he could still use his powerful divine body to protect his own life. Yang Fann did not continue his secluded cultivation. Instead, with a flash, he entered the inner world. For the past 100 billion years, because of the danger coming from the Divine Source clan, Yang Fann had made the best use of all his time to enter secluded cultivation. He had completely ignored his parents and the others. The time he spent with them had not even exceeded 10,000 years. Now, King of Divine Source had been completely suppressed by him, and the crisis had been resolved. It was time for him to spend some time with his parents and the others. More than 100 billion years had passed. Under the massive amount of resources, Yang Yunfeng and his wife had successfully condensed the eternal world and broken through to the universe sovereign realm, completely surpassing the limits of the longevity realm. As long as the universe wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't be destroyed. As for Yang Fann and the other 6 girls, their strength was even more terrifying. All of them had broken through to the top-level universe sovereign. They had just broken through, and the weakest of them had reached the top-level universe sovereign. The strongest among them, Yang Fann, had even reached the extreme top-level universe sovereign realm. They believed that in less than 10 billion years, she would be able to step into the quasi-universe lord, or even surpass the numerous quasi-universe lord warriors under Yang Fann's command. She would be able to step into the path of universe lord first. For the other quasi-universe lord, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through to the top-level universe sovereign. It might not even be possible for them to succeed even after thousands or tens of thousands of eras. However, to Yang Fann and the others, it was just a small bottleneck. Yang Fann had already left a cubic universe source for them. As long as they successfully advanced to the quasi-universe lord, they would be able to refine the universe source and advance to universe lord. The reincarnation was really important. Having a good birth was better than anything else. The 6 girls didn't need to worry about any resources. Yang Fann had already arranged everything for them. What struggle? It didn't exist at all. Apart from that, Yang Fann's friends' cultivation base and strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. For example, Maniu, Qinhu, and the others had all broken through the shackles of the longevity and advanced to the universe sovereign realm. 3 time flowed like water. Soon, tens of millions of years had passed. Wang, Yang Fann's figure moved, and he entered a vast and endless ocean that was completely composed of origin of eternities. Rumble, rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. All the pores in his body expanded, turning into countless black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding origin of eternities. C-2218 He advanced to the top of the universe, the Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Yang Fann transformed into a terrifying giant spirit. Every cell in his body. It was a devouring black hole that was crazily devouring the origin of eternities in all directions. Kai, 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 Kai. The vast sea of origin of eternities began to dry up and shrink at a visible rate. He had absorbed and refined nearly 5,500 cubic meters of universe sources. The Yang Fann's divine body's defense had increased by tenfold. Not only that, its devouring speed had also increased by several times. Less than 2 billion years. More than a trillion origin of eternities were completely devoured by Yang Fann. The change in quantity had caused a qualitative change. Such a vast amount of origin of eternities had allowed Yang Fann's cultivation to break through to the top-ranked high-level universe sovereign. Furthermore, he had not just broken through, and was only a step away from the high-level universe sovereign. The gap between them was only 2 small realms. A trillion origin of eternities. The strength of origin was so vast that even an intermediate high-level universe lord-like commander-in-chief brute would be much stronger than him. Swoosh! A stream of light flashed and a large number of universe sovereigns fell into the devouring black hole like raindrops. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Every breath, every second, there would be several universe sovereigns that would turn into flying ashes and disintegrate into dust. To the current Yang Fann, it was extremely easy to devour these universe sovereigns. An ordinary low-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to last more than a second in Yang Fann's hands. Even those low-ranked top-level universe sovereigns rarely lasted a day. 1 billion years later, Poochie, the last extreme quasi-universe lord, turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into the top-ranked high-level universe sovereign extreme stage, and he was only a step away from breaking through. After resting for 100,000 years, Yang Fann began to refine those universe lord. Compared to those origin of eternities, universe sovereigns, and quasi-universe lord, whether or not they could smoothly break through to the top-level universe sovereign would depend on them. A million years later, Divine Essence Universe, rumble, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. Blood clouds roiled as a bean-sized rain of blood poured down. Ah, it's the same sorrow between the heavens and earth. Another universe lord has fallen. This. Could it be that something happened to God Father and the others? No. How is this possible? God Father's divine power is invincible. How could something have happened to him? It was just a few casualties. That's right, that must be the case. The opponent was able to kill 40 of their Divine Source clan's Universe Lord in a row, and there was even an intermediate high-level Universe Lord like Commander Adlai among them. This showed how strong he was. Under the desperate counterattack, it wasn't impossible for their Divine Source clan to kill some of their Universe Lord. But soon, the entire Divine Source universe was covered in a layer of darkness. If it was only a small number of casualties, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could accept it. However, after every single time the heavens and earth shared the same sorrow, there would be a time when the heavens and earth shared the same sorrow every 1 to 2 million years. Up until now, in a short period of less than a billion years, the rain of blood had already rained down 62 times. In other words, 62 Universe Lord had fallen. In Divine Source Clan, this was a huge loss. The Divine Source Clan only had less than 300 Universe Lord. Excluding Commander Adlai and the other 47 Universe Lord, there were less than 250 Universe Lord. Another 62 Universe Lord had fallen. This was no different from adding fuel to the fire for the Divine Source Clan. Fortunately, these fallen Universe Lord were all low-level Universe Lord. Until now, not a single middle-level Universe Lord had fallen. 5 billion years later, rumble, the heavens and earth changed once more, a rain of blood pouring down. 146. All of the low-level Universe Lord. All of them died. What is going on? What's going on? Hiss. Could it be that something really happened to God Father and the others? Endless panic spread across the entire Divine Essence continent. No matter how intense the battle was, all the low-level Universe Lord who participated in the battle were completely wiped out. This possibility was too low. Unless, all the low-level Universe Lord were suppressed in a certain place. Soon, another 100 million years passed. Rumble. Once again, the entire Divine Essence continent was filled with blood clouds. The thickness of the blood clouds was comparable to the thickness of the clouds. It was much thicker. A middle-level Universe Lord has fallen. How could this be? Could it be that a middle-level Universe Lord has fallen as well? Countless people let out heart-wrenching wails as a deep ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Another 100 million years passed. The blood cloud arrived as expected. Woo. The second middle-level Universe Lord, could it really be as we thought? Even the 24 middle-level Universe Lord. Rumble on average, every few 100 million years, there would be a rain of blood pouring down. Despair. The countless Divine Source clans of the Divine Source clan were filled with despair. It was just as they had imagined. Of the 24 middle-level Universe Lord, not a single one was left alive. All of them had fallen. Woo. What happened to God Father and the others? First, there were 146 low-level Universe Lord, then there were 24 middle-level Universe Lord. Next, there won't be any high-level Universe Lord. High-level? No, this is impossible. Gulliver and Commander-in-Chief are high-level Universe Lord, even in the chaotic starry sky. How is this possible? However, reality was cruel. 1 billion years later, a terrifying rain of blood covered the entire Divine Essence continent. It's Progenitor Dullus. Progenitor Dullus has fallen. Woo. Great God Father, just what happened to you? Now, even high-level Universe Lord has fallen. Woo. Could it be that God Father also knew how to do it? No, he won't. God Father's divine ability was invincible, and his magical power was boundless. How could it be? Countless experts tried their best to deny it, but that voice, no matter how one listened to it, made one feel that their confidence was lacking. Previously, didn't they also think that Gulliver, Commander-in-Chief, and the rest of the high-level Universe Lord wouldn't die? But what happened in the end? Woo. God Father, please don't let anything happen to you, otherwise, the Divine Source clan will be finished. King of Divine Source was the backbone of their Divine Source clan. As for the other Universe Lord, even if all of them died, as long as their God Father was here, their Divine Source clan would still be in chaotic starry sky. Even some top-level Universe Lord wouldn't dare to provoke their Divine Source clan. As for the other losses, it would take some time at most. One day, they would be able to recover. However, once King of Divine Source died, what awaited them was the danger of their entire clan being destroyed. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be reduced to an ordinary member of the universe divine race. They would be able to survive in chaotic starry sky, struggling to survive. No one knew when they would be destroyed by the other universe divine race. The Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 30 billion years. For he had swallowed 10 trillion origin of eternities, 10 million universe sovereigns, 10,000 quasi-universe lord, 146 low-level universe lord, 24 middle-level universe lord, 4 high-level universe lord. And Commander-in-Chief Brute, this half-crippled man, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of the high-level universe sovereign. It seemed like with just a slight poke, he would be able to take that critical step and break through to the top-level universe sovereign realm. Soon, another 10 billion years passed. A top-rank high-level universe lord had nearly half of his strength of original life devoured by Yang Fann. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes and unleashed a terrifying divine light. Roar break for me now. C 2219. Let's go eternal great world, the supreme divine palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura was like an erupting volcano, soaring madly and endlessly. The vast inner world within his body, which was even larger than many top-level universe lord eternal worlds, was rapidly expanding in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. First level, third level, fifth level, double, threefold, 5 times, 10 times. After 40 billion years of hard work, Yang Fann had absorbed a trillion origin of eternities, 10 million universe sovereigns, 10,000 quasi-universe lord, 146 low-grade universe lord, 24 middle-level universe lord, 4 high-level universe lord, and a half-crippled commander-in-chief brute, as well as a top-rank high-level universe lord and a half-strength of original life. Yang Fann's cultivation had finally taken that crucial step, and he had broken through to the top-level universe sovereign realm in one go. Rumble. Yang Fann's strength was soaring at a terrifying speed, increasing exponentially. Buzz 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 in all directions, the space around him was extremely distorted, and there were faint traces of it. Luckily, Yang Fann was now Yuan Universe Lord. With the suppression of the Origin Universe Source's will, he was able to suppress the terrifying pressure in Sovereign God's palace. Otherwise, once it erupted, countless regions in the eternal great world would be destroyed by Yang Fann's rising pressure, turning into ruins. Time passed year by year, and soon, tens of millions of years had passed. Poochie, the half-crippled top-rank high-level universe lord had used up the last trace of his strength of origin, and the flying ash was destroyed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had gradually stabilized at the low-order top universe sovereign stage, and the sudden increase in pressure had gradually calmed down. Another 1,000 years passed. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes. The divine light was so bright that it could destroy everything at this moment. Even if low-rank top-level universe lord was standing in front of Yang Fann, his divine body would be shattered instantly, and the soul would be severely injured. Top-level universe sovereign, quasi-top-level universe sovereign. The difference between the two words was like a heaven and earth, cloud and mud compared to before his breakthrough. Yang Fann was 10 times, 100 times stronger. Just the suppression of the pure strength of world, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to crush many high-level universe lord warriors and fight a battle with low-rank top-level universe lord like King of Divine Source. Once he used all of his trump cards and unleashed all of his combat strength, he would be able to surpass a top-level universe lord expert. Yang Fann didn't dare to make wild guesses about it. An existence like that was completely different from a top-level universe lord. The gap between them and a top-level universe lord was even greater than the gap between a top-level universe sovereign and universe lord. In the eyes of those supreme existences, a top-level universe lord was just an aphid that could be easily wiped out. Even running away was an extravagant hope. However, Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone under those supreme existences that were beyond the top-level universe lord. Even a peak top-level universe lord was not in Yang Fann's eyes. If he were to face King of Divine Source now, he wouldn't need to put in so much effort. With just a wave of his hand, he would be able to suppress King of Divine Source completely. It was hard to say what kind of power this was in the entire chaotic starry sky. However, in the huge Morning Star Alliance, it was definitely one of the top experts, Who, after letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann's figure moved and returned to the inner world. He hadn't seen his parents and friends for nearly 40 billion years, so he missed them very much. It had to be said that as his cultivation continued to break through, the time he would go into seclusion in the future would only be longer and longer. It could be said that once he went into seclusion, it would be several tens of billions of years, or even longer. However, Yang Fann didn't have any good ideas about this. The higher his cultivation base, the longer he would spend in seclusion. This was inevitable. For example, it was common for Universe Lord to go into seclusion for a few hundred or even a few thousand eras at a time. No matter how heaven-defying the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was, it was still a heaven-defying technique. It has its limits, too. In the future, even a few eras of seclusion would not be impossible. Fortunately, his parents and the others had all advanced to the universe sovereign realm. The longevity was virtually limitless, equal to the source universe. However, the source universe had only been born with less than 30,000 eras, and it was still very young. It wanted to enter the stage of destruction. There were still at least millions of eras left. Moreover, after such a long period of time, with the unlimited resources he provided, it was a good thing for his parents and the others to verify Universe Lord's Tao. At that time, even if the universe was destroyed, they wouldn't really die. The longevity would be on par with the chaos. As for how long a chaos could exist, this wasn't something Yang Fann could predict. It had to be at least a billion, or even 10 billion eras. There was no need to worry. His parents and the others had already turned into a pile of dirt after he went into seclusion. And in the past 40 billion years, with the massive amount of resources piled up, Yang Fann and the other girls all successfully stepped into the quasi-universe lord realm. Especially Yang Fann, who had caught up with Yang Fann and had already surpassed many quasi-universe lord warriors, and had even reached the top-level quasi-universe lord. The scariness of her combat strength was that even Universe Lord, who had reached the limit, was no match for her. Putting aside the numerous Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands, just the supreme foundation that she had built after absorbing the quasi-universe lords from the quasi-universe lord warriors was incomparable to those extreme quasi-universe lord. Once they used all of their trump cards, even human sovereign realm experts like Universe Lord might not be a match for them. The original treasure was not a joke, especially since the Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands were not ordinary low-grade original treasures. It was enough to make up for the gap in cultivation. A million years later, buzz. Yang Fann's body moved, and he left the inner world. However, Yang Fann didn't continue his secluded cultivation. He refined the remaining top-rank high-level Universe Lord, and with a thought, he arrived at the Divine Realm, God Emperor Palace. At this moment, Human Emperor and the others had already left God Emperor Palace and returned to their respective domains. The huge God Emperor Palace was empty. There wasn't a single person there. But even so, no one dared to have any thoughts about the God Emperor Palace. The God Emperor Palace was the whereabouts of King of the Universe and His Majesty Yang Fann. If they had any ideas about the God Emperor Palace, they would have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. God Emperor Palace, a world of teleportation. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. The next second. Wang, wang, hum. Streaks of light burst out from Yang Fann's body and turned into ancient array flags with endless divine imprints engraved on them. These array flags were none other than the universe transmission array flags that Divine Emperor had spent billions of years to refine. Now that Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the top-level Universe Lord, his combat strength had skyrocketed. It was time for him to head to the Divine Essence Universe and get rid of the Divine Source Clan, eliminating all future troubles. 15 minutes later, wang. The array flags turned into rays of light and were absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world once again. After some careful deliberation, Yang Fann still gave up on using the Universe Transportation Array and headed straight into the Divine Essence Universe. It was not that he could not set up the Universe Transportation Arrays. Yang Fann's attainment in array formations was not high, and he was much weaker than even some low-level Universe Lord who specialized in array formations, much less those top-level Universe Lord. However, it was not a problem for him to set up the array flags according to his memories. Back then, Yang Fann hadn't completely destroyed the universe Yang Fanns, and had only taken away the array flags. It was just that the setup of the Universe Transportation Array was simple, but once it was activated, Divine Essence Universe would definitely sense it. When that happened, the Divine Essence Universe expert would not stop until it destroyed the corresponding Universe Transportation Array. The consequences would be unimaginable. If one was lucky, they would be lost in the endless chaos. After who knew how many billions of years, they would be able to return to primary universe. If they were unlucky, the space-time would be chaotic, and chaotic storms would appear. It was not impossible for them to fall within. A chaotic storm wasn't a joke. Some large-scale chaotic storms, not to mention Yang Fann, even the supreme expert that surpassed Universe Lord, would suffer a great loss, and might even fall. For safety's sake, it was better not to take such a risk. If he really died in the chaotic storm, how unfair would that be? It was nothing more than spending billions of years. During this period of time, he could completely devour and refine the top-ranked high-level Universe Lord and King of Divine Source. At that time, he would be able to suppress the Divine Source clan even better. The Divine Source clan, as a high-grade universe god race in the chaotic, starry sky, had existed for hundreds of thousands of eras. It still had some foundation. 100 years later, boom, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky from the Supreme Divine Palace. In less than a breath's time, it exited the cosmic crystal wall and disappeared into the boundless chaos. C-2220 Chaos Beast Boundless Chaos. Boom, 100,000 feet long golden flying shuttle was flying at a terrifying speed comparable to a top-ranked high-level Universe Lord. The golden flying shuttle was one of the top flying shuttles of the Divine Source clan. Its grade was higher than the Silver Light flying shuttle. It was a grade higher than the entire Divine Source clan. There were only a few of them. Even the 4-grade Commander-in-Chief Light Commander Adlai. The only one who was qualified to own a golden light shuttle was Galilver, who was the leader of the 4-grade Commander-in-Chief. In the entire Divine Source clan, only King of Divine Source's carrier, the Shenyuan Battle Fortress, could suppress the golden flying shuttle. No matter if it was speed, defense, or attack, the golden shuttle was no weaker than some top-ranked high-level Universe Lord warriors. Its overall combat strength was stronger than many high-grade high-level Universe Lord warriors, and it was chasing after top-ranked high-level Universe Lord warriors. King of Divine Source had brought along his carrier, the Shenyuan Battle Fortress, and 2 golden flying shuttles along with him in this expedition against Yang Fann. But now, all of this had been given to Yang Fann. Originally, Yang Fann was planning to use the Shenyuan Battle Fortress to travel to the Divine Source universe. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Fann still gave up on the Shenyuan Battle Fortress and chose the 2nd-grade Golden Light Shuttle. Without his presence, the Source universe was still a little weak. With just the will of the Origin Universe Source, a quasi-top-level Universe Lord, or even a peak high-level Universe Lord, it was possible to destroy the Source universe. In any case, with the Golden Light Shuttle speed, it would take at most 100 million years for it to reach the Divine Essence universe. Not only the Shenyuan Battle Fortress, but also another Golden Light Shuttle. There were also 8 other Silver Light Shuttles, and Yang Fann had left them in the Source universe. With the addition of the Origin Universe Source's will, even if it was some low-ranked top-level Universe Lord, it wouldn't be easy for him to attack the Source universe. If he wasn't careful, he might even suffer a great loss. The entire Origin universe could not be said to be impregnable, nor was it much worse. The chaos was boundless, and the universe was limited. If one didn't have precise coordinates, wanting to find a universe within the boundless chaos was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Origin universe to remain stable for nearly 30,000 eras, and nothing would have happened. Golden Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, circulating the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit, continuing to devour and refine the last top-ranked high-level Universe Lord. One after another, strength of original life after another flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, strengthening every single cell in his body. After breaking through to the top-level Universe Sovereign, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by leaps and bounds, and it had increased by more than 10 times in just a few 100 million years. The top-ranked high-level Universe Lord had been completely devoured by Yang Fann. However, after breaking through to the top-level Universe Sovereign, the strength of origin required for Yang Fann's breakthrough also increased exponentially. Not to mention breaking through to the top-ranked high-level Universe Lord, he didn't even break through to a small realm. It only allowed Yang Fann to reach the peak of the low-ranked top-level Universe Sovereign, the early stage. I hope King of Divine Source, this top-level Universe Lord, won't disappoint me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't dare to dream about breaking through to the high and top-level universe sovereign. He could only hope to break through to another level. The next second, a stream of light appeared in the devouring black hole. It was none other than King of Divine Source. A top-level universe lord was a top-level universe lord. There was a fundamental difference between a top-level universe lord and a high-level universe lord warrior. The purity of the strength of origin was 100 times, 1,000 times greater than that of a top-rank high-level universe lord warrior. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100 million years, 300 million years, 500 million years. 1 billion years, 3 billion years, 5 billion years. Soon, 8 billion years had passed. Along the way, they basically didn't encounter any danger. Some chaotic turbulences, they couldn't even break through the Divine Light Shuttle's protective barrier, let alone trigger Yang Fann to make a move. Initially, he was still thinking about whether he could encounter some other universe's universe lord. Perhaps, he might be able to plunder some more resources. Unfortunately, he was greatly disappointed. Throughout the 8 billion years, apart from chaos, there was still chaos everywhere he went. Not to mention the other universe's Yang Fanns, he didn't even see the shadow of a ghost. That was true. The chaos was boundless. How much could Universe Lord have? It was already rare for a low-level universe to give birth to more than 10 Universe Lord. Even if it was a high-level universe, there were only a few hundred of them. If they were placed in the chaos, it would be like a drop in the ocean. How could it be so easy to encounter? And in these 8 billion years, under Yang Fann's absorption and refinement with all his strength, King of Divine Source's strength of origin had been devoured by Yang Fann until he was close to the 8th layer. In at most 3 billion years, Yang Fann would be able to completely absorb and refine it. As for Yang Fann, his cultivation base had also reached the peak of low-rank top-level universe sovereign. However, if he wanted to use the remaining 2 levels of strength of origin to break through to the middle-rank top-level, he really didn't have much confidence. And this was only the advancement to the middle-rank top-level universe sovereign. He wanted to break through to the quasi-universe lord, or even the true universe lord. He didn't know how many top-level Universe Lord Morning Star alliances he would need to devour. He also didn't know if all the top-level Universe Lord in the Morning Star Alliance would be enough for him to break through to the next realm. Of course, Yang Fann was just thinking about it in his heart. King of Divine Source was the first one who had set his eyes on their universe. If he died, then so be it. He could only blame himself for not knowing his own limits. However, if he killed all the top-level Universe Lord in the Morning Star Alliance on a large scale, those universe gods who had transcended Universe Lord would definitely go crazy. For 8 billion years, not only had Yang Fann devoured more than half of King of Divine Source's strength of original life, he had also forcefully searched King of Divine Source's memories. A high-level universe sovereign did not have the right to know a supreme existence that surpassed Universe Lord, but a top-level Universe Lord like King of Divine Source was different. Not only did he know that above Universe Lord was a universe god, he had even met a universe god before. Universe Lord controlled an eternal strength of world, and every movement of his was supported by an eternal world. As for the universe god, it was his internal world that had truly transformed into a universe. His will was the will of the universe. Every move, every strike was the crushing force of a universe. The difference between the two was not something that could be described with words. Even King of the Universe could utilize the power of the universe source's will in the source universe. However, this was only a part of the universe. It was only a small portion of the power, which was equivalent to the entire power of the universe. Compared to the power of the universe, it was 108,000 light-years away. Even the weakest universe god was far from being a match for the current Yang Fann. Even saving his own life was an extravagant hope. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, King of Divine Source knew more than a handful of universe gods. If he really angered the Morning Star Alliance, he, Yang Fann, would never have a place in Morning Star Chaos Domain. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. I didn't see wrongly, right? That seems to be. The Golden Light Shuttle was worth billions. 1 trillion light-years away. At some point, a vast continent that looked like a Qilin had appeared. However, its back was covered in black spikes that pierced through the chaos-like terrifying pillars. Its size was only slightly smaller than the universe that Yang Fann was born in. Its aura was much stronger than King of Divine Sources. Kai, ha, Ha! As he inhaled and exhaled, a large expanse of chaos was swallowed into his stomach. For Chaos Beast, it really is a Chaos Beast. Yang Fann's voice trembled slightly. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. Chaos Beast. This was the beloved child of the primal chaos, and compared to it, the divine source clan that was born as a true god was extremely weak. One had to know that the Chaos Beast's strength was no less than the universe sovereign's when it was born. In the long term, there would always be someone who could match a top-level universe sovereign. Even quasi-power of Universe Lord, adult. It was Universe Lord, some top-tier Chaos Beasts. He could easily surpass Universe Lord and possess the power of a universe god. In the eyes of the Chaos Beast, the chaotic starry sky, which was regarded as a taboo by countless living beings, was just their backyard, allowing them to roam freely. The chaotic energy, the chaotic airflow, and even the universe were just their food. This was one of the greatest powers in the chaotic starry sky. If it wasn't for the Chaos Beast, it would have been difficult for them to reproduce. They might not even be able to produce one after a few eras or even longer. Moreover, most of the Chaos Beasts were solitary beings. The entire chaotic starry sky, millions of universes, and countless races would probably tremble under the hands of the Chaos Beast race. Good with this Chaos Beast, I have hope of advancing. C 2221. The Divine Source Universe was in danger. Chaotic starry sky, Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Yang Fann's eyes were glowing with greed. He was just worrying about King of Divine Source, and it seemed like King of Divine Source wasn't enough for him to break through to the middle rank top level. He was really sleepy now, and someone had brought him a pillow. The aura of the Chaos Beast was terrifying. It was several times stronger than King of Divine Source. The strength of origin was probably not much weaker than a middle-rank top-level Universe Lord. If he could devour this Chaos Beast completely, he would definitely break through to the middle-rank top-level. In the next second, Yang Fann moved his body and unleashed the Divine Light Shuttle. The Divine Light Shuttle turned into a ray of golden light and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. The following battle was not something that the Divine Light Shuttle could participate in. The Divine Light Shuttle's powerful defense that could withstand the attack of a top-rank high-level Universe Lord was nothing to a top-level Universe Lord. It was only the aftermath of the battle that could break the Divine Light Shuttle's defensive barrier. Poochie. Yang Fann took a step forward and crossed billions of miles. A chaotic period of light appeared in front of the Chaos Beast. Kai, ha. The Chaos Beast continued to absorb the surrounding chaotic energies, as if it hadn't noticed Yang Fann at all. Did Hua Sheng just ignore me? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and revealed a hint of self-mockery. The next second, rumble, endless golden light burst out from Yang Fann's body. The chi around his body rose crazily and steadily. His body also grew infinitely taller. In an instant, he turned into a terrifying giant that was billions of light years tall. He was even taller than the Chaos Beast. Roar, since you dare to ignore me, then obediently become my nourishment for my growth. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. Then, he thrust his palm toward the Chaos Beast. He attacked as he pleased, and his actions were swift and decisive. The Chaos Beast used the universe as its food, and was naturally the mortal enemy of all the living beings in the universe. There was nothing much to say, just suppress him. Roar. In that instant, the Chaos Beast let out a miserable howl before a wild beast died. Those huge eyes that were even larger than the eternal great world were about to burst out from his eyes. How could this unassuming aphid have such terrifying power? That power was not something he could resist at all. In fact, even running away was an extravagant hope for him. After 8 billion years of bitter cultivation, although Yang Fann had yet to break through to the middle-rank top-level Universe Sovereign, his strength had increased by more than double. He had steadily surpassed the limit of the top-level Universe Lord and stepped into the ranks of the gods of Quasi-Universe. The Chaos Beast was slightly weaker than the middle-rank top-level Universe Lord. Compared to the Quasi-Universe's gods, it was more than 100,000 times weaker. If Yang Fann only had the combat strength of an extreme top-level Universe Lord, with the advantage of the Chaos Beast in the chaotic starry sky, there was still a high chance that he could escape with his life. As the beloved child of the Chaos Beast was like a fish swimming in the ocean. The primal chaos could not hinder him at all. Unlike the experts of the various universes, at every moment, it consumed a portion of its energy to block the erosion of the chaos. However, under the hands of a quasi-universe god, this little bit of advantage was nothing. escape, not to mention the door, there wasn't even a piece of paper on the window. Roar, 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 the chaos beast roared out continuously, trying its best to resist. That terrifying beast claw that was tens of thousands of times larger than the eternal great world crazily attacked, each strike destroying billions of millions. A light-year bastard, an ordinary peak high-level universe lord couldn't even withstand a single attack, and would be crushed by it. However, it was useless against the heaven-sheltering big hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaos beast, which was not much smaller than the low-level universe, started to shrink at a visible speed. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized mini-beast and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. The middle-rank top-level universe sovereign had been formed. A hint of excitement flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. At that time, his combat strength would increase by a lot, and he wouldn't be considered a weakling even among the deities of quasi-universe. Boom! A golden light flashed, and the divine light shuttle that Yang Fann had just stored in his inner world appeared beside him. Soon, the divine light continued on its way. Another 4 billion years passed. After 5 billion years of rapid flight, the divine light shuttle was already very close to Yang Fann's destination, Divine Essence Universe. There were at most 100 million years left. The divine light shuttle would arrive at the divine source universe. What was lacking was that in these 2 billion years, Yang Fann had never seen a chaos beast again. This was also normal. A chaos beast was even rarer than Universe Lord. In this vast universe, how could it be so easy to encounter one? Many Universe Lord had entered and left the primal chaos countless of times, but he had never encountered a single chaos beast. This was the first time Yang Fann had left the source universe, and he had actually encountered a chaos beast. He didn't know if he should say that Yang Fann was lucky or unlucky. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Bang! King of Divine Source was completely devoured by Yang Fann and turned into a flying ash. King of the Universe, a high-level universe, had fallen in the hands of Yang Fann, a low-level universe ant. One had to admit that. It was a huge tragedy. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes widened, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. As he had expected, King of Divine Source alone was far from enough to help him break through to the middle-rank top level. King of Divine Source's last 2 levels of the strength of origin had only pushed him to the limit of the low-rank top-level universe sovereign, but it was still alright. He still had the chaos beast, this fat piece of meat. In the next second, whang! With a flash of the dark shine, the miniature beast formed from the chaos beast appeared in Yang Fann's hands. Divine Essence Universe, Divine Essence Continent. Rumble, 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 rumble. The weather changed, and clouds surged. The entire Divine Essence Continent and the entire Divine Essence Universe were covered in layers of terrifying blood clouds. Bang bang on the Divine Essence Continent and countless lesser continents, the mighty statues of King of Divine Source seemed to have been struck by sky laws. Almost at the same time, they all shattered. Ah, Godfather. Godfather had fallen. Godfather has fallen. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? Godfather is invincible. How is this possible? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Countless people of the Divine Source clan burst out with heart-wrenching screams, as if they were mourning their parents' death. They collapsed completely, and their minds completely collapsed. King of Divine Source was different from the other Universe Lord. He was their Divine Source, King of the Universe, the pillar of the Divine Source clan. He was the spiritual pillar of countless people of the Divine Source. Even if all the Universe Lord of the Divine Source clan were to be added together, they would still be far less important than King of Divine Source. It could be said that without King of Divine Source, there would be no Divine Source clan. To the Divine Source clan, the fall of King of Divine Source was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Woo woo woo. How could Godfather fall? Fake. This must be fake. Divine Essence Continent, in a hidden underground space. A mysterious person whose entire body was covered in a black robe, who only revealed his eyes, suddenly had a hint of surprise flash across his eyes. Good that old bastard King of Divine Source has actually fallen. This is an opportunity for my clan. Ha ha ha. The next second, rumble, a dark shine flashed by, and in front of the mysterious man appeared an ancient bronze mirror engraved with countless mysterious divine imprints. Swish swish, a burst of bronze light flashed, and in the bronze mirror, a glorious divine hall appeared. In the divine hall, there was a great man whose entire body was covered by a golden light, and no one could see his face clearly. He was sitting on a divine throne, and his aura was supreme. He was the sole ruler of the world. Uncle Yan greets your majesty. I have something to report to you. The mysterious black-robed man knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Uncle Male 3, what exactly is the matter? Great man's voice was so high and mighty that it looked down upon all living beings. Your majesty, King of Divine Source has fallen. What? King of Divine Source has fallen? Uncle Male 3, are you sure? Great man stood up from the divine throne, his voice trembling slightly. Your majesty, I am not lying at all. In the Divine Source universe, a rain of blood is pouring down. Even all the statues of King of Divine Source are shattered. Ha 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 ha. Good, it seemed like the source of God Old Ghost had really fallen. Without the source of God Old Ghost, the Divine Source clan is just a chicken and a dog. The source of God universe belongs to my family. Ha ha ha. C 2222. The Tai Yuan Divine Clan, the source of the universe. Rumble, rumble, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire source of God universe. The phantoms of mighty deities who were tens of thousands of light years tall filled the entire divine origin universe. They were solemn, sacred, and unparalleled. The myriad God world protecting divine formation was a top-grade divine formation on the same level as the myriad God world protecting divine formation. It was similar to the myriad God world protecting divine formation. It was obtained from an ancient ruin by King of Divine Source. It was the guardian formation of the Divine Source universe that protected the safety of the entire Divine Source universe. King of Divine Source had spent a large amount of time and countless natural treasures to set it up. Once the array was activated, with the support of the will of the high-grade universe source, even the master of the highest universe would not be able to break it easily. If King of Divine Source, King of the universe, was the one controlling the array, even a peak top-level universe lord would not be able to break it. Only the divine expert from the quasi-universe, which had surpassed the top-level universe lord, could destroy this myriad divine world-protecting divine formation. However, that would take millions of years, tens of millions of years, or even billions of years. The power of the formation was terrifying. Of course, the consumption of this formation was also terrifying. In every breath, a large amount of strength of origin would be consumed. An ordinary low-level universe would not be able to last for more than 100 million years, and all of the strength of origin would be sucked out. At the very least, it would enter the cultivationless age. No one would be able to cultivate successfully and become a saint or a god. At the most, the universe would collapse and be completely destroyed. Even a high-level universe like the Divine Essence universe could only support one era at most. It was still under the absence of a powerful enemy's attack. Otherwise, time would be greatly reduced. Unless there was a great change in the Divine Essence universe, no one was allowed to use it unless it was a great crisis. And now, the Divine Origin universe actually used the 10,000 Divine World Protection Divine Formation, clearly encountering a great crisis. Outside the Divine Essence universe, it was densely packed. It was filled with terrifying battle fortresses. The smaller ones were the size of a universe, while the larger ones were the size of a universe. They were much bigger than the eternal great worlds, especially the battle fortress at the center. It was no weaker than King of Divine Source's ride to the Shen Yuan battle fortress. Rumble, rumble, beams of destructive light shot out from the battle fortresses, piercing through the chaos and bombarding the myriad god barrier. Patron Saint was blasted into pieces, causing ripples to appear on the myriad god barrier. Time passed year after year. Soon, 30 million years had passed. In the Divine Source universe, the spirit of heaven and earth had weakened by more than a layer. Countless Patron Saint Ming in the myriad god protecting divine formation had been destroyed. Cracks had even appeared on the barrier. Clearly, the myriad god protecting divine formation was at its limit. Without King of Divine Source, the King of the universe, guarding the formation, the myriad god barrier divine formation's power was far inferior to the first level of the formation at its peak. During this period of time, the Divine Source clan had also launched a frenzied counterattack. In the past 30 million years, the number of war fortresses that had been destroyed numbered in the hundreds of thousands, even if it wasn't a million. However, they were all small-scale war fortresses that were only the size of a boundless world. The true large-scale war fortresses were hardly damaged, especially the few war fortresses that were comparable to the eternal Great World. They were still intact, and the impact they had on the enemy was almost negligible. Without King of Divine Source and a large number of Universe Lord, the Divine Source clan would have lost almost all of their forces. They wouldn't be able to organize their forces and counterattack effectively. Kai, 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 a golden protective barrier. The criss-crossing cracks on the golden protection barrier continued to expand in all directions. From time to time, numerous battle fortresses would be completely destroyed and turned into flying ashes. Soon, another 30 million years passed. The barrier was already covered in cracks and it was on the verge of collapsing. It was almost at the limit of the myriad god barrier. In a million years at most, the entire myriad god barrier would be completely destroyed. Endless panic spread wildly in the divine source universe like a surging tide. Once the myriad god barrier divine formation was broken, how could divine source clan resist the ferocious old enemy, the Taiyuan god clan? King of divine source had already fallen. The remaining soul imprint could not unleash much of the power of the divine source universe source's will. It was not much stronger than the instinct of the divine source cosmic will. Countless living beings' minds collapsed. They robbed, killed, and slaughtered. Including the divine origin continent, the entire divine origin universe was in chaos. In any case, they were all going to die. How could he care about any divine methods? He might as well go crazy before he died. Divine source universe billions and billions of billions. A trillion light years away. The divine light shuttle tore through the chaos and sped forward. Unknowingly, it had been 98 million years since Yang Fann left and absorbed King of Divine Source. The divine light shuttle had successfully entered the territory of divine essence universe. It would reach divine essence universe in at most 10,000 years. No one knew when, but a hint of excitement appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. A high-level universe would not disappoint him. By that time, he would be able to plunder the universe source from the divine source universe. It would be enough for his great universe's eternal divine arts to break through to the small success stage, or even break through to the mastery. One must know that in a low-level universe, the universe source it possessed was at least 100 cubic meters. In an intermediate universe, the universe source was usually 100 times greater than a low-level universe, while a high-level universe source was 100 times greater than an intermediate universe. If Yang Fann were to disregard everything, regardless of the life or death of the beings in the divine essence universe, he could plunder at least 1,000,000 cubic meters of universe source. Just the thought of such a huge universe source made one extremely excited. But soon, a strange light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Strange, why did he not see a chaotic fortress? He had already entered the territory of the divine essence universe. Unlike the source universe where Yang Fann was, his strength was limited. He was powerless to build a chaotic fortress in chaotic starry sky to protect the safety of the source universe. According to King of Divine Source and the others' memories, Yang Fann knew very well that near the divine essence universe, there were many chaotic strongholds built by the divine source clan's expert. These chaos fortresses were the outpost of the divine source universe. They were important spies in the divine source universe, preventing other universe experts from entering their divine source universe as they pleased. Every chaos fortress was carefully built by divine source clan after spending countless resources and a great deal of time. Although their combat strength was far inferior to the Shenyuan Battle Fortress and the Divine Light Shuttle, they were not much weaker than the Silver Light Shuttle. Even a high-level universe lord would have to spend a lot of effort or even pay a price to break through a stronghold. Yang Fann originally wanted to suppress these chaotic strongholds and bring them back to the source universe, turning them into the bridgehead of the source universe to protect the safety of the source universe. Who would have thought that he wouldn't find a chaotic stronghold along the way? It was as if these hundreds or thousands of chaotic strongholds didn't exist at all. Something wasn't right, something was very wrong. Or was it that these divine source clan's experts knew that he was coming, so they withdrew these chaotic fortresses back to the divine essence universe first to prevent unnecessary casualties? In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This is the Taiyuan God Clan's Chasm Fortress. After searching King of Divine Sources and the memories of Universe Lord of the Divine Source Clan, Yang Fann had a better understanding of the Divine Source Clan. He believed that the Divine Source Clan was second, and no one would dare to claim to be the first. The Taiyuan God Clan was the arch-enemy of the Divine Source Clan. It was a peerless overlord of the Taiyuan universe, which was adjacent to the Divine Source universe. It was the same as the Divine Source universe. The Taiyuan universe was also a high-level universe. The master of the Taiyuan universe, King of Taiyuan, was also a top-level universe lord who was not any weaker than King of Divine Source. No matter if it was the Divine Source clan or the Taiyuan God clan, both of them had the intention to annex each other's universe. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was like the difference of tens of thousands of eras. There was a victor between them, but neither of them could do anything to the other. I haven't seen the Divine Source clan's stronghold along the way. Could it be because of the Taiyuan God clan? Yang Fann was deep in thought, and a hint of enlightenment was added to his heart. I'm afraid that the news of King of Divine Source and the other's death has already been known by King of Taiyuan. After that, the army pressed down on the border, wanting to annex the Divine Source universe in one fell swoop. Divine Source clan and Taiyuan God clan. The two races had been fighting for tens of thousands of eras. Both sides had many aconite in their respective universes. King of Divine Source. The news of Universe Lord's death in the Divine Source clan was no secret in the Divine Source universe. The Taiyuan God clan had also received the news. That was very normal. This was a rare opportunity given by the heavens in a million eons. As long as King of Taiyuan had the slightest ambition to annex the Divine Source universe, he would never miss it. Taiyuan God clan, King of Taiyuan. All of you are snatching food from my mouth. C 2223 like a hot knife cutting through butter. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. It wasn't easy for him to deal with King of Divine Source and the rest of the Divine Source clan. All the experts. However, the Taiyuan God clan had just taken the fruits of their victory with a cross. What did they think of him as? A pushover that anyone could pinch. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would have to obediently leave their lives behind. He was just worrying about the Divine Source universe. It was not enough for the eternal divine arts to break through to the mastery. The Abyss Fortress was the main war fortress of the Taiyuan God clan that ran amok in the chaotic starry sky. It could be divided into the top, high, middle, and low levels. Among them, the low-level Abyss Fortress could be divided into 4 levels. It was about the size of a world, and its overall combat strength was about the same. It was comparable to an intermediate Abyss Fortress. It was no weaker than the Great Realm in human domain, and its combat strength was even higher than a quasi-Universe Lord. It chased after Universe Lord, the high-grade Chasm Fortress above him. It was the main fortress of Taiyuan God clan, and every high-grade Abyssal Fortress. Their combat strength was no less than some of Universe Lords, and they were the best of the best. They could almost rival the Silver Light Flying Shuttle of the Divine Source clan, and that was when they faced the master of the low-order advanced universe. They wouldn't lose the ability to fight back. The final top-grade Abyssal Fortress. It was a top-grade battle formation weapon second only to King of Taiyuan's ship, the Great Abyss. Its combat strength was terrifying. Compared to the Golden Light Shuttle of Divine Source clan, it was only slightly weaker. Its combat strength was comparable to a high-ranked high-level Universe Lord. Besides, the number of top-grade battle fortresses was more than double that of the Divine Light Shuttle of the Divine Source clan. If the 2 top-grade battle formations were to be deployed, the Divine Light Shuttle would be at a disadvantage. The difference in strength was not big, but the number was the key. The Fortress of Ink Abyss was a high-level fortress of the Abyss. Around it, there were many intermediate and low-rank Abyss fortress covering a large area of the chaotic starry sky, forming a line of defense. As a high-level universe god race, Divine Source clan had a lot of experts during these hundreds of thousands of eras. When they left the Divine Source universe and traveled outside, there might be Divine Source clan's Universe Lord expert returning to the Divine Source universe. There were many more defensive lines like this around the Divine Source universe. With a high-level Abyssal Battle Fort as the core and dozens of intermediate Abyssal Battle Forts as support. Thousands of low-level Abyss Fortress, one defense line after another, were used to block the possible reinforcements. Warning, warning, discovered Divine Source clan Divine Light Shuttle discovered Divine Source clan Divine Light Shuttle warning, warning, discovered Divine Source clan Divine Light Shuttle discovered Divine Source clan Divine Light Shuttle warning, warning, discovered Divine Source clan Divine Light Shuttle discovered Divine Source clan Divine Light Shuttle. All of a sudden, a series of sharp alarms rang out from the Mo Yuan Battle Fortress, spreading to the surrounding intermediate and low-rank Abyss Battle Fortresses. Black Abyss, Master Control Room. What? Divine Light Shuttle. The controller of the Ink Abyss was also the commander of the defense line in the Starry River. The Divine Light Shuttle was the most powerful weapon of Divine Source clan. Its combat strength was terrifying, and it was on par with a top-ranked high-level Universe Lord warrior. It was much stronger than the top-grade abyssal fortress of the Taiyuan God clan. It was absolutely not a match for the thousands of abyssal fortresses of the Dark Abyss army under his command. Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Yuan directly sent a request for help to his superior. The high-grade abyssal fortress in his hand. It was merely the lowest grade 1-star abyssal fortress. Its combat strength was not much stronger than the low-grade Universe Lord. As for himself, he was only a low-grade Universe Lord. Not to mention the Divine Light Shuttle, he was even a second-grade Silver Light Shuttle. It was not something they could contend against. Moreover, not everyone could use the Divine Light Shuttle. In the Divine Source clan, even the masters of the Central Low-Order Advanced Universe couldn't have a Divine Light Shuttle. At the very least, they had to be at the high-grade high-level Universe Lord to have the qualification to use the Divine Light Shuttle as their vehicle. In other words, there was at least one high-level Universe Lord in the Divine Light Shuttle. A high-grade high-level Universe Lord was a great existence that he had looked up to throughout his life. With just a wave of his hand, he would be able to kill this low-grade Universe Lord. I hope this high-level Universe Lord won't launch an attack so easily. Otherwise, I'm afraid my Mo Yuan army will be finished. Even after gathering all the forces of their Ink Depths army, Commander Ink Depths didn't have much confidence that he could survive for a few breaths of time in the hands of the Divine Light Shuttle. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Wang. A trace of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Have you been discovered? However, he had no intention of hiding his tracks. If he had been discovered, he would have been discovered. At most, he could just kill his way over. A mere Taiyuan God clan didn't have the qualifications to make him retreat. This was the confidence of the god of quasi-universe. Furthermore, Yang Fann had not wasted his time in the past 100 million years. He had absorbed and refined a huge amount of chaos beasts. Although he hadn't truly broken through to the middle rank top level, his cultivation base had almost reached the edge of breaking through. His overall strength had increased by several levels once more. I'll start with you guys first. Boom, with a thought, a heaven-sheltering big hand that could cover the entire human domain descended from the sky and headed towards the Mo Yuan army. These Shen Yuan battle fortress were all good things that could be used to strengthen the foundation of the Source Universe. Ah, not good. This is the power of a high-level Universe Lord. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Roar. Hua Sheng, His Majesty will never let you go. He will definitely avenge us. Heart-wrenching wails erupted from the Ink Depths army. Under the heaven-sheltering big hands, the defensive barriers formed by the combined strength of the several thousand abyssal fortress of the Ink Depths army were like paper. They were crushed into pieces before they could even last for a breath's time. Warning, warning, the Divine Source clan's Divine Light Shuttle has been discovered, emergency on the third line of defense. Warning, warning, the 9th defense line is requesting backup. The 9th defense line is requesting backup. Warning, warning, the 13th line of defense has collapsed. The 13th line of defense has collapsed. Warning, warning, the enemy has broken through the 18th line of defense. The enemy has broken through the 18th line of defense. Bang bang, Yang Fann was like a hot knife cutting through butter. One line of defense after another was quickly destroyed by Yang Fann. A large number of Shen Yuan battle fortress were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. No matter if it was a high-grade or low-grade fortress, none of them could escape from Yang Fann's grasp. In just a quarter of an hour, Yang Fann had broken through all 36 lines of defense of Taiyuan God clan. All 36 high-grade abyssal battle forts were captured by Yang Fann. Each high-grade abyssal battle fort was guarded by a Universe Lord. In other words, 36 Universe Lord of Taiyuan God clan had been suppressed by Yang Fann. 8 of them were middle-level Universe Lord warriors and 26 of them were low-grade Universe Lord. Soon, another 15 minutes passed. Yang Fann had more than 60 high-grade war forts in his hands, 63 high-grade war forts, and 27 more Universe Lord captives in his hands. The strongest among them was only a step away from the high-level Universe Lord. This loss was enough to shake the foundation of Taiyuan God clan. There were less than 300 Universe Lord of Divine Source clan, and the Taiyuan God clan was also not that strong. All of them combined only had a little more than 300 of them. 63 Universe Lord. This was the Universe Lord who was on the second floor of the Taiyuan God clan. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a total of 5 terrifying auras descended from the sky, vast and mighty, roiling and boiling, completely locking down the divine light shuttles of the four-direction starry sky. The 5 terrifying ores were no weaker than Commander Adlai, who was an intermediate high-level Universe Lord, and the strongest one was a level stronger than the 2 top-ranked high-level Universe Lord Yang Fann had devoured. He had steadily stepped into the limit of the high-level Universe Lord. With the combined strength of the 5 great expert, no one under the top-level Universe Lord would be their match. Even quasi-top-level Universe Lord would be severely injured by them, or even completely suppressed. Divine Lord Puget, hand over my son and swear an oath that you will pledge your loyalty to my king to the death. We will show great mercy and let bygones be bygones. We will spare your life. C. 2224 Suppress the King of Taiyuan Divine Source Universe, Chaotic Starry Sky. After Yang Fann broke through 63 lines of defense, the 5 high-level Universe Lord warriors of Taiyuan God Clan finally arrived. A terrifying pressure rolled like tidal waves, completely sealing the space around the Divine Light Shuttle. The next second, a dignified voice descended from the sky and swept across the four-direction starry sky. Divine Lord Puget, hand over my son and swear an oath that you will pledge your loyalty to my king to the death. We will show great mercy and let bygones be bygones. We will spare your life. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows. Does he think I'm God? Lord Puget? The number of Divine Light Shuttles in Divine Source Clan was limited, and it could be counted on one hand. Except for the leader of the 4 great Commander-in-Chief, Gulliver Commander-in-Chief, who had a Divine Light Shuttle, only the 3 Divine Lords had Divine Light Shuttles. This was the absolute upper echelons of Divine Source Clan, and their status was even higher than Commander-in-Chief Brute and the other 4 great Commander-in-Chief. Among them, Dai Wu Divine Lord had already fallen in Yang Fann's Source Universe. The other Divine Lord, God of Heaven Rui, was ordered by King of Divine Source to stay in the Divine Essence Universe and take control of the Divine Source Clan on his behalf. Only Puget Divine Lord was roaming the world. It was unavoidable to be mistaken for Puget Divine Lord. Very quickly, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A bunch of ants. How dare you be noisy in front of me? Die strange. This voice isn't from Divine Lord Puget. The 5 high-level Universe Lord from the Taiyuan God Clan felt their hearts tremble. Vaguely, a trace of uneasiness appeared in their hearts. Furthermore, such arrogant words were not something that Divine Lord Puget could say. Divine Lord Puget was only at the top-rank high-level Universe Lord. If they were ants, then wouldn't Divine Lord Puget also be an ant? At this moment, rumble, chaos shattered, and a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing down on them. Ah, not good. This power. It's a top-level Universe Lord. This is the power of a top-level Universe Lord. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing. It swept across the souls of the 5 high-level Universe Lord. This power. They had only felt it from their master, King of Taiyuan. This was the terrifying power of a top-level Universe Lord warrior. It was 1,000 times stronger than any high-level Universe Lord like them. 10,000 times, this was the difference in the level of their lives. It made them unable to muster up any fighting spirit. Ah, run now, ah. Poof. Abyssal blood escape technique. You want to escape? Be good and stay behind Cosmos Pearl, seal the starry sky rumble. A brilliant streak of azure light burst forth from within the shuttle, shooting into the sky and instantly sealing the billions of light years of the starry sky. The universe bead was an intermediate spatial original treasure that Yang Fann had obtained from King of Divine Source. It was a high-grade spatial original treasure, but it was useless to top-level Universe Lord warriors. Even low-ranked top-level Universe Lord could break the seal of the universe bead in an instant. However, if it was placed on the 5 high-level Universe Lord warriors of the Taiyuan God Clan, it would be a death sentence that would make them despair. Currently, Yang Fann hadn't used his true strength. He had only revealed low-ranked top-level Universe Lord's strength. Otherwise, a group of high-level Universe Lord warriors wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. With his terror-fighting power that was comparable to the god of quasi-universe, he could easily suppress them with just a tiny bit of strength. However, in this way, it was very likely that he would scare away King of Taiyuan, who had yet to show himself. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. King of Taiyuan was his true target. The others were just the appetizers. Ah, it's the Cosmos Pearl, your King of Divine Source. The 5 high-level Universe Lord from the Taiyuan God Clan screamed. The Cosmic Pearl was the strongest spatial zone in King of Divine Source's hand. The original treasure could be said to be one of King of Divine Source's biggest symbols. No, how is this possible? King of Divine Source, didn't he already die? Ah, save me, your majesty, save me. Rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand came crashing down, suppressing the 5 high-level Universe Lord warriors. Ah no, Jia Lan, Yu Zhu, and Yu Shu. A heart-wrenching cry that sounded as if his parents had died came from the distant chaos. Poochie. Like a curtain, the chaos was torn apart. A magnificent figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. His face was resolute, as if he was carved out of a rock. His entire body was emitting a terrifying pressure. This was the innate emperor, as if everyone had to submit to him. This golden-robed man was none other than the master of the Taiyuan God clan, King of Taiyuan. However, the current King of Taiyuan was no longer as calm as before. Both of his eyes were red, as if blood was dripping out of them. He stared at the divine light shuttle, as if he wanted to eat someone. High-level Universe Lord, there were only 13 of them in the entire Taiyuan God clan. The loss of 5 high-level Universe Lord in a short period of time was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of the Taiyuan God clan. Especially the peak high-level Universe Lord Devil Lord Jia Lan. That was the expert that was second only to him, and it was the second pillar of the Taiyuan God clan. Roar, source of God, old ghost, you are really scheming, ah. King of Taiyuan gritted his teeth, and gurgling sounds came from his throat. He wished he could eat King of Divine Source's flesh and drink King of Divine Source's blood. What? King of Divine Source had fallen. It was just a trap set by the Divine Origin old ghost. It was to lure them into attacking the Divine Origin universe so that they could seize the opportunity to suppress the numerous top-grade old ghosts of the Taiyuan God clan. The Divine Light Shuttle was the most powerful weapon of the Divine Source clan. Even a top-level Universe Lord like King of Taiyuan couldn't see through it for a moment. Right at this moment, the void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. He looked at King of Taiyuan with a mocking expression. I am not King of Divine Source. Who are you? King of Taiyuan's expression changed slightly, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. You dare to snatch food from my mouth. King of Taiyuan, I have to say, you really have guts. Yang Fann's answer was not the same as what he had asked. What? Suddenly, King of Taiyuan's heart trembled, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Could it be that you are the one who killed King of Divine Source? King of Taiyuan, you aren't too stupid. Since you understand, you should just go on your way obediently. King of Divine Source is still waiting for you down there. Yang Fann's eyes revealed a trace of a cat teasing a mouse. It would be fine if King of Taiyuan didn't show up. Once he showed up, he would be the one in his bag, like a turtle in a jar. He wouldn't be able to stir up any more trouble. Not good. Run, I have to run now. King of Taiyuan's body trembled, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. One abyssal blood escape technique without any hesitation, he immediately used the Taiyuan God clan's life-saving forbidden arts. He couldn't even care about his men. He was well aware of King of Divine Source's strength. He wasn't any weaker than him, but he was still unable to escape from this man. If it was him, it would be the same. There was no way he could be a match for this man. If he hesitated for even a moment, he might end up like the Divine Origin old ghost. You're really decisive. Yang Fann's facial expression didn't change, he wasn't in a hurry at all. If it was before he broke through to the top-level Universe Sovereign, King of Taiyuan wouldn't hesitate to use the forbidden arts to escape. Perhaps, King of Taiyuan would be able to escape with his life. Unfortunately, the current him was no longer the same as before. Low-rank top-level Universe Lord and the God of Quasi-Universe were two completely different things. If it was those peak and peak top-level Universe Lord warriors, it would be more accurate. Be good and stay behind. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't hold back any longer. The terrifying power that was comparable to the God of Quasi-Universe erupted and swept across the chaotic starry sky. Ah no, this power is accurate. God of Quasi-Universe, you are the God of Quasi-Universe. How could this be? How could this be? King of Taiyuan's face was filled with despair. He had only felt this terrifying power from a few elders of the Morning Star Alliance. As for the elders of the Morning Star Alliance, their first requirement was to reach the divine realm of the Quasi-Universe. In an instant, endless regret engulfed King of Taiyuan's soul. How could he be blinded by the pig oil? Before he attacked, he wouldn't investigate this matter thoroughly. A dignified top-level Universe Lord had fallen just like that. How could there be no secrets behind this? Spare me, please spare my life, my lord. As long as my lord spare my life, I am willing to swear an oath of chaotic blood and pledge my loyalty to my lord. C2225 Enter the Source of God Universe Divine Source Universe, Chaotic Starry Sky. Pucci, King of Taiyuan was like a chicken as he was grabbed by Yang Fann's palm and suppressed. Without any hesitation, after all these years, Yang Fann had finally seen through everything. It would be a waste of time to take him in as his subordinate. With his heaven-defying speed of breakthrough, no one could keep up with his pace. There were so many subordinates, but in the end, how many of them were really helpful to him? No, not a single one. It was better to directly devour and refine them, becoming nourishment for his improvement. A low-ranked top-level universe lord might not be able to help him break through a grade, but it was enough for him to break through one or two minor realms. Silence. The silence in the huge chaotic starry sky was terrifying. Even the violent explosions in the divine essence universe had completely calmed down at this moment. Woo. What did they see? Their king, the invincible existence in their hearts, was so easily suppressed. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? Illusion. I must have been struck by some terrifying illusion. How could His Majesty possibly lose? How could he possibly lose? I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. His Majesty, King of Taiyuan, was a top-level universe lord, one of the top-grade Morning Star Chaos domains in the Morning Star Chaos domain. How could he not withstand a single strike and be completely suppressed? Buzz. With a flash of light, King of Taiyuan was sucked into Yang Fann's inner world. The next second, Pucci. Yang Fann moved his body and moved forward once more. Although he had suppressed King of Taiyuan, Yang Fann would not stop here. In order to take down the Divine Origin universe, the Taiyuan God clan had sent out all their elites. Apart from the forces that needed to be left behind, King of Taiyuan had also used all the forces that he could. Out of the 13 high-level universe lord demon sovereigns of Taiyuan God clan, 10 had come. The rest were intermediate and low-grade universe lord. Together, there were more than 250 of them. Currently, he had only managed to suppress 63 middle and low-level universe lord. The 5 high-level universe lord warriors were just the beginning. Rumble. One heaven-sheltering big hand after another fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, a large number of Taiyuan God clan's experts, as well as their abyssal fortress, disappeared without a trace. Ah, no, it's true, His Majesty has really. Ah, run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare me, someone save me, save me. No. Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. I'm going to kill you. Let's die together, Hua Sheng. 2 hours later, the dust settled. Apart from a few fishes that escaped the net, all the Taiyuan God clans from the Taiyuan God clan were taken by Yang Fann in one fell swoop. 5 great high-level universe lord and 191 middle and low-level universe lord. Not a single one of them escaped. It was one thing for those underlings to escape, but it didn't matter if they did or not. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to increase the overall strength of the source universe, Yang Fann wouldn't have bothered with them. With his current cultivation base, even if he was a quasi-universe lord. Hong Long, not to mention those universe sovereigns, even those half-step sovereign who were not even half-step sovereigns. The sovereign lord, however, universe lord, was the one who had focused all his attention on his target. How could he allow them to slip away right under his nose? This time, Taiyuan God clan was in bad luck. They had lost so many universe lord, and even King of Taiyuan had died here. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they existed in name only. Even if Yang Fann showed mercy and didn't continue to attack the Taiyuan God clan, the Taiyuan God clan wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. The remaining strength of the Taiyuan God clan might not be enough to defend the Taiyuan universe. Divine Source Universe, Origin Divine Mountain. The remaining universe lord of Divine Source clan looked at the crystal screen in the center of the Divine Hall in a daze. His face was filled with disbelief. The old enemy of the Divine Source clan, the Taiyuan God clan, had been defeated by someone so easily. This isn't a dream, is it? Many of them had already made up their mind to die. As long as the myriad divine world divine protecting formation was broken, they would fight to the death with the scumbags of Taiyuan God clan. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few universe lord of Taiyuan God clan along with them. They had never thought that there would be such a shocking reversal. Buzz, the Divine Light Shuttle steadily stopped 100 million light-years away from the Divine Origin universe. The next moment, Yang Fann's figure moved, and he unleashed the Divine Light Shuttle. Is this the myriad divine world protecting divine formation? However, it's still far from stopping me. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden barrier that covered the entire Divine Essence universe that was rapidly repairing. He smiled playfully. With King of Divine Source and King of the Universe in charge, even with his current strength, it would take him at least 1,000,000 years to break the myriad divine world protection divine formation. But now, break it. With a cold shout, Yang Fann moved his right arm and struck out with his palm. Rumble. The terrifying power of the quasi-universe god instantly exploded, crushing everything in its path. Bang bang bang. Under the frenzied attacks of the Taiyuan god clan for tens of millions of years, the myriad god-protecting divine formation had long since reached its limit. How could it withstand Yang Fann's terrifying power? In less than a breath's time, the entire myriad god barrier divine formation had completely collapsed. Countless gods had been reduced to ashes. Origin Divine Mountain. Ah, it's broken. The myriad god barrier divine formation is broken. God of Heaven Rui and the rest of the Divine Source clan's universe lord finally woke up from their daze. Enemy. He's the enemy. I should have thought of this earlier. That Divine Light Shuttle was obviously the Jiali Buddha's name of Commander-in-Chief Jiali. It was him who killed His Majesty and the others. What should we do? What should we do now? Each and every one of them was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but not a single one of them proposed to take revenge for their godfather. Even King of Taiyuan was easily suppressed, and with these small arms and legs, they wanted to take revenge. That was simply sending food to them. Poochie. Yang Fann forcefully tore apart the cosmic crystal wall and stepped into the Divine Essence universe. Without any hesitation, without King of Divine Source, the Divine Source universe would become a toothless tiger, a sick tiger full of pain. How could it be dangerous for him, a ferocious dragon that crossed the river? At that moment, rumble, the heavens and earth changed color, and Lei Yun rolled. He transformed into a terrifying great god who was tens of thousands of light years tall. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see that his face was exactly the same as King of Divine Source, who was being devoured by Yang Fann. It's the will of the universe source. I hope that the will of the origin can suppress this devil. The hearts of the group of universe lord jumped to their throats. This was their last hope. Once the will of the universe source couldn't do anything to this devil, Divine Source clan would be finished. Even your true self has been devoured by me. How dare you attack me with just a trace of your soul imprint? A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Die rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and struck out with his palm. It was as easy as slapping a fly. One King of Divine Source had already fallen. How could such a tiny amount of soul imprint be able to stir up any waves? Even if the Divine Essence universe was a high-level universe, the cosmic will was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than the Origin universe source's will. Not only that, without King of Divine Source controlling it, the power that the soul imprint could display was only slightly stronger than the average low-rank top-level universe lord. It was a little weaker than King of Taiyuan. In Yang Fann's eyes, he was no different from an ant. Otherwise, how could King of Taiyuan dare to send all his elites to the Divine Essence universe? He could not suppress the universe source's will and wanted to take down the Divine Essence universe completely. That was just a dream. Bang! In less than an instant, the mighty King of Divine Source exploded, and the soul imprint was completely destroyed. Origin God Mountain. Ah, no, how could he be so strong? Woo woo woo. Not even the universe source's will was a match for that abyssal. It was over. We're completely finished. Including God of Heaven Rui. The group of universe lord from the Divine Source clan had a mental breakdown. Their last glimmer of hope had been completely destroyed just like that. Arg. Run run, leave the Divine Source universe immediately, leave the Divine Source universe immediately. Yes, leave the Divine Source universe. As long as we are here, the Divine Source clan will not be finished. You want to leave? You'd better stay behind obediently. C 2226 Plunder the universe. Origin source of God universe, origin of God mountain. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and covered the entire Origin God Mountain. It took tens of billions of years to rush from the Source universe to the Divine Essence universe. It was to take revenge on the Divine Source clan and eliminate all future troubles. As for the other quasi-universe lord from the Divine Source clan, he could forget about the universe sovereign. Yang Fann would never let go of these universe lord. In the chaotic starry sky, the strength of a race was determined by the number and strength of Universe Lord. Once all the Universe Lord in the Divine Source clan was suppressed, there was no need for Yang Fann to do anything. The Divine Source clan would soon be destroyed for hundreds of thousands of eras. The Divine Source clan had offended many powers in the universe. At that time, these universe powers would definitely not mind giving the Divine Source clan a push. Ah, no. Origin formation, rise roar. Block it for me Godfather, protect me. Buzz Wang. A golden barrier rose from Origin God Mountain and covered the entire mountain. The Origin formation was the guardian formation of Origin Divine Mountain. Once it was activated, even a top-level Universe Lord wouldn't be able to break it. However, with Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to the god of quasi-universe, nothing could break it. In less than a few breaths of time, bang bang bang, the Origin formation exploded, and countless mushroom clouds rose up from Origin God Mountain. Ah, don't. Spare me, Lord, spare me. Ah, my son, you will receive your retribution. You will definitely receive your retribution. Roar. Hua Sheng, the Morning Star Alliance will never let you go. Soon, the entire Origin God Mountain was uprooted by Yang Fann. There were 3 holes in a cunning rabbit's den. King of Divine Source had lived for hundreds of thousands of eras, and there was more than one treasure trove. However, to Yang Fann, who knew all of King of Divine Source's memories, these treasure troves had no secrets at all. Very quickly, all of King of Divine Source's hidden treasure troves were opened by Yang Fann with ease, and all the treasures inside were searched clean. One had to admit that he was worthy of being the overlord of a high-grade universe, king of the universe. The wealth of all his belongings was equivalent to that of many intermediate warriors. Even the master of the highest universe might not be able to compare with him. Just the universe source alone had given Yang Fann a total of 5,000 cubic meters. Adding the nearly 5,000 cubic meters of universe source he had obtained from King of Divine Source earlier. Just him alone was enough to satisfy Yang Fann's needs for the eternal divine art's small completion. Apart from that, the other original treasures, universe treasures, as well as the many heavenly treasures and the vast ocean of Origin of Eternities were worth a lot. Without a billion cubic trillion Origin of Eternities, it wouldn't be much different. If King of Taiyuan and the other Taiyuan god clan Yang Fanns were added to the mix, Yang Fann would be able to earn a huge amount from this trip. His dried-up bag was at least 10 times bigger than before. Su swoosh su. After plundering King of Divine Source's collection for hundreds of thousands of eras, Yang Fann's figure moved quickly in Divine Essence continent. The top races and forces of Divine Source clan were violently swept away by Yang Fann. He read the memories of King of Divine Source and the others. The entire Divine Essence continent was Yang Fann's backyard. There were almost no secrets to speak of. Although the wealth of these top clans could not be compared to King of Divine Source's collection for hundreds of thousands of eras, the combined wealth of a few hundred big clans was still a considerable amount. It would not be much less than the total wealth of an ordinary low-ranked top-level universe lord. A month passed. Yang Fann's footsteps practically covered the entire Divine Essence continent. Countless resources had been plundered by Yang Fann. Not only were they the treasures that the major powers had accumulated for tens of thousands of eras, but they were also the blessed lands of Mount Numinous. Yang Fann would never let them go. He would uproot all of them and keep them in his inner world, adding sacred grounds for cultivation to his inner world. In just a short month, the spirit of heaven and earth in Divine Essence continent fell by several levels. Yang Fann did not care about that. He never thought that he would want to completely occupy the Divine Essence universe and become the Divine Essence king of the universe. For the other universe lord and even the god of quasi-universe, a high-level universe like the Divine Source universe could only become king of the universe and control the Divine Source universe. It was their first choice. However, Yang Fann did not have the time to waste in this Divine Source universe, even with the help of King of Divine Source's memory. In addition to the terrifying power that was comparable to the god of quasi-universe, he wanted to completely fuse with the universe source's will. It was 10 times more convenient for him to become the king of the universe of the Divine Source universe than it was for King of Divine Source in the past. More than 100 times, but even so, he wanted to completely conform to the will of the Divine Essence universe source and become the king of the universe of the Divine Essence universe. That would require at least a few eons, or even dozens of eons. A few eras, or even a dozen eras, were nothing in the eyes of the other universe lord. They had gone into seclusion for a little longer than that amount of time, but when it came to Yang Fann, it was a long period of time. From the moment he was born until now, it had not even been 200 billion years. Even the fraction of an entire era was far more than that. If he was given a few eras, he wouldn't even know what realm he had grown to. It wasn't impossible for him to become a god of the universe, or even surpass the god of the universe. How could he be delayed by such a high-level universe? It wasn't like he was kicked in the head by a donkey, doing this sort of thing where he would lose a watermelon and pick up a sesame seed. The best choice was to grab a ticket and leave. 10,000 years later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Found it. Universe Source, I'm coming with King of Divine Source's memories and the strength of soul that was more than 10 times stronger than a peak top-level Universe Lord. Yang Fann finally found the Divine Origin Universe Source's spatial zone in a short period of 10,000 years. Divine Origin Universe, outside the origin space. Wang. The space distorted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Rumble. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged. A divine lightning eye that stretched for hundreds of millions of light years appeared above Yang Fann's head. Its power was terrifying. It was more than 1,000 times stronger than the eye of the great Tao of the universe. Even low-ranked top-level Universe Lord, who was like King of Divine Source, would be severely injured or even killed if he was not careful. As if it had sensed a fatal danger, the will of the Divine Essence Universe Source finally began to fight with all its might. It unleashed its fiercest attack. However, Yang Fann turned a blind eye to this. He allowed the divine lightnings to strike him. After absorbing more than 6,000 cubic meters of Universe Source, although Yang Fann's eternal immortal divine body had yet to break through to the small success stage, the defense of his divine body had already surpassed most intermediate original treasures. Especially after unleashing the full force of his eternal immortal divine body, his defense had increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times, reaching the level of high-grade original treasures. Although the destructive lightning was terrifying, even King of Divine Source had to deal with it with all his might. However, when it landed on Yang Fann's body, it was merely a scratch. It was nothing. In just a fraction of a second, his injuries had fully recovered. Break for me. With a ferocious laugh, Yang Fann threw a punch at the origin crystal wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The origin crystal wall shook violently, and tiny and dense fissured traces appeared. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Bang bang. Yang Fann's fists were like heavy hammers as he madly punched out. Kai swoosh kai. The thin cracks spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine lightning in the sky became even crazier. At that moment, the will of the Divine Essence Universe Source was like a person who was about to die, and it unleashed its most ferocious attack. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Soon, another 10,000 years passed. Roar, explode for me. Bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The origin crystal wall could no longer withstand the attack. Yang Fann's violent attack had completely shattered. Ha ha ha. Good, there are actually close to 5 million cubic meters of universe sources, plus that. Perhaps I really might be able to cultivate the great universe's eternal divine arts to the mastery in one fell swoop. C2227 Jun Lin Taiyuan Universe Divine Source Universe, Origin Space. Yang Fann laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with excitement. The abundance of universe sources in the Divine Source Universe had exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. An ordinary high-level universe would usually only have 1 million square cubic meters of universe sources. Nearly 5 million square cubic meters of universe sources could not be considered the top of all high-level universes. They were the cream of the crop, surpassing most of the high-level universes. Of course, this was a good thing. Yang Fann would only think that there were too few Yang Fanns, but not too many. There were so many universe sources in a Divine Essence universe. The energy level of the Taiyuan universe was not inferior to the Divine Essence universe at all. The number of universe sources in a normal high-level universe was likely close to 5 million square cubic meters. When two high-level universes were combined, it would be close to 10 million square cubic meters of universe source. Unwittingly, Yang Fann's eyes burned even hotter. The great universe's eternal divine art's small completion required tens of thousands of cubic meters of universe sources and close to 10 million cubic meters of universe sources. It might really be possible for his great universe's eternal divine arts to reach the mastery. Just the thought alone was enough to make one's emotions surge. One should know that the great universe's eternal immortal divine body was only a true beginning, but it was enough for his pure strength of body to catch up to a middle-level universe lord. Once it reached the great perfection stage, how terrifying would it be? Just the thought alone was enough to make one's emotions surge. The pure strength of body could probably fight a low-ranked top-level universe lord like King of Divine Source, or even defeat him. At that time, if he used his full strength, even if he was a true universe god, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Whoever won and who lost, he would have to ask his fist first. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a thought, Yang Fann started collecting the universe source. Rumble, rumble, the chaotic space shook violently. The will of the divine origin universe source resisted with all its might. The universe source was the foundation of the universe, and it could not be lost. Unfortunately, with Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to the god of quasi-universe, everything was futile. 1 cubic meter 10 square meters. 100 square meters. 1,000 cubic meters. 10,000 cubic meters. 100,000 cubic meters. 1 million cubic meters. Swish swish swish. The divine essence universe, divine essence continent, and even many lesser continents and spirit of heaven and earth started to fall at a terrifying speed. In just 10,000 years, the divine essence universe's spirit of heaven and earths had fallen by more than 100 times. Now, even compared to many intermediate universes, they were not much stronger. Countless lesser continents had entered the cultivationless age, and their spirit energy had dried up, turning them into a desert of cultivation. Very quickly, another 10,000 years passed. Grug grug grug. A lesser continent began to collapse. The entire divine essence universe started to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the divine essence continent, the countless blessed lands of spiritual mountains, became a land of death, a land of death. Ah, no, woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. How could this be? How could the world be destroyed? Woo 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 woo, who's going to save us, save us? Countless living beings wailed in despair and turned into flying ashes. 20,000 years had passed, and Yang Fann had extracted nearly 4 million universe sources. Within the origin space, the remaining universe sources were less than 1 million cubic meters. The entire divine essence universe's energy level began to decrease, and it became an intermediate universe. However, Yang Fann turned a blind eye to this. He continued to madly extract the remaining universe sources. Those who kill will always be killed. Similarly, the countless living beings in divine essence universe looked pitiful. If it was in the past, he would not have been able to stop Commander-in-Chief Brute's invasion. Commander-in-Chief Brute had already taken out all the universe sources in their universe and entered the stage of destruction. Yang Fann did not believe that Commander-in-Chief Brute would sympathize with them and show mercy. In the past hundreds of thousands of eras, there had been more than 1 or 2 universes that had been destroyed by the Divine Source clan. If a person didn't want to live, he or she would be punished by the heavens and the earth. If a mortal was like this, Universe Lord, who was high and mighty, wouldn't be able to stop him. 900,000 cubic meters. 700,000 cubic meters. 500,000 cubic meters. 300,000 cubic meters. 100,000 cubic meters. 50,000 cubic meters. 10,000 cubic meters. 3,000 years later, the divine essence universe that had shrunk by more than 100 times collapsed once again, disintegrated, and completely degenerated into a low-level universe. Another 1,000 years passed. Wang, Yang Fann finally stopped. His body moved, and he left origin space. In the end, Yang Fann still left behind 100 cubic meters of universe source for the divine source universe. He did not completely cut off the life force of the divine source universe, and allowed it to enter a stage of destruction. Of course, from now on, the decline of the divine essence universe was a foregone conclusion. Its surface area shrunk by 10,000 times. Not only that, the spirit of heaven and earth and all sorts of resources were nearly depleted. It could be said that it was at the bottom of the low-level universe. In the future, not to mention giving birth to a new universe lord, even quasi-universe lord would be extremely difficult. In the future, the universe sovereign might very well become the top expert in the divine essence universe unless there was some expert that was willing to provide a large amount of universe sources for the divine essence universe. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to have a chance of turning things around again. But was this possible? If he wanted the divine essence universe to once again level up to the intermediate universe, it was not something that could be done with just 9,900 cubic meters of universe source. If he wanted to rely on the heavenly universe source, he would need to level up at least tenfold, or even more. As for whether he wanted to completely recover to his peak level, without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of universe source, it was simply wishful thinking. Such a massive universe source, even to the high and mighty universe gods, it wasn't even a small number, let alone universe lord. It was an extravagant hope. Furthermore, if there really were so many universe sources, who would be willing to give them away for no reason? Tens of millions of universe sources, over 100 million universe sources. Even if it was just a pig, it would still be able to rely on these resources to push it to the limit of top-level universe lord, or even to break through to the quasi-universe's divine realm. In order to restore a useless universe, what kind of joke was this? He did not stay in the divine essence universe for too long. Yang Fann flashed and left the divine source universe. The next second, with a flash of golden light, the divine light shuttle appeared in front of Yang Fann. After successfully plundering the divine source universe, it should be Taiyuan universe's turn now. Anyone who dared to touch my spoils of war must pay a price. Taiyuan universe was a high-level universe that was not inferior to the divine source universe at all. Be it the spirit of heaven and earth or the size of the universe, it was not inferior to the divine source universe. However, what was different from the divine source universe was that Taiyuan universe did not have a main continent or a subcontinent. Instead, it was formed by 108 abyssal worlds. Once, the pyramids were arranged, and the higher one went, the smaller the abyssal world would be. However, the spirit of heaven and earth was still a world's resource, and it was the exact opposite. Especially the top-level abyssal worlds, which were less than 1/1000th of the bottom-level abyssal worlds. However, the richness of the resources was much greater than the 107th level combined. The 108 layers of the abyss world, and finally the 8th layer world. All of them were controlled by the Taiyuan god clan. The other races of the Taiyuan universe could only live in the lower 100 levels of the abyss world. It was also because of this that the Taiyuan god clan had ruled over the Taiyuan universe for nearly a million eras. Their ruling position had never wavered, although the other races had a large number of people, when they combined their forces. However, the resources they possessed were less than a 10,000th of what the Taiyuan god clan possessed. It would be extremely difficult for them to produce a universe lord, so how could they resist the rule of the Taiyuan god clan? In the chaotic starry sky, the only thing that could truly determine the strength of the entire race was the top-grade expert. To universe lord, other than the expert of the same grade, there were other so-called human wave tactics. It's just a joke. Taiyuan universe, upper 8th layer abyss world. It was unknown whether it was because it had only been a short period of time, but those who slipped through the net did not send the news of King of Taiyuan and the others being suppressed back to the Taiyuan god clan, or those who slipped through the net, they were completely terrified and gave up on the Taiyuan god clan. Everything in the Taiyuan god clan was the same as before. Nothing had changed. Hong Long. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that made even top-level universe lord despair descended from the sky, covering the entire Taiyuan universe. Poochie swoosh poochie. The cosmic crystal wall cracked and twisted, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Ah, good. Such a terrifying pressure. Hiss. Even my king is far from being able to withstand it. Could it be the top-ranked top-level universe lord has come to my Taiyuan universe? I hope that this lord doesn't have any ill intentions towards our Taiyuan god clan and our Taiyuan universe. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. C2228 10 million cubic meters of universe origin panic and endless panic spread across the Taiyuan universe and the Taiyuan god clan. Top-ranked top-level universe lord was an existence that even the Taiyuan god clan had to look up to. Even their king was far from being a match for top-ranked top-level universe lord. Sigh. This top-ranked top-level universe lord really came at the right time. He had chosen the time when His Majesty wasn't around, hoping that nothing bad would happen to him. If King of Taiyuan was here, they wouldn't need to worry so much. With the help of the universe source's will, King of Taiyuan would definitely have the strength to fight or even surpass top-ranked top-level universe lord. But now, King of Taiyuan had already gone to the divine source universe. He had also transferred most of the top combat strength of the Taiyuan god clan, the current Taiyuan universe. It could be said that this was the weakest period of the Taiyuan universe. If he wanted to attack the Taiyuan universe, the Taiyuan god clan would be in real danger. As for the quasi-universe god who had surpassed the top-level universe lord, none of the universe lord from the Taiyuan god clan dared to dream about it. Even their great king had to look up to such an ultimate expert. They were people from two completely different worlds, and they wouldn't have any interactions with each other. At this moment, Pucci, chaos shattered, and a person stepped into the air and arrived. With every step he took, his body grew infinitely taller. With just a dozen steps, he had already transformed into a terrifying great god that was over 1,000,000 light-years tall. His aura was so terrifying that it seemed like the entire Taiyuan universe was trembling and trembling. Bang bang, the huge expanse of chaos couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure, and it completely went berserk and collapsed. The person who had just arrived was none other than Yang Fann. 1,000,000 years had passed, and Yang Fann had finally arrived at Taiyuan universe. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Taiyuan universe. Without a single word of nonsense, his palm strike was swift and decisive. Pucci. Pucci Pucci, wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, chaos, the starry sky, matter. Everything was obliterated and turned into nothingness. Ah no, enemies, he is the enemy, quick. Activate the Abyss Demon Array, block it, you must block it. In an instant, the 10,000 devils roared. A layer of dark devil light rose from the 108 layers of the Abyss world and covered the entire Taiyuan universe. The devil formation of the Abyss, the divine formation of the Taiyuan god clans, clan suppressing. It was a quasi-high-grade divine formation that belonged to clan suppressing treasure of the Taiyuan god clan. The original treasure was the eye of the formation, the 108 low-grade original treasures were the foundation of the formation, and the 108,000 universe treasures were the nodes of the formation. Together with the support of the Taiyuan universe's origin will, the defensive power was stronger than even the divine origin universe's myriad god barrier divine array. After all, King of Taiyuan had only been suppressed by Yang Fann and hadn't fallen yet. The power that the original will of Taiyuan universe could unleash was much stronger than the will of the divine origin universe source. Even the master of the highest universe wouldn't be able to break the devil formation without millions of years of attack. However, Yang Fann wasn't the master of the highest universe. Even the lowest level god of quasi-universe had 10,000 times the strength. He was more than the master of the highest universe. Furthermore, Yang Fann wasn't as simple as the lowest level god of quasi-universe. Bang, with just a single palm, the entire devil formation was covered with terrifying cracks that spanned hundreds of millions of light years. 108 layers of the Abyss world. Ah, no, how could this be? This power, rumble, is he really just top-ranked top-level Universe Lord? The group of Universe Lord were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even if King of Divine Source wasn't present, and they couldn't unleash the true power of the Universe Source's will, it was absolutely impossible for top-ranked top-level Universe Lord to do so. With just a single palm strike, he had almost destroyed the devil formation. Even the peak top-level Universe Lord wouldn't have such terrifying power. Hiss. The god of quasi-universe, he was the one who destroyed the devil formation of the Abyss. He is the legendary god of quasi-universe. What? Quasi-god, god of quasi-universe. This. In an instant, despair and endless despair swept across the hearts of Universe Lord. The god of quasi-universe. It was a legendary existence. Even with King of Taiyuan's presence, it was impossible for him to be a match for a god of quasi-universe. At most, he would only be able to hold on for a period of time. Woo, how could this be? What's going on? Why did my Taiyuan god clan offend a god of quasi-universe? He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. The god of quasi-universe, what kind of existence is that? The ultimate expert, second only to the god of the universe, was in the huge morning star chaos domain. As long as he didn't provoke those universe gods, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Their Taiyuan god clan was just a high-level universe god with only one top-level universe lord guarding it. Logically speaking, there was no way they would have any dealings with the gods of quasi-universe, let alone offending the gods of quasi-universe. Misunderstanding, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Chaotic starry sky, HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh and struck out his palm once again. Pucci. The terrifying cracks that spanned billions of light years continued to expand in all directions at a terrifying speed. Lord, please bear witness. My Taiyuan clan has never offended you, Lord. Bang bang bang. Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to madly beat them up. From the moment the Taiyuan god clan dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, their fate had already been decided. Their only choice was to be destroyed, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Explode for me, bang. Bang bang. Countless mushroom clouds rose from all directions in Taiyuan universe. The Abyss Devil formation was finally reaching its limit. The 108,000 universe treasure that were the node couldn't hold on any longer, and exploded one after another, turning into dazzling fireworks. Another half an incense stick of time passed. Bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The Abyss Devil formation completely collapsed. The 108 low-grade original treasures exploded into pieces. The quasi-high-grade original treasure that was the eye of the formation, the Abyss Devil bead, was also heavily injured. Its surface was covered with dense cracks, like a broken glass bead. With a light touch, it would completely shatter. Ah, it's broken. The Abyssal Demon Array is broken. Woo-woo-woo. It's over, we're completely finished. What should we do? Woo-woo-woo. I don't want to die. Your Majesty, where are you? Where are you? Collapse. The expert of the Taiyuan god clan had completely collapsed. The Devil Abyss formation was their strongest defensive technique. Without the protection of the Devil Abyss formation, how could they fight with a god of quasi-universe? Run now, leave Taiyuan universe. We still have a chance of survival if we leave Taiyuan universe. Trying to escape, naive Yang Fann sneered. The entire top level of the Abyss world was under his spiritual sense. It was ridiculous that these universe lord wanted to escape right under his nose. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, the 62 universe lord who were guarding the Taiyuan universe, including the 3 high-level universe lord warriors, were all sealed by Yang Fann. Ah, no, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. Spare me, please, spare me. Soon, a year passed. Yang Fann's footprints were everywhere in the 8th layer world, and a huge amount of resources had been plundered by Yang Fann. For the past million years, Yang Fann had not only been on the road, but also king of Taiyuan. There were also the memories of the 10 high-level universe lords from the Taiyuan god clan. None of them were left behind, and they were all forcefully read by Yang Fann. Yang Fann was the undisputed number 1 person in the entire Taiyuan universe. As expected of the Taiyuan universe, which was as famous as the Divine Source universe. The abundant resources were no less than the Divine Source universe. It almost doubled Yang Fann's value. As for the remaining 100 levels of the Abyss world, Yang Fann did not touch them. When combined, the resources were not even comparable to the 101st level of the Abyss world. The resources were really limited. For Quasi-Universe Lord, there was still some use for them. For Universe Lord, these resources were of little value, let alone a god like Yang Fann from the Quasi-Universe. 30,000 years later, rumble, the Taiyuan universe shook violently. The Origin world crystal wall was mercilessly destroyed by Yang Fann. Ha ha ha, what a great Taiyuan universe, it was even a little stronger than the Divine Essence universe. Close to 5.2 million cubic meters of universe source, good with the Divine Essence universe's gains, the universe source in my hand successfully broke through the 10 million cubic meter mark. C2229 Greater Universe Ancient Indestructible Divine Art Taiyuan Universe, Origin Space. Yang Fann's eyes lit up and were filled with heat. He did not expect that the universe source in Taiyuan universe was so huge that it was even bigger than the Divine Source universe. It was close to 5.2 million cubic meters. In addition to the nearly 5 million cubic meters of universe source he obtained from the Divine Source universe, it was more than 10 million cubic meters. Terrifying even among the many quasi-universe gods, there were very few who could take out tens of millions of cubic meters of universe source in one go. This was also Yang Fann. If he was replaced by another quasi-universe god, he would definitely want to become the king of the universe of the Divine Source universe and Taiyuan universe. It was not like those low-level universes. A few hundred to a few thousand eras might not even be able to produce a cubic universe source. A high-level universe could produce a cubic universe source without even needing an era of the years to plunder. It was no different from killing the chicken to retrieve the egg. It was truly unwise. One should know that there were less than 100 high-level universes under the jurisdiction of Morning Star Alliance. Even in the entire Morning Star Chaos domain, including the high-level universes that had yet to be discovered, it would be very difficult to produce more than 200 high-level universes. Every high-level universe was a huge fortune, enough to move the hearts of many quasi-universe gods. Boom! Very quickly, a vast amount of energy swept out from Yang Fann's body, crazily plundering universe sources. Nearly 5.2 million cubic meters of universe sources were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5.1 million cubic meters 5 million cubic meters. 4,800,000 cubic meters. 5 million cubic meters. 5 million cubic meters. 3,200,000 cubic meters. 2 million cubic meters. 10,000 years later, Puchi, the top layer of the abyss world shook violently, shattered, and finally completely vanished into dust. Countless Taiyuan god clans of the Taiyuan god clan didn't even have the time to scream before they instantly turned into flying ashes. Nearly 5.2 million cubic meters of universe sources fell down by a million cubic meters. The Taiyuan universe had fallen to the intermediate universe. Another 4,000 years passed. Bang bang, the last 7 layers of the abyss world collapsed one after another. Out of the 108 worlds, only 100 remained. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other. This time, the Taiyuan god clan had suffered a calamity. Apart from a small portion of their clansmen who had luckily escaped to the lower realms, the members of the 9 Taiyuan god clan had all been turned into ashes along with the 8 abyss worlds. On the other hand, the lower 100 abyss worlds had barely suffered any damage except for the spirit of heaven and earth, which had slightly lowered its grade. The chaos in the Taiyuan universe had also begun. The resources in the lower 100 worlds were scarce to begin with, far less than 1 in 10,000 of the upper 8 worlds. Furthermore, the Taiyuan god clan had a master long ago. If the Taiyuan god clan suddenly descended to the lower realm, they would have to fight with the local powers. This was akin to cutting off the flesh of those local powers. If the Taiyuan god clan won all the powers in the lower realm, no matter how unwilling they would have to endure it. The Taiyuan god clan was not something they could fight against. There was no need for King of Taiyuan to do so. The 13 devil sovereigns would personally take action. It would be those middle-level universe lord and even lower-grade universe lord who would do it. Although there were many major powers in the lower 100 worlds, they were still able to defeat them with ease. The strongest one among them was Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. Compared to Universe Lord, they were just some slightly stronger ants. But now, the entire Taiyuan god clan had lost all their expert. Universe Lord was even worse, he was only a first-grade Quasi-Universe Lord. There were only a few hundred people left, and they were all from the lower realm. How could they just give in and give in? The major powers of the lower realm alone were no match for the Taiyuan god clan, but if all the major powers joined forces, their strength would definitely surpass the Taiyuan god clan. So what if they were once the rulers of the Taiyuan universe? The strength of the Taiyuan universe was everything. Without that strength, even the top races of the universe wouldn't be able to make them compromise. There were even many major powers that had their eyes fixed on the Taiyuan god clan. Although the expert of the Taiyuan god clan had been destroyed, they still had a lot of resources, especially those divine techniques and secret techniques. They were far from being comparable to those lower realm powers. Any piece of meat that was cut off from the Taiyuan god clan's body would be enough to increase the resources of their race by a lot. This was a rare opportunity that could only be found once every 10 million eras. Once it was missed, it would never happen again. At every moment, there would be a great war happening. Continents would be destroyed one after another, and countless experts would turn into a rain of blood and ashes. There was also the Taiyuan god clan and many other forces of the lower realms. Blood would flow like rivers, and corpses would be strewn all over the place. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. Even if all of these Taiyuan universe natives were to die, Yang Fann wouldn't even furrow his brows. And destroyed the Taiyuan universe. 10 years later, rumble. The Divine Light Shuttle quickly tore through the chaos and embarked on its return journey. During this journey of revenge, Yang Fann had earned a huge amount of money. Just the universe source in his hand had exceeded 10.2 million cubic meters. Apart from the 2 spatial universe source spaces, Divine Source Clan also had the 2 high-level universe god race from the Taiyuan god clan. When all the universe sources were combined, there were nearly 30,000 cubic meters. There were also many original treasures, heavenly treasures, divine herbs and divine fruits. If he could take them all out, he wouldn't dare to say that there would be too many of them. A dozen or 200,000 cubic meters of universe sources shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was only thinking about it in his heart. Such a huge amount of resources, even an ordinary low-rank top-level universe lord wouldn't be able to take all of them. As for him, let alone a top-level universe lord, he didn't even know a single one of them, let alone a top-level universe lord or middle-level universe lord. If he wanted to make a move, he would have to rely on the Morning Star Alliance. In the huge Morning Star Chaos domain, only the Morning Star Alliance had the ability to take on such a big deal. He read the memories of King of Divine Source, King of Taiyuan and the others. Yang Fann was no longer an ignorant fool. At least, what he knew about the Morning Star Chaos domain was no less than what the other top-level universe lord knew. In the Morning Star Chaos domain, the Morning Star Alliance was high and mighty, almost including the 9th level of the Morning Star Chaos domain, or even higher combat strength. It was a bit exaggerated to say that there were only 2 or 3 of them in the other major powers, but it wasn't much better either. Not to mention universe gods, even if it was a top-level universe lord, they wouldn't be able to find many people. If they wanted to take out a dozen or 200,000 cubic meter universe source at once, it wasn't because Yang Fann looked down on them, but because they really didn't have the resources to do so. King of Divine Source, King of Taiyuan was a high-level king of the universe, and he only had 10,000 cubic meters of universe source in his hand. With less than 20,000 cubic meters, it wasn't hard to tell what a dozen or 200,000 cubic meters of universe source was. However, now was not the time to deal with the Morning Star Alliance. Although Yang Fann was very powerful, and his combat strength was not much weaker than some middle-rank quasi-universe god, if he was in the Morning Star Alliance, not to mention the top 10, even the top 30 would be difficult to deal with. It wouldn't be a big deal even if he was a god of quasi-universe. If he really faced a universe god, even running away would be an extravagant hope. Currently, he was not short of these 200,000 cubic meter universe sources, so why would he need to control his life and death in the hands of others? It was better to wait until he had completely digested what he had obtained this time and refined the 10 million cubic meters universe sources. At that time, even if he was still no match for a universe god, he still had quite a bit of hope in preserving his life. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. That chaos beast had already been kept by Yang Fann. Good work. When it came to things, one had to first benefit the weapon. Compared to consuming chaos beasts to increase one's cultivation base, refining universe sources was much more convenient. Once his great cosmos's eternal divine arts broke through to the small completion, or even the mastery, at that time, it would be much easier for him to absorb the chaos beast. In the next second, whang, with a flash of light, a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble, rumble, 3 heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe was circulated to its limit by Yang Fann. His body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe source. Rumble, Yang Fann's power of the shell steadily rose at a terrifying speed. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years. Soon, 300 million years had passed. The universe source in Yang Fann's hand had been reduced by nearly 8,000 cubic meters. His great universe's eternal undying body had finally reached its limit. Roar break from EC 2230 trembling the Morning Star Chaos Realm Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Rumble, rumble, the energy around Yang Fann's body began to rise madly, growing endlessly. The pure strength of body was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing and growing, layer by layer. The third layer, double, threefold, 5 times, 10 times, rapid climb. After 300 million years of hard work, after absorbing nearly 8,000 cubic meters of universe source, Yang Fann had finally broken through to the small success stage. Kai, 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 kai. In all directions, there was a huge. The space couldn't withstand the explosive pressure and began to distort and crack. Like a spider web, it rapidly expanded. At that moment rumble, rumble, rays of dazzling divine light burst forth from the surroundings of the Master Control Room, illuminating the entire Master Control Room. The spiderweb-like cracks on the 4-direction space instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared for this. The large amount of Taiyuan god clans that were obtained from the Taiyuan god clan were taken out by Yang Fann and suppressed in the 4-direction space. And dozens of intermediates. When combined together, the power was quite considerable. With the help of the formation, the final power was not much weaker than an intermediate high-grade original treasure. If not for this, just the divine light flying shuttle alone would not be able to withstand Yang Fann's infinite explosive pressure. In the end, there was only one possibility waiting for the divine light shuttle, and that was that it would explode due to Yang Fann's wild and violent pressure. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. Even if the divine light shuttle could no longer keep up with his pace, it would still be good to leave it to the source universe to serve as the foundation of the source universe. No matter what, the combat strength of the divine light shuttle wasn't much weaker than a top-rank high-level universe lord. Time passed year by year, and soon, another million years had passed. The universe source in Yang Fann's hand had lost another 3,000 cubic meters, and Yang Fann's eternal immortal divine body had finally stabilized at the small completion. 100 years later, boom! Yang Fann opened his eyes and unleashed a bright divine light. At this moment, even some of the master of the highest universe standing in front of Yang Fann would have their divine bodies penetrated by the divine light, severely injuring the soul, terrifying the eternal immortal divine body of the small success stage. Great Cosmos didn't disappoint Yang Fann. Compared to the beginning Great Cosmos, the eternal immortal divine body, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Just the pure strength of body alone had increased Yang Fann's strength by 100 times, 1,000 times. Not only that, with just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight an intermediate high-level universe lord like Commander-in-Chief Brute. Once the eternal divine body erupted, he would be able to fight King of Divine Source. Yang Fann was confident that he could even defeat a low-ranked top-level universe lord like this. If he won the battle, if he unleashed all of his combat strength. Yang Fann didn't dare to dream about becoming a universe god, but in the quasi-universe. His combat strength was at least at the top, and he could even drag ultimate quasi-cosmic god to death. After the eternal divine body small completion, the Yang Fann's divine body's defense had also improved by leaps and bounds. Its defense was at its peak, and it steadily surpassed the intermediate original treasure. It wasn't any weaker than a high-grade original treasure, and it was even a high-grade one. Without a top-grade original treasure, it would be extremely difficult to break through Yang Fann's defense. As for a top-grade original treasure, it was a treasure that even universe gods would be tempted by. In the quasi-universe, there were many people who didn't have a top-grade original treasure. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. But soon, a hint of loneliness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He thought that he had a high chance of breaking through to the mastery with the 10 million cubic meter universe source, but it wasn't until he reached the small completion of the eternal divine body that he knew that he was dreaming. The amount of universe source required to break through to the small completion from the eternal immortal divine arts had increased by 10,000, a few thousand times. He didn't expect that the universe source required to break through to the small completion was even more terrifying, and it had increased by more than 100,000 times. To break through to the mastery. If they wanted to reach the major success stage, they would need to capture 2 or 3 universe gods, and this was only the major success stage. As for the final huge perfection, if I continue with this pattern, it might increase by 1,000,000 times. The required universe sources would be 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion. I wonder how many universe gods I need to suppress before I can satisfy his needs for breaking through. Even if he swept across the entire Morning Star Alliance, it would still be a drop in the bucket. He might even sweep away the nearby chaos domain, but it was still far from enough. Forget it. When the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. What's the point of thinking so much? Back then, when he cultivated the 9 revolutions divine devil body, he was also filled with despair. He thought that it was simply impossible for him to succeed. In the end, he succeeded in the 9 transformation huge perfection in less than 10 billion years. It was similarly difficult for the great universe's eternal undying divine arts to succeed. It couldn't stop him. If the nearby chaos domain wasn't enough, he would go to the further chaos domain. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to gather the few hundred to 1,000 trillion chaotic starry skies after sweeping across the entire chaotic starry sky. Now, it was better to devour the remaining 10 million universe sources first. Although 10 million universe sources weren't enough for his great universe's eternal immortal divine body to reach major completion, it was still enough to increase his combat strength by 100 times, 1,000 times. At that time, even if he wasn't a match for the universe god, it wouldn't be easy for the universe god to kill him. He would truly have the strength to stand in the chaotic starry sky. In the vast chaos, Universe Lord could only be considered cannon fodder. Only the universe god could be considered a true expert that could run amok in the chaos domain. Buzz. A ray of light flashed past, and a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. The next second, one power of the universe source after another entered Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, strengthening his divine body. After the eternal divine art's small completion, Yang Fann's refining speed had increased by dozens of times. In less than 3,000 years, all the universe sources within a square meter had been devoured by Yang Fann. Luckily, Yang Fann was the only one in the divine light shuttle. Otherwise, it would shake the chaos and scare countless universe lord. Refining a cubic meter universe source in less than 3,000 years was something that not even the high and mighty universe god could do. Not to mention 3,000 years, even in 300 billion years, there were very few universe gods that could refine a cubic universe source. All of them were the highest level experts in the universe gods. For example, King of Divine Source, King of Taiyuan, and low-rank top-level universe lord could refine a cubic meter universe source in an era. In the blink of an eye, 3 billion years had passed. Yang Fann had successfully refined 1.2 million cubic meters of universe source, causing his combat strength to increase by 100-fold. Under the universe god realm, Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone. Even that ultimate quasi-cosmic god, Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to defeat him. If he could have a top-grade spatial original treasure, it wouldn't be impossible for him to keep ultimate quasi-cosmic god alive. Compared to the other deities of quasi-universe, Yang Fann's combat strength was too weak in other aspects. Not to mention top-grade original treasures, he didn't even have a single high-grade original treasure. The best treasure was King of Divine Source's Destiny Sword, Divine Essence Emperor Sword. However, to the current Yang Fann, it was completely useless. Even the eternal immortal divine body and the pure body defense were not much weaker than the Divine Essence Emperor Sword. And after 3 billion years, the news of the Divine Origin Universe and Taiyuan Universe being emptied of universe source and reduced to a low-level universe was completely leaked out. The two universes were different from the source universe where Yang Fann was. There was almost no communication between them and other universes. As one of the few high-level universes in Morning Star Chaos Domain, the two universes had a great reputation in the entire Chaos Domain. Divine Source Clan, Taiyuan God Clan, many experts, and even Universe Lord were traveling outside. What? The source of the Divine Source Universe and the two advanced universes in the Taiyuan Universe have been drained by someone. Hiss. This. Who exactly is this ruthless person, to actually make such a ruthless move against the two high-level universes? The person who did this is at least a peak top-level universe lord, and it's very likely that it was the god of quasi-universe who did this.